The sky was heavy and dim, as if the end of the world was upon us, while the dull rumble of thunder reverberated incessantly. Soon, a gentle drizzle began to fall. A weathered, ancient city loomed amidst the misty rain, washing away the faint scarlet hues from its walls. This was Wuching, a remote town in the northern region of the Land of Fire, situated at the border of two warring nations. In the spacious courtyard at the heart of Wuching stood a stern-looking middle-aged man, with dark hair, quietly observing the fierce duel between two adolescents amidst the curtain of rain. The boys, both around 12 or 13 years of age, bore numerous fine scars upon their bare torsos. With long wooden swords in hand, they clashed fiercely, the dull thuds of their strikes echoing through the air, sending ripples through the rain, their strength rivaling that of adults. Not far from the eaves, in a shadowy corner, a slight figure watched the boys' fierce battle with a hint of disdain and helplessness in his eyes. To think that I, Yi Wu Dao, have fallen to such depths. Is this truly the world depicted by the great manga master from my previous life, the world of Naruto? Yi Wu Dao mused, feeling a sense of resignation. Having spent over a month in this unfamiliar realm, he was astonished to discover that it was indeed the real world of the immensely popular manga, Naruto, from his past life. He now found himself in a northern town of the Land of Fire, 3 years after the conclusion of the Third Ninja World War. Although the Leaf Village had achieved final victory and signed non-aggression pacts with the major ninja villages, skirmishes along the borders persisted. Wuching, located at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, still witnessed occasional minor conflicts. Wuching belonged to the Tokugawa family, and Yi Wu Dao was a scion of this clan, being the direct offspring of the family head. In this life, he bore the name Tokugawa Madeo. The Tokugawa family was a once noble samurai lineage that had now fallen from grace. Family's youth underwent rigorous training from a young age to become the backbone of their clan. Unfortunately, Tokugawa Madeo was neither favored nor valued by the family head, resulting in his lack of even the most basic samurai training. Prior to awakening, Yi Wu Dao had secretly observed the training of his family's members, but regrettably, his limited talent had prevented him from becoming a true samurai. Instead, he often injured himself due to a lack of guidance, and his reincarnation was precipitated by a head injury sustained during a practice session. For this, Yi Wu Dao felt a certain gratitude had he not awakened in time. His consciousness might have been irrevocably lost in the vastness of time and space. Reflecting on his past life, a trace of melancholy crossed the youthful visage of Tokugawa Madeo. In a previous life, as a foremost wielder of supernatural abilities, Yi Wu Dao served loyally in a government special operations unit. Unfortunately, during a covert mission to an island nation, he was ambushed by a coalition of formidable supernatural beings from that nation and the United States. Ultimately, he fell victim to the temporal exile technique of the most powerful supernatural entity in existence, resulting in the obliteration of his physical form within the chaotic currents of time and space. Only a fragment of his consciousness persisted, leading him to wander into this strange yet familiar world of Naruto. Naruto. As a former inhabitant of Earth, Tokugawa Wu Dao was well acquainted with this wildly popular anime. Real world he now inhabited was rife with legends of the heroic ninjas from the Land of Fire, including the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Third Hokage, the Fourth Hokage, and the Sharingan wielder Kakashi, igniting a flicker of fervor within his once dormant heart of a warrior. Wait for me, world. In just a few days, my mental prowess will fully merge with this body. I, Yi Wu Dao, shall remain a force to be reckoned with, regardless of the universe I inhabit. A glimmer of resolute determination shone in Tokugawa Wadeo's eyes. Having once stood atop the pinnacle of power, he would never resign himself to mediocrity. At that moment, as Tokugawa Wu Dao solidified his resolve, 2 figures swiftly approached the courtyard, their wooden swords clashing fiercely in a rapid exchange. Crack! The sharp sound of a break echoed suddenly to a young boy with short, fierce black hair, changed expression abruptly. Unable to evade in time, as a wooden sword struck heavily against his chest, drawing forth a painful wound. Blood gushed forth as the boy emitted a pained grunt, his body collapsing onto the muddy ground. Gasping for breath, in the arena, the muscular and aloof victor slowly retracted his wooden sword, disdainfully snorting as he shook the droplets from his tousled hair. He then called out loudly to the middle-aged man, standing under the eaves, "Father, I have triumphed once again. In 3 days, I shall secure first place in the selection." The middle-aged man nodded non-committally, then closed his eyes in contemplation before addressing the struggling, short-haired boy. "Do you understand why the same sword is broken? In your hands, my strength is inferior to my brother's." The short-haired boy's face darkened as he violently threw the broken sword into the mud. Quite the opposite. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring fiercely at the short-haired boy. Tokugawa Yasu merely utilized half of his strength otherwise. That last strike would have shattered your bones. He engaged you in a duel with 2 swords 42 times, each blow diminishing in force, with him always taking the lead. Each strike's deviation was less than a finger's breadth, and his sword bore the marks of your attacks throughout its length. What? The short-haired boy's face reflected disbelief as he stared intently at the aloof figure of Tokugawa Yasu not far away. Had it not been for the words spoken by the one he revered most in life, he would have never believed that his elder brother's mastery of the sword had reached such extraordinary heights. "Ken, your talent is commendable, ranking among the elite of the younger generation. However, complacency is not an option. In this world, there exists an abundance of formidable individuals." Yes, Tokugawa slowly lowered his head, yet a hint of skepticism flickered in the corners of his eyes, revealing his lack of conviction. The middle-aged Tokugawa Jink waved his hand dismissively, seemingly lost in thought, before he sighed and turned to head toward the inner courtyard. The 2 youths in the courtyard shook off the rainwater from their bodies, exchanged glances, and then departed in their separate ways. In an instant, the once spacious courtyard fell into a profound silence, until a frail boy with vibrant red hair emerged from the shadows of the corner, picking up the discarded wooden sword. Tokugawa Madeo gazed at his hands with a bitter smile. They appeared so weak that even lifting a broken wooden sword proved to be somewhat taxing. Despite being merely 9 years old, his body was excessively frail. Though the time for the fusion of spirit and flesh was gradually approaching, there remained a few more days to wait. However, through certain reasonable methods, the timeline for their convergence could be hastened. For instance, engaging in the practice of simple sword techniques. In his past life, Yumadeo was not only a powerful supernatural being, but also a Chinese individual with considerable knowledge of ancient martial arts. Tokugawa Madeo swung his hands vigorously, nodding in satisfaction. The weight of the broken wooden sword was perfectly suited to his current state. Perhaps in less than 3 days, I shall once again feel the surge of supernatural power. A sense of relief washed over Tokugawa Madeo. Although his understanding of this world was limited, primarily derived from his previous lives' comics, one truth remained undeniable. It was a world steeped in bloodshed, where the strong wielded the knife and the weak served as mere meat. Neither Yumadeo nor Tokugawa Madeo had ever entertained the thought of being the latter. The rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle, shrouding the sky. In the courtyard, Tokugawa Madeo struggled to rest the wooden sword on his shoulder when a voice, dripping with contempt, suddenly pierced the air from behind. "So, where do you intend to take my sword?" Tokugawa Madeo turned to see the short-haired youth who had just lost their duel, returning with a cold demeanor, standing amidst the downpour. The wound on his chest still oozed blood, lending him an air of dishevelment and ferocity. He regarded Madeo with a mocking glint in his eyes. With a resigned shrug, Tokugawa Madeo feigned confusion. "Your sword? I had no idea when my second brother discarded it." This youth was none other than Tokugawa Shirito, the second son of the Tokugawa clan. In the depths of Madeo's memories, Shirito was the only member of the Tokugawa family with whom he had any form of interaction, albeit an unpleasant one. Tokugawa Shirito's expression faltered for a moment before turning fierce as he thundered, "You may call me your second brother, but I refuse to acknowledge you as my worthless sibling." With that, he advanced, raising his right leg to deliver a heavy blow to Madeo's chest. Watching with a sense of satisfaction as Madeo fell into the mud, reminiscent of his own prior defeat. "Someone like you is only fit to exist among ordinary folk. You are unworthy of the Tokugawa name." He sneered, "Much like your obnoxious red hair, your veins run with impure blood of the Tokugawa lineage, just like your wretched mother." Tokugawa Madeo coughed a few times. The pain was not as severe as he had anticipated. Instead, within his mind, a surge of mental energy quivered at Shirito's words, igniting an inexplicable sense of anger and murderous intent deep within his soul. This fury. Is it the remnants of this body's spirit? Madeo's eyes widened in realization. It was this primal source of spiritual power that influenced his own mental and physical alignment, now seemingly provoked by Shirito's taunts. Slowly unfurling within him, a genuine tactile sensation coursed through his body, prompting him to close his eyes in a state of almost serene comfort. However, Shirito showed no signs of relenting, inching closer to Madeo as he raised a heavy foot to stomp on Madeo's chest. Suddenly, a broken wooden sword intercepted, crashing against Shirito's descending leg with a dull thud. Tokugawa Madeo gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his eyes snapping open to meet Shirito's glare, a faint chill of murderous intent rising within him. The alignment of his mental energy and body enhanced his control over this form, significantly augmenting his strength. Ugh! Hiss! Tokugawa Madeo, you dare to ambush me! Shirito's face flushed crimson with fury, his expression menacing as pain surged through his right leg, nearly rendering it numb. Yet, Madeo's counterattack only fueled his rage further. "Do you think you can defy me with this broken sword?" Shirito bellowed, casting aside all restraint as he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Yet, this forceful punch failed to strike Tokugawa Madeo. As Tokugawa Shurin made his move, Tokugawa Madeo nimbly rolled away. Subsequently, he raised the broken wooden sword with all his might, delivering a fierce blow to the neck of Tokugawa Shurin, who had not managed to evade in time. A wave of intense dizziness and excruciating pain enveloped Tokugawa Shurin, causing his body to collapse helplessly into the muddy ground. Ugh! Tokugawa Madeo gasped heavily, the series of actions nearly exhausting the explosive power of his frail body. At this moment, he could scarcely steady the broken sword in his grasp. Tokugawa Madeo thought to himself, "I have avenged you. Be grateful." He propped the broken sword at his feet and gazed up at the misty, rain-soaked sky, silently shouting within. The Tokugawa family estate occupied 2 entire streets of Wuching, with the residents of the family head dominating more than half of one street. Although he found himself unappreciated within his family, Tokugawa Madeo still possessed an independent courtyard and an elderly servant to attend to him. This courtyard was serene and elegant, adorned with several cherry blossom trees in full bloom, creating an unexpectedly refined atmosphere. As Tokugawa Madeo returned to the courtyard dragging the broken sword, he encountered a figure that, according to the memories of this body, visited the courtyard scarcely once a year, the head of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Jikong. Evidently, he had come directly from the front yard and was now standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the cherry blossom trees shrouded in rain and mist. Utterly unprotected from the downpour, his entire form soaked by the drizzling rain. Meanwhile, an elderly man, thin and weathered, stood quietly beside him, holding a tarpaulin umbrella to shield him from the rain. The elder's face bore a natural expression, as if he were merely an ordinary person rather than the head of the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa Madeo regarded the two with a hint of peculiarity, noting that Tokugawa Jikong displayed no signs of anger, which only deepened his confusion. Why did the family head stand in the rain while the servant sheltered under the umbrella? This world is indeed mad. Young master. The old servant, upon seeing Tokugawa Madeo's figure caked in mud and rain, hurried over, raising the tarpaulin umbrella above him to shield him from the relentless storm. He ranks third in the family. You cannot call him young master. The somewhat awkward remark was met by Tokugawa Jikong slowly turning to face them, standing beneath the tree, silently observing Tokugawa Madeo with an expression of enduring indifference. Is that so? Third. Yet he is the son of the young lady. In the eyes of the old servant, he is the young master. The old servant replied nonchalantly, standing tall and calmly meeting Tokugawa Jikong's increasingly gloomy gaze, showing no concern for the latter's deepening scowl. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Tokugawa Jikong exhaled slowly, his expression returning to its usual coldness. You are ultimately not a member of the Tokugawa family. He uttered these words while still clasping his hands behind his back, then took his leave without casting another glance at Tokugawa Madeo. Hey, Tokugawa Madeo chuckled softly, carelessly tossing the umbrella aside before shouldering the wooden sword once more and making his way toward the house. Young Master Madeo. The old servant suddenly appeared like a fleeting shadow, standing before Tokugawa Madeo, gazing intently into his eyes. In those pupils, mirroring the hue of his damp, blood-red hair. A subtle expression of astonishment emerged, while his demeanor remained calm and composed, devoid of any hint of panic. Over the course of this month, the young master had matured significantly. Perhaps the young lady in the heavens would feel a sense of comfort in this. The old servant raised his head slightly towards the somber sky, murmuring softly. Tokugawa Madeo felt a shiver run through him. Though he had been cautious and discreet in his actions and words over the past month, he still sensed that the ever-watchful old servant had noticed certain changes. A month, after all, is but a brief span of time. A flicker of thought crossed Madeo's mind, and he broke into a broad smile. Just as I had once posed a question to Aunt Da, who in turn asked whether I desired a life of tranquility or hardship, my initial response had been tranquility. But she had shaken her head. Now, however, I have changed my mind. I refuse to be a mere survivor. The old servant's body trembled slightly, his gaze lowering as he contemplated Tokugawa Madeo's serious expression. Upon that youthful visage, a hint of composure emerged. After a prolonged silence, the old servant finally let out a hearty laugh. It seems that young Master Madeo has truly grown. Ah, who can say for certain? Tokugawa Madeo felt a wave of relief wash over him, believing he had successfully concealed his confusion, yet the swiftness with which the servant had reacted had exceeded his expectations. It appeared that this individual was not to be underestimated, though he seemed to be someone who had been left by Madeo's mother to care for him. After ruminating for some time, Tokugawa Madeo could not recall specific details about his mother in his memories, only that she had passed away shortly after his birth. Within the entire Tokugawa family estate, it seemed that only this old servant occasionally mentioned her. Perhaps I should share with you the truth about your mother. After a moment of silence, the old servant suddenly lowered his gaze, fixing a serious look upon Tokugawa Madeo. The gentle rain continued to fall even as night enveloped the world. In Tokugawa Madeo's courtyard, the lights of the house flickered to life amidst the dimness. Having changed into a dry kimono, he sat quietly beside a low table. Meanwhile, the old servant, with a grave expression, placed an ancient scroll stained with dark red blood upon his lap, and slowly began to unfurl it. Buzz! Within that time-worn scroll seemed to lie a world sealed away. And at the moment it was opened, it emitted a faint yet radiant white glow. Suddenly, with a loud thud, half of a tattered black mask floated into view within the white light. The mask was exquisitely crafted, shimmering with a mysterious darkness. Yet it bore only the upper half of a human face, appearing incomplete. This is a mask, a legacy left to you by your mother. Said to have been passed down from the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, imbued with extraordinary abilities, and within you flows the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The old servant's aged voice resonated throughout the room, calm, yet stirring a tempest within Tokugawa Madeo's heart. The Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. Once one of the most legendary and powerful families in the world of Naruto. The clan's physical prowess is inherently formidable, and upon becoming ninjas, their chakra reserves far exceed those of ordinary individuals by several hundredfold. Within the clan, there exists a legacy of enigmatic sealing techniques that have garnered renown throughout the ninja world. Furthermore, the clan possesses a latent bloodline trait. For instance, the blood of the character Karui from the original work possesses a remarkable ability to rapidly restore chakra and mental acuity. I bear the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Tokugawa Mudu gazed in astonishment at his hands, finding it hard to believe. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is an immensely powerful ninja lineage, and your mother was a direct descendant, known as Uzumaki Kushina. At that time, I was merely a low-ranking ninja from the Uzumaki village, tasked with ensuring the safety of the young lady. Many years ago, a group of unidentified ninjas invaded the Uzumaki village, annihilating the entire settlement, with only a few managing to escape with their lives. I safeguarded the young lady as we fled to the Land of Fire, initially intending to seek refuge in the Hidden Leaf village. However, the Leaf was in turmoil, and tensions with neighboring villages were high. For the sake of the young lady's safety, I ultimately sought refuge in this remote town, where I have remained hidden for many years. Young master, the Uzumaki clan has now faded from the entire ninja world. The once mighty village was obliterated overnight, and the surviving clan members are likely few. The revival of the Uzumaki clan was the young lady's hope, yet she could not become a ninja. Thus, she married Tokugawa Shinku a decade ago, only to pass away in despair after giving birth to you. The old servant sighed deeply, then took out a mask, placing it solemnly before Tokugawa Mudu, saying, "The young lady was deeply conflicted. She wished for you to lead a life of simplicity. Yet the dignity of the Uzumaki clan constantly weighed upon her. She desired this choice to be yours. But she always hoped you would one day restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. The glory of the Uzumaki clan. Tokugawa Mudu gazed vacantly at the black mask before him, gently caressing it. The cold, metallic texture resonated with a sense of deep sorrow, as if the mask were recounting the blood-soaked night of tragedy. Rest assured, Uncle Tokugawa, I will not dishonor the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Initially, I had no intention of participating in the upcoming selection competition in 3 days, but now I will not let this opportunity slip away. Tokugawa Muda quietly returned the mask to the white light of the scroll, stating calmly, only by participating in the selection can one qualify to enter the leaf and become a ninja. Ninjas, those formidable beings from the original narrative, are the very backbone of this world. To rejuvenate the Uzumaki clan, one must become a powerful ninja. However, the old servant suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. Young master, your abilities. There is no need for concern. Tokugawa Mudu's expression shifted subtly. A mysterious smile appeared as he furrowed his brows, flipping his palm over. An eerie energy began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, gradually forming a slender iron needle, approximately an inch long. This diminutive needle spun rapidly in Tokugawa Mudu's hand, deftly weaving through his fingers with remarkable speed. Is this a bloodline technique? The old servant's expression tightened, and he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Last month, I unexpectedly discovered my ability to manipulate ferrous metals, and after a month of diligent practice, I have finally begun to master this skill. Tokugawa Madeo spoke softly, his demeanor calm, though his heart was filled with complexity. Just moments ago, he had successfully merged his mental strength, and the spiritual source belonging to his extraordinary abilities had released a trace of that power. Strangely, it seemed exceedingly difficult to unleash this power within his current body. The extraordinary energy that could originally condense dozens of iron needles barely managed to form a single one. How astonishing! The young master has awakened bloodline powers without undergoing chakra training. The old servant gazed, astonished, at the iron needle in Tokugawa Madeo's hand, his eyes suddenly shining with clarity. Young master, this is the power of the bloodline. It is said that such abilities appear only within extremely rare clans, and the Uzumaki clan possesses such powers. However, it seems this is not the same ability. Could it be a new form of power? Truly remarkable. Chakra. Tokugawa Madeo suddenly lifted his gaze, a flicker of inspiration illuminating his mind. Chakra, a force that only ninjas can cultivate. In this world of ninjas, does the law of power only conform to chakra? In fact, Tokugawa Madeo's speculation was entirely correct. Each independent world operates under unique laws, and in the world of Naruto, chakra is the sole governing principle of power. Uncle Da, from this day forth, please teach me the fundamentals of being a ninja. With this thought, Tokugawa Madeo fixed a serious gaze upon the old servant, speaking earnestly. If his extraordinary abilities could not be fully realized, then the path of a ninja was his only recourse. Very well, even if the young master had not requested it, I would still impart my knowledge. However, the foundations of being a ninja encompass a great deal. Techniques such as shuriken throwing require considerable time to master. Given the current circumstances, the young master should first focus on the art of chakra refinement. In 3 days, based on the physical traits of the Uzumaki clan, he could refine a significant amount of chakra, fundamentally transforming his body. The old servant nodded quietly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Tokugawa Madeo possessed the power of the bloodline, and he had the potential to become a top-tier ninja in the future. The revival of the Uzumaki clan seemed no longer a distant dream. With this thought, the old servant suddenly rose with a solemn expression. Even if Tokugawa Madeo harbored such potential, if it remained untapped, it would all be in vain. He was now entrusted with the task of unlocking Tokugawa Madeo's potential. Thus, the old servant began to explain earnestly. Ninja, at its very essence, is rooted in the art of chakra refinement. Refining chakra requires a profound understanding of mental strength. Chakra is born from the fusion of the spirit and the flesh within the human body. It is said that the progenitor of ninjas, the sage of 6 paths, bestowed the art of chakra refinement, thus ushering in an era of peace. The mastery of chakra is the fundamental aspect of being a ninja. Most ordinary individuals cannot refine chakra, which is why they cannot become ninjas. In the serene confines of the room, the aged servant meticulously elucidated the practice of chakra cultivation. Tokugawa Madeo gradually closed his eyes, allowing himself to delve into the profound connection between his spirit and the cellular essence of his physical being. The sensation of spiritual strength was strikingly familiar, After all, in his previous life as a being endowed with extraordinary abilities, his mental prowess was immensely formidable. Although a considerable portion of this power had been expended within the realms of time and space, the core of his spiritual essence remained intact, endowing him with a strength that surpassed that of the majority. Having grasped the nature of his spirit, he then turned his attention to the subtle forces residing within the myriad cells of his body. This power emanated from the very depths of human origin, and through the harnessing of spiritual energy, it was refined into chakra. However, the latent power contained within the human cells was finite and required time to replenish. Thus, the daily refinement of chakra did not necessitate an excessive expenditure of time. Instead, it demanded a protracted period of accumulation. Therefore, it was imperative for ninjas to commence their chakra refinement from a tender age to lay a solid foundation. Fortunately, Tokugawa Madeo bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, endowing him with an inherent vitality that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals and even some adult ninjas. Thus, as he closed his eyes and guided a thread of spiritual energy to extract chakra from his cells, a faint golden flame-like aura flickered to life at the tips of his clasped fingers almost instantaneously. This ethereal flow, reminiscent of a flickering candle, danced at his fingertips, with visible wisps of energy coalescing within his body and gradually converging towards his fingertips, subsequently coursing through his meridians and circulating throughout his entire being. Chakra, unlike the inner energies encountered in his past life, was not merely stored within the dantian. Rather, it represented a life force that permeated his entire body, gradually enhancing the ninja's constitution. As Tokugawa Madeo entered a deeper state of chakra refinement, the pale golden chakra in his hands began to radiate with brilliance, casting a soft glow that adorned his four interlaced fingers with a lustrous sheen, akin to that of precious metal. The old servant stood quietly by, observing the meditative Tokugawa Madeo with a placid expression of contentment. After an extended period, Tokugawa Madeo sensed that his spiritual energy was waning. For the fusion of spirit and flesh was not yet complete, and the available spiritual energy was limited. He ceased the refinement and redirected his focus to the chakra within, perceiving through his mind's eye that the pathways of his hands were infused with a delicate flow of chakra energy, shimmering with a subtle golden hue. With a mere thought, he summoned his remaining thread of spiritual energy to guide the chakra between his hands. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through the room, and the seated youth's hands began to sparkle with golden radiance. In an instant, a finely crafted golden steel needle darted between his fingers with the grace and agility of a swimming fish. Tokugawa Madeo felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Although he had expended considerable energy in forcibly creating the steel needles through mental power, the process had not been entirely satisfactory. However, utilizing chakra to create the steel needles consumed merely about 1/10 of his chakra, while his mental energy remained almost completely intact, allowing for a more adept and fluid control. With the needles gently departing from his palm and swirling around his body, Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow slightly. His mental energy was reduced to a mere thread. Yet he still managed to command the needles to orbit within a 5-meter radius, akin to silver lightning, at remarkable speed. It was only when his mental energy was thoroughly depleted that he slowly opened his eyes, which appeared somewhat fatigued. The master's talent exceeded the old servant's expectations. He had successfully refined chakra in merely 1 hour. Moreover, he wielded it with such finesse that not even in the days of the Whirlpool Village had anyone possessed such a gift. The old servant nodded slowly, his gaze falling upon Tokugawa Madeo's somewhat pale countenance, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, in the early stages of chakra cultivation, mental energy is consumed to refine cellular strength, which can be somewhat burdensome for the body. However, as long as one is mindful of the exertion, the increasing chakra will gradually open the body's meridians, ultimately enhancing one's overall physical quality. Indeed, Tokugawa Madeo silently nodded. Although he had reached the limit of his mental energy, the boundaries of his physical body had not yet been met. Truly, as a descendant of the Whirlpool clan, his cellular strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the control of the steel needles had drained the last vestiges of his mental energy, leaving him exceedingly weary. The old servant carefully rolled up the scroll on the table and solemnly placed it in Tokugawa Madeo's hands, saying, "Since you have chosen this path, please keep the scroll safe. It is a relic of the Whirlpool clan and rightfully belongs in your possession." As Tokugawa Madeo accepted the scroll, which concealed a mysterious mask, he felt no extraordinary power emanating from it, perhaps due to his current lack of strength. Nonetheless, being a relic of the Whirlpool clan, it surely possessed remarkable qualities. Having initially grasped the refinement of chakra, you should continue your training tomorrow. The old servant, noticing the weariness etched on Tokugawa Madeo's face, kindly offered his concern before rising to leave. The following morning, the sky had begun to clear, and the remnants of last night's rain gradually dissipated. In the serene courtyard, Tokugawa Madeo held a broken wooden sword in his right hand, his eyes gently closed. He then slowly extended his body, maintaining this posture. The sense of bodily integration intensified, and this position was a simple method from his previous life to refine the spirit, enabling rapid concentration of mental energy and heightened awareness of his surroundings. Threads of energy slowly fused together. Tokugawa Madeo could distinctly feel that as time flowed, the mental source within his mind gradually spread forth pure mental power, a culmination of years of relentless effort in his past life. In this life, the potential of this body was immense, and his mental energy was also vast. It seemed as though everything had been preordained. Perhaps, becoming a ninja would not be a bad fate after all. A faint smile gradually appeared on the serene visage of Tokugawa Madeo. At that moment, a subtle commotion began to filter in. "I apologize, but the young master is resting and will not see anyone," came the indifferent voice of an old servant. Suddenly, an angry and indignant voice rose sharply, "Get lost. You old fool." Tokugawa Madeo recognized this voice as belonging to Tokugawa Shurin, the man he had toppled to the ground the previous day in the courtyard. Tokugawa Shurin, the half-brother of Tokugawa Madeo, had always taken pleasure in bullying him, yet yesterday, he had been rendered unconscious and sprawled in the mud by Madeo. Had it not been for his rigorous training in swordsmanship from a young age, which had forged a robust physique, he would surely be bedridden today. Each time he recalled this incident, a more sinister expression would cloud Tokugawa Shurin's countenance. "I am a distinguished scion of the Tokugawa family. Had I not been so careless yesterday, that wretched fool would never have succeeded in ambushing me." Thus, at the break of dawn, Tokugawa Shurin, disregarding his daily training, stormed into Madeo's courtyard. However, the indifferent old servant before him blocked his path. When had it come to this? A proud descendant of the Tokugawa family was being so brazenly dismissed by anyone. Anger flushed Shurin's face, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. This sword was clearly not the wooden practice sword used in their earlier sparring, but rather forged from high-quality steel. A subtle movement of his hand produced a sharp, resonant hum. The old servant remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Shurin with indifference. Now, Tokugawa Madeo had embarked on a path that the young lady had longed for, no longer the timid and self-deprecating young master, free from the relentless bullying of others. He would herald the brilliance of the swirling clan in the days to come. Reflecting on this, the old servant's gaze turned cold. Shurin's past actions and his present words had evidently touched upon the servant's line of tolerance. Suddenly, a shadow flashed. An inexplicable chill enveloped Shurin's heart, and he was astonished to find the old servant had silently positioned himself directly in front of him, casting a piercing gaze. The coldness that seemed to seep into his very bones appeared to emanate from this man. Eyes wide in disbelief, Tokugawa Shurin stared at the old servant. "From this day forth, those who dare to humiliate the young master shall meet their demise," the old servant stated calmly as he gently pointed a finger toward Shurin's forehead. At that moment, Shurin seemed to lose consciousness, his gaze fixed vacantly on the old servant's finger as it approached him. Just then, a gentle voice drifted forth, "Uncle Da. Please spare him. After all, he is my brother." The faint blue glow emanating from the fingertip hesitated momentarily before vanishing. The old servant's expression remained unchanged as he slowly withdrew his hand, casting a cold glance at the terrified Tokugawa Shurin before turning and retreating. What just happened?" Shurin stood dazed, watching the old servant tidy up the courtyard as if he were in a stupor. In that fleeting moment, his entire being appeared to stiffen, offering no resistance to the outstretched right hand of the old servant. What sort of power is this? Suddenly, a realization struck Tokugawa Shurin, and his countenance transformed from one of terror to one of fervent intensity. He was no fool, nor had he been raised in ignorance. Wuching, situated on the border, had long been a theater for the friction between two nations. Perhaps apart from Tokugawa Madeo, every member of the Tokugawa clan had been forged on the battlefield during their youth. As a distinguished member of the younger generation, Tokugawa Shurin possessed extraordinary talent. A ninja. He must be a ninja. The heart of Tokugawa Shurin raced as he recalled witnessing a ninja's battle from afar, only to realize with horror that he had just brazenly insulted one. In this world, ninjas are the epitome of profession, embodying supreme power. and every individual harbors the dream of becoming one. Every decade, the Tokugawa family sends a few of its most promising progeny to the Land of Fire. To the sacred grounds of ninjas, the renowned Konoha, said to be the strongest ninja village in existence. Tokugawa Shuren clenched his teeth in secret. The courtyard of Tokugawa Madeo was not particularly large, and from the entrance, he could discern the indistinct figure of Tokugawa Madeo, while the old servant, who resembled a ninja, stood nearby, seemingly imparting some knowledge. He must be teaching the fundamentals of being a ninja to Tokugawa Madeo. How detestable. This young man has hidden his abilities so deeply over the years. Filled with resentment, Tokugawa Shuren ultimately lacked the courage to enter Tokugawa Madeo's small courtyard and turned to flee in disgrace. At that moment, he seemed to have lost all courage to confront Tokugawa Madeo. The morning courtyard was suffused with the refreshing coolness that followed rain. Tokugawa Madeo set aside the broken sword in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. After a night of recovery, his spiritual energy had expanded once more. His mind wholly focused on the center of his forehead, the spiritual realm originating from the essence of his soul. In a hazy state, Tokugawa Madeo could vaguely sense a vast void at that location, where a massive gray sphere, akin to a star, slowly floated, emitting a faint gray mist that enveloped the entire space. This was the void of the spiritual realm. My spiritual energy is recovering more swiftly than anticipated. It seems that some fundamental applications of spirit are no longer a challenge. Tokugawa Madeo nodded to himself. It appeared that refining chakra had a beneficial effect on the integration of spirit and body. He then directed his focus inward. The human body is exceedingly intricate, and even the most advanced equipment of my past life would struggle to uncover the profound secrets hidden within. Yet the marvel of spiritual energy transcends technology. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual force, Tokugawa Madeo perceived his entire body as though it were a multitude of life forms gathered together. This represented the primal cellular power of the human body, with chakra being generated through the refinement of cellular energy. In the grasp of Tokugawa Madeo, a gentle flow of pale golden chakra coursed through his meridians. This chakra's nature seemed unlike any known in the ninja realm. Although Tokugawa had never truly engaged with ninjas, he had gleaned some understanding of their chakra attributes from the comics of his past life. Ninja attributes are categorized into fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. However, this golden chakra did not belong to any of these classifications, perhaps due to his initial experience in refining chakra last night, coupled with his mental fatigue. Tokugawa had not contemplated this peculiarity. Yet, witnessing this chakra within his meridians evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, a force born from the fusion of his mental prowess and physical strength. Tokugawa's mind was imbued with metallic abilities, while his physical strength was devoid of any elemental affinity. Typically, a body lacking attributes could not generate chakra. Yet Tokugawa's mental energy possessed a unique property. Thus, this extraordinary chakra imparted a metallic essence to him. It became evident that this body's innate talent was relatively modest, rendering it incapable of becoming a ninja. Nevertheless, my metallic mental energy compensates for this shortcoming. My chakra is unlike that of any individual in this world. Yet metal remains my most familiar attribute. Gradually, Tokugawa centered his thoughts, silently bringing his hands together and forming hand seals. In an instant, a faint golden hue enveloped his hands. The elderly servant beside him observed Tokugawa's quiet refinement of chakra with an air of calm, seemingly relieved. Young master, you have not disappointed the young lady after all. Countless golden specks, drawn by Tokugawa's mental focus, flowed through the meridians in his hands. This chakra appeared exceedingly scarce, yet it subtly exuded a sharp aura. Compared to the previous night's refinement, this session lasted significantly longer. After a full half hour, Tokugawa finally paused, his complexion slightly pale. Nonetheless, the quantity of chakra had doubled, and he had yet to uncover the latent power of the Uzumaki clan's cells. Deep within the Uzumaki cells lies an immense, pure power, and each attempt brought Tokugawa's mental strength close to its limits, forcing him to halt. Subsequently, Tokugawa assumed a sword stance with one hand, gradually calming his mind while activating his mental energy. The elderly servant observed placidly, refraining from intervention. In his view, 3 days was manifestly insufficient. The foundational training for a ninja required ample time, and attempting to rush would yield no benefit for Tokugawa. Instead, the potential revealed by his bloodline was remarkably extraordinary, suggesting that it would be more prudent to impart the technique of chakra refinement to him. Only with chakra could Tokugawa's bloodline power truly manifest. As for the family selection in 3 days, he paid it little heed. It is well understood that ninjas with potent bloodlines cannot be evaluated merely by their strength. In the ninja world, many lower-ranking ninjas possessing formidable bloodlines can defeat or even kill middle and upper ninjas. From this, one can perceive the immense power of bloodstains. Tokugawa Madeo stood silently, his body remaining utterly still, with only his mental energy continuously gathering and fluctuating. After a brief moment, a rosy hue gradually emerged upon his visage, eventually leading to beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Time passed inexorably, and after midday, Tokugawa Madeo finally sensed his mental energy reaching fullness once more. Thus, he resumed the process of chakra refinement. By evening, he had completed yet another chakra refinement, achieving this remarkable feat 3 times in a single day. This left his old servant in a state of exhilaration. An exceptional ninja often possesses talents that are unattainable by mere mortals. Some grasp ninjutsu with remarkable speed, while others are endowed with innate swiftness or strength. The Uzumaki clan, renowned as a legendary family within the ninja world, is distinguished by their vast reservoir of chakra. However, even in the early days of the Uzumaki village, no one had ever witnessed a genius capable of refining chakra 3 times in a single day. Tokugawa Madeo himself felt little excitement over this accomplishment, as his fusion of mental energy with his physical form remained incomplete. The application of his mental energy was still limited, and merely restoring it consumed a significant amount of time. Nevertheless, he distinctly felt that after 3 rounds of chakra refinement, the dissipation of his mental energy within his mind accelerated markedly. In the depths of the night, Tokugawa Madeo sat quietly in his room, his mental energy once again returning to a state of fullness. At this moment, he experienced a sudden sensation of spiritual connection. With a subtle shift in his mind, his mental energy began to undulate slowly. In an instant, it was as if he had gained an additional pair of eyes, although his own eyelids remained shut. Everything around him was vividly revealed. He could even sense within the courtyard a slender figure standing quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree, silently observing Tokugawa Madeo's room. It was his old servant. In that moment, a warmth blossomed within Tokugawa Madeo's heart. In his previous life, as a secret weapon wielded by the Nation S departments, they had been discreetly selected from youths across the country and subjected to arduous training. Upon reaching adulthood, they navigated the treacherous underground world, their paths marked by perilous missions fraught with the threat of death. At times, in order to complete special assignments, they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives. The nation referred to them as cold instruments, while their enemies labeled them as emotionless demons. Indifference, ruthlessness, destruction. Throughout Tokugawa Madeo's life, he had seldom experienced the warmth of another's care. The warmth of humanity had always eluded him. Yet, in this inexplicable anime world, he was experiencing, for the first time, the silent concern of another. Although the old servant's true care was directed towards Tokugawa Madeo rather than himself, what did that matter? He was Tokugawa Madeo. A gentle warmth flowed through his heart, enveloping him in a rare tenderness. A faint smile graced the corners of Tokugawa Madeo's lips as he collected his thoughts and closed his eyes once more. The process of chakra refinement was tedious and intricate, but Tokugawa Madeo showed no signs of complacency, diligently refining his chakra nearly 3 times daily before allowing himself to rest. The moments of respite were fleeting, as he arose before dawn to continue his arduous training. In the realm of ninjas, his age was deemed considerable. I recall from my past life, while perusing comics, that in the Hidden Leaf Village, the prodigious Kakashi Hitaki achieved the rank of Genin at the tender age of 5, and within a year ascended to Chunin. By the age of 12, he had not only attained the rank of Jonin, but also pioneered the formidable Chidori technique. This epitomizes the very essence of genius. According to the narrative, we find ourselves 3 years post the Third Shinobi World War, with Kakashi now 15 years of age. Such a remarkable and powerful ninja. Yet in the latter stages of the Naruto storyline, he almost faded into mediocrity. Perhaps it was not Kakashi's lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming number of formidable beings in this world. Tokugawa Madeo felt a profound sense of urgency. He was the sole individual in this realm privy to the knowledge of the future. He could not allow himself to become an ordinary person. At the very least, he must fulfill the hopes of his mother and his old servant by reviving the Uzumaki clan. Amidst Tokugawa Madeo's relentless training, 3 days inevitably slipped away. Another gloomy morning dawned. Tokugawa Madeo sat quietly in his chamber, this time not refining chakra, but rather nurturing his spirit and attuning to the myriad changes within his body over the past 3 days. Relying on his burgeoning mental fortitude and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he refined an abundance of chakra, a growth exponential compared to his initial attempts. Initially, the chakra was scant, merely coursing through the veins of his hands, yet now, Tokugawa Mideo's chakra had begun to circulate throughout his entire body, achieving a perfect cycle of chakra flow. The establishment of a chakra circulation throughout the body is paramount for a ninja when executing ninjutsu. Beyond the refinement of chakra, the transformation of Tokugawa Mideo's mental and physical state was monumental. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy occupying his mental realm had shrunk significantly, while his mental perception had extended beyond the confines of his small courtyard, encompassing a radius of over 10 meters. Furthermore, the physical form, inheriting the Uzumaki bloodline, underwent a metamorphic enhancement. The forging of metallic chakra rendered his flesh as resilient and formidable as steel. At this moment, the day of the Tokugawa family's decennial selection of outstanding progeny had arrived. The Tokugawa clan placed immense importance on this selection process. It was an era dominated by ninjas. Even the feudal lords of the continent's nations must heed the counsel of the village leaders. To become a ninja in this world confers considerable influence. As dawn broke, the descendants of the Tokugawa family in the martial city congregated at the residence of the clan head, Tokugawa Jink. There, within the spacious inner courtyard of the clan head's estate, a colossal arena measuring nearly 30 meters in both length and width had already been erected. Many members of the Tokugawa clan, dressed in samurai attire, gathered excitedly around the arena. Although they were grown adults, their ages exceeded the selection criteria. Yet they could not suppress their fervent emotions. Today's selection featured their children, and they hoped their offspring could fulfill the dreams their forebears had been unable to achieve, to become a ninja and bring glory to the Tokugawa family. Not far from the arena, several rows of neatly arranged low tables stood, where some important members of the Tokugawa clan sat silently in a kneeling position. However, several seats in the front row remained conspicuously empty, suggesting that some individuals had yet to arrive. At this moment, on a mountain path to the south of the warrior city, 3 figures clad in black robes and obscured by fox masks ambled along. Their pace was leisurely, almost casual. Among them, the central figure was slightly shorter and slender, his robe concealing his head, revealing only his left eye, which bore a somewhat languid expression. "Captain, is there something special about the Tokugawa clan? Why has the village granted 3 slots this time, while other clans have only 1 or none at all?" One of the black-robed figures suddenly inquired, his voice deep and slow, barely audible to ordinary ears. The captain, evidently no ordinary person, surveyed his surroundings before slowly retracting his gaze and responding, It seems that during the Third Shinobi World War, the Tokugawa clan made considerable contributions. Moreover, as an ancient samurai lineage, their capabilities are remarkable, making them more suited to the role of a ninja. Thus, the higher-ups in the village decided to grant them 3 slots. However, if they lack exceptional qualifications, perhaps not even one will be awarded. For the path to becoming a ninja is far from easy. His voice, somewhat youthful yet steady, exuded an air of distinction. Indeed, the deep-voiced black-robed figure nodded slowly before suddenly adding, "They are a samurai clan, so they must excel in close combat. It's a pity that Akai is on a mission, otherwise he would certainly find the Tokugawa clan most intriguing." Perhaps. The young black-robed man rubbed the back of his head, responding with a hint of exasperation regarding Akai, as mentioned by the deep-voiced figure. "Captain," another black-robed figure interjected. "At this pace, it seems we've already missed the selection time for the Tokugawa clan." Suddenly, the young black-robed man stiffened, as if struck by a realization, and exclaimed, "What? Is it already time?" His tone grew urgent, revealing his anxiety. However, moments later, he relaxed again and, in a languid voice, remarked, "Oh well. Arriving a bit late one team matter." He then looked up at the sky, commenting, "Is it going to rain again? Truly, this is not suitable weather." As he finished speaking, the overcast sky rumbled with distant thunder, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Amidst the hazy drizzle, a gentle breeze lifted the brim of a young man clad in black robes, revealing strands of silver hair. In the courtyard arena of the Tokugawa clan, time flowed slowly with the falling rain, gradually giving rise to a chorus of hushed discussions. Is today not the day of selection? Why has the clan leader not yet made an announcement? A boy of around 11 or 12 inquired with a puzzled expression, standing in an open corner of the arena alongside 40 or 50 peers of similar age. These were the promising youth of the Tokugawa family, including Tokugawa Yasu and Tokugawa Shurin. The two were prominent figures among the younger generation, particularly Tokugawa Yasu, whose exceptional talents had surpassed many adult warriors in his swordsmanship, earning the admiration of the clan leader, Tokugawa Jink. At that moment, Tokugawa Yasu stood with his eyes closed, his tall figure radiating an air of composure as he embraced a longsword, remaining utterly still in the rain, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. In contrast, Tokugawa Shuren, though not as powerful as Yasu, still far surpassed his peers. Unlike Yasu's aloof demeanor, Shuren was lively and engaged well with other clan members. Upon hearing the boy's words, he shook off the raindrops from his head and replied, "Our clan selection primarily aims to identify the most exceptional youths to enter Konoha as ninjas, and each selection must be attended by Konoha's ninja officials. The ninjas from Konoha have yet to arrive. Thus, the selection cannot commence." The surrounding boys, upon hearing this, exchanged knowing glances and resumed their quiet wait in the rain. A slight smile graced Tokugawa Shuren's lips as he cast a glance at the meditative Tokugawa Yasu, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He believed that, although he lacked the aptitude to match Yasu and become a ninja in Konoha once Yasu departed, none among the younger generation could rival him for the position of clan heir. Moreover, Shuren generally maintained harmonious relations with most of the younger clan members, which would undoubtedly bolster his standing and enhance his prospects of inheriting the clan leadership. Ninja. What prestige is there in being clan leader? Humph. Foolish Tokugawa Yasu. Tokugawa Shuren chuckled with delight, but suddenly, his expression hardened, as if he had perceived something. Tokugawa Mud. On the outskirts of the arena crowd, atop a grand tree in the courtyard, a boy of about 9 stood quietly at the tree's summit, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the scene below. His hair and eyes were strikingly unusual, resembling a vivid crimson hue that exuded an unsettling chill upon contact. His slender frame was obscured among the branches, revealing only his intense gaze. Had it not been for Tokugawa Shuren's inadvertent glance, it is likely that no one would have detected his presence. Tokugawa Shuren's expression shifted, his brows furrowing. Since that day he had left Tokugawa Mud's residence in disarray, he had been plagued by fear and, more significantly, confusion. A servant who had been part of the family for over a decade had suddenly transformed into a formidable ninja, and this ninja now stood guard by Tokugawa Mud's side. Why, in the days when he tormented Tokugawa Madeo, did this ninja remain indifferent, only to suddenly reveal a fierce intent to kill on that fateful day? Moreover, Tokugawa Madeo appeared somewhat unfamiliar. His previously gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate girl, had transformed into a hardened and indifferent persona. He now bore a semblance to Tokugawa Yasushi, his gaze sharp and disdainful. Disdain? Tokugawa Jiren furrowed his brow, although a flicker of fear flickered in his heart towards the old servant beside Tokugawa Madeo. He still held contempt for Madeo. After all these years of ineptitude, could the presence of a mysterious ninja truly cultivate him into a formidable warrior? If Tokugawa Madeo possessed the potential to become a ninja, how could he have endured years of humiliation at my hands? Tokugawa Jiren mused silently. Useless. Ultimately still useless. This fact could not be altered. Above, Tokugawa Madeo silently observed the crowd below, completely unaware of Jiren's speculations. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced the air. Madeo, since you are here, why not come down? Why hide in the trees? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tokugawa Madeo's gaze sharpened, and he frowned at the short-haired Tokugawa Jiren, who wore a smile. Just right. Since you are present today, I shall teach you a lesson before everyone, to alleviate the anger I felt a few days ago. Remembering the day he had been knocked unconscious by Tokugawa Madeo, Jiren's hands clenched tightly at his sides, though a faint smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "Perfect. Today is a grand occasion for the Tokugawa family. As a member of the main family, my younger brother must not miss this decade-long selection, after all. You two are an esteemed descendant of the Tokugawa clan." The members of the Tokugawa family followed Jiren's gaze and spotted Tokugawa Madeo perched atop the treetops, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. The younger family members standing beside Jiren displayed looks of disdain, some even wore dismissive smiles. One robust youth suddenly sneered, "Surely, young Madeo cannot participate in such a selection. Perhaps he might not even qualify as an esteemed descendant." He unabashedly expressed his contempt in front of the family warriors and the Tokugawa clan leader at the arena. A few youths chuckled lightly, and even Tokugawa Yasushi, who had been deep in thought, opened his eyes to smirk derisively. Tokugawa Madeo's brow tightened. Although the memories in his mind and his experiences over the past month clearly indicated his lowly status as a scion of the main family, Even these first-class family descendants looked down upon him. A surge of anger still welled within him. It was the rage that once belonged to Minato, the sovereign of extraordinary abilities in his past life. Now, though my strength has yet to be restored, I am still not someone you can dismiss lightly. With a cold glare sweeping across the crowd below, Tokugawa Madeo let out a chilling smile, his feet suddenly propelling him from the treetop. In that leap, his body soared as if in flight, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters, landing directly at the edge of the arena, eliciting a gasp from the onlookers below. The rumors spoke of the frail health of the family's third son, yet now, witnessing his leap from such a height, one cannot help but marvel at his extraordinary physical prowess. Could it be that Master Muto has been concealing his true abilities all this while, simply for the sake of today's selection competition? It seems plausible. Several elder members of the Tokugawa clan exchanged hushed whispers, casting astonished glances at Tokugawa Muto. A young man who understands the virtue of patience is indeed destined for greatness. Meanwhile, nearly all of the younger generation gazed at Tokugawa Muto with expressions of sheer disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly miraculous. His detached and piercing demeanor, coupled with an air of silent authority, seemed to weigh heavily upon them the moment he touched the ground. In the front of the arena, Tokugawa Jinko's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to regard Tokugawa Muto, as if he had witnessed an unbelievable transformation. He has indeed changed, and remarkably so. His gaze was sharp, but soon it dulled, his voice dropping to an inaudible murmur. It appears you have been concealing your strength all along. A cold voice pierced through the surrounding clamor, freezing the murmurs into silence. Tokugawa Q's expression shifted from astonishment to solemnity, his gaze now keenly fixed on Tokugawa Muto. His expertise in swordsmanship was profound, and his ability to discern even the slightest opening in the midst of battle was unparalleled. In that fleeting moment of Tokugawa Muto's leap, Tokugawa Q had clearly perceived the terrifying, explosive power of his physical capabilities. Such feats are beyond the realm of ordinary samurai. Tokugawa Muto let out a chilling smile, tilting his head towards the brooding sky as the fine rain soaked him through. His body emanated a magnificent vitality and explosive energy, no longer resembling the frail figure from 3 days prior. At this moment, he held absolute confidence in achieving victory within this modest courtyard. Concealing his strength? Perhaps. His words dripped with a casual disdain that caused Tokugawa Q to furrow his brows in irritation. Beside them, Tokugawa Jurin watched Tokugawa Muto with a mixture of uncertainty and dread, having never encountered such a formidable presence before. As someone second only to the old servant in familiarity with Muto, he was unaccustomed to this assertive version of him, one who seemed to regard everyone with indifference. Both his demeanor and tone had undergone a complete transformation. The initial judgment of Tokugawa Muto as a good-for-nothing began to crumble in his mind. Could it be that the previous Muto was merely a fade? This seemed implausible. Tokugawa Jurin quickly dismissed such speculation. In the past, Tokugawa Muto had been both weak in character and devoid of the qualities of a samurai, enduring relentless bullying without ever daring to fight back, except for that one unexpected incident a few days ago. Just as Tokugawa Jurin was lost in thought, a strong arm suddenly draped over his shoulders, yanking him down with an overwhelming force. I say, brother, as this is your first participation, shouldn't you enlighten your younger sibling about the rules of the selection? As he beheld Tokugawa Madeo, who had approached him at an unknown moment with an expression of serene indifference, Tokugawa Shurin was not merely experiencing an illusion. He observed the blood-red eyes gradually illuminated by a resplendent golden hue, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within him. Ah, haha. This is also the first time for my second brother. Tokugawa Shurin responded with a somewhat grim expression. In that instant, he felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from Tokugawa Madeo, reminiscent of the day when the old servant had fallen into his grasp. A ninja? Is that even possible? He exclaimed. Haha, Tokugawa Madeo, even if you're here, you lack the qualifications to participate. At that moment, the stout youth who had previously mocked Tokugawa Madeo sneered at him. Why? Tokugawa Madeo inquired, without turning his head. Haha. The stout youth laughed heartily. Every disciple of the Tokugawa lineage must possess the certification of a warrior to participate. If I am not mistaken, you, Tokugawa Madeo, are still a commoner in the family. Aren't you? The Tokugawa clan is a warrior lineage, where every family warrior with samurai qualifications is bestowed the honor directly by the current head of the family. This not only signifies strength but also the family's recognition. Do you possess the strength that would earn the head's acknowledgement? Tokugawa Madeo slowly lowered his arms, his gaze suddenly fixed on the northernmost part of the arena. where, amidst the prominent figures of the family, sat a solitary, stern middle-aged man, Tokugawa Shinku. The current head of the Tokugawa family, and also the father of this body. A complex expression crossed Tokugawa Mideo's face. Regarding this nominal father, he felt no warmth whatsoever. His sense of estrangement stemmed not only from his origins in another world, but also from the memories he had inherited. Why? Why does father never teach me the ways of the samurai? A 5 or 6-year-old boy, with red hair, hung his head. Struggling to suppress the tears welling in his eyes, his gaze filled with helplessness. Before him stood a youth with a cold demeanor, who merely smiled derisively at the boy's words. The secret techniques of the Tokugawa warriors are not something everyone can practice, young Master Mideo. His voice was light, yet it sent tremors through the boy's body. For the first time in his life, he found the courage to look up at the towering figure before him and shouted, "Am I not my father's child? Am I not a descendant of the Tokugawa family? Why can my brothers train, but I cannot?" The indifferent youth was momentarily taken aback, gazing with surprise at the small figure, whose eyes now reflected a hint of defiance. Just as he was about to respond, a deep voice resonated from behind. "There is no reason." A cold-faced middle-aged man approached slowly, dismissively waving his hand to send away the indifferent youth, then fixing his icy gaze upon the boy. The boy, feeling as though that gaze pierced through the air and permeated his flesh, lowered his head in silence, overwhelmed. The middle-aged man remained expressionless for a moment before slowly walking away, leaving behind a mere whisper, "You can never become a warrior. You can never become a warrior. You can never become a warrior." This succinct phrase became an incantation in the boy's heart. Though he possessed a timid nature, within him resided an extraordinary, silent tenacity. From that day forth, he secretly observed the training of the Tokugawa clan's descendants, imitating their practices, yet his aimless endeavors only led to countless injuries. Ultimately, he even lost his life. Tokugawa Mud pursed his lips, suddenly breaking into a cold smile as he loudly addressed the still-kneeling Tokugawa Jink, master of the house. "Might I inquire whether I can become a warrior of the Tokugawa clan?" With that, his somewhat diminutive form took a bold step forward, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if a fierce aura erupted from above Tokugawa Mud, enveloping the surrounding space. The expressions of the Tokugawa clan's descendants changed instantly. From the younger generation to the elders, all were struck with shock and disbelief. Even the mere appearance of Tokugawa Mud, who had overturned rumors, did not elicit such astonishment. This is energy. Is it possible? Has such a young child grasped the secret of energy? A prodigy. A talent seldom seen in a decade. Beyond young Master K, young Master Mud has also comprehended the essence of energy. What an extraordinary achievement. Tokugawa Mud's countenance remained icy as he fixed his gaze upon Tokugawa Jink, the biological father of this body, his cellular power gradually retracting. The so-called energy of the warrior is an essence attained through arduous training, a refinement of the physical body, belonging purely to cellular strength. In contrast, the chakra of a ninja encompasses both cellular and mental forces, making the manipulation of cellular strength a relatively simple task for those who comprehend chakra. However, the warrior's energy, honed through years of practice, is immensely powerful and condensed, a feat ordinary ninjas cannot compare to. Conversely, the physical body's cellular strength is inherently limited, while chakra can be refined and stored within, continuously enhancing its potency. Thus, in this world, the might of ninjas far surpasses that of warriors. At that moment, the courtyard was eerily silent, as nearly all the Tokugawa clan's descendants gazed intently at Tokugawa Jink. Witnessing this scene, Tokugawa Jink's expression shifted abruptly, his countenance darkening. "Humph." He let out a low, disdainful grunt, his tall, slightly gaunt figure rising slowly, his gaze still cold, unwavering as it met the fearless eyes of Tokugawa Mud. The clan's warriors represent honor. Beyond mere strength, one must contribute to the clan to be bestowed the title of warrior. You are still unqualified. Unqualified. Cold and stern words reverberated through the courtyard, causing many of the elder members of the Tokugawa family to furrow their brows in confusion as they gazed at Tokugawa Jink. In the family, when an exceptionally talented descendant emerged, they were typically bestowed with the title of samurai, not only as encouragement for the outstanding heir, but also to ignite a spirit of rivalry among the other juniors. It was akin to how Tokugawa Yasunori was granted the samurai title in his youth. Among his peers, only one individual was afforded such a privilege. Clearly, within this generation of Tokugawa, that distinction belonged to Tokugawa Yasunori. Now, as Tokugawa Mud suddenly displayed talents far surpassing those of Tokugawa Yasunori, It was evident that Jinx still held Yasunori's status in far greater esteem as he continued to refer to family regulations. Furthermore, I recall that you have never undergone samurai training. How then do you possess such remarkable skills? This perplexed me, ignoring the sympathetic gazes of the family elders. Tokugawa Jinx slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his expression turning icy as he inquired. Ha! Ha ha! Tokugawa Mud silently chuckled. Although he had his speculations regarding Jinx's response, he now truly felt the chill of indifference within this family and the cold tone of his father. A ninja. Perhaps venturing directly to Konoha would arouse considerable suspicion. Yet in the original narrative, Konoha seemed to maintain a decent relationship with the Uzumaki clan. Thus, he ought not to be treated too poorly. His desire to partake in this selection was not merely to become a ninja, but rather a form of compensation for the past grievances endured by Tokugawa Mud. It seemed, however, that this was nothing but a distant hope. With a long sigh, Mud resumed a demeanor of languid indifference, a cold smile returning to his visage, seemingly unfazed by Jinx's inquiry as he turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Tokugawa Jinx's brow knitted tightly as he fixed his gaze upon Mud's retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment before a look of bewilderment crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by clarity. Many elder members of the Tokugawa family cast regretful glances at Mud, yet a greater number of the younger generation harbored an undercurrent of disdain. What does it matter if one is a genius? Without the approval of the head of the family, they hold no standing whatsoever. Just as Mud reached the periphery of the crowd, a hand abruptly descended upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, a carefree youthful voice rang out. What a splendid performance. Tokugawa Mud whipped around suddenly, his body instinctively tensing as a sharp chakra surged within him. A faint voice of curiosity whispered near his ear, followed by the sensation of the hand on his shoulder gradually retracting. The chakra he had unleashed seemed to dissipate against an impervious barrier, fading away in an instant. At this moment, the members of the Tokugawa family became aware that, unbeknownst to them, 3 strangely garbed figures had materialized within the crowd. Cloaked in black and adorned with fox masks, these enigmatic figures seemed to dissolve into the rain-soaked shadows. They quietly stood in the dimness of the crowd, now stepping forward, evoking an almost ghostly presence. A slightly shorter figure clad in a black robe revealed only a single eye beneath a mask, casting a puzzled glance at Tokugawa Madeo. His right hand moved subtly, causing a flurry of tiny fabric particles to drift downwards. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed the black-robed figure's gaze before he naturally lowered his arm. At that moment, the elders of the Tokugawa clan, along with the previously sullen Tokugawa Jinx, rose hurriedly from their seats. It was the arrival of 3 esteemed ninjas from Konoha. Tokugawa Jinx's demeanor softened as he spoke calmly, yet his succinct statement ignited an immediate fervor within the quiet courtyard. Well, they're ninjas. Our Konoha ninjas from the land of fire. Could their attire signify that they are members of the legendary Anbu? When did they arrive? How do we not sense them at all? The younger generation, filled with excitement, struggled to contain their enthusiasm, even the usually aloof Tokugawa Yasu and the grim Tokugawa Jiren. Tokugawa Madeo suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 figures before him. Konoha ninjas, hailing from the most formidable ninja village in the world. Konoha, renowned as the strongest sanctum of ninjas in the land of fire and beyond, holds an unparalleled position within the military framework of the land of fire. While the Tokugawa family merely governs a marginal town, their status and strength vastly inferior. Although the armed forces of various nations are nominally under the leadership of their respective ninja villages, the land of fire is no exception. Confronted with the envious and yearning expressions of the Tokugawa family, the 3 ninjas seemed accustomed to such reactions. The one on the left slowly produced a sealed scroll from beneath his black robe, his raspy voice resonating throughout the courtyard. By order of the daimyo, a ninja selection has been made, and the Tokugawa family is granted 3 slots for Konoha's genin. As his words fell, not only the younger generation but even the clan elders were struck with astonishment and excitement. 3 slots. We have 3 this time. An elderly man with graying hair stood behind Tokugawa Jinx, smiling as he spoke to himself. Simultaneously, Tokugawa Jinx revealed a relaxed smile, addressing the slightly shorter ninja in the middle. Thank you, Lord Fourth Hokage. Hige, the Tokugawa family has guarded the border with great merit, and both the daimyo and the Hokage have personally nominated you. However, he paused momentarily, straightened his posture, and spoke solemnly. Not everyone can become a ninja. Even a genin. His voice, youthful yet serious, conveyed a palpable intensity, almost as if the scent of blood lingered in the air. At that moment, the ninja suddenly placed a hand on Tokugawa Madeo's shoulder, as he had done before, gently squeezing it without Madeo sensing a thing. Then, he uttered a statement that astonished the Tokugawa clan even further. Yet, his strength indeed qualifies him to become a genin. I wonder why the clan leader did not permit him to participate. The words of the man in the black robe were excessively youthful, yet his tone bore an almost indifferent somberness. Under his intense gaze, Tokugawa Nobuyasu furrowed his brow, recalling certain rumors about this individual. An instinctive premonition subtly sensed the abyss-like chill emanating from the shadowed position of the black-robed man's left eye, tightening his heart, though his expression revealed nothing. He merely flickered, stating, according to clan regulations, he simply lacks the qualifications to participate. Oh, is that so? He chuckled, scratching his head, his tone reverting to a more languid demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, if that is the case, then I shall grant him one of my recommendation slots. That poses no issue, does it, Captain? The recommendation slot must be reported to the Hokage afterward. As soon as the words left his mouth, another black-clad ninja inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, do not worry. I am aware. With a wave of his hand, he turned to the visibly conflicted Tokugawa Nobuyasu and asked, under these circumstances, can he participate? I will recommend him in my capacity as a genin. Genin. The members of the Tokugawa family gasped in astonishment. Gazing incredulously at the slightly shorter black-robed ninja, their expressions momentarily frozen. A genin, even among the formidable ranks of ninjas, is a figure of the highest caliber, rumored to wield the immense power capable of rending the earth asunder. A single genin could effortlessly obliterate this peripheral town. Tokugawa Nobuyasu's expression shifted as he finally sighed. If that is the case, Tokugawa Mud possesses the qualifications to participate, and moreover, he can be directly selected to become a Konoha ninja. No. The black-robed man suddenly waved his hand. Then with a hint of amusement remarked, I am merely intrigued by him. He can only possess the qualification to participate. Even with my recommendation, he cannot become a genin. That is my meaning. Well, all right then. Tokugawa Nobuyasu nodded helplessly, gesturing for everyone to return to the observation platform. Why do you recommend me? I suspect it is not merely interest. Tokugawa Mud remarked, observing the approaching figure of the black-robed ninja. The figure paused momentarily, and a voice imbued with a languid quality drifted over. You are mistaken. My interest extends beyond mere curiosity, for I am fascinated by the essence you embody. The sharpness of wind chakra and the weight of earth chakra. What could this be? Tokugawa Mud's expression abruptly shifted, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the receding silhouette. The prior words were a manifestation of mental prowess, a skill reserved for those possessing formidable spiritual strength and minute control. Furthermore, Tokugawa Mud was astonished by the implications of what was expressed. Something special? The sharpness of wind chakra and the weight of earth chakra? Could it be my metallic chakra? He is capable of perceiving the chakra within me. Is this the power of a genin? Stronger than even Uncle Tokugawa. Tokugawa Mud pressed his lips together, a grave expression settling upon his features. Upon concluding his remarks, the black-robed man waved his hand behind him, calling out with a smile, Do not disappoint me, Tokugawa Mud. Tokugawa Madeo approached the young contestants with an unwavering demeanor, choosing to remain silent in response to the inquiries from the figure clad in black robes. He meticulously speculated on the identity of this enigmatic individual. As a formidable time traveler, he could easily recognize the powerful ninjas from the world of Naruto. However, the concealed attire of the Konoha Umbu left him at a loss. Yet, there seemed to be but one ninja in Konoha who donned such an outfit, revealing only his right eye. Based on age estimation, that individual was merely 15 years old. Suddenly, Tokugawa Madeo narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly as a subtle wave of mental energy began to diffuse into the air. At this distance, it should suffice. He silently focused, inching his mental force closer, employing the methods of his past life to approach that shadowy figure. In a hushed moment, the figure seemed to sense something and abruptly turned, revealing half of a face obscured by a fox mask. In an instant, Tokugawa Madeo's mental energy penetrated through the mask's shroud. A powerful force of mental energy countered his own, momentarily pushing it back, yet in that fleeting instant, he caught sight of a blood-red eye amidst the darkness. A mesmerizingly crimson gaze, exuding an aura of coldness and stillness. Surrounding the blood-red pupil were 3 dark comma-shaped markings. It was the Sharingan, the legendary and unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan, renowned as the strongest family. It was him, the elite jonin of Konoha. Famously known as the first technician, Kakashi. Tokugawa Madeo gazed in astonishment at the figure that mirrored his own glance, feelings of complexity and confusion washing over him. The striking silver hair and the crescent moon smile that he recalled from comics now vividly materialized before him. Although he understood that this was an absurd world, perhaps existing within an unknown spatio-temporal realm, the impact on Tokugawa Madeo remained profound. This world was rife with uncertainties, teeming with perplexities. Just like this reality, familiar yet foreign. Absurd yet astonishing occurrences unfolded around him. "Captain, what is it?" A voice beside him roused the figure in black robes from his reverie. A hint of puzzlement gracing his lips as he turned back, languidly waving his hand. What a curious fluctuation. It resembles the Byakugan, yet he clearly lacks that bloodline. How strange. Contemplating this mystery, the figure in black followed Tokugawa Shinkyo to take a seat at the northern end of the arena. What is so remarkable about that child? One of the black-robed figures inquired hesitantly, his voice barely audible, observing the calm demeanor of Tokugawa Madeo. Kakashi, with his right eye concealed beneath the fox mask, slowly shifted his gaze to Tokugawa Madeo, stating, "He possesses a unique chakra, rare yet exceptional." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at his right palm, which had previously encountered the impact of Tokugawa Madeo's chakra, revealing a faint crimson mark. No wonder the captain recommended him. He indeed possesses an extraordinary aura. Another previously silent black-robed ninja nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with a spark of interest beneath his mask. Red hair, red eyes. It is indeed inappropriate for this to solely pertain to the descendants of the Tokugawa clan. Their lineage lacks such a history. At this juncture, he abruptly ceased speaking, enveloped in silence. A lineage? History, indeed. It appears you possess considerable knowledge of the Tokugawa clan. Kakashi emitted a calm chuckle, his gaze gradually settling upon him. The cloaked ninja's expression remained concealed beneath his mask, rendering his emotions indiscernible, yet his form stood motionless, akin to a wooden post. Alas, it seems that individuals from your background are all rather alike. I shan't concern myself with you. However, this young lad is ill-suited for a life of darkness. This point, you must comprehend. Surrounding the arena, numerous members of the Tokugawa clan had yet to recover from the shock of the Jonin title, creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. In contrast, the younger generation appeared surprisingly composed, although a few cast resentful glances at Tokugawa Mud. Whispers circulated among them. This fellow is extraordinarily fortunate, having been recommended by a Jonin. Even if he has been recommended, it is of little consequence. He is merely a child who has never seen the battlefield. What does it matter if he possesses some degree of strength? Yet, he seems exceptionally formidable. I wonder if he might faint at the sight of blood. If that were the case, it would indeed be a disgrace to the Tokugawa clan. A few youths laughed mockingly, their gazes tinged with jealousy and coldness. Tokugawa Mud's displayed prowess appeared to have surpassed all of theirs, earning him the esteemed recommendation from a Konoha Jonin. Thus, it was almost certain that he would become a Konoha Jonin and be taken to the sacred land of the Fire Nation. With only 3 available slots, one had already been claimed, and Tokugawa Kei would undoubtedly secure another. Only 1 slot remained, which incited a frenzy of jealousy among those who had once looked down upon and even bullied Tokugawa Mud. Tokugawa Mud roused from his contemplation of Kakashi's intricate emotions. Casting a fleeting glance at the envious expressions surrounding him, he smiled coldly and closed his eyes. Tokugawa Jink observed the diminutive figure below, a flicker of complexity crossing his countenance, yet ultimately, he sighed, regaining his composure, his voice resonating softly. By the decree of the daimyo and the orders of Lord Hokage, the selection of elite youths under the age of 16 commences. Begin. As Tokugawa Jink's words fell, the previously tumultuous crowd fell into a sudden stillness, only to erupt in excitement moments later. They lived on the fringes of the Fire Nation, embroiled in perpetual conflict with neighboring adversaries. Teetering on the brink of life and death, their yearning for power was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Undoubtedly, becoming a ninja is the optimal path to acquiring strength. From this day forth, the Tokugawa clan shall grow ever more robust. A middle-aged samurai clenched his remaining fist tightly. With only one arm, the other sleeve fluttered before him, signifying his destitution, yet his face flushed with fervor. Gratitude to the Fourth Hokage, and gratitude to the daimyo. At some point, someone began to cheer loudly. igniting the fervent crowd. Amidst this celebration, the selection process of the Tokugawa clan officially commenced. A middle-aged man, possessing an icy demeanor and a lean physique, ascended the arena with deliberate slowness. His piercing gaze swept across the gathered crowd, and his voice sliced through the air like a blade. "The rules are simple," he declared. "Two competitors will face off. The victor remains while the vanquished departs. Those who achieve 10 consecutive victories shall earn a coveted spot. As for the order of combat, that is for you to determine." With that, he gradually retreated from the stage, positioning himself below to observe the suddenly hushed assembly of youth. The selection criteria were stark and devoid of embellishment, yet they were imbued with a chilling aura of danger. Nevertheless, the group of youngsters began to stir with a palpable excitement. Some among them flushed crimson, their eyes glinting with a murderous intent. These were the elite scions meticulously chosen from the many offspring of the Tokugawa clan, each having survived multiple brushes with death, effectively emerging from the clutches of mortality itself. At this moment, their blood surged with fervor. Suddenly, a live figure broke through the final curtain of rain, soaring onto the stage. The droplets from the sky gradually receded, revealing a faint glimmer of light from the depths of the clouds that illuminated him. With disheveled hair and an air of distinction, he stood tall, cradling a cold sword sheath. Tokugawa Yasu. His gaze remained as frosty and composed as ever. In an instant, another figure leaped onto the stage, landing on the opposite side. This was a robust youth, his long hair cascading over his face, wielding an astonishingly large long sword that spanned 2 palms in width and 4 feet in length. Resting on his shoulder, from beneath his wild locks, a pair of wolf-like eyes emerged, fixated intently on Tokugawa Yasu, cold and domineering. At the forefront of the arena, 3 ninjas from the Konoha Umbu could not suppress the brightness in their eyes. In this moment, they seemed to realize that despite the Tokugawa clan's lack of significant contributions during the Third Shinobi World War, the Hokage would still generously grant this warrior family 3 coveted spots. This was a formidable lineage. Even their youthful offspring exhibited extraordinary prowess. While this power may appear feeble in their eyes for now, once they embraced the training of a ninja, they would undoubtedly ascend, transforming into a force to be reckoned with. It was a curious form of training. Beneath the guise of a fox mask, blood-red eyes slowly turned, fixating intently on the 2 youths in the arena. As the sky gradually cleared, a cascade of brilliance poured down, and the 2 competitors nodded to one another before springing into action. With a resounding crash, the heavy sound of impact echoed through the air. The stout youth furrowed his brow, sensing a tremendous force that caused his body to sway slightly. "Yasu, your strength remains formidable," he grunted, feeling a sudden tingling in his arm. His pupils constricted, and a fierce smile crept across his face. "But on this day, I shall not yield easily." With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful burst, shattering the clash of blades, and once more swung his massive sword down towards Tokugawa Yasu's neck with ferocity. Tokugawa Yasu consistently maintained a demeanor of tranquility, even in the face of his opponent's sudden outburst, unwavering in his cold gaze. With a swift motion, the robust youth's attack proved futile, as Tokugawa Yasu effortlessly evaded it, demonstrating remarkable agility. He raised his blade with a flourish, delivering a diagonal strike. His hand remained steady, and an inexplicable aura coursed through him, causing his weapon to ignite with a brilliant radiance. This luminous glow directly clashed with his adversary's massive long sword, revealing, amidst the flickering light, a dim and unremarkable blade. This weapon lacked brilliance, appearing rather dull and unadorned, its surface marred by patches reminiscent of rusted scales. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly discarded rusted sword that elicited gasps from the crowd below. The cold night blade. A subtle stir rippled through the Tokugawa clan, indicating that despite the blade's unrefined appearance, it bore an extraordinary heritage. Humph! How could this sword, belonging to the clan leader, be bestowed upon my elder brother? Tokugawa Shuren's countenance darkened as he fixated on the rusted sword in Tokugawa Yasu's grasp, revealing a trace of envy. The cold night iron blade, with its chilling brilliance soaring through the skies. One of the elder clan members could not help but squint, then turned to Tokugawa Jinkatsu, inquiring, "Has Yasu already achieved the accumulation of energy?" "Indeed." Tokugawa Jinkatsu nodded slowly, casting a glance at Tokugawa Yasu in the arena, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He was immensely proud of this son, not only for his remarkable talent and swordsmanship, but also for having cultivated the warrior's spirit at the tender age of 14. Furthermore, his temperament was calm and resilient, indicative of a potential future champion. As for Tokugawa Jinkatsu shifted his gaze to Tokugawa Madeo in the audience. his brows furrowing slightly. The energy he sensed from this sun was not that of a warrior's spirit. It lacked the concentrated purity, instead exuding a richer and more mysterious essence, reminiscent of a special kind of energy, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He has ultimately been guided onto that path. Tokugawa Jinkatsu pondered silently. Meanwhile, three-leaf village ninjas observed quietly from the sidelines, unaware of the central figure, a cloaked ninja, whose blood-red eyes spun continuously beneath his mask, revealing a look of astonishment. In those captivating pupils, Tokugawa Yasu radiated an aura akin to raging flames, brimming with explosive power. The ability to refine one's cellular strength to such an extent seemed to transcend the ordinary techniques of ninjutsu. Indeed, the Tokugawa clan was no ordinary lineage. Kakashi, concealed beneath his mask, experienced a shift in expression, gradually ceasing the use of his Sharingan. Merely watching would not unveil the method of this energy's genesis. Instead, it would only deplete his mental fortitude, rendering the effort fruitless. Below the arena, Tokugawa Madeo's expression flickered slightly. His mental acuity was exceptionally sharp. The intensity of Tokugawa Yasu's warrior spirit was as vibrant as a fireball, with his physical strength surging dramatically. This evidently belonged to the unique refining techniques of the Tokugawa lineage, and in his memories, there was no record of such a method. Clearly, he did not possess the prerequisites to attain this technique. Upon this reflection, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes flickered with a serene expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. I possess the art of chakra refinement and a metallic physique. What can such mere elemental energy accomplish? Today marks the day when Tokugawa Madeo shall earn his renown within the Tokugawa clan, and his efforts will bear fruit. He then slowly closed his eyes, choosing to refrain from watching Tokugawa Ko's match. Upon the arena, the burly youth had ceased his assault, gradually regulating his breath and slowly channeling his energy. Yet it was evident that he had not yet cultivated the spirit of a warrior. Observing the cold, detached countenance of Tokugawa Ko and the inexplicable aura emanating from him, a momentary hesitation flickered across his face. However, with a fierce roar, he lunged forward with great ferocity. Should he concede defeat in this battle, he would forfeit the chance to pursue his dreams, perhaps never to soar in the vast world beyond. Thus, even with the odds stacked against him, retreat was not an option. With a whoosh, the massive blade sliced through the air, a mournful wind trailing as it aimed for Tokugawa Ko's neck, its force even more formidable than before. Humph! Tokugawa Ko's expression turned cold. The gleam of his cold night blade flashed like a phantom, interposing itself before him to block the incoming onslaught. Simultaneously, his other hand struck with the ferocity of a hammer, landing a heavy blow upon the chest of the unprepared burly youth. Bang! The force of the punch was tremendous, and a faint crack of bones echoed in the air. The impact sent the burly youth staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth. With a swift motion, Tokugawa Ko unleashed his cold night blade once more, retracting it gracefully before his opponent could react. Clang! The massive blade fell to the ground at Tokugawa Ko's feet, producing a dull thud. In an instant, the burly youth's body was drenched in crimson, blood spraying forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet he did not perish. His limbs rendered momentarily immobile. He bore an expression of agony. "I have lost," he rasped, filled with regret. Tokugawa Ko maintained a somber demeanor, casting not a glance at the pale youth, instead delivering a clear yet subtly ominous statement to those below the arena. "This is no mere selection. It is not a game. Should you falter, humph?" His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept over the onlookers, revealing a glint of confidence. The crowd followed his line of sight, settling upon a figure that appeared somewhat diminutive. Have you truly lost your certainty of victory?" Tokugawa Madeo slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the youth in the arena. "Do you genuinely believe I have never encountered bloodshed before?" A cold smile crept across his lips, radiating an icy aura that enveloped him, provoking astonished glances from those present. At that moment, two servants of the Tokugawa family ascended the stage to carry the severely injured burly youth away for medical attention. Alone remained Tokugawa Ko, standing resolutely as if the preceding conflict had drained little of his vitality, showing not a trace of fatigue. The indifferent middle-aged man stood at the foot of the stage and slowly declared, "Tokugawa Kyo, accumulate a match. Continue, or take a break." "No need." Tokugawa Kyo coldly waved his hand, opting to remain in the fray. He was self-assured, even though Tokugawa Madeo had previously displayed an astonishing warrior spirit and exceptional physical prowess. Nonetheless, he chose to persist, clearly yearning for a confrontation with him. He aimed to prove that among the younger generation, he, Tokugawa Kyo, still reigned supreme. Tokugawa Madeo smirked coldly but chose not to take the stage, remaining in his position. Meanwhile, a profound silence enveloped the crowd of youth. The robust boy who had just competed possessed formidable strength and ranked highly among them. Yet he was swiftly defeated by Tokugawa Kyo, which struck a heavy blow to their spirits. The fervent battle zeal that had previously ignited within them began to wane as each individual pondered deeply, awaiting someone to challenge Tokugawa Kyo and exhaust him, thereby creating an opportunity for victory in the end. Given Tokugawa Kyo's customary arrogance, it was highly probable that he would engage in 10 consecutive battles. Among the 46 Tokugawa disciples participating in the selection, only 3 fortunate individuals would earn the recognition of the Hidden Leaf Village, advancing to the rank of a genin. Furthermore, they would have the rare opportunity to train in the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, a chance that arose only once every decade. Every young contender remained silent, as the previously robust boy had now lost this opportunity and would evidently be unable to perform at full capacity in the upcoming battles due to his injuries. This was advantageous for everyone, eliciting no sympathy but rather a sense of relief. Each participant was a rival, and Tokugawa Kyo had deliberately injured the robust boy to intimidate his opponents, instilling unease in the hearts of the top contenders, who hesitated to step forward. Instead, they pressured the less likely candidates to take the stage, thereby facilitating Tokugawa Kyo's advancement. In the stands before the arena, a calm atmosphere prevailed. The struggles of the young Tokugawa disciples were nurtured through indulgence. Any trials or tribulations were solely borne by themselves, with no one to intervene. This was the crucible that forged truly elite disciples. At this moment, a younger boy, unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly ascended the stage, preparing for a second bout against Tokugawa Kyo. Contrary to expectations, he did not concede defeat. Instead, he launched a final desperate attack, brandishing his long sword and charging at Tokugawa Kyo. Yet, the disparity in strength was immense. The skirmish lasted but a brief moment before the boy was effortlessly dispatched from the stage. Fortunately, Tokugawa Kyo refrained from inflicting serious harm this time, resulting in only minor scrapes. This brought a flicker of joy to some of the youths, realizing the effectiveness of this approach. Was this selection process truly what constituted elite disciples? Tokugawa Madeo observed coldly, harboring disdain in his heart for Tokugawa Kyo's behavior on the stage, which seemed akin to merely racking up points. Humph. If you are unwilling to accept this, you can certainly go up and experience it for yourself, a boy remarked, revealing a peculiar smile as he mocked. There would indeed be a time for him to learn, and it would be at the peak of his prowess. Tokugawa Madeo cast a calm gaze towards Kakashi perched above in the stands. At this moment, Kakashi, a character from the original narrative, piqued his interest more than the ongoing competition. In his youth, Kakashi was undeniably a prodigy, far surpassing his peers. Whether as a disciple of the Fourth Hokage or as the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi achieved the rank of Jonin at an astonishingly young age. Even entering the Umbu, such accomplishments were nothing short of remarkable. At this juncture, Kakashi was at the pinnacle of his life, although he had lost a dear friend. His demeanor did not reflect the coldness and ruthlessness depicted during his younger years in the original text. Clearly, the incident that would profoundly affect his life had yet to occur. The tragic act of slaying Rin, controlled by Genjutsu, not only altered the fates of the two, but also propelled another man into an endless abyss. Ultimately, aside from the hidden Uchiha ancestor, it could be asserted that this future incident guided the destiny of the Naruto world for many years to come. At present, Tokugawa Madeo harbored no intentions of altering this world. The forthcoming events were precisely when the Naruto storyline unfolded, a time he was most familiar with. His former mindset was to seize every opportunity to grow stronger and live better, until he regained his peak power. He could not impede the relentless tide of this world as progression. Strength. It still feels somewhat lacking, he murmured softly as he exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, in the arena, Tokugawa Kei had already achieved an impressive 4 consecutive victories, with this bout marking the 5th. A shadow darted forward as a brilliant light erupted. The sharp sound of a blade shattering resonated through the air. Indeed, the cold night blade wielded by Tokugawa Kei was extraordinary. After only 3 clashes, it had cleaved through his opponent's longsword, forcing a defeat. This cold night blade is truly as sharp as the legends suggest, capable of slicing through the very night, let alone mere iron. However, this was excessive. How could the head of the family bestow such a weapon upon him? Yet, One might argue that even without the Cold Night Blade, could anyone truly defeat young Master K? I dare say, even the second son, Tokugawa Genin, would find it impossible. Beside them, Tokugawa Genin listened to the surrounding murmurings, his expression growing increasingly somber as he clenched his fists. Though he had resolved to forego the opportunity to become a ninja in favor of inheriting the family legacy. The fact that Tokugawa Shin-kei had entrusted the Cold Night Blade to Tokugawa Kei bore significant implications. It indicated that, in his father's eyes, he could never be compared to Tokugawa Kei. This must mean, in my father's view, I am no different from that fellow, insignificant. Tokugawa Genin pondered, a wave of despondency washing over him. Glancing at the composed Tokugawa Madeo, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. Bang! On the arena, another figure stumbled and fell. Tokugawa Yasushi, having accumulated 7 consecutive victories, faced a choice: rest or continue. A middle-aged man in the audience, his expression unchanged and cold, inquired. No need. Huffing. Tokugawa Yasushi finally caught his breath, revealing a hint of fatigue and a sheen of sweat upon his brow. This sight brightened the eyes of the young spectators. Yasushi was the foremost among the younger generation, having early on cultivated the spirit of a samurai. Though Tokugawa Madeo had previously demonstrated a certain intimidation, it was evident in their hearts that the threat posed by Yasushi was far greater. With a swift motion, the next challenger ascended the stage, displaying no hesitation, clearly filled with hope for victory. Meanwhile, several youths preparing to take the stage furrowed their brows, momentarily pausing. This scene elicited a slight smirk from Yasushi, who revealed a chilling smile. He uttered not a single word, merely gripping the Cold Night Blade in his hand. Today, he aimed to present an undeniably invincible demeanor before the eyes of the Konoha elite, thereby solidifying his reputation as a genius. The spectators below would merely serve as his backdrop. This was a moment his father, Tokugawa Shinku, had long anticipated, disregarding the opinions of certain clan elders to bestow upon him the divine weapon in his grasp. With this blade, he would vanquish all adversaries. This was his unwavering belief in invincibility. For the first time since ascending the platform, Tokugawa Yasushi let out a thunderous roar, his complexion unusually flushed. A powerful energy brewed within his physique, the atmosphere growing increasingly formidable. Impressive, young man, a covertly impressed voice emerged from the left, belonging to one of the 3 Konoha Umbu ninjas. This elicited a faint smile from the elder members of the Tokugawa clan. This child is truly serious. We are of the same lineage, yet he has surpassed expectations, chuckled the elder with graying whiskers, though his tone conveyed admiration, subtly indicating that Yasushi had only now begun to exhibit his full potential, having previously held back in earlier matches. Indeed, this child has grown somewhat arrogant. Some other elders chimed in, their faces adorned with smiles. Oh, at that moment, even the calmest of the ninjas scrutinized Tokugawa Yasushi, nodding in acknowledgement, compared to before. His strength has doubled. Truly a remarkable descendant of the Tokugawa clan. Indeed, he possesses the qualities of an exceptional ninja. Kakashi, seated in the center, remarked with a placid nod. At this juncture, the expression of Tokugawa Yasushi had transformed entirely. His gaze flickered with a tumultuous blend of fervor and icy resolve as he launched his first assault against his opponent. In this moment, Yasushi was ferocious, his usual cold demeanor starkly contrasting with his current intensity. The Cold Night Blade in his hand shimmered with radiant energy, swiftly aiming for his opponent's face. His formidable presence was so overwhelming that it caused the opposing youth to pale, his hand trembling with the weight of the long sword. Fortunately, he was also one of the elite scions of the Tokugawa family. At a critical moment, he swiftly raised his long blade to parry the incoming strike. Bang! A resounding clash echoed, piercing to the ears, reminiscent not of 2 swords colliding, but rather of 2 iron rods violently colliding, imbued with a raw, forceful energy. The anguished cry reverberated throughout the arena, as Tokugawa Yasushi's opponent seemed to be struck by a rampaging bison, his body flying into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground below the stage. His face turned pale, hands marred by gaping wounds, with blood staining the twisted remnants of his long blade. A wave of astonished gasps arose. Nearly everyone present stared in disbelief at the young lad who remained steadfast upon the stage, though merely 13 years of age. The fierce aura he exuded left even the seasoned warriors breathless. At that moment, his gaze was not directed downwards. Instead, he closed his eyes to regulate his rapid breathing, clearly having expended considerable energy in that explosive instant. Below the stage, Tokugawa Madeo observed with a calm demeanor, his mind replaying the moment of the two swords' clash. Ping, ping, ping. It was not a single strike, but three. The swiftness of Tokugawa Yasushi was so remarkable that the three successive impacts coalesced into a singular, violent force, propelling his adversary from the arena with both sound and might. Impressive. Aside from Tokugawa Madeo, only Tokugawa Jujin among the younger generation bore a glint of admiration in his eyes, lacking Madeo's extraordinary mental acuity and keen perception. He could not discern the precise details of the encounter, yet that fleeting moment rekindled memories of his last bout with Yasushi. The same sensation. It must surely have been the same technique. On that occasion, he too had suffered defeat. Just as he had over the years, his elder brother remained far ahead in the path of a warrior's training. This ignited within him a mix of resentment and helplessness. Tokugawa Yasushi, victorious in 8 consecutive matches. The cold voice of the middle-aged man sliced through the hearts of the younger generation. The few boys who had been slightly slower to challenge bore expressions of relief. Although Yasushi might have exhausted some stamina, his prowess remained terrifyingly formidable, swiftly casting down a worthy opponent with brutal efficiency. This was still a source of intimidation, a stark reminder to them all. For a prolonged moment, no one dared to ascend the stage, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. After a brief interval, the middle-aged man finally displayed a hint of impatience, calling out, "If there are no challengers, then Tokugawa Yasushi shall advance directly and secure a place." The audience remained silent, clearly indicating that, after all this time, no one wished to provoke Yasushi. Instead, they silently hoped he would quickly advance and exit the stage, allowing someone else a chance. However, just as the middle-aged man prepared to signal for Yasushi's advancement, a calm voice resonated through the air. It was Tokugawa Madeo. Ignoring the middle-aged man's displeasure and the surrounding gazes of astonishment, mockery, and confusion, Madeo steadily approached the arena, gathering his strength before leaping onto the stage. As the eyes opened, Tokugawa Yasumaki, with a demeanor of indifference, felt the resonance of his spirit. Initially, he had believed that this final encounter would be a duel with you. Yet to his surprise, no one dared to step forward. How unfortunate! Tokugawa Muto tilted his head slightly, shaking it in a somewhat pitiable manner. Indeed, it is regrettable. You are on the verge of securing a place, after all. You are one of the few among the younger generation capable of harnessing energy. Nevertheless, despite this, I shall emerge victorious. No one can obstruct my path. Tokugawa Yasumaki's expression remained apathetic, yet his complexion flushed, and the aura of the cold night blade in his hand grew increasingly formidable. Even if you are what I refer to as my brother. Humph. At this juncture, a peculiar sensation washed over Tokugawa Yasumaki. The figure before him, though sharing the same noble blood of the Tokugawa lineage, emanated an aura of chilling detachment. Although he did not torment Tokugawa Muto as often as Tokugawa Shuren did, he too felt a profound disapproval of the other. Yet, at this moment, it was this brother, whom he had long overlooked, who suddenly possessed a strength that seemed capable of rivaling his own, leaving Tokugawa Yasumaki astonished. A subtle, invisible wind began to swirl between the two, tousling their hair. In that instant, both figures sprang into action. There were no extravagant techniques. Their initial clash was a contest of sheer strength and speed. In a heartbeat, they exchanged dozens of blows, the resonating sound of metal ringing out across the arena, capturing the astonished gazes and admiration of the onlookers. As they retreated, Tokugawa Yasumaki suddenly paused, his face displaying surprise as he gazed at the weapon in Tokugawa Muto's hand. What is that? Words could scarcely encapsulate the strangeness and astonishment swelling within Tokugawa Yasumaki. In Tokugawa Muto's grasp was a wooden sword, and moreover, a broken one at that. A weapon typically wielded for training among the Tokugawa descendants. At this moment, how could it withstand over a dozen strikes from the renowned Cold Night blade without shattering? Onlookers cast bewildered glances at Tokugawa Muto, questioning how he achieved such a feat. Previously, he had concealed the wooden sword behind him, sheathed, and no one had doubted it. Yet now, as the sword was unsheathed, there was no expected cold, ethereal blade, only a rough wooden sword. Oh, what can I say? I lack the proper warrior's equipment. I must make do with what I have. Is your weapon truly rusted, incapable of even cleaving wood? Tokugawa Muto uttered this explanation in a light tone, nearly causing everyone to faint. How could the Cold Night blade possibly rust? How could it fail to sever wood? Meanwhile, above the arena, Kakashi had unwittingly activated his Sharingan once more. Aside from him, no one noticed the faint glimmer of a small golden needle nestled within the grip of Tokugawa Muto's sword. It was this golden needle that dispersed a subtle aura throughout the blade, engendering a remarkable transformation, enabling it to withstand the razor-sharp edge of the cold night blade. It seemed that it was a chakra even sharper than wind-type chakra. Kakashi's expression was peculiar. Within that subtle aura, he discerned the genuine essence of chakra. Despite having experienced it firsthand previously, he found it difficult to fully grasp, momentarily astonished as he raised his right hand to examine the faint wound in his palm. Lost in contemplation. This chakra bore no resemblance to the traditional 5 elemental properties, nor did it exhibit the characteristics of any known mixed chakra. What manner of power was this? Could it be something concealed by the Tokugawa family? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Kakashi's heart. Could it be the power of blood? But was that even conceivable? Was it possible for such a rare bloodline power to manifest in an ordinary scion of the Tokugawa family? This young man, regardless of the speculations and astonishment from Kakashi and others, on the arena, Tokugawa Madeo wielded his wooden sword, unflinchingly clashing with the cold night blade. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Yasu was thoroughly frustrated. This time, his cold night blade not only failed to sever the wooden sword in Madeo's grasp as he had hoped, but he also sensed an inexplicable intensity and speed in Madeo's formidable strength, which seemed to surpass his own. With another clash, Yasu was now exerting his utmost prowess. The simplicity of the initial phase had vanished, replaced by years of combat experience. The long sword arced through the air, shimmering brilliantly. The struggle continued unabated. The cold night blade in Yasu's hand transformed into a phantom, enveloping Madeo as if he were on the brink of peril. Yet, only those directly involved understood that Madeo's figure danced with the momentum of the sword strikes, dodging each blow by mere fractions, and at moments of unavoidable confrontation. The astonishingly splintered wooden sword would timely intercept the seemingly unparalleled cold night blade. Neither party yielded. As time passed, Madeo's movements became increasingly fluid. This contest not only allowed him to refine the blade techniques of the Tokugawa clan that he had surreptitiously acquired, but also to integrate experiences from previous life and death struggles. As a top-tier metal esper, he was relatively weaker in close combat techniques compared to those formidable abilities, yet now he found a glimmer of opportunity for compensation. In this moment, Tokugawa Madeo immersed himself in a state of delight. Simultaneously, amidst the fierce selection process within the Tokugawa family, in a secluded forest path to the south of Wuching, 3 figures walked silently. The 2 figures behind were shrouded in black robes, their faces concealed by fox masks. Unmistakably members of Konoha's Umbu. The man in front, a middle-aged individual in his 40s, donned a simple robe, his short hair neatly cropped. Though his face appeared ordinary and indifferent, a potent aura emanated from him even at a distance. Surrounding the trio, phantoms flickered through the dense forest, radiating a chilling presence. As they traversed the path, a small stone city constructed of azure stone rose starkly against the distant horizon. Wuching. Could this be the dwelling place of the Tokugawa clan? The middle-aged man ahead asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the distance, lost in contemplation, his voice deliberate and grave, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, my lord. That is the current stronghold of the last remaining Tokugawa clan among the Golden Warriors. Intelligence reports indicate that the Tokugawa have concealed themselves here for over 2 centuries. A member of the covert division responded respectfully from behind. 200 years, the middle-aged man sighed. Such a long time. Golden Shrine. I wonder what treasures the Tokugawa possess. How do they compare to the other clans? A gust of mountain wind swept through, and a faint smile graced the man's face. Yet his words carried an indifferent chill. Let us witness the splendor of this once glorious golden lineage that still endures. As his voice faded, shadows rapidly surged toward the distant town, their speed both astonishing and fearsome. In the arena, Tokugawa Yasushi cast a dark glance at Tokugawa Madeo, having discerned his intentions to hone his skills through their combat. Alarmingly, Madeo's aura continued to swell in strength. This fellow's energy is remarkably dense and formidable. Yasushi realized, feeling his own stamina waning, teetering on the edge of fatigue, while Madeo, the challenger, appeared unperturbed and invigorated. This guy is utterly shameless. After 9 consecutive matches, even I am beginning to tire. He is taking unfair advantage. Ugh, I hesitated earlier. It is evident that Tokugawa Yasushi is nearing his limits. A group of youths watched the 2 combatants on the stage in astonishment, and soon a cacophony of chatter arose, laced with envy, lamenting the earlier hesitation, and expressing jealousy towards the seemingly victorious Tokugawa Madeo. Is this the end of my path? A bead of sweat trickled down Yasushi's cheek. A wave of weariness coursing through him. the exhaustion from exerting all his strength manifesting more swiftly than anticipated. No, I am Tokugawa Yasushi, the foremost elite of my clan. With renewed determination, Yasushi gripped the cold night blade tightly, its ordinary yet chilling form steady in his hand, his eyes widening as he internally roared. I cannot fail. Failure is not an option. How could I face my father's expectations otherwise? I must achieve victory, enter Konoha, fulfill my father's wishes, and bring glory to the Tokugawa clan. With a fierce resolve solidifying in his heart, Yasushi slowly sheathed the cold night blade at his waist, standing tall as he confronted the slightly bewildered Tokugawa Madeo. My next move shall be my strongest strike. I advise you to concede. Otherwise, Madeo squinted in surprise, witnessing a rare display of seriousness and caution in Yasushi's eyes. What if I refuse to surrender? You will perish. Suddenly, Tokugawa Yasumoto's eyes flew open. An oppressive aura leaking from his gaze, sharp enough to seem as if it might rend the very fabric of the void. On the platform, the head of the Tokugawa clan could not help but rise abruptly, his eyes shimmering with a complex and hesitant expression, fixated on both Tokugawa Yasumoto and Tokugawa Mud. Could Yasumoto possibly wield that technique? Tokugawa Mud looked at Yasumoto in surprise. At that moment, Yasumoto's entire presence shifted. In an instant, nearly all of his energy coalesced, concentrating in his tightly grasped right hand. Yet, this immensely concentrated energy did not exude a sense of chaos, but rather accumulated force under an enigmatic guidance. He then slightly crouched, his right hand gripping the hilt, trembling as if he were holding not a sword, but a fearsome beast. At that moment, a terrifying aura began to pervade the air, and Yasumoto's expression became increasingly cold and desolate. An invisible wind swirled around him, his hair wildly obscuring his face, rendering it indistinct. One sword style. Aido slash. The low voice resonated softly, followed by a surge of brilliant and blazing sword light that engulfed all illumination in the realm. The radiance was so intense that it compelled everyone to instinctively close their eyes. What is this? Confronted by the sudden burst of dazzling light, the three ninjas from the Leaf Village could not suppress their astonishment. Kakashi's expression also turned serious. Unbelievable. In his right eye, that blinding brilliance seemed almost non-existent as Tokugawa Yasumoto gradually drew the cold night blade, and then, in a flash, unsheathed it. The extraordinary speed created an illusion of slow motion. This was a simple yet direct draw-and-slash technique. The blade shimmered with brilliance, a tidal wave of energy surging within its depths. Amidst that seemingly surging power, Yasumoto shouted fiercely and swung his blade. Boom! An ethereal mist converged, transforming into a dazzling, visibly palpable aura, surging toward Tokugawa Mud. What terrifying cutting power! Mud's expression shifted to one of caution. This level of attack seemed to transcend the ordinary, but what of it? At this moment, it felt as though his blood was igniting. Mud suddenly clasped his hands together, for the first time channeling all of his metallic chakra. Hiss, hiss. It was as if a swarm of bees buzzed around him. Within the void surrounding Mud, metallic phantoms darted swiftly. Yet all of this remained concealed within the brilliance, unnoticed by anyone. How intriguing. Both of these individuals are remarkable talents, even exhibiting a rare bloodline. Kakashi mused with a smile, seemingly uncovering something delightful. Bang, bang, bang. In the fleeting moment, that 1-foot-long aura, dragging a sense of annihilation, soared through the air but was instantly met with a barrage of countless strikes, unrelenting. Golden steel needles shattered, and the aura continued to weaken. Bang! At last, all the metallic steel needles were obliterated, leaving behind a solitary beam of energy approximately 3 inches in length, which struck fiercely between Tokugawa Madeo's seemingly metallic hands and chest. The tremendous force erupted at his chest, propelling Tokugawa Madeo backward while simultaneously generating a formidable cutting power that instantly shredded the upper portion of his garments, revealing a flesh that glimmered faintly with golden light. The crisp sound of clashing resonated repeatedly as white marks were etched across Tokugawa Madeo's chest, while the ruptured energy suddenly emitted dozens of miniature, razor-sharp blades, slicing in every direction. With the limited remaining metallic chakra, the metallic body only covered the upper half of his chest, leaving the unprotected abdomen to be swiftly lacerated with several inch-long gashes, from which blood gushed forth profusely. In midair, Tokugawa Madeo deftly pressed on the wounds, sealing the blood vessels to temporarily halt the flow of blood. He then landed heavily at the edge of the arena, feeling a sharp pain emanating from his abdomen, accompanied by a profound soreness throughout his body. The previous maneuver had been perilously taxing. Not only had his chakra been nearly depleted, but exerting mental control over numerous steel needles had also taken a significant toll. Indeed, it was a formidable technique, capable of condensing all the warrior's spirit into the long blade, unleashing a devastating strike with astonishing power. Gasping and struggling to turn himself over at the edge of the arena, Tokugawa Madeo lifted his gaze toward Tokugawa Ko. At that moment, the blinding light had completely vanished, revealing a deep chasm that nearly spanned the entirety of the arena, its edges appearing charred and blackened. The air was filled with scattered wood shavings, and his vision remained somewhat blurred. Yet, Tokugawa Ko's condition was still discernible. He knelt quietly on the ground, his pallor reminiscent of one who had lost all his blood, with the cold blade of his long sword firmly propped before him. His gaze, fixed upon Tokugawa Madeo, was filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? The Iaedo strike was actually thwarted? This is inconceivable. Tokugawa Ko murmured in a daze. Then suddenly his complexion flushed, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he could not help but cough up a considerable amount of blood, indicating that the previous maneuver had not only drained his energy, but had also inflicted severe damage on his body. The Iaedo technique had left the two youths on the arena injured, and one in a state of unconsciousness, which was truly terrifying. At this moment, the crowd, previously engulfed in astonishment, began to gradually regain their senses. The atmosphere was charged with shock and confusion, as the brilliance of the earlier light had been blinding, forcing them to close their eyes. They had merely heard the rapid succession of attacks, but the changes before them were so dramatic that many stared in disbelief at the devastated arena, almost thinking they were hallucinating. There is nothing impossible. With a furrowed brow, Tokugawa Madeo slowly rose from the edge, his expression returning to a calm neutrality. At this moment, his hands and chest had regained their normal state, with only a few red marks remaining on his body. However, despite the blood being temporarily staunched by the technique of pulse cutting, the wound on his abdomen oozed a crimson hue the moment he moved. His upper body appeared somewhat frail, and his complexion was as pale as that of a maiden. Yet no one dared to doubt the formidable strength of the seemingly delicate 9-year-old Madeo. At this very moment on the arena, he had emerged victorious against the foremost youths of the Tokugawa clan. Surrender or perish. Walking slowly along the edge of the arena, Tokugawa Madeo approached Tokugawa Ko, bowing his head and speaking softly. His gaze was tranquil yet profound, devoid of the innocence typically found in a youth, resembling an abyss that threatened to engulf one's soul. Heh! Tokugawa Ko's face paled as he confronted those eyes. He could hardly hesitate in acknowledging the truth of Madeo's words. Yet, this realization sowed seeds of doubt within him. As the leading genius of his generation, Tokugawa Ko was imbued with pride. How could he possibly bow his head and admit defeat? Yet, here he was, powerless, kneeling on the ground while his opponent stood before him. Just then, as Tokugawa Ko's expression grew increasingly grim, three figures leapt onto the arena. Tokugawa Jinx silently approached Tokugawa Ko's side, gently lifting him and placing him onto a stretcher held by a servant behind them. Take him to the best medical room. Father, I'm sorry. This match, I have lost. I have failed to live up to your teachings. As Tokugawa Jinx shielded him from Madeo's sight, Tokugawa Ko sighed with relief, closing his eyes weakly and murmuring with regret. He lay quietly on the stretcher as it receded into the distance, unnoticed by others, a solitary tear slipping silently from the corner of his eye. A faint sense of loss enveloped his heart. He had become the vanquished, illuminating the brilliance of Tokugawa Madeo. Tokugawa Jinx turned silently to gaze at Tokugawa Madeo, whose complexion also appeared somewhat pale. The onlookers were tense, realizing that Tokugawa Madeo had utterly defeated Tokugawa Ko. Though Ko had fought valiantly in 8 consecutive matches, the final move he unleashed had shattered the arena, showcasing an attack far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Remarkably, Tokugawa Madeo had withstood such an assault. His strength was truly astonishing. What a marvel! That sharp aura just now seemed to be the essence of the II strike of the one-sword style. To attain such mastery of the II strike at such a young age is a breathtaking talent. Yet it is a pity that young Master Ko ultimately faced defeat. How did Master Madeo endure that final technique, the pinnacle of the clan's strongest secret, the one-sword style? Even many adult warriors had not mastered such a move. The head of the family is taken to the arena personally. How should this be handled? The cacophony of the crowd stood in stark contrast to the silence of those on the arena. Tokugawa Jinx silently observed the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. The almost identical outline stirred within him a subtle struggle. A departure from the indifference he typically displayed in the presence of Tokugawa Mud. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his expression. At last, as Tokugawa Mud grew weary of waiting, Jink took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and declared, "In this contest, you have triumphed." He then opened his eyes, regarded Mud with seriousness, turned, and began to walk away, leaving behind a gentle voice that resonated softly. "You have ultimately become what your mother hoped for. You have become a ninja." In that instant, Tokugawa Mud, who maintained an air of composure, abruptly lifted his gaze toward the retreating silhouette, astonished. Yet, a peculiar sense of confusion began to unravel itself. The presence of his mother's guardian, Ninja Takushi, had lingered in their family for a decade. Could this silent man truly be oblivious to anything? This seemed implausible. During their previous conversation in the courtyard, Takushi had shown no signs of reverence toward Jink. Rather, there was a subtle undertone of rejection. Such interactions clearly indicated that Jink was well aware of his mother's circumstances and, moreover, understood that Takushi was a fugitive ninja. Yet, he alone existed among the three, blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding him, even as Takushi's words seemed to conceal some truths. Tokugawa Mud had claimed victory over Tokugawa Kei, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive wins. However, he was also significantly injured and chose to withdraw for treatment instead of continuing to the next match. At that moment, nearly all the youths regarded him with awe. For he had vanquished Kei, the foremost young contender of their clan, thus acquiring a sense of intimidation that surpassed K's. In this moment, derision dissipated, replaced by admiration and desire. The contest between Tokugawa Kei and Tokugawa Mud reached a conclusion, as Mud did not remain on the platform. Following their duel, the selection trials for the Tokugawa clan continued, igniting excitement among the younger generation. Their faces flushed with enthusiasm as they eagerly took to the stage to showcase their training accomplishments. After all, the rules merely stipulated that those who achieved 10 consecutive victories would be afforded a greater opportunity to secure a place. Rather than directly attaining the rank of a lower ninja, the ultimate decision rested with the ninjas of Konoha. Becoming a ninja necessitates inherent talent. The ninjas from Konoha observed not just the temporary prowess of these youths, but also their potential capabilities to evolve into exceptional ninjas. This understanding had long been grasped by the elder members of the Tokugawa clan, and as this knowledge circulated, it reignited the fighting spirit among the youths who had witnessed the contest between Kei and Mud, inspiring them to demonstrate their own innate gifts and gain recognition from the ninjas of Konoha. The courtyard of the Tokugawa ancestral estate sprawled extensively. Adjacent to the contest venue was an exquisite garden, characterized by rows of bamboo houses closely knit together, exuding an air of elegance. This was the sanctuary where the young would recuperate after their training. In the tranquil confines of the room, Tokugawa Madeo gestured dismissively to the attending servant, reclining quietly upon the pristine white bedding. His abdomen bore a wound, now swathed in a layer of white gauze and herbal remedies, leaving only a faint sensation of soreness. Such an injury held little concern for Tokugawa Madeo. In his previous life, he had endured far more grievous pains without so much as a furrowed brow. Moreover, his current physique was peculiar compared to that of his past existence. He was still exploring the nuances of metallic chakra, employing techniques reminiscent of his former abilities. He sensed that his approach was not optimal, for in both the manga and the whispered tales of this world, every formidable ninja must perform a series of hand seals to maximize the effectiveness of their chakra. Alas, he had no recollection of these seals, leaving him to conclude that he would have to rely on the system's teachings upon entering Konoha. After a moment's reflection, Tokugawa Madeo closed his eyes, gradually recuperating his mental energy. His battle with Tokugawa Yasushi, though victorious due to the enigmatic nature of his metallic chakra, had also afforded him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Beyond the drawbacks of utilizing chakra, he discovered that his mental prowess, aside from certain perceptive abilities, had become nearly ineffective in combat. This realization was difficult for him to accept, especially as one who had once basked in the glory of being a top-tier metal manipulator. In the wake of this contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo's thoughts turned to Tokugawa Yasushi's Iajutsu strike. What was initially a commonplace drawcut in samurai training had reached an extraordinary level, exhibiting a speed that bordered on the perverse, coupled with astonishing lethality. Had it not been for the resilience of his metallic chakra, he might have met his demise. As Tokugawa Yasushi had ominously suggested, this formidable technique was evidently a core secret of the Tokugawa clan. having witnessed only Yasoshi's execution of it. He pondered what might transpire should a more powerful samurai employ it. What of the clan's most formidable warrior, his father, the head of the Tokugawa family? What unparalleled and terrifying destruction would that unleash? Aijutsu. Would there be other formidable techniques yet undiscovered? Such thoughts rekindled within him a recognition of the prevailing notion that samurai could not rival ninjas in this world of shinobi. Perhaps, indeed, powerful samurai could stand shoulder to shoulder with ninjas. With a deep sigh, Tokugawa Madeo felt a twinge of melancholy. Uncertain whether he lamented the unattainability of such techniques or mourned the lost potential of his former self. Perhaps both. Just as he contemplated rising from his repose, a sudden knock echoed through the silence, and before he could respond, the door creaked open slightly, the latch turned by an unexpected visitor. "I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to speak with you," came a voice through the crack. To his astonishment, Tokugawa Madeo beheld the figure of Tokugawa Yasushi. The typically haughty youth appeared to have regained his composure, his expression unreadable, with only his right hand heavily bandaged. "Very well," Tokugawa Madeo nodded in agreement. Tokugawa Yasu pushed the door open and stepped inside slowly. His complexion still bore a hint of pallor. Yet the confusion that had marked his departure from the arena had vanished. "We are half-brothers, and aside from our encounters on the platform, this is the first time I truly see you." Tokugawa Yasu took a few steps and leaned against the wall beside the door, gazing intently into Tokugawa Madeo's eyes as he spoke earnestly. "You bear a striking resemblance to that woman. What exactly are you trying to say?" Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow. Realizing that the woman referenced by Tokugawa Yasu was likely the mother he could barely recall. This body had perfectly inherited every characteristic of that tempestuous woman. Her crimson hair and scarlet eyes stood out uniquely in a family of dark-haired and dark-eyed individuals. Yet, inexplicably, every time someone mentioned that woman, an uncomfortable emotion would surge within him, a sentiment that seemed to belong to the true Tokugawa Madeo's unresolved obsession. The last time, it was the provocation from Tokugawa Shurin that had awakened this feeling, which he had thought had dissipated, only to find it still lingering now. "I harbor no intention to insult you, even if that woman was ultimately responsible for my mother's demise." Tokugawa Yasu spoke coldly, and as he uttered the final words, he gradually closed his eyes, revealing that his emotions were far from the calm facade he presented. "What do you mean?" Tokugawa Madeo exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Tokugawa Yasu's words. "Humph." Tokugawa Yasu scoffed and continued, "Only a few are privy to this matter. Besides myself, father and Shurin are aware. 10 years ago, although I was merely 5, my memories remain vivid." He paused momentarily before continuing. "On a certain day a decade ago, father married a woman, having already ascended to the esteemed position of the Tokugawa clan's head. Moreover, he had a wife and children. That woman was your mother. At that time, this caused a fierce quarrel between father and mother, leading him to cease all contact with her. Subsequently, mother fell into deep sorrow, her health deteriorating into a severe illness. Ultimately, with that, Tokugawa Yasu halted, his gaze fixed on Tokugawa Madeo, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Shurin learned of this by chance, which is why he has always sought amusement by humiliating you. And what of you? Will you seek revenge on me?" Tokugawa Madeo replied coolly, placing his hands behind his head, equally indifferent as he regarded Tokugawa Yasu. Although he was unaware of this matter, he had little interest in it to begin with. He was not the true Tokugawa Madeo, but rather a stranger who had bizarrely arrived in this world, lacking the inclination to rectify another's pain. "No, I have never considered that." Tokugawa Yasu reined in his emotions and said softly, "Regardless, you are still father's child. And furthermore," as he spoke, he turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Tokugawa Madeo, and said, "On the year of your birth, your mother departed as well. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding that event, yet on that fateful night, a formidable ninja launched a sudden assault on my esteemed father. Although he suffered no grave injuries, he was nearly brought to death's door. Moreover, my father personally issued a gag order regarding this incident, forbidding any mention of it." Upon hearing this, a fleeting silhouette crossed Tokugawa Madeo's mind. Uncle Da. Perhaps only Uncle Da possessed the strength and motive to undertake such actions. While I am oblivious to the origins of your prowess, it must be connected to the ninja who attacked my father on that night. I distinctly remember his voice and silhouette. Tokugawa Kyo concluded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tokugawa Madeo. "You have come for this, haven't you?" Tokugawa Madeo scoffed dismissively. "Indeed. I cannot accept that over a decade of my efforts could be so easily shattered by you." Tokugawa, Kyo replied gravely. In pursuit of mastering the essence of the sword-drawing technique, I practiced countless times each day. After 10 years of relentless training, I finally grasped the profound intricacies of Aikido. I refuse to believe that your victories stem from mere samurai tactics. After the gentle rain, the sky unfurled a serene azure, exuding an air of tranquility. Beneath the city gates of Wuching, 3 figures stood quietly, observing. This was a city steeped in the blood and fire of history. Even in silence, one could sense the storms this city had weathered. The weathered walls bore mottled stains of blood, still faintly red from the relentless rains. As if this hue were the original color of the walls, suffused with a sense of ancient sorrow and ferocity. At the city gate, 2 robust middle-aged samurai eyed the trio with suspicion, had it not been for the 2 donning the cloaks of the Konoha Ambu. They would have long regarded them as spies. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, one of the middle-aged samurai could not restrain himself. Are you 3 also from Konoha? His tone carried a hint of respect, his gaze sweeping over the 2 Ambu ninjas before settling on the short-haired middle-aged man, evidently recognizing him as the leader of the trio. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, slowly regained his composure, withdrawing his gaze calmly. Yet he did not respond to the samurai's inquiry. Instead, he turned back and remarked lightly, "Truly, the lineage of samurai is commendable. Having safeguarded the borders of the land of fire for 2 centuries without faltering, you are deserving of the title of a golden lineage." "Indeed, my lord. But that is precisely what you require." One Ambu ninja replied respectfully in a hushed tone. Then his gaze flickered as he quietly asked, "Shall we commence as per the plan, my lord?" As he spoke, the ninja slowly reached towards the pouch at his waist. "Do not be hasty. Let us observe for a while." The middle-aged man gently waved his hand to halt him, then with a smile addressed the previously inquiring middle-aged samurai. "You mentioned that we are also from Konoha. Has someone from our ranks visited here before?" The middle-aged samurai did not perceive the movements of the Ambu ninja behind him, yet he noticed the latter's respectful demeanor towards him, causing a subtle tremor in his heart. He silently acknowledged that this individual held an extraordinary identity, prompting him to sharpen his focus. When the middle-aged man inquired, the ninja promptly replied, "At noon. 3 esteemed ninjas from Konoha arrived here. What brings them?" The middle-aged man's expression flickered momentarily, but he maintained his composure and continued to inquire. "Today marks the day when my Tokugawa clan selects exceptional disciples to join Konoha as genin." As he spoke, the samurai paused, a glimmer of delight emerging in his gaze. Could it be that the 3 esteemed individuals have come to observe? "Haha, not quite. We have another task at hand." The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head, and then fell silent, his expression indifferent as he began to walk toward the city gate. "Ah, yes." The middle-aged ninja dared not impede him and quickly made way. Initially believing this unknown dignitary had come to witness the Tokugawa clan ceremony, he felt a surge of excitement. But the response he received now rendered his features tinged with disappointment. Passing through the gate, the middle-aged man led the 2 Ambu ninjas slowly into the bustling streets of the inner city. "Do you know who has come to assess the Tokugawa clan?" After a moment, the middle-aged man asked, a fleeting glint of sharpness crossing his expression. "It is an Ambu squad led by Hitaki Kakashi." Another Ambu ninja replied in a low tone. "Hitaki Kakashi? That young lad, son of White Fang and the Fourth Hokage? We must not underestimate him. Let us prepare our people." "Yes, my lord." In a nearby room, upon hearing Tokugawa Yasu's inquiry, Tokugawa Muto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he had not achieved victory through the means of a samurai, but rather through the properties of metallic chakra that thwarted Tokugawa Yasu's seemingly unbeatable move. "Haha, it seems my assumptions were correct. You have already refined your ninja chakra." Observing Tokugawa Muto's silence, a spark of brilliance flashed in Tokugawa Yasu's eyes, as if his entire demeanor had transformed, regaining its former vigor. "Once we enter Konoha, I shall challenge you again, my brother." Tokugawa Yasu beamed, extending his fist earnestly towards Tokugawa Muto. "Ah." Tokugawa Muto stared in astonishment at the outstretched fist and Tokugawa Yasu, slowly reaching out his own hand. Thud. Their fists met gently in midair. "This is our pact." Tokugawa Yasu waved his hand and, having spoken, strode out with a relaxed demeanor. In the arena, Tokugawa Shuren gradually withdrew his foot, observing his opponent crumpled on the ground, a faint smile gracing his face. "I have finally surpassed them, achieving my first 10 consecutive victories." He roared wildly within himself, seemingly venting a need to prove something, yet he maintained a composed facade. Ever since Tokugawa Yasu and Tokugawa Muto had exited the arena due to injuries, the stage appeared to have become his domain, as he continuously triumphed over 10 opponents, achieving the remarkable feat of 10 consecutive victories. In stark contrast to Tokugawa Yasu's quiet delight, the onlookers below exhibited little enthusiasm, their sparse applause echoing in the air, which promptly darkened the mood of the elated Tokugawa Yasushi. Compounding his displeasure was the scene unfolding in the stands above the arena. Not only were the three esteemed ninja of Konoha seemingly distracted, but even the elders of his clan appeared somewhat bored. Although his prowess paled in comparison to that of his elder brother and fell short against the suddenly formidable Tokugawa Madeo. His ultimate ambition was never to become a mere genin of Konoha. Yet, a simmering defiance bubbled within him. Why did his father consistently favor his elder brother, even bestowing upon him the family's treasured sword, Cold Knight, and imparting the family's rarely shared secret techniques in swordsmanship? At that moment, after achieving 10 consecutive victories, he found it disheartening that his father offered him not even a smile, leaving him feeling as if doused with a bucket of ice water, chilled to the bone. Tokugawa Shurin has achieved 10 consecutive victories. We request the esteemed judgment of Konoha. The indifferent middle-aged official turned his gaze toward Kakashi above, calling out loudly. This proclamation sent a jolt through Tokugawa Shurin on the stage, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could earn the recognition of a Konoha ninja, perhaps he would not be deemed inferior to Tokugawa Yasushi, even surpassing him. His father might reconsider his significance. Yet, his burgeoning hope was swiftly shattered by a soft voice that pierced through the air. Apologies. His stamina and physical flexibility are commendable, but he is ill-suited to be a ninja. Kakashi's left eye, shrouded in silence, regarded Tokugawa Shurin, who had abruptly seated himself upon the arena, uttering the words simply. This was not the first time Kakashi had witnessed such a scene. Each failure unfolded similarly. But was becoming a ninja truly a cause for celebration? Kakashi pondered, a tinge of melancholy enveloping his thoughts. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Shurin sat on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his face twitching violently, betraying the turmoil within. In that moment, it felt as though a ferocious beast had been unleashed within him, rampaging, roaring, and engaging in solitary slaughter. His eyes reddened, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. An uncontrollable surge of malevolent desire took root in his heart. After a brief interval, Tokugawa Shurin rose with a cold demeanor, devoid of his previous smiles, exuding a faint air of indifference, as if he had transformed into a figure even more frigid than Tokugawa Yasushi. This shift elicited a collective sigh from some of the Tokugawa clansmen, who lamented the fate of Tokugawa Shurin. Unbeknownst to them, as Tokugawa Shurin descended from the arena, 3 ghostly figures observed him intently from a nearby rooftop. This lad possesses considerable depth. I find him intriguing, murmured a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with short hair, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his expression. With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing at the edge of the arena below. Who goes there? With a low exclamation, Kakashi, seated above the arena, instantly stood up. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, he exclaimed in astonishment, Lord Danzo. Kakashi, it has been a long time. The short-haired middle-aged man known as Danzo offered a faint smile and greeted Kakashi. Swiftly, 2 figures appeared and stood behind Danzo, revealing themselves to be the previous 2 Umbu ninjas. Kakashi observed silently, a slight tremor at the corner of his eye. The Umbu was a shadowy force directly under the current Hokage, and now this man had significantly infiltrated their ranks. This was indeed an unsettling revelation, Kakashi pondered inwardly. Kakashi, how have you considered my invitation? Danzo, disregarding Kakashi's silence, narrowed his eyes slightly and continued with a faint smile. I apologize, Lord Danzo. I can only express my regrets for your generous offer. My allegiance lies with the village, and I only heed the commands of the Fourth Hokage. Nothing more. Kakashi replied coolly, seemingly unfazed by the cold, hostile gazes of the 2 Umbu ninjas behind Danzo. Ah, what a pity. I have always held you in high regard. Danzo's expression momentarily displayed disappointment, but it swiftly relaxed as he recalled the purpose of his visit. He then shifted his gaze to the astonished members of the Tokugawa clan surrounding them. You are the Tokugawa clan, are you not? I represent the Elder Council of Konoha, and I hope my visit has not imposed upon you, Danzo said with a smile, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. The Elder Council of Konoha. A collective gasp escaped the lips of nearly all the clan elders present on the arena. Unlike the ordinary Tokugawa clan members, they possessed a deeper understanding of Konoha. The Elder Council was an independent authority, sometimes capable of influencing the Hokage's will. Those who attained the status of elder were typically esteemed and powerful ninjas within the village, representing the true upper echelon of Konoha. At this moment, the man named Danzo was able to represent the Elder Council, signifying that he belonged to the highest echelons even among them. The decennial selection competition saw the presence of an elder from Konoha, an event that filled the Tokugawa clan with immense honor. Ah, Lord Danzo, we are truly fortunate to welcome your esteemed presence. Tokugawa Jinx suppressed his astonishment and respectfully performed a bow. The elders behind him also greeted Danzo with fervent enthusiasm, observing the actions of the clan head and the elders. The ordinary clan members below looked at Danzo and his companions with astonished expressions, their murmurs echoing throughout the arena. Throughout this entire spectacle, Kakashi maintained a calm and detached demeanor, quietly observing while a subtle sense of unease lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware of Danzo's identity, having gleaned insights from his own mentor, the Fourth Hokage, about matters even some Konoha ninjas were oblivious to. The power that manifests on the surface of Konoha belongs to the current Hokage. However, lurking in the shadows lies an unknown yet formidable force, the architect of which stands before us, Danzo. This force is known as Root, much like the leaves thriving under the sun. The existence of Root has always been shrouded in darkness and obscurity, rarely revealing itself to the public eye. Yet now, the leader of Root, a figure whose influence ranks just below the Hokage within Konoha's upper echelons, appears inexplicably in this remote northern town. What could have transpired? Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi cast a brief glance at a silent companion behind him, a fellow member of Root. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, his left eye, concealed beneath a mask, subtly shifted, emanating a chill. At this moment, on the arena, Danzo maintained his composed demeanor, showing no sign of alteration in his respect towards the Tokugawa clan. Instead, he slowly lowered his head to regard the young boy beside him, Tokugawa Shurin, who had halted in his tracks due to an obstruction. A hint of a smile flickered in Danzo's gaze as he remarked, Kakashi's judgment is exceptionally precise. Yet it is not absolute. Tokugawa Shurin trembled slightly, abruptly raising his gaze to the figure before him. Though not particularly tall in that instant, he felt as if he were facing a mountain. There is something within you that I find admirable. Would you care to follow me to Konoha? Danzo's voice resonated in Shurin's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief. Perhaps it was the provocation from Tokugawa Yasushi and Tokugawa Madeo, or perhaps the disappointment in his father and a flicker of resentment deep within. But in that moment of defeat, Shurin's thoughts began to waver, and the long-held dream of becoming the head of the Tokugawa clan began to dissipate. He yearned for power, a desire to annihilate all. At that moment, Danzo's words, whispered like a devil's temptation, echoed softly in his ears. Follow me, and your growth will surpass all others. Even now, you could dominate this insignificant clan. If I wish for its destruction, in but a moment, the city would be reduced to ashes. No one could impede me. Power, annihilation, domination. These concepts reverberated within his soul. Suddenly, Tokugawa Shurin, with his head bowed, let out a low, deep chuckle, his shoulders shaking, his face flushed, eyes glinting with a mix of resentment and arrogance. With a resounding clang, in the astonished gaze of all, he abruptly cast aside the long blade tied to his waist and knelt before Danzo, bowing deeply. Please, take me in, my lord, he uttered slowly and solemnly. In that moment, aside from Danzo and a few others, nearly everyone was bewildered, staring at the young boy in confusion over his sudden actions. Only Kakashi narrowed his gaze sharply. Haha. Danzo chuckled softly, extending his hand to help Tokugawa Shurin to his feet, then turning his gaze towards Kakashi. I apologize, Kakashi. Your mission ends here. What does that mean? Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly, perplexed. Suddenly, a scroll appeared in Danzo's hand, which he slowly unfurled, reading aloud, the Hokage's decree. Jonin Kakashi, conclude the judgment mission. Within 3 days, you must hasten to the land of mist to rescue our ninja under enemy control. At this point, a faint smile crept across Danzo's face. The person is Rin. What? Rin? Kakashi, maintaining his composure, felt his body tense as his gaze turned cold and desolate. The left eye concealed beneath his mask began to whirl with an aura of destruction reminiscent of an abyss. Isn't Rin in the village? How could she be captured by the mist ninjas? This exceeds my capabilities. Danzo smirked slightly, closing his eyes slowly. Humph. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his heart swelling with indignation. Yet this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Remembering his promise to his deceased friend, he flickered away, leaving behind a single command: Umbu Team 11. Execute the rescue mission immediately. Yes. The two Umbu ninjas responded with a determined shout, transforming into two fleeting shadows as they followed Kakashi. Unbeknownst to them, one of the Umbu dropped a paper ball midair. In silence, another Umbu ninja, positioned behind Danzo, caught the descending paper ball and slowly opened it. What is it? Danzo opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of cold light. A member of the Tokugawa clan has appeared, suspected to possess the lineage of the Uzumaki, endowed with a unique bloodline ability to wield metallic shuriken. Ah, what a fortunate find, the Uzumaki clan. Metal. Splendid. Danzo smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward the arena, his eyes locking onto Tokugawa Shinkyo. As the host, I have a request. The spacious courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence, all present gazing in astonishment. The sudden departure of the Umbu Jonin from Konoha left everyone unsettled. Could it be that the forthcoming judgment would fall upon this man? This was the question lingering in the minds of the Tokugawa clan members. Only a few elders and the clan head, Tokugawa Shinkyo, felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping in. May I ask? Tokugawa Shinkyo composed himself, speaking cautiously. After a brief moment, he discerned an unsettling inconsistency. As an elder, one would not easily leave the village, much less accept a judgment mission in another's stead. This realization amplified his growing apprehension. Legend has it that nearly a millennium prior, the world was dominated by samurai, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Among the samurai clans, four powerful families stood at the pinnacle, swaying the tides of war. This state of affairs persisted for many years until several centuries ago, when the founder of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths, revealed the art of chakra manipulation, leading to the birth of ninjas and ultimately ushering the four families into decline, bringing an end to the turmoil. These four venerable clans were referred to by the people of that era as the Golden Families. With a low, subdued chuckle, Tuanzo cast a detached gaze over the crowd in the stands, revealing an unusual expression. He then inquired, I wonder, is the nobility among them? What? The Golden Clan. My lineage belongs to the Golden Clan? That illustrious family from the samurai era? I have never heard of such a thing. How could this possibly be? Before Tokugawa Jinkatsu could respond, several members of the Tokugawa clan exhibited expressions of confusion, engaging in murmurs, including even the elder, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Hee. Tokugawa Jinkatsu's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of astonishment as he replied, Lord Duanzo, you jest. Although rumors of the Golden Clan have circulated among us warriors, we have regarded them merely as absurd tales. As for my Tokugawa lineage, with merely 200 years of heritage, how could we possibly be associated with the ancient Golden Samurai clan? Humph. Whether true or false matters little, it is merely regrettable that the once mighty Golden Samurai, who once dominated the world of ninjas, have now fallen to such depths, merely clinging to existence. Tuanzo's words, increasingly indifferent, resonated with a tone of disdain, as he added, they have completely forsaken the glory of their ancestors. Lord Tuanzo. Suddenly, two indifferent voices erupted like thunder, sharply reverberating through the stands. Two elderly figures, their hair white and faces aged, straightened from the shadows, their piercing gazes fixed upon Tuanzo, their expressions marred by anger. The two esteemed elders. Tokugawa Jinkatsu turned abruptly, a rare hint of anxiety crossing his face. No need for further words. Family head. We have also heard rumors about this man. As the leader of the dark forces of Konoha has made his appearance, he surely possesses some secrets. One elder slowly gestured, his eyes unwaveringly locked on Tuanzo. Indeed. The other elder nodded slowly, then directed his attention to the figure in the arena, stating, the leader of the Roots. The man who once vied for the position of Hokage against the third, what wisdom do you seek from our golden lineage? That statement struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, eliciting waves of astonishment. The Golden Clan, the Tokugawa family, was indeed one of the four great Golden Samurai clans. This revelation left many in the audience stunned with excitement. The legendary sovereigns of the samurai era, wielders of unparalleled unique abilities, had even garnered praise from the fabled progenitor of the ninja sect, a man revered as a sage. A scoffing smile emerged as Tuanzo, hands clasped behind his back, maintained an impassive demeanor and took a few steps towards the direction he had come from. Suddenly, he intoned coldly, I demand the Golden Shinzo. What? The Golden Shinzo? The elders' pupils dilated in shock, and they exclaimed in unison. This is impossible. Hee. You old fools. You still do not comprehend me. Tuanzo abruptly gestured, and the Umbu members, who had stood silently by his side, swiftly formed hand seals. A surge of rapid chakra energy instantly expanded around them. Bang! His hands forcefully came together, and he coldly proclaimed, "Wind release." Eagle's cry technique. A pale blue light gradually coalesced, ultimately taking the form of a falcon the size of a fist, which suddenly soared into the air from the hand of a dark-clad ninja. Immediately, a piercing and elevated cry of the hawk resonated throughout the space. What? This is. The expressions of the high-ranking officials shifted dramatically, as an ominous feeling surged within their hearts. Soon after, in the tranquil surroundings, faint yet harrowing cries of anguish echoed from the periphery of the courtyard. Their muted sounds barely perceptible. Yet, to the ears of the gathered, they struck like thunder, the echoes of mortal despair unmistakable. Without a doubt, the sounds emanated from the vicinity of the courtyard, the very core of the Tokugawa clan's residence. A senior elder stepped forward with a thunderous stride, emanating a solid and formidable aura, and exclaimed loudly, "Danzo, my Tokugawa clan has safeguarded the borders of the Land of Fire for 2 centuries, participating in 3 great ninja wars, contributing immensely to the establishment of peace in Konoha. Today, you dare to disregard our clan's alliance with Konoha. Alliance? Ha ha ha." Danzo suddenly erupted into laughter, his smile cold and indifferent. He retorted, "What merit do you possess to forge an alliance with Konoha? 2 of the Golden Clans have been obliterated in the relentless tide of history, and the Kusa clan was slaughtered 3 years ago by a single man. Now, your Tokugawa clan shall meet the same fate. The Kusa clan. Could it be you?" At this moment, Tokugawa Jinkyo's eyes widened in shock and fury as he glared at Danzo. "No." Danzo slowly turned, his voice icy as he declared, "It is a man even more fanatical than I. He obtained the divine relic of the Kusa clan, the Kusa sword." At the thought of that long sword, even Danzo's pupils constricted. It seemed there was no escaping this fate. "Clan head," another elder murmured darkly. "Very well. Konoha forces our hand. Today, even if our clan meets the same end as the Kusa clan, we shall fight to the death to defend the honor of the Golden Clans," Tokugawa Jinkyo proclaimed, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, the members of the Tokugawa clan grasped the gravity of the situation. These exceptional warriors, forged in the crucible of life and death, swiftly adjusted their mindset, displaying neither confusion nor panic. Some charged towards the periphery, while over a dozen warriors brandished their cold blades towards the arena. Fools! 2 dark-clad ninjas regarded the approaching warriors with disdain, a flicker of contempt crossing their faces as they swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. No destruction. A fierce gust erupted from the mouth of the dark ninja, the chakra within the wind slicing through the air like blades. Wah! The charge of the over a dozen warriors shattered upon impact, akin to waves crashing against a reef, rendering their advance nearly impossible. The tempestuous wind, as sharp as the finest blade, mercilessly tore into each warrior, blood spilling freely. In that moment, a shadow surged into the throng, droplets of blood cascading like petals. A sharp shuriken was gripped in the hand of another dark-clad ninja, ruthlessly severing the arteries of the foes, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. In but a fleeting moment, the scene unfolded, even as Tokugawa Jink and a host of clan elders hastened to the edge of the arena. More than a dozen family warriors lay slowly succumbing to the crimson pools of their own blood. The sight before them ignited a fury within. As Tokugawa Jink's right hand swept across his waist, releasing a flash akin to a cold moonbeam. One sword style, Aijetsu, like a raging lion pouncing upon its prey. He was enveloped in a luminous aura, transforming into a mere shadow. With a swift motion, the fervent brilliance coalesced within his long blade, which he gripped tightly, unleashing a radiant arc of cold light that instantly enveloped the 2 concealed ninjas in the area surrounding Danzo. By now, the sky had dimmed somewhat, and the periphery of the Tokugawa clan was splattered with vibrant crimson blossoms of blood, threatening to stain the setting sun. Ninjas clad in tight-fitting gear, their faces obscured by fox masks, flitted about, their gazes imbued with a steely chill. The sounds of agony gradually resonated throughout the small border town. Blood soaked the central marketplace, the acrid scent of iron driving many to the brink of madness. Bodies lay sprawled in sanguine pools, their visages stark and ghastly. This border town, originally sparse in population, was now populated chiefly by the direct and collateral descendants of the Tokugawa clan, with distant kin scattered among them. At this moment, black phantoms traversed the scene, coldly reaping each life in their path. As dusk approached, the martial city seemed to be painted in shades of blood. Swish, Scores of towering samurai surged forth from the central estate, their eyes bloodshot as they inhaled the metallic scent of carnage, radiating an aura of despair and fury. Their kin were subjected to further humiliation, their clansmen slaughtered, with each moment claiming yet another relative to the blood-soaked earth. Kill. The chilling cries echoed, and blades gleamed with lethal intent as the warriors charged toward the flickering shadows. Whoosh! A shuriken quivered in midair, then transformed into a multitude of spectral blades that plunged into the crowd like bolts of black lightning, each strike engendering a spray of crimson. Earth release. Flowing river technique. Not far off, a ninja, hands forming seals, pressed them against the ground. His cold, unblinking gaze regarded the scene with the indifference one might reserve for lifeless objects. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the earth, a sudden and immense force warping the surface. Crack! A series of rending sounds erupted from the ground, creating a cascade of fissures that swallowed the desperate wails of the fallen. In that instant, the power of the ninjas was laid bare before the world, tearing through the heavens and shattering the earth, threatening to plunge all into despair. In the modest courtyard of Tokugawa's abode, a muted, sorrowful wail broke the tranquility, as a middle-aged servant, clad in humble attire, collapsed into the blood-soaked ground. A ninja, adorned with a fox mask, cast a glance around before fixing his gaze upon the frail figure of an elderly man. In the courtyard, the cherry blossom tree was in full bloom, and after a gentle rain, petals scattered like delicate raindrops. A figure was diligently sweeping, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind. Suddenly, a shuriken appeared in the ninja's hand, and with a sneer at the back of that figure, he flung it with precision, aiming for the vulnerable spot at the elder's back. In an instant, the shuriken transformed into a dark shadow under the confident gaze of the ninja, reaching the elder's back. However, contrary to expectations, there was no scream of agony, nor did blood spatter upon impact. An aged hand, in the final moment, firmly grasped the shuriken's tail. Had no one ever warned you not to act rashly against unknown strangers? The elder slowly turned, casually toying with the shuriken, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the two astonished Umbu ninjas. Otherwise, you might find yourselves in a predicament. Who are you? The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow, his expression shifting cautiously upon witnessing the elder effortlessly catch the thrown shuriken. Me? The elder paused, then revealed a faint smile, declaring, I am merely a servant of the young Master Tokugawa. As he spoke, he gave a slight shake of his hand, and the shuriken flickered like a dark illusion. In the next heartbeat, the shuriken, undetected, swiftly embedded itself in the neck of the Umbu ninja, its speed having more than doubled from before. Ugh! A look of horror flashed across the ninja's eyes as he trembled, struggling momentarily before collapsing to the ground, blood seeping forth. It seemed a grave situation had arisen. A ninja had infiltrated the Tokugawa estate and was committing murder. The elder discarded the clutter in his hand, frowning as he glanced at the Umbu's arm, where a faint, obscure mark was becoming visible. His pupils constricted in alarm as he murmured, So it is the mark of the Konoha Umbu. What has transpired? No. I must find the young master first. Muttering to himself, the elder sprang into action, soaring onto the rooftop like a great bird, racing towards the center of the estate. Meanwhile, in the central courtyard, the cold light shimmered upon the arena, resembling a barrage of relentless slashes raining down. The two Umbu ninjas stared in horror at the seemingly endless wave of chilling brilliance approaching them, instinctively guarding their faces, their hearts gripped by an icy dread. This cannot be. Is there truly a swordsmanship so terrifying in this world? Unstoppable, it surged forth. Boom. The blade's aura enveloping that area finally erupted in a climactic explosion. Countless streams of energy slicing across, the sharp light nearly obscuring the vast arena. Humph, humph. Within that radiance, two muffled groans echoed, gradually giving rise to a thick stench of blood. It was a success. Several clan elders bore expressions of shock and joy. If they could eliminate the Konoha elder in one fell swoop, then the Tokugawa clan still had a glimmer of hope for survival, even if it meant fleeing to distant lands. Today, the actions of the Konoha ninja had utterly extinguished the hope of the Tokugawa clan. It wouldn't be that simple. In the arena, only Tokugawa Jink's expression remained grave. He was certain that two covert ninjas had perished beneath the blade's arc, yet the other, the man rumored to command darkness, was not so easily vanquished. A murmur of astonishment echoed through the arena. Could this be the secret technique of the Tokugawa clan? Truly, they are worthy descendants of the legendary Golden Warriors. Such swordsmanship is unparalleled, even among the shinobi of Konoha. Suddenly, a violent whirlwind seemed to materialize from thin air, forcefully tearing apart the last remnants of Jink's blade's radiance. A faint silhouette emerged, pristine and unruffled, yet a frown marred his brow. Alas, they did not survive. Danzo remarked softly, his gaze flickering over the scattered crimson stains around him. He then turned his attention to Tokugawa J-Rin, who had retreated to the corner of the arena. "Child, do you still intend to follow me now?" His question abruptly interrupted Jink's impending assault. As he too furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze toward the ever-observant J-Rin. J-Rin closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them, revealing a glimmer of icy resolve. "My father taught me from a young age that as a samurai, one must embody the spirit of a warrior, willing to forsake everything for loyalty." He turned his back on Jink and declared, "Today, in my allegiance to you, I shall abandon all, including the so-called clan. Traitor, how could the Tokugawa clan produce such a descendant? You dishonor our noble lineage." The elder members of the clan erupted in rage, pointing and cursing vehemently at J-Rin. Amidst the uproar, two distinct laughter resonated. Jink and J-Rin, this father-son duo. "The more you curse, the colder my heart becomes. I revel in it." J-Rin quaked with a peculiar smile. "Your choice is commendable. At least you have preserved your life," Jink declared, brandishing his luminous blade, dismissing J-Rin as he unleashed a deep, resonant roar. Instantly, a palpable surge of ethereal white energy began to swirl around him like smoke. "Lord Danzo has long awaited our clan's golden divine shelter. Now, behold. Single sword style. Lioness dirge." The wild roar seemed to ignite the very air, setting the arena ablaze as it trembled under the intensity of his presence. In that moment, Jink's entire being radiated an aura akin to crashing waves, interwoven with strands of sanguine energy. With a swift stroke, the blade transformed into a silvery ribbon, streaking across like a meteor. Boom! Within the estate of the clan leader, a dense cloud of smoke erupted, as if piercing the earth, enveloping the surroundings in dust. The entire courtyard quaked instantaneously. What immense power is this? Truly astonishing. From a concealed shadow not far from the estate, Tokugawa Mutt gazed intently at the spectacle, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. In truth, the commotion caused by the earlier actions of Danzo had already alarmed him. With great caution, he harnessed the secrets of mental probing, vividly conjuring images of the scenes on the estate's main street within his mind. The family warriors were mercilessly slaughtered by the ninjas, exhibiting almost no capacity for retaliation. And the pervasive stench of blood throughout the martial city instantaneously led him to surmise the grim circumstances outside. Such a heavy scent of blood could not be emitted by merely a dozen or several dozen individuals. Even though he had been forged by a life of slaughter in his previous existence, he now harbored a renewed awareness of the brutality inherent in this world of ninjas. "I must survive." Casting a fierce glance at the chaotic courtyard, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation, which he swiftly extinguished. His strength could not rectify the present predicament, and the fate of the Tokugawa clan was already sealed. There was nothing he could change. All he could do now was strive to survive. Gradually retreating along the shadows, Tokugawa Madeo moved backward. Suddenly, a large hand landed upon his shoulder, causing his hair to stand on end. Without a moment's thought, 3 steel needles formed in his hand and were shot towards the source of the intrusion, while his right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. "You cannot leave yet." The familiar voice, imbued with a gentle undertone, made Tokugawa Madeo abandon his attack and retract the 3 needles. "Uncle Da!" he exclaimed in surprise, turning to see the familiar aged figure standing quietly in the deepest shadows, with only 2 bright eyes emanating a faint glow. The Tokugawa clan had been ambushed by the Umbu of Konoha. This was an opportunity, the old servant stated calmly, his gaze drifting toward the area still shrouded in dust not far away, revealing a hint of unusual emotion in his eyes. An opportunity to acquire the Golden Divine Repository of the Tokugawa clan. Golden Divine Repository. Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow, lacking any recollection of it. Although he could use his mental power to sense distant occurrences, he could not hear sounds, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that this so-called Golden Divine Repository was the cause of the clan's annihilation. The ancient Golden Samurai clans each possessed secret techniques imbued with formidable power, referred to as the Golden Divine Repository. And the Tokugawa clan was indeed one of these Golden Samurai clans. Their repository contained a sword technique known as the Technique of Destruction, the old servant explained, then shifted his expression to regard Tokugawa Madeo, saying, "I once promised Tokugawa Jink that I would not seize it without permission, but now, if we do not take it, This sword technique will surely fall into the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Rather than that, it would be better for the young master to obtain it. After all, you two are a descendant of the Tokugawa clan. A sword technique. Tokugawa Madeo's heart trembled at that moment. Recalling the Aido performed by Tokugawa Yasushi and the sword techniques exhibited by Tokugawa Jink earlier, powerful techniques rivaling ninjutsu. Possessing a destructive force indeed worthy of the title of the technique of destruction. The old servant's proposal ignited a flicker of desire within him. If he could acquire such a formidable sword technique, it would undoubtedly accelerate the enhancement of his strength in a short time, helping to compensate for his shortcomings in close combat. After a moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo resolutely made up his mind. The recent, unforeseen events had starkly illuminated for him the perilous and indifferent nature of the world, far more dangerous than the realms he had previously observed in animations. Life could be extinguished at any moment, instilling within him a sense of urgency to acquire formidable power in an exceedingly short span of time. The gradual restoration of his mental prowess was simply too protracted. On a recent day, he noted with alarm that the core of his mental energy had begun to stagnate in its release. Tokugawa Madeo understood that this signified his physical body had reached its limit in accommodating additional mental strength, amplifying his sense of urgency. We must depart. Remaining here will only plunge us into crisis. Seeing Tokugawa Madeo remain silent, the old servant assumed he was reluctant to sever ties with the Tokugawa clan, especially with Tokugawa Jink, and thus urged him gently. With a slight nod, Tokugawa Madeo cast a final glance at the courtyard in the distance, and then, guided by the old servant, hastened towards the rear of the estate. At that moment, the anguished cries surrounding the Tokugawa estate had begun to wane, and from the eaves above, numerous shadowy ninjas could be seen leaping towards the courtyard where the earlier tumult had erupted. Following the old servant's lead, Tokugawa Madeo weaved swiftly through the shadows of the densely clustered courtyards, evading the watchful glances of the ninjas perched above. Soon, the old servant abruptly halted, revealing before them a towering structure, akin to a spire, standing over 10 meters high. The sacrificial tower! Tokugawa Madeo exclaimed in astonishment. This very tower was the ancestral shrine of the Tokugawa clan, where generations of clan leaders paid homage to their forebears. Although Tokugawa Madeo was not particularly esteemed within the family, as the son of Tokugawa Jink, he possessed the right to participate in the clan's rituals. However, the true essence of these ceremonies remained beyond his grasp. Only the eldest son, Tokugawa Yasu, was allowed to accompany the clan leader within. At this moment, the tower was firmly locked, and an aura of sharpness radiated ominously from the entrance, obstructing their path. Yet, this challenge did not deter Tokugawa Madeo. Observing the old servant's serious demeanor, he furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, channeling a pure stream of mental energy towards the sacrificial tower. With a rush, it was as if he had pierced through a veil of water. His mental energy entered the tower unimpeded, revealing to him a realm enveloped in profound darkness. Clang, clang. A familiar essence emerged, accompanied by the subtle sound of metal colliding. This ignited a spark of recognition in Tokugawa Madeo's eyes, prompting him to peer further into the sound source. At last, amidst the depths of darkness ahead, faint glimmers emerged, resembling fireflies in the wild winter. 2 diminutive flames flickered, illuminating a small area of the obscured space. The candles were positioned on either side of a stone table, with 2 somewhat antiquated kneeling seats set at the center. In the void ahead, a colossal shadow loomed, shrouded in the depths of darkness, rendering it indistinct. At this moment, the metallic tremor resonated with increasing clarity, emanating from behind a shadow. However, Tokugawa Madeo's gaze was not directed there. Instead, it was captivated by a long sword resting upon a stone table. This blade, forged in the likeness of lustrous golden glaze, measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, with the scabbard radiating a gentle golden glow. Curiously, the sword possessed 2 hilts, side by side within its palm-width sheath. Just as Tokugawa Madeo continued his inspection, a cacophony of sounds gradually approached from afar. Tokugawa Madeo's eyes widened suddenly as he turned toward the elderly servant in front of him. "Hide," the servant urged in a low tone, swiftly pulling Tokugawa Madeo into the shadows of the surrounding structures by the sacrificial tower. Before long, a rapid cadence of footsteps echoed, revealing 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerging from the direction the 2 had previously traversed. The taller figure was an elderly man with completely white hair and a somber expression, while the shorter figure was the familiar form of Tokugawa Yasuru. It was evident that Yasuharu understood the peril confronting their family. His eyes were blood red, and he gripped the cold night longsword tightly, veins bulging. Yasuharu, time is of the essence. Our clan stands on the brink of annihilation. If you can successfully escape with the gold hidden deep within, there remains a glimmer of hope for the Tokugawa lineage. Upon arriving at the sacrificial tower and witnessing the silent courtyard, the elderly man's expression softened slightly, and he gravely addressed Tokugawa Yasuharu. I understand, Elder. Tokugawa Yasuharu replied softly, closing his eyes to regulate the turmoil within him. Good. The elder patted Yasuharu's shoulder, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he continued. The last sacred treasure of the Tokugawa clan lies deep within the sacrificial tower. The seal at the entrance can only be safely opened with 2 blades. Unfortunately, the empty silent sword is in the hands of the clan leader and may be lost forever. Thus, only the cold knight in your possession can unlock it. Go now? I must take my leave. Where will you go? Yasuharu inquired. To the battlefield of the Tokugawa clan. The elderly man paused briefly, then turned to Yasuharu with a gentle smile. I have grown old. I must follow the glory of the Golden Warriors. I cannot allow the younger generation to witness disgrace. Yasuharu's expression trembled, revealing deep sorrow as he bowed his head. The footsteps gradually faded, followed by the sound of several crisp metallic clashes in the distance behind him. Tokugawa Yasuharu abruptly raised his head, a heavy and cold murderous intent emerging in his gaze as he strode purposefully toward the stone door of the sacrificial tower. Buzz! The mottled blade of Cold Night gradually ignited with glimmers of light, which Yasuharu thrust fiercely toward the sharp aura suffusing the stone door. Whoosh! The tip of the Cold Night blade was suddenly met with resistance, and a small black hole began to form on the stone door, rapidly expanding in an instant. A circular void was opened. At that moment, a faint breeze swept through, and a lightning-like apparition abruptly appeared behind Tokugawa Yasuharu. Without a moment's hesitation, it raised its hand and swiftly struck at Yasuharu's neck. In a moment of bewilderment, a sudden wave of intense vertigo and numbness surged through Tokugawa Yasu's mind, causing his body to collapse weakly. Tokugawa Madeo sprang forth from the shadows, catching Tokugawa Yasu just in time, and together with the Cold Night blade, he turned and retreated into the increasingly constricting void. Following closely behind was the phantom figure of the old servant, Deshu. The stone door's hollow gradually closed, ultimately returning to a state of mundane emptiness, revealing only a fleeting sharp aura. The courtyard, shrouded in swirling dust, was enveloped by an atmosphere of impending doom. Silent figures observed the scene below, their cold blades still gleaming with a chilling light, their eyes reflecting a profound stillness and icy resolve. Far from the shattered arena, Towanzo's expression darkened as he gazed ahead. His breastplate bore a smooth gash, and a piercing chill seemed to stab at his chest, igniting a surge of anger within him. The notion that a warrior, whom he had always regarded as inferior, had nearly inflicted harm upon him was a source of both humiliation and fury. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Shurin stood to the side, astonished by the unfolding scene. This was the first time he had witnessed his father truly unleash his wrath. He had never before seen such devastating power emanate from him. Were it not for Towanzo's protection, he might have been reduced to mere ashes, like the dust upon the ground. Father, does he harbor no regard for our bond as father and son? Does he wish to slay me alongside my adversaries? Tokugawa Shurin inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes to suppress the tumultuous emotions swelling within him, extinguishing the last remnants of familial affection. Truly, the might of the golden lineage of warriors that once ruled the world is astonishing. Towanzo, having gradually calmed his inner turmoil, now possessed an even brighter gaze. Such mastery of swordsmanship, how could it possibly exist beyond my grasp? I must obtain it. Shurin, Towanzo suddenly spoke. Where are the secrets of the Tokugawa clan concealed? Tokugawa Shurin abruptly opened his lifeless eyes, pondering silently before responding. There may not be any specific records, but if there are, they would surely reside in one place. What place? The sacrificial tower. Tokugawa Shurin articulated, each word laced with a piercing chill. Upon hearing this, a faint smile slowly crept across Towanzo's face, and he nodded toward the eaves of the building. In an instant, 2 shadowy ninjas appeared beside him, kneeling respectfully. My lord, leave 2 behind. The rest shall accompany me to search for the Tokugawa clan's sacrificial tower. Towanzo turned to Tokugawa Shurin. Wait a moment. Understanding Towanzo's intent, Tokugawa Shurin furrowed his brow. The sacrificial tower holds the seals left by our ancestors. Without the Cold Night blade and the Void blade, We cannot enter. He then shifted his gaze forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Cold Night Blade is in my brother's possession, while the Void Blade lies here. Oh, it seems I cannot allow him to perish on his own. Tuanzo furrowed his brow, then gently patted Tokugawa Shurin on the shoulder, revealing a faint smile as he remarked, "If you succeed, the Blade Konji shall belong to you." How could that be possible? Cough, cough. Before Tokugawa Shurin could respond, a sharp, pained cough abruptly pierced the air, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Amidst the gradually clearing dust and smoke, a vague figure slowly began to emerge. It was Tokugawa Jink. However, at this moment, Tokugawa Jink had lost the composed demeanor he once possessed, now half kneeling amidst the rubble, gasping for breath. As if the previous assault had nearly drained him of all his strength, leaving only a sense of disarray and frailty. Behind him lay the scattered bodies of several clan elders in a pool of blood, while two shadowy ninjas stood silently, methodically wiping the gleaming blades in their hands. Hiki. Tokugawa Jink struggled to rise, emitting a weak, trembling laugh. How could I allow Shink to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, tarnishing the reputation of the Tokugawa clan? As he spoke, Tokugawa Jink abruptly raised the blade in his hand once more, the konji, a short sword cloaked in a brilliant aura. This blade, nearly a foot in length, resembled the profound depths of the night sky, its entirety a deep, dark hue akin to ink. At that moment, infused with the last remnants of Tokugawa Jink's energy, it began to emanate a glimmering light reminiscent of distant stars. One sword style. Swoosh. Before Tokugawa Jink could make another move, two glimmers of cold light suddenly flashed through the air, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. As two chilling sword tips pierced through Tokugawa Jink's chest, blood immediately gushed forth, trickling down the blades. Cough, cough. Tokugawa Jink spat out a copious amount of blood, his gaze fixed blankly on the blade embedded in his chest, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Blade, bang. Ultimately, he succumbed, his eyes closing weakly as he gradually fell to the ground, the konji no longer exuding its sharpness, clattering down beside him. The current head of the Tokugawa clan, Tokugawa Jink, had fallen. The two indistinct shadow ninjas, seemingly performing an inconspicuous task, coldly stood up, shaking off the blood from their blades. Humph. Tuanzo chuckled coldly, stating, "Indeed. The world today is no longer suited for you. Disappear, Golden Warrior." He indifferently approached Tokugawa Jink's side, bent down to pick up the konji, and after a moment of contemplation, tossed it back to the somewhat dazed Tokugawa Shurin. "It is yours now, Shurin." "Yes. Thank you, my lord." Tokugawa Shurin's expression suddenly shifted as he reached out to catch the konji. In that instant, a flicker of fervor began to ignite in his eyes, overshadowing all negative emotions. Finally, the silent space was abruptly engulfed by darkness, the sacrificial tower remaining as lifeless and desolate as Tokugawa Madeo had previously observed. Setting Tokugawa Jink aside, Tokugawa Madeo took a moment to acclimate before cautiously proceeding deeper, in search of the elusive light and shadow that lay within. Suddenly, a brief voice from the old servant pierced through the darkness behind, followed by a fist-sized flame igniting in the void, momentarily illuminating the space. Tokugawa Madeo cast a glance around and discovered he was in an exceedingly vast area, with numerous engravings of pictographs and text adorning the walls of the tower. He furrowed his brow, noting that these mainly depicted events from the history of the Tokugawa clan, devoid of the anticipated martial secrets. Clearly, this was not a divine repository as the elder of the Tokugawa clan had instructed Tokugawa Yasushi to retrieve. It was likely that such a divine artifact would be smaller or easily portable. Beyond this chamber, a continuous stone wall loomed ahead, bisecting the space within the tower. As Tokugawa Madeo advanced a few steps forward, he discovered a doorway carved into the stone wall, from which faint metallic vibrations emanated. This must be it. His eyes brightened as he recalled everything he had perceived with his mental energy. Suddenly, the flame behind him flickered, its brilliance gradually waning. Tokugawa Madeo was startled, realizing that the chakra fireball in the void was shrinking. The chakra input could only sustain its burn for a limited duration. Fortunately, he had identified the target location. The old servant's voice resounded from behind as he drew closer. At that moment, a hazy glow began to emerge from the darkness ahead, preventing it from becoming entirely shrouded in black. Tokugawa Madeo cautiously stepped through the dim doorway. Two bright candles flickered, revealing a stone table, a resplendent golden double-edged sword, and a colossal shadow that seemed to be born from the depths of darkness. The sound of metallic clashing resonated intermittently from the obscured recesses beyond the light. With a swift motion, the old servant formed hand seals once more, conjuring a larger fireball that fully illuminated the area. A massive long sword, nearly 10 meters in length, stood ominously behind the stone table. This was indeed the colossal shadow he had sensed earlier. Tokugawa Madeo gazed in astonishment at the sword, forged entirely of metal, which extended toward the apex of the sacrificial tower. Its width reached 3 meters, resembling a monumental stele that obscured a vast expanse. Yet, despite its imposing presence, he could still discern a raised platform behind the giant sword, standing 2 to 3 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide, densely embedded with numerous longswords that occasionally emitted metallic reverberations. Indeed, the blades were inscribed with names, indicating that this was the site of sacrifice. The old servant's expression shifted as he surveyed the surroundings, then turned to Tokugawa Madeo. Indeed, Tokugawa Madeo exhaled softly. Upon this sacrificial altar, every sword bore a name, appearing both sudden and peculiar. This was, in fact, the resting place of the ancestors of the Tokugawa clan. What, then, did this enormous long sword symbolize? Was it a repository for the so-called divine artifacts? After a moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow. The sheer size of the sword rendered it difficult to ascertain if it concealed any mechanisms or secrets. After a brief pause, Tokugawa Madeo suddenly leaped onto the stone table, reaching out to touch the colossal longsword. The old servant beside him was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression shifted to one of understanding, as he too recognized it as the repository of divine artifacts. With a resounding clap, Tokugawa Madeo's hand made contact with the blade, and he was enveloped by the chilling sensation of cold steel, which prompted him to inhale deeply, savoring the experience. The coldness, the hardness, what a familiar sensation, almost innately comforting. Moments later, Tokugawa Madeo abruptly opened his eyes, shaking his head as if recovering from a dizzy spell. A surge of mental energy instinctively extended from his brow, coiling around the metallic giant sword he had touched. It felt as though he had entered a warm chamber, and in that instant, upon his consciousness merging with the sword, he was acutely aware of an eerie yet familiar essence. A peculiar expression crossed his face. At that moment, he experienced a sensation that he had only known in his previous life. He could manipulate this metal. As he quietly embraced this extension of what felt like another body, a wave of fervor ignited within him. Indeed, this was the nascent sensation of controlling metal, a precursor to the advanced ability of metal mastery. In his previous life, as a metal manipulator renowned as a king in the realm of Shinjo, he had evolved his abilities to the pinnacle, transitioning from mere manipulation to complete mastery of metal. Although the distinction was merely 2 words, it represented the most significant disparity in the realm of supernatural abilities. Metal manipulation allowed one to control metal using mental energy, akin to telekinesis, while metal mastery transcended this stage entirely, enabling the practitioner to not only conjure metal from thin air, but also to alter its form, hardness, and strength at will, even rendering all objects metallic. During the ultimate battle of his past life, his mastery had nearly transformed the entire island of East Continent into a metallic expanse. Had it not been for the ambush by a spatial manipulator, he would not have found himself in this absurd world of Naruto. In the 3 months spent in this world, he had wielded power for only 4 days. Initially, he believed that his supernatural ability would be completely nullified due to the transformation of his physical form, yet to his astonishment, the mental energy inherent to him as a metal manipulator persisted, albeit diminished by 1 tier. Nevertheless, this revelation filled Tokugawa Madeo with elation. This iron giant sword. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as his mental energy surged into the interior of the blade. It was a fantastical realm, akin to traversing the cosmic expanse, where countless iron shards resembled an endless galaxy, shifting in accordance with his mental will. Boom. Within the sacrificial tower, the massive longsword, connected to the entire structure, trembled violently, emitting a thunderous roar that shook the very foundation of the tower. What extraordinary power is this? The old servant's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Tokugawa Madeo's gradually reddening face atop the stone table, a mixture of shock and excitement blossoming within him. The young master's bloodline abilities have indeed grown even more formidable. Yet the reality proved far more intricate than the old servant had anticipated. Tokugawa Madeo exerted his utmost mental prowess, which merely induced a slight tremor in the formidable long blade. a far cry from the mastery he had envisioned. After all, the sword's weight was considerable, and Tokugawa Madeo's mental strength was insufficient to sustain such control. Moreover, he did not genuinely desire to manipulate the blade. It was merely a fleeting moment of exhilaration. Having regained the extraordinary power associated with metal, Tokugawa Madeo felt a measure of relief in this perilous world. With the ability to manipulate metal, he had secured a semblance of safety. Thus, it was time to seek the divine treasure. Calming his thoughts, Tokugawa Madeo surveyed his surroundings anew, then unleashed his mental energy with vigor, steering clear of the imposing long sword before him. His mental force swiftly entwined itself within the iron thicket formed by the array of blades. He meticulously examined each sword. Yet disappointment loomed as he found no trace of the coveted techniques of swordsmanship, only the simple chronicles of each Tokugawa clan leader's deeds. Furrowing his brow, Tokugawa Madeo closed his eyes in contemplation. The locations within the sacrificial tower that could house the golden divine treasure were indeed limited. With the massive longsword and the altar behind it ruled out, only one possibility remained. Opening his eyes, he leapt down, directing his gaze towards the dual-handled golden sword resting upon the stone table, allowing his mental energy to flow towards it. With a whoosh, unimpeded, Tokugawa Madeo's mental force seized complete control of the sword, unveiling the intricately concealed and enigmatic designs etched upon its blade. Techniques of swordsmanship. His eyes lit up with sudden clarity, and he swiftly grasped the peculiar sword in his hand. With a resonant sound, chakra surged, and a crisp clang echoed in his ears, revealing two segments of dark golden blades. Brilliant, yet enigmatic, an incongruous blend of sensations flooded his mind, evoking an indescribable strangeness. A magnificent sword indeed. Even the old servant beside him couldn't help but gaze in admiration. This sword, known as Lioli. At that moment, a shadowy figure abruptly entered, regarding the sword in Tokugawa Madeo's hand, and speaking softly, "Tokugawa Ko." Neither Tokugawa Madeo nor the old servant betrayed any surprise. They merely regarded him with calm indifference, evidently aware of his awakening. In truth, the old servant's strike had not been forceful, it had merely rendered Tokugawa Ko momentarily unconscious. Tokugawa Ko approached the stone table, offering a slight bow towards the sacrificial altar, then spoke with a measured tone. "This is the hallowed ground where the leaders of the Tokugawa clan have paid their respects. Perhaps this will be my last visit." His gaze shifted to Tokugawa Madeo, specifically to the sword named Liuli, revealing a glimmer of sorrow. For the sake of this so-called golden divine treasure, an entire clan had been rendered void. Tokugawa Madeo slowly sheathed the long sword, looking towards Tokugawa Ko, a hint of melancholy surfacing within him. He was not the original Tokugawa Madeo, and his heart held little affection for the Tokugawa clan. Due to the memories of this body, he felt a sense of aversion toward this family and even toward the nominal father. Tokugawa Ko, the supposed elder brother, truly met him today in that arena battle. Previously, they had spoken in the medical room, but before long, they found themselves meeting again in this ancestral shrine. He could not comprehend Tokugawa Ko's feelings and could only respond with silence. Tokugawa Ko took a deep breath and then turned his gaze toward the silent old servant, saying, "We meet again." "Young Master Ko," the old servant replied tersely, falling silent once more, seemingly harboring an inexplicable coldness toward Tokugawa Ko. You remain the same. Perpetually indifferent toward our father and our clan." Tokugawa Ko remarked with a hint of mockery, then silently glanced at the glass blade in Tokugawa Madeo's hand and suddenly said, "You must have heard about the family matters. The ninjas from Konoha have spied on our clan, launching an attack to seize our swordsmanship secrets. I presume your ambush was also for this purpose, but I shall not hold it against you, for you are also our father's son, my brother." As he spoke, he abruptly grasped the cold knight blade at his waist and continued, "Listen well, the secrets of our family's swordsmanship are contained within 3 divine weapons. Aside from the cold knight, this glass blade is the last of the divine weapons, and the swordsmanship secrets can only be revealed through the blood of the Tokugawa clan. Time is of the essence. I cannot elaborate further. Regardless." Tokugawa Ko paused, his expression growing serious. "Even in death, you must safeguard the glass blade. It must not fall into the hands of Konoha. This is the promise that befits a descendant of the Tokugawa clan." Tokugawa Madeo silently nodded. He would certainly protect the glass blade, saying nothing more as he sheathed it at his waist. In a low voice, he asked, "How do you plan to escape?" "We are unaware of our father's fate, but I have heard from the elders that Shurin betrayed the clan. Thus, we cannot remain hidden here for long. The emptiness contained within our father's blade harbors another swordsmanship secret of the clan, and serves as the key to the shrine. We must leave immediately. At this, Tokugawa Kyo's expression darkened. They needed to depart at once. He turned and raced toward the exit of the shrine. Tokugawa Madeo glanced at the old servant, nodded in agreement, and plunged into the darkness. The sky had darkened, and the entire family estate, along with the entire martial city, had descended into a profound silence. The moonlight was shrouded in thick clouds, casting only faint glimmers upon the heavens, illuminating the lurking menace. In the backyard of the Tokugawa estate, swish, swish, swish. Countless black shadows darted through the air, pausing beneath the eaves. Tokugawa Shuren gripped a short blade that seemed to merge with the night. His gaze sharply fixed on Danzo's side. Before them lay a vast courtyard, with a stone tower over 10 meters high lurking in the darkness, faintly visible. Is that the Tower of Sacrifice? The calm voice of Danzo resonated slowly. Nodding slightly, Tokugawa Shuren gently raised the empty blade in his hand, without a hint of hesitation. Charging towards the stone door that exuded a sharp aura. With a resounding thud, the blade, like ink merging into the darkness, was abruptly halted before the stone door, its tip seemingly piercing into another void. Instantly, that sharp essence diffused, and a portal materialized above the stone door, gradually opening. It was pitch black and profoundly deep. There lay the world within the tower. What is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Danzo's gaze from behind. The methods of that clan could instantaneously seal immense destructive power within a technique, an ability exclusive to them. Tokugawa Shuren, oblivious to the expression in Danzo's eyes, was entranced by the portal, his gaze revealing a growing yearning. Legend spoke of the final blade among the 3 ancestral swords concealed within that abyss, harboring formidable techniques of swordsmanship. Drawing a deep breath, Tokugawa Shuren slowly returned the empty blade to his waist, a whisper of discontent rising within him. Behold, father, I am the ultimate heir of the Tokugawa clan. I shall obtain the 3 ancestral blades and revive the splendor of the golden samurai. You have all chosen wrongly. I am the hope of the Tokugawa clan. Gradually calming his tumultuous heart, Tokugawa Shuren respectfully addressed Danzo. Sir, the golden shrine should be hidden within the tower. Danzo nodded quietly, pausing before entering. With closed eyes, he pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, has there ever been someone with red hair within the Tokugawa clan? Red hair? Tokugawa Shuren was taken aback, the image of his brother, Tokugawa Madeo, flashing through his mind. Furrowing his brow, he replied, my brother, Tokugawa Madeo, possesses the red hair you speak of. Ah. Danzo's eyes brightened, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he recalled the information conveyed by a root member who had previously accompanied Kakashi's team. It seemed a child with bloodline abilities had emerged within the Tokugawa clan, and that child likely bore the lineage of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, bloodlines. Metallic Kanai. How could I have almost forgotten this matter? With a chuckle, Danzo suddenly gestured sharply to the Umbu ninjas nearby, commanding, seal off the entire witching and seek a boy with red hair. Bring him to me. Yes. Following a brief acknowledgement, the surrounding black-cloaked ninjas swiftly dispersed, heading into the distance. Tokugawa Shuren observed with a calm demeanor, harboring a flicker of doubt within, yet revealing none on his face. This brief encounter illuminated for him that the Danzo he pledged loyalty to was a figure of absolute authority and gravitas, presumably standing atop the pinnacle of power even within Konoha. Let us proceed, Danzo said, gently interrupting Tokugawa Shuren's thoughts as he stepped towards the portal of the stone tower. Suddenly, as the figure of Danzo neared the doorway, his body halted momentarily, a flicker of astonishment manifesting in his gaze, before he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a series of tearing sounds erupted, and amidst the dimness, ethereal glimmers of faint golden light flitted by. At this moment, Tokugawa Shujin, positioned behind, abruptly regained his composure and instinctively cast his eyes forward, his gaze narrowing in trepidation. Before the stone gate, a slender blade emerged, radiating a chilling gleam. The cold night blade. Upon discerning the form of this blade, the pupils of Tokugawa Shujin dilated sharply, revealing a trace of ferocity. It appears you have already entered the sacrificial tower and obtained it. He could not help but moisten his dry lips as he spoke in a hushed tone. Who goes there? A deep, indifferent voice resonated from behind, clearing Tokugawa Shujin's mind as he swiftly retreated. Danzo extended his right hand, gripping a slender metallic needle tightly between his fingers, momentarily taken aback. Metal. Samban. His gaze sharpened as he directed it towards the dark portal. Truly, the renowned Leaf Ninja possess an uncanny ability to detect imminent threats even in such dire circumstances. An aged voice gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing a frail figure. It was an elderly man, his hair a stark white, body withered. Yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. It was indeed the old servant. "Who are you?" Danzo inquired, furrowing his brow, clearly taken aback. As this was not the person he had envisioned. "Just a mere servant nearing the end of his days," the old servant replied nonchalantly. "Interesting. It seems that even though the Uzumaki clan has been annihilated, remnants of their powers still linger," Danzo remarked, casting a casual glance towards the portal behind the old servant. Upon hearing the mention of the Uzumaki clan, the previously composed old servant exhibited a subtle shift in demeanor, revealing a flicker of emotion. "Hee. While I am uncertain why the descendants of the great Uzumaki clan would conceal themselves in such a place, I hope you will make the right choice. I will guide you into the life of Konoha afterward." "The right choice?" The old servant frowned, inquiring further. "Do not obstruct Konoha's annihilation of the Tokugawa clan." Danzo replied coldly and indifferently. "Hiki. Indeed, for the relatively weaker Tokugawa clan, facing annihilation was inevitable, much like the fate that befell the Uzumaki clan." The old servant exhaled slowly, seemingly whispering, before his gaze fell upon Danzo, stating, "Is it not the way of Konoha to wield the blade against former comrades on the battlefield? Or is this indeed the right choice? It seems you have chosen poorly." Danzo's expression darkened as he silently regarded the old servant in the darkness that lingered behind him. At this moment, within the Stone Tower's portal, Tokugawa Yasumiki's expression grew increasingly stern as he silently gripped the hilt of Cold Knight's blade, his heart seething with an inferno of anguish. A family endowed with formidable swordsmanship techniques had been annihilated merely due to their own frailty, or perhaps it was the world that had cast them aside. Everything reduced to mere insignificance by weakness. A self-deprecating smile twisted upon his lips, revealing a sardonic grin. Tokugawa Mu remained silently ensconced in the shadows, his gaze steadily fixed upon the outside world. He felt little sentiment towards the natural law of survival of the fittest. His past life experiences had rendered him somewhat numb to such realities, deeming them entirely ordinary. His focus settled on Danzo, who, although not as aged nor shrouded as depicted in later manga, with a concealed right eye and arms adorned with the eerie Sharingan, was nonetheless instantly recognizable to him as the man wielding half the power within Konoha. The leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, dweller in darkness. Perhaps it was an illusion. But at the moment Tokugawa's gaze lingered on Danzo, the latter suddenly returned his stare, his eyes seemingly piercing through the darkness, clearly discerning Tokugawa's presence. It appeared that this time would indeed yield a significant result. Danzo whispered with a low chuckle, and then two sleek, black shurikens shot forth from his hands, aimed at the old servant. Swoosh! The sharp blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning. Clang! The clear metallic resonance echoed in the dim void, sparking as the old servant unexpectedly grasped a scythe-like weapon, no longer than his forearm, to deflect Danzo's assault. Vacuum blade! A chilling, deep voice, akin to the whisper of death, suddenly expelled a slender stream of air from Danzo's lips, nearly invisible to the naked eye, and reached the old servant in an instant. Slash! This stream, as sharp as the finest blade, zipped through the air, grazing the edge of the scythe and carving a deep gash into the old servant's left shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo's gaze sharpened with the intensity of a hawk, and his hands quickly formed seals before unleashing another vacuum blade. However, this time it bore no fruit. As the vacuum blade passed, 16 faint golden phantoms materialized abruptly, launching a rapid assault. Crack! The minute sounds of metal splintering resonated through the space, and as the vacuum blade dissipated, a gentle shower of golden dust began to fall from the void. Danzo's expression momentarily faltered, instinctively glancing towards the figure lurking in the depths of darkness. At that moment, Tokugawa Yasumiki's expression also darkened. For a single vacuum blade had obliterated the steel needles that had condensed the majority of his chakra, and due to the manipulation of metal. Although the speed of these needles had been significantly enhanced, their shattering had momentarily jarred his mental state. This was Tokugawa Yasumiki's true initial encounter with a ninja, and the situation appeared to be deteriorating. 10 years had passed. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, prompting Tokugawa Madeo to instinctively glance over, only to see the old servant, with an expression of indifference, reaching out to dab at a smear of blood on his shoulder. His hands abruptly came together. It had been a full decade since this force had been summoned, a power steeped in fear. Hiss! A faint wisp of smoke began to emanate from the palms clasped together by the old servant, as if something were melting within. At that moment, A tumultuous sound seemed to rise from within the old servant's body. Behind him, the sacrificial tower, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes widened in astonishment. This sound appeared to belong to the flow of some metal. The reality confirmed this notion. Whoosh! A sharp and intense metallic tremor suddenly became apparent as elongated black chains, reminiscent of serpents, extended from the old servant's hands, dancing through the air. What is this? Witnessing this scene, the usually composed Danzo revealed a glimmer of surprise as he exclaimed, "The sealing chakra of the Uzumaki clan." The sealing chakra, a unique transformation of chakra exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, combined with their unparalleled sealing techniques, had once cultivated a sanctuary amid the chaos of war, standing alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans of that era. Alas, due to their dwindling numbers, only a handful possessed the aptitude to inherit the sealing chakra, rendering the direct combat strength of the Uzumaki clan exceedingly weak. Many years prior, they had been nearly annihilated by a mysterious enemy attacking their village. The sealing chakra observing the thrumming chains, Danzo's eyes narrowed gradually, for perhaps no one in the entire shinobi world knew the Uzumaki clan better than he did. It was a rare constitution capable of withstanding the mightiest tailed beast chakra in existence, along with the legendary power to communicate with the divine through potent seals. The Nine Tails served as Konoha's ultimate weapon of war, while the wives of successive Hokages were members of the Uzumaki clan, acting as vessels. Should a member of the Uzumaki clan successfully refine sealing chakra, even the Nine Tails could be utterly confined until the death of its vessel from the Uzumaki clan. For decades, the Nine Tails had remained under control. Thus, one could fathom the exceptional abilities this peculiar sealing chakra possessed. This force should not have reemerged unexpectedly. Danzo spoke softly, his gaze gradually becoming solemn, as a whirlwind suddenly swirled around him, intertwining incessantly. Whoosh! In an instant, his hands transformed into a blur, completing the hand seals for the jutsu in a heartbeat. Rat, rabbit, dog. Wind release, vacuum wave. Whoosh! A concentrated stream of azure chakra erupted from Danzo's mouth, immediately causing the swirling winds around him to coalesce into nearly transparent blades of wind, flickering through the air like phantoms. Whoosh! Shadows encircled, as in the center. The old servant slowly opened his hands, revealing a web of intricate chains spreading between his palms, sealing the realm of unity. A somber, chilling voice reverberated through the air, and in an instant, the slender, dancing chains stretched across the void, scattering into the emptiness ahead. A hum echoed as if a portal to another realm had been opened, and the previously unremarkable void became surreal, with flickering blades of wind momentarily halted by the constraints of spatial loss. Suddenly, a shuriken, emanating a sharp aura, sliced through the fabric of space, penetrating the domain of the chains. What? The old servant's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes widening in alarm. The shuriken was enveloped by a deep blue chakra of wind, severing multiple sealing chains in its advance, disrupting his control over this spatial domain. The power of the dimensional origin. With a low exclamation, the concealed void shivered, cocooning the old servant in a colossal bubble. Space materialized. Observing this spectacle, Danzo abruptly ceased his assault, furrowing his brow. It appears you are not merely a descendant of the ordinary Whirlpool clan. You have cultivated sealing ninjutsu to such an extraordinary extent. Within that bubble of space, the old servant gazed coldly at Danzo, offering no response. The foundational path of space-time ninjutsu, the sealing technique, possesses the ability to influence space. Indeed, the Whirlpool clan is remarkable. Danzo lowered his head slightly, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips, as he formed another seal with his hands. You can only protect yourself with that sealing technique. How will you counter this one? Zimauin. Wind release, vacuum wave. Whoosh! The sharp chakra of wind surged forth, finally honed to its zenith, instantly manifesting countless blades of wind that spread over a radius of 7 or 8 meters. This torrent of wind seemed to cleave the void itself, vanishing in an instant, targeting the old servant and the towering stone tower behind him. What? This is bad. The old servant's expression suddenly changed as he shouted towards the door behind him. Young master, quickly leave the tower. Swish, swish, swish. Before his words could settle, they were drowned out by a cacophony of slicing sounds. The torrent, interspersed with countless blades of wind, had already engulfed the majority of the tower's body, slicing through it with reckless abandon. Like sharp blades shredding paper, the once formidable stone tower was riddled with cracks in mere moments, large chunks crumbling away, and dust enveloping the courtyard. Boom! The tower trembled, and within its confines, Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kei's expressions shifted dramatically. A ninja, is this what ninja-level combat looks like? Possessing the power to manipulate nature and tear the earth asunder. It seems to far exceed the capabilities of a samurai. Swish! A blade of wind suddenly cleaved through the upper portion of the tower, revealing a minute fissure, and the blade of wind remained unspent, slicing into the darkness within the tower. Clang! A dull metallic collision echoed from behind, and Tokugawa Madeo's gaze sparkled with intrigue, but before he could react, a flurry of wind blades appeared above the tower, creating a gaping hole in its upper structure in the blink of an eye. A faint glimmer of starlight descended, illuminating the two figures beside it. We cannot linger here any longer. We must venture forth to assist him. Defeat that ninja. Tokugawa Yasuharu fiercely twisted the handle of his cold night blade, drawing it forth and leaping into action. Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow slightly. Reason dictated that their combined strength was insufficient to contend with Danzo's power at this moment. Moreover, the root members scattered around might have already heard the commotion and were likely en route. Confronting Danzo directly would be tantamount to courting death. They should seize the opportunity of the smoke and dust to flee, as it was their only chance of survival. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo resolved to act, darting out just before the entrance closed. In the courtyard, within the expansive space, aside from Danzo and the old servant encircled by chains, two diminutive figures emerged from the stone tower behind them. However, Tokugawa Shurin, who had previously stood behind Danzo, had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Tokugawa Madeo's expression turned somber. Tokugawa Shurin wielded one of the blades passed down through the Tokugawa lineage, and now only two remained in their possession. He wondered if this would affect their mastery of the blade's techniques. Curse be that man. He bore the void and yet managed to escape. Tokugawa Yasuharu scanned the area, finding no trace of Tokugawa Shurin, and clenched his teeth in frustration. He was not fleeing. He was concealing himself. Tokugawa Madeo remarked calmly, glancing towards the shadows nearby. His spiritual perception had already pinpointed Tokugawa Shurin's location. At that moment, the latter was indeed hiding in the shadows, fixated on the cold night and Liuli in their hands, evidently harboring the same intention, to seize the ancestral blade of the opponent. Ah, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At this juncture, Danzo gradually relaxed his hands from the hand seals, ceasing the onslaught of wind release. His gaze swept over Tokugawa Yasuharu before settling on Tokugawa Madeo. And he spoke slowly. It is you. Tokugawa Madeo felt no surprise at Danzo's recognition. After all, the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan were unmistakably evident in him. The blood-red hue was the most prominent trait of the Uzumaki clan. Have you found the divine storehouse? Danzo's gaze shifted away from Tokugawa Madeo as he asked coolly. Humph. Do you think we would hand it over to you? Tokugawa Yasuharu replied sternly, pointing cold night at Danzo, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Oh. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Danzo's eyes, bringing forth a sense of delight. Young master, we must depart immediately. The outer ninjas have already arrived. Suddenly, the old servant's voice resonated low in their ears, and two slender chains extended, coiling around their waists. Thinking of leaving? Is that even possible? Danzo's eyes widened, and he unleashed a surge of chakra that wrapped around the shuriken in his hands, swiftly launching them forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the influence of wind-release chakra, the shuriken's speed and cutting power surged exponentially, almost vanishing into the night as it swiftly targeted two metallic chains. Tokugawa Madeo abruptly shut his eyes, his brow twitching, as his mental energy enveloped the space around him. Although his gaze could not keep pace with the shuriken's velocity, his mental prowess could. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the midst of Danzo's astonished expression, two shuriken, radiating sharp chakra, came to a gradual halt in the void, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. In that fleeting moment, Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kanto were abruptly drawn into the realm of oneness. The old servant paused, and with both hands, formed a hand seal before him. Earth release, the art of earth walking. With a rush of swirling smoke, the realm of oneness enveloped the three, causing them to vanish from their original location. Carelessness. Danzo's pupils contracted as he quietly approached the entrance of the stone tower. His gaze fixated on the two shuriken that had lost control and fallen to the ground, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes. This ability. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the darkness, several figures emerged, kneeling on one knee around Danzo, while more shadowy apparitions flickered in from the distant rooftops. My lord. Divide into 8 teams and pursue the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, regardless of life or death. Danzo coldly waved his hand, glancing at the 2 shuriken beneath him. His expression stoic as he remarked, "Those who pose a threat and cannot be controlled must be eradicated." Yes, the region of Witching lies to the northeast, adjacent to the land of hot water and separated by the small nation of frost and the great nation of lightning. Positioned within the contentious buffer zone between the land of fire and the land of lightning. As night deepened, a shroud of gloom enveloped the earth. In the desolate area not far from the northern border of the land of hot water, 2 figures, seemingly obscured by a veil of mist, walked slowly. I say, are you really certain that person has arrived at the border? One figure blinked his bright eyes, lazily turning to inquire. The intelligence cannot be mistaken. The other, a tall and robust figure, replied with a cold hum, his voice resonant and penetrating. Despite his deliberate calmness, it echoed like thunder in the ears. I implore you, could you please refrain from being so loud? Do you not realize that our actions here are tantamount to courting death? The languid figure nearly pleaded, inwardly lamenting why he had accompanied this overzealous individual to this desolate small nation to fulfill a wretched trial task. This area already falls within the sphere of influence of the Land of Fire. If we are discovered here, it would not bode well for those in Konoha, and should we inadvertently be captured, it would severely compromise your standing. The figure once again slapped his forehead, grumbling to himself in frustration. Very well. This task has been personally selected by me. As for dealing with that individual, I have not yet succumbed to impulsiveness. The robust figure paused momentarily, speaking with an air of indifference. I shall not allow the ominous clouds of war to once again loom over the village. However, crack. Before the languid figure could finish his sentence, a fist, shimmering with a faint purple lightning, suddenly illuminated the darkness, halting just before his forehead. The heat emanating from it palpable even against his skin, seemingly imbued with an infinite fervor. Should you continue with your prattle? I shall render you unconscious and deliver you into the hands of the Leaf Ninja before they are even aware of your absence. The towering figure had turned around at some point, and in the dim light, 2 eyes, reminiscent of majestic lions, bore down upon him. Gulp. He swallowed hard. The languid figure's countenance appearing somewhat ashen and dejected under the glow of the lightning. Truly, this is unjust. He inwardly grumbled fiercely, yet he tightly sealed his lips. He had no desire to be wrongfully sent to the Leaf for interrogation at this moment, although a peace treaty had already been signed with the Leaf. And even if captured, he would not face dire consequences. His reputation within the village would plummet, exposing him to mockery from those vile individuals for an entire year. At this thought, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, and he hastily quickened his pace. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the left side of the ground ahead, and a dark figure leapt forth from the earth. With this unexpected turn of events, the languid figure immediately gathered himself, his expression transforming into one of tranquility. The taut nerves along his journey once again pulled tight. Meanwhile, the sturdy figure remained calm, showing no signs of tension. Both stood still in the dimness, gazing at the immobile shadow. Rustle. An odd sound of movement gradually arose as slender chains, like ethereal serpents, unfurled from the shadow, revealing the scene within. It was an elderly man with graying hair accompanied by 2 youths in their teenage years. They were none other than Tokugawa Mud and his companions, who had utilized earth techniques to escape from the martial city. Upon being discovered by the 2 figures shrouded in mist, Tokugawa Mud likewise became aware of their presence. At this moment, the old servant's chakra, having been forcibly expended on sealing techniques and earth ninjutsu, was nearly depleted, and he was now panting wearily, the sealing chakra slowly dissipating into the air. It could be said that their greatest fighting capability was now rendered ineffectual. Faced suddenly with 2 unfamiliar figures of peculiar stature, the element of danger loomed heavily. Tokugawa Yasushi, too, recognized the perilous situation, his taut spirit prompting him to place his hand firmly on the hilt of his cold blade at his waist. His gaze fixed intently on the 2 figures. Do not be tense, do not be tense. The languid figure suddenly spoke, casting a swift yet subtle glance over the 3 individuals before him. He discreetly nodded at the robust silhouette nearby and turned back with a smile, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions." Perhaps to enhance his persuasiveness, the figure shuddered slightly, causing the mist that enveloped him to gradually dissipate, revealing his true visage. Beneath the dim starlight, it became evident that he was a strikingly handsome youth, a gentle smile gracing his lips, with eyes that sparkled with sincerity, seemingly devoid of malice. However, his previous actions caused Tokugawa Madeo's expression to shift noticeably. A ninja. A ninja capable of manipulating mist. In the world of Naruto, any unfamiliar ninja is a potential adversary. Even those bearing the same forehead protector must authenticate each other to confirm their intentions. At this moment, Tokugawa Madeo found himself uncertain about whether the handsome youth and the towering ninja behind him harbored any ill will. Since there is no malice, we shall take our leave. Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering as he turned to assist the pale-faced old servant, slowly retreating backward. The two ninjas remained silent, observing quietly, making no move whatsoever until Tokugawa Madeo and his companions faded into the depths of the night. Just moments ago, that technique seemed to be anything but traditional ninjutsu. The robust figure, still shrouded in mist, remarked softly. Indeed, it appears to be the rumored sealing technique. The handsome youth furrowed his delicate brows, closing his eyes in contemplation. Before adding, the chakra generated by this sealing technique seems to be a unique ability of the once-renowned Uzumaki clan. As he spoke, a wisp of mist began to rise around the youth, subtly altering his appearance, though he retained his strikingly handsome features. A hint of allure began to emerge at the corners of his eyes, and his form gradually transformed, becoming more graceful. As the mist swirled away, the youth astonishingly morphed into a charming and alluring young woman. Humph! Those three. The girl suddenly pressed a finger to her forehead, and a series of circular waves surged forth towards the area ahead. What? Beneath the night sky, Tokugawa Madeo's body trembled as an invisible wave coursed through him. Rushing forward, this wave felt akin to a mental force. His eyes brightened momentarily as he turned to gaze in the direction behind him, a flicker of understanding dawning within. That direction was precisely where he had encountered the two unknown ninjas. What is it, young master? The old servant, noticing Tokugawa Madeo's sudden halt, turned to inquire, while Tokugawa Yasushi also came to a stop. At that moment, the old servant's complexion had returned to normal, devoid of any previous signs of fatigue. Yet Tokugawa Madeo perceived a subtle heaviness in his own expression. Just moments ago, the old servant discreetly swallowed a pitch-black pill while they were momentarily distracted. Subsequently, his spirits seemed to lift substantially, appearing to be entirely untroubled now. However, that pill could not evade the probing gaze of Tokugawa Madeo's psychic abilities, which instilled a sense of unease within him. No, it was merely a fleeting illusion, a sensation of disturbance, Tokugawa Madeo remarked nonchalantly, intending to disclose the nature of his mental scanning prowess, a skill that, in the world of Naruto, might be referred to as a sensory ninja. According to his experiences from a past life spent perusing manga, sensory-type ninjas could merely detect chakra, allowing them to ascertain the number of enemies based solely on chakra signatures. Nevertheless, Tokugawa Madeo's psychic abilities seemed to grant him an enhanced perception akin to that of the Byakugan, enabling him to sense the vividness of scenes around him. The prior sensation must have been a manifestation of a sensory ninja's abilities. Disturbance. The old servant momentarily paused, then he too arrived at this realization, a gentle and appreciative expression flickering in his gaze. He nodded softly and remarked, "If we can successfully escape, the young master should have the opportunity to visit our ancestral land, which may yield fruitful discoveries." Ancestral land? Tokugawa Madeo halted, casting a puzzled glance at the old servant. Noticing that he seemed oblivious to his inquiry, he refrained from pressing further. He had discerned certain aspects of the old servant's character. If he did not wish to divulge information, he would remain resolutely silent. "Where are we headed?" inquired Tokugawa Yasushi, who had been quietly observing. "Our destination is the former Whirlpool Village, where there should still be some hidden places yet to be uncovered. The most crucial areas are enveloped in seals, ensuring they remain untouched." The old servant spoke, pausing for a moment in contemplation before gesturing toward the southeast. "If we can evade the Umbu of Konoha, we shall set sail there." Tokugawa Madeo felt a stir within. In his past life, he had perused maps of the Naruto world and knew that the Whirlpool Village was situated in a minuscule nation, perched upon an island, surrounded by the sea, and gazing across the waters at the land of fire. Perhaps it could be a fleeting sanctuary. Tokugawa Madeo sighed deeply, for at this juncture, his pursuit of strength had taken on a new urgency. After the confrontation with Danzo, he had come to grasp the terrifying nature of ninjas, and the initial exhilaration from discovering metal manipulation had gradually faded. As night fell, the clouds thickened, gradually swallowing the distant twinkling stars. Unbeknownst to him, A chilling wind began to stir the air, carrying with it a hint of dampness. The night grew increasingly somber. Whoosh! 3 shadowy figures dashed across the wasteland, their black cloaks rustling as they moved, reminiscent of hissing arrows slicing through the air. We're already within the borders of the land of water. Do we still need to search? One shadow remarked, maintaining a steady pace. We have already pinpointed their direction, and soon enough, results will manifest, responded the shadow, casting a glance at another companion who had remained silent. The figure remained with eyes tightly shut, silent and unyielding, yet a subtle ripple emanated from his brow, silently transmitting through the air towards the distance. Found it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of light flickering within, and declared, 500 meters to the northeast. With that, his form surged forward, adjusting slightly as he sped toward the northeastern direction. Quite swift indeed. The other 2 figures paused momentarily upon hearing this, then likewise shifted their course, pursuing after him. At this moment, amidst the heavy winds, the trio of Tokugawa Muto pressed onward towards the northeast, aiming to circumvent the northern territories of the Land of Fire, drawing closer to the sea near the Land of Hot Water. The desolate expanse of darkness, save for the howling wind, appeared eerily silent. They were unaware of when the Roots ninjas would catch up to them, thus they maintained a brisk pace, conserving a modicum of energy. Suddenly, a wave of disturbance swept through, causing Tokugawa Muto's expression to shift, and he softly uttered, "We've been discovered. Change course." With that, he pivoted sharply towards the northwest, maintaining his speed. The old servant and Tokugawa Yasushi exhibited no hesitation, promptly altering their direction. Although Tokugawa Muto's mental scanning ability only extended 100 meters, preventing him from detecting enemies in the vicinity, he could sense fluctuations in spiritual energy, allowing for timely warnings. Through this, they could preemptively change direction to evade the ninja's pursuit. In mere breaths, the 3 figures gradually vanished into the night. Moments later, 3 dark silhouettes rushed into the area, coming to an abrupt halt. 2 Umbu ninjas quietly listened to their surroundings, but soon abandoned this approach, as the increasingly fierce winds drowned out all subtle traces. Their gaze turned towards the final companion, for he alone possessed the capability of perception within their team. A hint of a bitter smile appeared at the corner of the mouth concealed beneath the tanuki mask of the Root Ninja. The chakra required for perception placed a significant burden on his mental state, rendering him unable to maintain it for long. Yet, amidst the pursuit, despite a slight dizziness clouding his mind, he did not falter, and a wave of mental energy swiftly radiated from his brow. Ave changed direction. In an instant, he regained the trail, opening his eyes to gaze towards the shadows in the northwest. Remarkably swift, they have adjusted their course ahead of time. Could it be that there exists a perception-type ninja among them? A Root Ninja furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to shake his head in disbelief. Impossible. Perhaps they are merely utilizing this chaotic path to evade our tracking. Very well. Let us continue. The 3 figures did not linger, promptly pursuing towards the northwest. How intriguing. In the northern expanse of the wilderness, a young girl slowly opened her eyes. A faint excitement shimmered within her gaze as she turned to regard the tall figure shrouded in mist, saying, "My lord, perhaps we need not venture into the heart of the Land of Fire. It seems that the individual subordinates are hastening towards our direction." "Oh, have they discovered us?" The imposing figure stood silently, exuding an air of calmness that suggested an absence of fear within. Their pursuit was directed towards the 3 individuals they had just been following. The charming young girl remarked with gleeful squinting eyes and a light-hearted chuckle. "Perhaps this is the very reason that person left the village to come here. After all, those 3 seem to have some connection to the Uzumaki clan. That seems improbable." The figure mused thoughtfully before continuing, unless they are direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan, possessing the secret techniques of their sealing arts. Regardless, it appears that the master's task has been accomplished, the girl said, a flicker of hope illuminating her face as she timidly inquired, "Can we return to the village now?" Suddenly, as if a thunderbolt had cleaved through the darkness, the figure's eyes snapped open, gazing intently into the abyss. A chilling smile crept across their face as they declared, "Not a chance. That individual seeks to uncover the secrets of the sealing techniques. I cannot allow them to succeed." Moreover, turning abruptly to the girl, their tone turned cold, "I too harbor an interest in those sealing arts, the legendary techniques that can transcend space and converse with the divine. To breach space, only by transcending it can one achieve the ultimate speed." As their words lingered in the air, the surrounding mists erupted violently, reminiscent of storm clouds in the depths of the heavens, as delicate lavender lightning flickered from within, enveloping the figure entirely. Ah, master. Before the girl could finish her thought, the thunderous silhouette transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the air and vanishing from sight, leaving her frustrated and powerless in her musings. How foolish of me not to realize how that matter would affect the master. To be outmatched in a field of expertise by that individual. The master has always been unwilling to concede. Yet, is the spatial ninjutsu truly so easy to comprehend? Tokugawa Madeo remained tense, his mental acuity attuned to the subtle shifts in the air around him. He sensed that every fluctuation caused a slight ripple in his consciousness. Despite having altered his course numerous times, he was alarmed to notice the frequency of these disturbances increasing, while the ninja behind him merely trailed, not directly pursuing. It felt as if a vast net was slowly closing in from the depths of the darkness. As this net tightened, it became apparent to Tokugawa Madeo that it was too late. Beneath a mound of earth, he abruptly halted, his gaze piercingly scrutinizing the surrounding silence. His keen mental prowess detected not only the presence of adversaries behind and to the sides, but also more ninjas lying in wait just beyond the hillock. Their proximity fell within the 100-meter range that his mental capacity could encompass. Undoubtedly, they had been encircled like prey, ensnared in the center, akin to a cornered beast awaiting its demise. At that moment, aside from Tokugawa Kyo, even the old servant seemed to sense the impending danger in the air, his countenance growing increasingly grave. It is truly surprising to discover that within the Vortex clan, there exists an exceptional ability for countersensing. As the fierce wind swept across the earthen mound, a figure gradually emerged. He was not particularly tall, appearing somewhat gaunt. Beneath his short black hair were a pair of indifferent eyes that emanated a faint chill. Danzo. Tokugawa Muta's gaze instantly sharpened. Indeed. Even without the two powers he would later acquire, the latter remained a formidable adversary. HM. Danzo's gaze calmly swept over the three, and then, silently gesturing with his hand, he commanded, "Eliminate them." In an instant, as his words lingered in the air, shadows from the surrounding darkness began to converge, revealing the figures of root ninjas. The ominous specter of death swiftly enveloped them. Tokugawa Mutu's demeanor grew increasingly frigid at that moment. He felt as if he had returned to the moment before his demise in a previous life, surrounded by foes, the icy aura of murder palpable and piercing. In a flash, Tokugawa Muta was the first to act. His hand gripped the hilt of the twin glaives that had already been shifted to his back, drawing them with force, the sharp metallic sound resonating through the wind. Simultaneously, he unleashed his mental energy to its fullest extent. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of gold and steel needles, previously gathered and stored, erupted from around Tokugawa Muta like bees from their hive, scattering into the darkened night. Akin to the most skilled assassins, poised for a decisive strike, the root ninjas showed no hesitation. The moment they burst from the shadows, they charged towards the three. Aido. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the gloom as Tokugawa Q placed his hand upon his cold blade, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling figures. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow lunged towards him, a shuriken aimed directly at his neck, the glint of cold steel nearly halting his heart, leaving him with scarcely a moment to react. Swish. At that instant, a slender chain erupted, twisting like a dancing serpent. As the voice of the old servant resonated deeply, seal. 1 yuan realm. The chaotic chains swiftly enveloped the three, forming barriers as steadfast as the strongest fortifications, sealing the space. The attacking ninja found himself ensnared in the void, his expression one of dazed bewilderment. Hiss. A streak of golden light soared through the air, piercing his brow, none other than one of Tokugawa Mutu's concealed steel needles. However, before the three could exhale a sigh of relief, a soft explosion of smoke erupted, and the figure immediately transformed into a severed wooden dummy, while the true ninja remained outside, beyond the 1 yuan realm. Tokugawa Muta's expression darkened slightly. Even with his acute mental perception, he had failed to discern when this ninja had performed the substitution technique. Had the ninja's speed exceeded his capacity for perception? Tokugawa Muta furrowed his brow, fixating intently ahead. In the gloomy wilderness, shadowy figures loomed, nearly 30 ninjas coldly observing them. A palpable aura of menace permeated the atmosphere, which seemed to grow increasingly frigid. It felt as though all hope had been extinguished. Under the relentless assault of the ninjas, escape appeared utterly impossible. They were unaware if the next moment would greet them with death. Perhaps this was the end. Tokugawa Madeo pondered helplessly for the first time. as he faced numerous adversaries far exceeding his prowess. A flicker of impotent rage surged within him, a sentiment he had never experienced even when confronting formidable foes in his previous life. This world had afforded him but a fleeting moment to grow. Having mastered chakra for merely 3 days, he had, despite relying on the innate attributes of the Uzumaki clan and the vast reserves of mental energy accrued from his past existence, attained the rank of a genin. He had even refined a unique form of metallic chakra. Yet, pitted against Jonin, the chasm between their strengths rendered him still weak and powerless. With clenched fists, Madeo harbored an unyielding conviction to become a globally recognized powerhouse, to rewrite the legends of this world. Yet, it seemed all of this would slip away from him after this night. Suddenly, a massive fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, erupted in the darkness, unleashing a violent shockwave against the boundaries of the dimensional space, pulling Tokugawa Madeo back forcefully into reality. This colossal fireball acted as a signal for the ninjas, inciting an uproar. With a series of rapid hand seals, a barrage of explosive fireballs erupted, causing the dimensional space to tremble. "This is troublesome," the old servant murmured, his brow furrowing. The slender chain in his hands quivered with increasing intensity as the external assaults were gradually redirected towards him. Even though this redirection could only withstand a minuscule fraction of the true onslaught, that slight portion was rapidly magnified by the relentless barrage. Clearly, while the dimensional space possessed the ability to momentarily control an area, such a sealing technique bore a critical and fatal flaw. Should the dimensional space be attacked or forcibly breached, the caster would inevitably suffer some degree of the ensuing damage. A deep, thunderous shout resonated, followed by a fierce gust of wind that surged towards the dimensional space, seemingly engulfed in flames. Boom. Like gasoline poured onto a bonfire, the fireball convulsed violently, its flames surging with fervor, gradually enveloping the entire dimensional space. The combination of fire release and wind release techniques had amplified the offensive power, far surpassing the sum of their individual strengths. Within the dimensional realm, the old servant's body trembled violently, a trickle of blood slowly sliding down from the corner of his mouth. His complexion paled, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. Had he reached his limit? He had not anticipated that after more than a decade, not only his energy but even his body had become so frail. How ironic it was that even the Uzumaki clan's boundless vitality could be exhausted. A weariness crept into the old servant's gaze, as if the next moment would plunge everything before him into darkness. At this moment, he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue, and a sharp, piercing pain jolted his mind awake. A flicker of clarity emerged in his gaze as he slowly turned his head to look at Tokugawa Madeo beside him. In the shadows, the still diminutive figure gradually returned the half-drawn glass blade to its sheath. Has he given up? He pondered silently. "Uncle Da, you should leave." Tokugawa Madeo suddenly spoke, a faint smile appearing on his face as he observed the old servant's shaken form. "Abandon the first realm. With your strength, you should be able to escape." Though his time reborn in this cold, death-filled world of Naruto was fleeting, it had allowed him to experience a sense of care from others, a feeling he had never known in his previous life. Thus, he did not wish for the old servant to sacrifice his life for him. The old servant remained silent, staring vacantly at Tokugawa Madeo. A youthful visage adorned with a serene smile seemed to momentarily lose its clarity, and a fragile figure emerged silently from the darkness. She was a stunning beauty, possessing striking red hair and a fair, delicate face. The old servant's eyes widened in shock, a tremor coursing through him as he silently cried out, "Miss." At that moment, Tokugawa also glanced over, his complexion still pale. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he looked at the old servant. "This is the calamity of the Tokugawa clan. You need not concern yourself." With a sudden chuckle, the old servant smiled softly, his gaze still fixed on Tokugawa Madeo, but a glimmer of brightness flickered in his eyes. "Young master, as ninjas, we adhere to a steadfast belief, or rather, the way of endurance. Over a decade ago, I was entrusted by the clan leader with the task of protecting the young lady. It was then that I found my own ninja way. Later, after the young lady's passing, I vowed at her grave to continue this path and safeguard your growth, young master. Yet in the time that followed, you were unable to inherit the glory of the Uzumaki clan, and thus I gradually buried this dedication. But now, you have finally awakened to the stature befitting the Uzumaki clan. Let my ninja way be fully realized this time." As he spoke, the old servant's gaze suddenly became resolute, as he let out a low shout and pressed his hands together firmly. Each ninja assigned to guard the Uzumaki clan is granted a forbidden technique that can only be wielded once in a lifetime. It is named Reverse Wheel, Sealing. Boom. Within the first realm, as the old servant's deep voice echoed, strands of milky white mist, as if bursting forth from an unfathomable dimension, began to coalesce around him, filling the confined space. The eyes of Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kei widened in astonishment, their expressions revealing shock. Even in light of Tokugawa Madeo's extensive experiences, the mist appeared to roll endlessly in the void, gradually engulfing the old servant's figure, ultimately leaving behind a swirling cloud of vapor. Breathe. In the ethereal realm, there appeared to be a voracious behemoth, endlessly absorbing the nebulous mist surrounding it. Ultimately, this mist gradually transformed into a shape reminiscent of a silkworm chrysalis. At this juncture, the outer ninjas had ceased their onslaught of ninjutsu, and as the old servant became ensnared in the heart of the mist, the realm of the primordial essence began to dissolve into the void. They were thus abruptly and directly exposed before the root ninjas. In this moment, a brief tranquility enveloped both parties. But it was soon shattered as one of the root ninjas suddenly drew a shuriken from the back of his thigh and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The rush of wind created by his rapid advance pressed heavily upon the space, instilling a suffocating sensation against their faces. Both Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kei's expressions shifted dramatically. In the darkness, vision seemed utterly futile. This figure, darker than the night itself, moved with a speed that surpassed human comprehension, leaving behind an elongated afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, his gaze radiating a chilling intent to kill. With a swift motion, the shuriken sliced through the night sky, aimed with precision and ferocity at Tokugawa Madeo's neck. Clearly, in the assailant's mind, the threat posed by Tokugawa Madeo far outweighed that of Tokugawa Kei, for the former harbored within him a unique metallic bloodline, belonging to the bloodline limit practitioners. To confront any adversary possessing such a lineage required absolute vigilance. This root ninja resolutely adhered to that ironclad rule. How swift! Is this the same root personnel that had become mere extras in the comics of my past life? Their strength is undeniably formidable. Tokugawa Madeo tightly shut his eyes, without a moment's hesitation, channeling nearly all of his mental energy. At this moment, the old servant seemed ensnared by some ninjutsu, trapped within the clouds of mist, while they faced an imminent threat of death. Even in the face of death, I have no desire to descend alone, he fervently screamed within, as his visage contorted into a grimace. In an instant, layers of mental energy radiated from before him, colliding with the root ninja. A shuriken, akin to a fish caught in a net, was ensnared. In that moment, the image of the shuriken was indelibly etched into Tokugawa Madeo's mind. Thus, the next step was to manipulate it. In a fleeting moment, the ninja's grip on the shuriken faltered, and the sharp blade trembled unexpectedly. In the face of the root ninja's incredulous gaze, a slight upward flick grazed the space between Tokugawa Madeo's neck. Instantly, blood spurted forth, cascading into the frigid air. However, Tokugawa Madeo's expression remained unchanged. His mental energy remained fixed on the adversary, surging forth as dozens of nearly colorless steel needles danced through the night, enveloping the foe before him. The sound of delicate metallic clashes echoed, as the root ninja's gaze remained resolute, unfazed, parrying all the assaults with his shuriken. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Tokugawa Madeo swiftly retreated a step, widening the distance between them to thwart any further assaults. Quite unexpectedly, a low voice resonated as the root ninja straightened his posture, flicking the shuriken in his hand with icy disdain. I never anticipated that your blood could influence the metal in my grasp, allowing you to evade death. Tokugawa Madeo silently regarded his adversary, offering no reply as he discreetly wiped the blood from his neck. In that brief moment of confrontation, the trajectory of the shuriken had been forcibly altered by his mental energy, merely grazing the flesh of his neck while narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to the artery. However, such a maneuver could only succeed once. After all, the slight influence had already drained a significant portion of his mental reserves. Should the opponent focus intently on their next encounter, given the disparity in their strengths, Tokugawa Madeo might find it impossible to disrupt the shuriken's path again. Clearly, the root ninja understood this as well, yet he displayed a palpable disdain for employing the same tactic against someone of Tokugawa Madeo's caliber. Nonchalantly stowing the shuriken in his ninja gear at the small of his back, he charged forward with empty hands. Tokugawa Madeo's brow furrowed as he observed the figure vanish once more, his expression tightening slightly. In response, he instantaneously summoned his mental energy. manipulating the metallic needles that had been knocked away to orbit around him within a 2-meter radius, forming a protective barrier. A faint crackle echoed as a blurred silhouette abruptly breached the defensive circle. Tokugawa Madeo's eyes flickered, and he directed the steel needles at that direction once more. Such a rapid attack. It is merely child's play. The needles missed their target, and suddenly, a voice laced with cold derision echoed in his ear. Tokugawa Madeo's gaze faltered. But almost instantaneously, his metallic chakra surged across his back. With a swish, a fierce gale swept in, and the harsh clash of metal ignited sparks in the darkness. Tokugawa Madeo was forcefully propelled away, his robes tearing apart to reveal skin shimmering with a faint golden hue. Metallic flesh. Just before the shuriken struck, Tokugawa Madeo managed to channel his chakra in time to defend against the assault. At that moment, the figure cloaked in black pressed the attack with renewed ferocity. Irritation boiling within him after 2 failed attempts. He aimed the shuriken squarely at Tokugawa Madeo's tumbling form, determined to end it decisively. Boom. Just then, a brilliant flash akin to fireworks erupted against the deep night sky, followed by a lightning-fast phantom bursting forth from the base of the light, hurtling toward the pursuing ninja. What? The masked figure's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. The speed of the approaching figure was astonishing, and the explosive force of the wind pressure generated ripples visible in the air, crashing into the root ninja and making him feel as though he were being crushed under a mountain. Simultaneously, the figure closed in, delivering a powerful blow to his chest with an iron fist. Crash! Without a doubt, the root ninja was instantly hurled away, accompanied by a cacophony of blood and the sound of shattering bones that resonated throughout the area, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. In that fleeting moment, nearly all gazes converged upon the sudden figure that had appeared. Among them was Danzo, standing impassively atop a nearby mound, as well as a vague silhouette shrouded in mist that had seemingly materialized from the distance. A formidable power, he murmured to himself, as a pair of exceptionally bright eyes flickered through the hazy fog. The region fell into an uncanny stillness as the figure came to a halt, revealing a tall and robust middle-aged man whose indifferent gaze scanned the surroundings before settling on Tokugawa Muto, sprawled on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly as he approached. Beside him, Tokugawa Yasushi regarded the figure with a mix of anxiety and faint recognition. As the figure drew closer to Tokugawa Muto, a sudden flash of realization illuminated his mind, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. He finally recognized the man from a night 10 years prior, a day forever etched in his memory. That man, a terrifying force, posed a threat to the entire Tokugawa clan, one that even his most powerful father could scarcely contend with. It was that encounter that ignited his desire for ninjutsu and strength. And now, it seemed time and space had warped, allowing this formidable man to reemerge. The middle-aged man helped Tokugawa Muto to his feet, offering a faint smile as he produced a black scroll from his robe and handed it to him. Uncle Da, Tokugawa Muto said in surprise. For despite the dramatic changes that had rendered the man seemingly 20 years younger, he instantly recognized his identity. Young master, let us depart, the old servant stated calmly, then turned his gaze towards the surrounding root ninjas, his demeanor remarkably serene. I harbor no desire to become enemies with Konoha, therefore. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling a surge of chakra that forcefully struck the ground. Sealing technique, Great Thousand Worlds. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the trembling earth, akin to an earthquake, as countless slender black shadows burst forth from the surface, winding upward toward the sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the shadows began to emit a clattering metallic sound. They were, in fact, innumerable elongated chains spreading out, gradually encircling the airspace above, while a palpable force of confinement began to brew and hover. What is this? On the mound, Danzo's gaze suddenly sharpened, exclaiming, a sealing technique. How is that possible? The range of a sealing technique cannot be this vast. What has transpired to him? Danzo's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the figure, recognizing the old servant's identity despite the loss of his youthful visage. Suddenly, he recalled the white mist that had appeared earlier. Could it be a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? Has it restored his youth? Has he regained the pinnacle of his strength? The prowess of a ninja, akin to that of an ordinary person, is bound by immutable truths. The disparity in strength between adulthood and old age is exceedingly vast. At this moment, the old servant's appearance and power seemed to have undergone a monumental transformation, causing Danzo's face to twitch involuntarily, while a flicker of intense longing danced in his eyes. This enigmatic and formidable technique can only belong to Konoha, and it is solely mine, Shimura Danzo. You should retreat. I have no desire to sever ties with Konoha completely. The voice of the old servant resonated once more, as slender chains in the void began to descend, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of authority that gradually filled the air. Danzo remained silent, contemplating for a moment before gesturing with his hand, signaling a retreat. Instantly, the root ninjas encircling the old servant and Tokugawa Muto vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the mound where Danzo had shrunk back. What technique is that? Danzo cast a deep gaze at the old servant, his palm tightening slightly. The reverse will sealing technique, the art of manipulating time. The old servant chuckled softly, casually stating, to seize the life once lost, to seal it within oneself, and to restore the pinnacle of one's existence. Time, life, everyone, including Danzo, could scarcely suppress the involuntary narrowing of their pupils, revealing expressions of horror. To seize the fleeting moments of life is to subvert the very concept of time. Such a power is terrifying in its extremity. The price must surely be exorbitant, perhaps even the withering of one's own life. Danzo displayed a faint, nonchalant smile, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Subtly, he signaled and began to retreat from the mound. The root ninjas cast a cold glance at the three individuals before vanishing into the darkness. They are retreating just like that. Tokugawa Yasuyuki gazed in a daze at the still-standing old servant, his emotions surging with excitement. This man remains as unattainable as ever. However, Tokugawa Muto's eyes bore a weighty expression. In any world, the greater the power, the heavier the toll it exacts, sometimes even the demise of the soul. This principle applies equally in the world of Hokage, akin to the forbidden sealing technique, the Shiki F gene, employed by the Fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails. The immense cost of enduring the eternal descent of the soul was paid to execute that powerful sealing technique, leading oneself into perpetual darkness. This secret technique seems to be a forbidden art. Tokugawa Muto sighed with complexity, an ominous feeling swelling within him. Habitually, he extended his spiritual energy, pursuing the gradually retreating root ninjas. However, he abruptly opened his eyes once more, this time directing his gaze toward a different shadow. Simultaneously, the old servant, who had remained still, gradually turned his gaze in that direction as well. From the depths of the shadow, a flash of lightning suddenly pierced through, and a tall figure abruptly materialized not far from the three. Enveloped in a faint mist, the figure remained obscured, yet a pair of eyes, reminiscent of a lion's, fixed intently upon the old servant. It was indeed the enigmatic figure from the duo encountered earlier, the one who had never revealed his form. The cold wind howled, and the air gradually became infused with dampness. In the desolate expanse far removed from the previous region, Danzo came to a halt, then turned his gaze towards the horizon. The sky remained deep and somber, yet amidst the distant darkness, a flicker of lightning seemed to flash. He silently closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a truly rainy season it is. The Uzumaki clan, sealing of the reverse wheel. Ah, how one finds it hard to let go. Beneath the earth mound, the cold wind grew increasingly frantic, an inexplicable pressure slowly permeating the air. The figure shrouded in mist stood still like a colossal peak. Yet his gaze bore an overwhelming authority that could instill a sense of submission, powerful and compelling. The Uzumaki clan, indeed the closest to the legendary deities, possessing such extraordinary abilities. A deep voice resonated, and he gradually raised his hand, then clenched it into a fist with great force. At that moment, it seemed as if thunder rumbled softly within the air, and web-like arcs of lightning materialized instantly, dispersing the thin mist. Gradually, a figure began to emerge with clarity. Thunderous ninja techniques. You are from the Cloud Ninja village. The old servant's eyes flickered as he inquired. Cloud Ninja, AI. The mist was swept away by the cold wind, revealing a robust and towering figure. It was a middle-aged ninja with short, white hair, clad in a thin and brief garment, exposing much of his upper body, showcasing iron-like muscles that emanated a chilling glow. Though he bore no insignia of any ninja village, Tokugawa Muto instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. The Fourth Hokage. Tokugawa Muto's heart quaked. The man exuding such formidable pressure was indeed the Fourth Hokage from the Cloud Ninja village. In the original narrative, he was the one who had once subdued the Eight Tails Rampage, hailed as the most powerful shadow in the history of the Cloud Ninja, wielding immense thunderous power. How could a member of the Cloud Ninja village appear here? Did they intend to resume hostilities with Konoha? The old servant spoke calmly, though his vigilance heightened. Despite AI's lack of overt action, an acute sense of danger suddenly enveloped him, as if an attack could ensue at any moment. Ah, Konoha! AI emitted a low, ambiguous grunt, and suddenly, his right fist ignited with energy, arcs of purple lightning coiling like ethereal serpents around his hand. Before he struck down fiercely at the ground beneath him. Boom! The lightning-encased fist collided with the earth, instantly creating a visible shockwave that rippled across the surface, upheaving the surrounding wilderness and revealing a deep pit, while the lightning within his grasp swiftly plunged into the depths below. A brief, anguished wail echoed softly, and soon, a large pool of blood began to seep from the center of the pit. With a whoosh, a slender figure slowly emerged from the soil of the pit. Holding aloft the corpse of a man clad in black robes, his chest pierced through. Indeed, a ninja from the roots of Konoha. What is this? Suddenly, Tokugawa Madeo was taken aback. Previously, his mental energy had not extended underground, and he had failed to notice the two ninjas concealed beneath his feet. Thud! A slender figure emerged with a faint smile, casually discarding a blood-soaked corpse to the side, and addressed AI. My lord, there are no more of their men here. Indeed. AI nodded, slowly straightening his posture, his gaze icy as it fell upon the three individuals ahead. He spoke coldly. I am unaware of Danzo's intentions, but I demand the Vortex secret techniques. I demand the Vortex secret techniques. He declared this with utmost directness, without the slightest hint of concealment. His formidable and fierce aura locking onto the trio with unyielding intensity. Our clan's secret techniques are not to be trifled with. After a lengthy pause, the old servant spoke languidly, his palms once again coming together, and suddenly, an invisible momentum surged forth. As he completed the hand seals, a sharp, urgent wind rushed towards him, prompting the old servant to look up. A bright light loomed larger before his eyes. Swish! Like a constricting serpent, chains descended from midair, densely surrounding the old servant. Unbeknownst to him, AI was enveloped in a fine net of lightning, transforming into a beam of light. Moving at an astonishing speed towards the wall of chains before the old servant, raising his right hand to deliver a fierce strike. Lightning release, lightning destruction level. Boom, crack. In an instant, a violent, thunderous roar, accompanied by the sound of countless fractures echoing across the desolate expanse. It was as if a colossal beast had trembled. All the chains retracting towards the position of that light. Swish, swish, like a streak traversing the fabric of space and time. The deep purple lightning surged through the massive chain space, severing numerous attacking chains. However, the chains overshadowing the heavens were too densely packed, forming an unending torrent of steel. The assaults relentless. Crack, crack. A series of chain strikes struck AI's form, yet they were repelled by a net-like layer of lightning, proving impervious to their onslaught. Swish, swish. The old servant utilized the chains to send Tokugawa Madeo and his companion away, his hands rapidly forming seals, before suddenly flinging them wide, directed towards the profound night sky. World, descend. In that moment, with a thunderous roar, the old servant's entire being radiated light, a surge of immense chakra emanating, gradually permeating the high heavens. Boom. It seemed as though a colossal peak had fallen into the void of the night, roaring like thunder, resonating profoundly. A vast shadow descended, encompassing the area below. This was a congregation of countless sealing chakra chains, forming a spherical shape that slowly enveloped the ground beneath. What? Within the realm of chains, a binding force intensified, causing AI's expression to shift suddenly. His pupils constricted, and for the first time, a solemnity appeared upon his face. Lightning release, lightning strike armor. As he calmly uttered this incantation, a lightning arc, akin to a soaring dragon and as thick as a wrist, ascended from beneath his feet, merging into the surrounding web of lightning. Crackle! The thunderous roar erupted into a cacophony, and from the ethereal figure, lightning slowly coalesced, forming a suit of armor-like thunderous protection. Samui! He bellowed, his voice reverberating with intensity, his gaze gradually revealing a fervent glimmer. Now I understand. The charming young woman, Samui, who was positioned at a distance, facepalmed in bemusement, then nodded and swiftly darted away. In that moment, she discerned that AI, destined to become the fourth Hokage of the Cloud Village, was ignited with a fervor for battle. Perhaps this would be his final bout of madness. However, acquiring the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan need not be so arduous. In the midst of her dash, a thought illuminated her eyes. Swiftly, she altered her trajectory, circling the battlefield towards the two diminutive figures standing behind the elderly servant. Hee, that little brat is from the Uzumaki clan. She gradually recognized Tokugawa Muto and Tokugawa Ko, suddenly fixating on a black scroll in Muto's grasp. That was the item the man had previously bestowed upon him. Humph, I shall seize it. With a burst of speed, she surged forward. At this moment, Tokugawa Muto had already noticed Samui's approach, his expression shifting subtly. His chakra was nearly depleted after the brief skirmish with the root ninja, leaving him incapable of condensing any more steel needles. Moreover, the metallic manipulation technique Samui was evidently coming unarmed. The area within 100 meters was devoid of any metallic elements. The shuriken scattered earlier had vanished entirely. What are you searching for? A gentle breeze brushed against her as Samui circled behind Tokugawa Muto, her lips nearly brushing his ear as she whispered, "Is this what you seek?" She brandished a few somewhat dirty shurikens before his eyes, chuckling softly, "Dream on. I am well aware of your abilities. Why would I carelessly discard such resources?" With that, she leapt, evading a cold moon-like assault. It was Tokugawa Ko, his expression icy, swinging down with his blade. How utterly unlikable, Samui remarked lightly as she landed aside, her form momentarily wavering before vanishing from sight. Bang! A blur like a flash of lightning zipped past Tokugawa Ko, who was then struck with tremendous force, sent sprawling into the underbrush. With a flicker, a long blade was elevated into the air before landing gracefully in a delicate hand. Samui, wielding the cold night blade, scoffed disdainfully, "You dare to ambush me with such feeble strength. If you are merely a warrior like him, you are even less formidable." Tokugawa Muto observed quietly. He had little strength left to resist. Against a ninja of such swiftness, even if his mental acuity could perceive their form, his body lacked the power to withstand. Perhaps so. Sam nodded faintly and then remarked, "However, at this moment, you find yourselves in my grasp, effectively my captives." Humph. Such is the reality. As she spoke, she gradually approached the grass where Tokugawa Yasumitsu had fallen, lifting the cold blade with one hand, its tip aimed at him. Turning to Tokugawa Muto, she offered a subtle smile. "Do you comprehend my meaning?" Following her gaze, Tokugawa Muto glanced at the scroll in his hand. In an instant, his expression shifted, and he abruptly hurled the scroll forward, exclaiming, "Is this what you seek?" With a swift motion, Sam caught it, casting an enigmatic look at Tokugawa Muto. "Is this not the secret technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan?" "Indeed," Tokugawa Muto replied calmly. "This scroll contains the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. But if you can preserve your name, what harm would it do to grant it to you?" "Very well," Sam replied, somewhat astonished by Tokugawa Muto's words. And she then tossed the cold blade to the ground. In the land of fire, within the region of the martial city, a shadow burst into the eerie crimson city. Moments later, the figure re-emerged, pausing briefly before dashing northward towards the land of hot water. Across the desolate black expanse, the cold wind howled. A ghostly figure undulated through the wilderness, its eyes as frigid as a wild wolf's. Suddenly, its gaze brightened upon spotting a figure standing silently in the wind, staring blankly to the north. "Lord Danzo." The figure halted abruptly, kneeling beside the silent form. Danzo slowly opened his half-closed eyes, speaking with indifference. "Have you gathered sufficient intelligence?" "It is the heir of the shadow from Cloud Shinobi Village, AI. Humph. The Cloud Shinobi dare to venture into the borders of the land of fire." A cold smile crept across Danzo's lips as he took a deliberate step forward, stating, "Let us proceed. Since the Cloud Shinobi have shown interest in them, we must advance our plans." "Understood." The kneeling root ninja suddenly shifted, conjuring a shadow clone, and the two figures transformed into dark silhouettes, racing in opposite directions. Swish, swish, swish. In the night, three figures darted past, their faces concealed beneath pale fox masks, revealing only their piercing eyes, intently focused on the darkness ahead. How dare the Cloud Shinobi violate the regulations and enter the territory of the land of hot water? Have they forgotten this is a buffer zone belonging to the land of fire and the land of lightning? Or has the land of lightning prepared for war? Regardless of the reason, the Cloud Shinobi must be detained for the sake of our lord and the village, commanded the lead root ninja in a low voice. Yes. Suddenly, a swift figure approached from a distance, its speed remarkable, nearly blending into the darkness as a fleeting shadow. The lead root ninja cast a cold glance in that direction, and then abruptly paused, exclaiming, "Halt." With that, he suddenly threw a kunai, aiming directly at the approaching figure. Clang! In the dim light, sparks flew, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal. The figure deftly deflected the kunai, showing no signs of hesitation as it surged forward. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, a swift and forceful strike descended upon the neck of the root ninja, causing him to falter momentarily before collapsing limply to the ground. Who goes there? The speed of the figure was astonishing, having already made its move before the other two root ninjas could react. Instantly, they drew their weapons, calling out with caution. However, to their astonishment, the figure halted, revealing a black cloak that shrouded its head and an icy fox mask. Perhaps the only distinction was its slightly shorter stature. Are you from the root of the Umbu? He lowered his head, then slowly raised it, unveiling a gaze of chilling solitude and a right eye that glowed eerily in the darkness, a blood-red pupil exuding an abyssal terror. That is, the two root ninjas suddenly widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "The Sharingan! I am your comrade." In the darkness, the strange red eye flared brightly, three inky tomo gradually reflecting in the depths of the two ninjas' gazes, causing their expressions to tremble before revealing a semblance of confusion. Moments later, the three figures resumed their journey, heading deeper into the northern expanse, one of the ninjas, despite his diminutive stature, appearing identical to before. A gust of wind swept by, unveiling a deep silver hue that slowly blossomed in the shadows. In the northern depths, an immense iron sphere loomed amidst the wasteland, akin to a meteor crashing to Earth. It was ensnared by countless steel chains, radiating an overwhelming and formidable aura, resembling a condensed world. Crack! Deep violet lightning flickered across the surface of the iron sphere, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Tokugawa Mud sat cross-legged in the wasteland, his eyes closed, fervently replenishing his chakra and mental energy. The relentless trials of the past half-day had left his chakra in a constant state of turmoil, yet as it gradually replenished, its quantity surprisingly increased. This brought a measure of reassurance to Tokugawa Mud. However, the recovery of his mental energy was far slower, relying solely on the passage of time, a matter he felt powerless to rectify. He opened his eyes and gazed towards Samui, his expression flickering with intensity. At that moment, she was seated amidst the grass, her brow furrowed as she observed the colossal iron chain space, seemingly imbued with a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Tokugawa Mud's shoulder, followed by the quiet voice of Tokugawa Yasushi. "Mud, that scroll is of utmost importance to you. I am sorry." His voice was tinged with despair, reflecting on the recent defeat inflicted by Samui, which cast a shadow over his heart. He hailed from a prestigious samurai lineage, often deemed an unparalleled talent within the Tokugawa clan, a rarity in decades. However, at this moment of the clan's impending demise, he realized the insignificance of his own power. Even Tokugawa Madeo, who had long been deemed talentless, had surpassed him. Ninjas! Is their strength truly so formidable?" He roared in frustration within. Yet this did not alter the reality he faced. "Everything possesses duality. I do not perceive any detriment in losing that scroll. Before I acquire the strength to command life itself, it is prudent to temporarily entrust it to another, for at least we are safe for now." As he spoke, Tokugawa Madeo rose with a calm demeanor and addressed Tokugawa Yasuhiro. "In truth, what I most wish to convey to you is to flee at once." "Flee? Why?" Tokugawa Yasuhiro also stood, his brow furrowed. "The ninjas of Konoha are unlikely to relinquish their pursuits so easily. They will undoubtedly return. And given the hidden treasures of the Tokugawa lineage, they are far more interested in the possessions of my mother's clan. Furthermore, the technique employed by Uncle Da." Tokugawa Madeo silently gazed at the enormous iron-bound sphere, which continued to rumble intermittently, and whispered, "It is a forbidden technique. I fear he." "Impossible." Tokugawa Yasuhiro interjected hastily, his gaze resolute as he looked up and declared, "He cannot fail. I believe in him. That man could annihilate the Tokugawa clan in an instant 10 years ago. Is there truly a ninja in this world more powerful than he was then?" It must be said that the old servant, at the pinnacle of his life, had left Tokugawa Yasuhiro with an impression of invincibility, fostering a somewhat blind trust. Boom! Another violent roar erupted. The iron sphere trembled slightly, and a multitude of lightning flashes appeared, intensifying by the moment. Within the sphere, the old servant stood in the void, his complexion somewhat pale, a stout iron chain coiling around his waist, supporting him in midair. He gazed gravely at the dense lightning that occupied most of the space. In the void, the flickering lightning crackled, distorting the air as if it were ablaze, emanating an aura as profound and vast as an ocean of thunder. Among the adversaries I face, you are the second to ignite my enthusiasm for battle. A deep, resonant voice gradually emerged from the depths of the thunderous sea, followed by AI, clad in lightning armor, stepping forth. His form bore no signs of damage, and his spirit remained as vigorous as it had been at the beginning, devoid of any fatigue. Nevertheless, he did not relax. Instead, he felt an overwhelming threat emanating from the old servant, as if he were poised on the brink of the abyss of death. I have witnessed some of the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. It is difficult to guarantee that even more bizarre entities do not exist. Standing amidst the sea of lightning, AI's eyes resembled those of a lion, and his lightning armor grew ever more profound, reflecting light as if it were genuine armor. The old servant cast a fleeting glance at the somewhat cautious AI, his brow slightly furrowing. At this distance, it seemed that the forbidden technique could not be executed, and the opponent's speed had far surpassed his own. Moreover, at this moment, contemplating, the old servant could not help but slowly clench his fist, a sense of weakness unexpectedly rising from the depths of his abundant chakra. This sudden feeling startled him. He understood its implication. It seemed that this battle no longer needed to linger in a stalemate. It must come to a swift conclusion. The old servant gradually opened his hands, his gaze not directed towards the solemn figure opposite him, but instead calmly fixed on the distant horizon. The colossal world formed by chakra chains could not obstruct his vision. At this moment, he could vaguely discern undulating shadows approaching from the barren wasteland in the distance. Indeed, the timing was impeccable. Konoha. He sighed inwardly, his gaze gradually brightening, twinkling like a star. "Huh." The old servant suddenly roared, his hands once again merging into a phantasm. And then, with a firm grip of his fingers, he formed the snake seal. Immediately, a torrent of chakra surged from behind him, roaring forth like an unfathomable ocean. Sealing. World destruction. A deep, cold voice resonated, and the once indomitable chain world seemed to be shattered by a colossal fist in an instant, countless serpentine chains fracturing and intertwining, swiftly enveloping the void. This scene appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying, the innumerable iron locks resembling a dark cloud, the oppressive weight filling the air with a suffocating sensation. Below, in the central area, the figure's eyes narrowed sharply. Though these chakra-consolidated chains possessed immense offensive and sealing capabilities, they struggled to breach the defense of the thunder armor. Moreover, he was confident in his speed. In a flash, countless chains descended from the high heavens, crashing down like a dark curtain of water upon the spot where he stood, obscuring the brilliant lightning in a violent tremor. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted amidst the watery curtain as numerous chains were abruptly severed by a massive, tearing bolt of lightning, revealing the figure standing in the cleared space, his gaze burning with excitement. Is this the sealing chakra that the proud Uzumaki clan is renowned for? Truly, it is far too weak. Amidst the relentless onslaught, he roared with arrogance, his body nearly transforming into lightning itself, swift and terrifying, with an attack power that was outrageously formidable. In the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas, to possess such a powerful ninja is astonishing. Could he be the current leader? The old servant furrowed his brow, astonished by the strength of the figure before him. His gaze remained intense, and the hand signs in his grasp solidified once more. The chains in the skies began to tremble slightly, then surged straight downward, the rapid impact causing a dull roar to reverberate through the air. Whoosh! The cascading iron chains fell like an endless tide, an overwhelming force crashing down, while the bolt of lightning flickered like a solitary boat in the waves, gradually fading from view. After executing all this, he let out a gentle sigh, feeling the strength within him waning once more due to the substantial chakra expenditure, accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness. Without a moment's hesitation, the old servant suddenly halted, turning to rush towards Tokugawa Madeo. "Young master, the ninjas from Konoha are drawing near. We must." Before he could finish, his complexion turned pale, and he staggered, breaking into a fit of harsh coughs, a weariness gradually enveloping his features. Cough, cough. Damn it. How could they arrive so swiftly? And at this moment, the old servant, forcing his weary legs to move, solemnly urged Tokugawa Madeo, "We must leave this place at once. Quickly. The ninjas from Konoha are upon us." As he spoke, a mist of milky white vapor suddenly enveloped him, reminiscent of a previous occurrence. But this time, as the mist departed, his hair gradually returned to a stark white, blindingly so, while his face visibly aged at an alarming rate amidst the intensifying smoke. In an instant, the old servant regained his elderly visage. And this degeneration did not cease. Rather, it continued to escalate, as if time itself had accelerated exponentially upon him. The vapor drifted away into the void. And this scene caused Tokugawa Mideo's eyes to widen in realization. Could this be the toll of the forbidden ninjutsu? A bitter thought crossed his mind as he keenly sensed a faint aura of decay emanating from the old servant's innermost being. It was the essence of time. Time, the most arcane and enigmatic element of this world, capable of granting immortality or leading to annihilation. Such power is not something an ordinary being could wield freely. After the old servant invoked that forbidden technique, he had anticipated this outcome. However, he did not expect the cost to be so abrupt and severe. How can you collapse, young master? We have yet to escape. The old servant struggled, mustering his will, murmuring to himself. Yet, the sense of weakness within him grew ever more intense, rendering his words increasingly faint. Behind Tokugawa Mideo, Tokugawa Kei stared at the old servant with a dazed expression, incredulous. The strongest ninja in his mind was revealing an unprecedented vulnerability, as if standing at the brink of life's end. Young master, leave. The old servant gasped violently, fatigue washing over him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him in darkness. Tokugawa Mideo remained silent, gritting his teeth as he hoisted the old servant onto his back. Casting a glance at Tokugawa Kei without direction, he plunged into the darkness. Suddenly, a sound, distinct from the chilling wind, surged from behind. Tokugawa Mideo's expression hardened, his senses sharpening as a flash of golden light illuminated the dimness, a collision resounding in the void as he clashed with the approaching threat, sparks flying. What? You have acquired the secret scrolls of the Uzumaki clan? Do you intend to impede my escape further? Tokugawa Mideo's gaze turned icy as he scanned the assailant. Alas, I am left with no choice. My master is momentarily detained by that old man on your side. I cannot simply stand by and watch you flee. This is not something I can explain. Samui emitted a languid chuckle, her countenance betraying no trace of worry despite the dire circumstances. Instead, there was a flicker of joyous exuberance. As she spoke, she directed her words towards the now somewhat subdued veil of darkness. My lord, if you continue to indulge in this game, I cannot guarantee their safety. They might very well fall into the hands of the leaf. As her words echoed, the seemingly silent shadow trembled slightly. In the next instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted forth. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous arcs of lightning surged from the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar, slicing through the darkness with blinding brilliance. The light manifested a profound shade of violet, akin to a solitary thunderclap within a tempest, its shrill cry resonating as it descended beside Samui. It was a. Upon witnessing the intact figure radiating an overwhelming aura of dread, Tokugawa Mudo was momentarily taken aback. Just how formidable was this man? His power seemed unfathomable, imbued with an intense sense of oppression. What, do you intend to flee? The fiery gaze within the lightning burned hot as it fixed intently upon the three individuals. In the wilderness, silhouettes gradually approached, subtly encircling the battlefield still shimmering with flickers of lightning. Danzo stood silently at a distance, his eyes half closed in contemplation, as a chilling breeze swept through, rendering the atmosphere even more frigid. My lord, we are nearing the battlefield. A figure swiftly revealed itself, kneeling on one knee and addressing him respectfully. Indeed, Danzo opened his eyes, speaking softly, proceed as planned. If it cannot be executed smoothly, then annihilate it. Understood. The figure responded in a low tone, rising and vanishing into the shadows. They're coming. The ninjas of the leaf, Samui abruptly announced, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. A slowly turned her gaze towards the chaotic darkness. The faint sound of hurried footsteps was nearly inaudible against the wind, yet it keenly discerned the multitude, prompting him to furrow his brow. My lord, we must retreat at once. Samui urged calmly, regardless, our war with the leaf has concluded. And although they may deduce that it was the ninjas of the Land of Lightning involved in this clandestine infiltration, we have not directly confronted them. If we withdraw, they are likely to dismiss this incident entirely. A gently closed his eyes, offering a nonchalant response. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, the earlier intensity of emotion having gradually dissipated, replaced by a veneer of cold indifference. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tokugawa Mudo and his companions, he declared, You will accompany me to the Land of Lightning. His voice was gruff and imperious, laced with a subtle chill, as if regarding the trio as captives. Samui was startled, exclaiming urgently, My lord, if we depart, the people of the leaf will likely not mount a full-scale attack. However, should we take them with us? That individual will not allow us to cross the border so easily. Moreover, as she spoke, she covertly signaled to AI, casting a glance at the somber-faced Tokugawa Madeo. Then, her body gradually sank into the earth. AI furrowed his brow, then let out a cold snort, transforming into a streak of lightning as he turned and darted off towards the northwest, seemingly disregarding the three individuals' journey to the land of thunder. It was unclear what Samui had conveyed to AI that led him to abandon the trio. Only Tokugawa Madeo slightly furrowed his brow, realizing that the sole reason AI would give up so readily was the scroll containing the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, acquired under Samui's threat. However, despite the scroll being indeed the authentic technique of the Uzumaki clan, how easy could it be to unlock its secrets? Contemplating this, Tokugawa Madeo coldly smiled, carrying his somewhat dazed old servant and the complex emotions flashing in Tokugawa Yasu's eyes as they fled into the distance. Behind them, the biting cold wind carried a chilling sharpness, yet Tokugawa Madeo displayed not a hint of urgency, maintaining his composure as he walked on. It seemed as though he remained oblivious to any impending danger. The frigid wind continued to whip around them, but now a subtle icy sensation gradually permeated the air, causing an unsettling prickle along their spines. Time appeared to slow at that moment. Although their stamina had slightly recovered after a brief respite, their pace remained sluggish. At this rate, Madeo, we must separate and escape. Otherwise, neither of us will make it. In the silence, Tokugawa Yasu suddenly spoke. Eh? Tokugawa Madeo slowly turned to face him, regarding him with a calm demeanor. Very well, where do you intend to go? Initially, the three had aimed to reach the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan located over the sea, but now, the old servant had succumbed to the aftereffects of a forbidden jutsu, showing signs of a weakening life force. Without a guide, the path forward was evidently impassable. Moreover, lingering too long in this desolate and dim prairie could lead to a complete loss of direction. Additionally, the approaching ninja from Konoha posed a significant threat. I do not know. Tokugawa Yasu averted his gaze, then continued, but if we separate, we stand a chance of escaping. Whether it be you or I, one of us must survive. This day will haunt me for a lifetime. With that, Tokugawa Yasu seemed to have made up his mind, firmly securing the unconscious Karu on his back. He turned to glance at Tokugawa Madeo and declared, I shall endure the hatred of the Tokugawa clan. This is my vow to the elder. Moreover, it is your destiny as well. Tokugawa Madeo remained silent, casting a contemplative glance at him before gradually walking towards another direction, bearing his old servant. As Tokugawa Yasu watched Madeo recede into the distance, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he stamped his foot resolutely and turned towards the true north. Madeo, I hope you can understand. I must survive. I bear the burden of my family's legacy, and I cannot allow the Golden Clan to be extinguished. I shall seek power. For my father, for my family, to cleanse this bloody enmity, he murmured to himself, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. At this moment, parting ways with Tokugawa Madeo was undoubtedly an act of extreme selfishness. The attention of the Konoha ninjas was now entirely captivated by them, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the Tokugawa clan. The path he chose to tread alone appeared comparatively safer. With a resolute spirit, Tokugawa Yasushi's gaze slowly returned to tranquility as he stared deeply into the abyss ahead, where, according to legend, lay another great nation to rival the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning. What ignited his fervor even more was the powerful ninja sanctuary of the Land of Lightning, the Cloud Ninja Village. This very night, he had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of those Cloud Ninjas, a force that even his once highly esteemed Uncle Da could scarcely contend with. If only I could possess that power, what would Konoha amount to? Tokugawa Yasushi inhaled deeply, a flicker of fiery ambition crossing his eyes as he abruptly accelerated, gradually vanishing into the shadows. He chuckled softly, alive? As he walked through the overgrown grass, Tokugawa Madeo suddenly let out a cold laugh. He could surmise the thoughts lingering in Tokugawa Yasushi's mind, yet chose not to confront them, for indeed, Yasushi had spoken a truth. Their separation, after all, presented a sliver of opportunity. Though his own chances appeared exceedingly slim, who could definitively say that falling into Konoha's grasp would guarantee his demise? Given that person's nature, my kind of power might also capture his attention. Lost in contemplation, after traversing a low, desolate hill, Tokugawa Madeo gently laid his aged servant amidst the grass. At that moment, the old man's form had grown increasingly frail, the the creases on his face etched as deeply as if carved by a knife, his complexion pale and terrifying, as though all color had drained from his being. Yet, he had slightly opened his eyes, which brimmed with unutterable emotions, reluctance, concern, and a hint of regret. With a sudden jolt in his heart, Tokugawa Madeo gazed at his old servant, inhaling the frigid air laced with the chill of winter. A shadow of melancholy crossed his countenance as he slowly knelt down. Uncle, to the moment those words escaped his lips, he found himself unable to continue. His heart was now a tumult of conflicting emotions. He gradually lifted his head, gazing into the abyssal night sky, his heart surging with tumultuous feelings. I am not the young master he envisions, yet he is on the verge of losing his life to save me, and I am powerless to change that. With a heavy sigh, Tokugawa Madeo lowered his head, speaking softly, Uncle Da, if you harbor any wishes at this moment. Before he could finish, a nearly withered hand slowly reached out before him. Tokugawa Madeo's body trembled suddenly, and he looked up in bewilderment. He beheld the elderly man, nearly extinguished, laboriously drawing an ancient black scroll from within his robe. His eyes widened in astonishment. This scroll was identical to the one his servant had previously entrusted to him. The ancient hue remarkably similar. This is the heirloom of my clan. If we encounter peril, let it be handed to Konoha. In exchange for the conditions of survival. The old servant's labored whispers seemed even more delicate in the wind, yet Tokugawa Madeo appeared as if stunned by a thunderous roar. His gaze fixed on the silhouette before him, suddenly filled with a gentle warmth. It was akin to a warm current, reminiscent of the morning sun, gradually melting away the icy darkness within his heart. The old servant seemed to have exhausted the last remnants of his strength. His hand could no longer support the scroll, which slowly fell away. With a soft thud, the scroll tumbled from his palm, sliding gently to a stop between Tokugawa Madeo's fingers. A crystalline dampness began to blur his vision as he lifted his gaze, only to see the elderly man, who had always looked upon him with kindness and compassion, slowly closing his eyes. Instantly, an indescribable pain surged within him, spreading through his limbs and body. Tokugawa Madeo's expression twitched slightly as he gradually closed his eyes, allowing a bittersweet, salty taste to wash over his lips. The secret technique he had strived to protect, and yet he had unhesitatingly bestowed it upon Yunrin. And until the very end of life, what he could not let go of was still me. Konoha. Yunrin. Ha ha ha. Tokugawa Madeo's body gradually slumped into the wild grass, a deep chuckle escaping his lips, yet his gaze grew increasingly crimson and cold. In the 3 months since he had entered this world, he felt for the first time an overwhelming desire to annihilate everything. This desire was both intense and terrifying. Moments later, Tokugawa Madeo's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, calm as a placid lake. He had buried his emotions deeply, regaining his composure. Taking the scroll in hand, he slowly unfurled it, and a familiar white light began to bloom from its center. Suddenly, without warning, a fragmented black mask materialized in the air above. This. Tokugawa Madeo's pupils constricted sharply. This mask was the very item the old servant had previously entrusted to him. But it had remained in his room, due to the selection, and was not retrieved. He had not anticipated it would be brought out by the old servant. Without hesitation, Tokugawa Madeo swiftly removed the mask, storing it against his skin with caution, and then rolled the scroll back up, holding it tightly. For at that moment, shadows had begun to emerge rapidly within his mental perception. They have finally arrived. He thought indifferently, then slowly rose to his feet and looked ahead. The wind howled fiercely, stirring the scattered grass of the wasteland, and then, indifferent figures broke through the darkness, appearing before Tokugawa Madeo. The first to emerge were 6 figures. Upon seeing that only Tokugawa Madeo stood alone, the Umbu ninjas hesitated momentarily, but soon divided into 2 groups, 3 figures darting past Tokugawa Madeo, heading further north. Tokugawa Madeo remained calm and still, his gaze directed toward the shadows behind the root ninjas. There, more figures were drawing near, and Tokugawa Madeo focused directly on one unmasked middle-aged ninja, Danzo. Sensing his gaze, Danzo's somewhat rigid countenance revealed a hint of a chilling smile. The wild wind seemed to momentarily cease, leaving only a series of cold, desolate stares fixated on the target. Danzo cast a glance at Tokugawa Mudo's elderly attendant, his eyes narrowing slightly, before he spoke in a low, grave tone. The price of that ninjutsu is, astonishingly, life. Such a pity. With that, he closed his eyes and continued, I trust you have prepared yourself. Then, embrace death. Danzo's eyes abruptly snapped open, locking onto Tokugawa Mudo with a fierce intensity. What? Tokugawa Muto's brow furrowed in disbelief as he looked back. In the frigid dimness, a glint of ice adorned Danzo's visage, and he regarded Tokugawa Muto with utter disdain, coldly stating, "What? Are you not prepared?" Humph. After a fleeting moment of shock, Tokugawa Muto rapidly forced himself to regain his composure, declaring, "Not only am I unprepared, but I still intend to live." "Is that so?" Danzo nodded slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Tokugawa Muto's eyes. "Your life may very well hinge upon my whim. Do you understand?" He chuckled softly. At that moment, seeing Danzo refraining from immediate attack, Tokugawa Muto found himself oddly calm. He gradually raised the black scroll in his hand, stating nonchalantly, "This is the secret technique scroll of my Uzumaki clan. I wonder if you, esteemed sir, might be interested?" As Tokugawa Muto's hand moved, Danzo's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a flicker of astonishment. "You possess this? It seems my deductions were not in vain. Indeed, you are no ordinary Uzumaki." "My mother," Tokugawa Muto continued, slowly turning to face the direction of the elderly attendant, "is of the direct lineage of the Uzumaki clan, having sought refuge within the Tokugawa family." Direct lineage? Danzo's eyes brightened, and he regarded Tokugawa Muto thoughtfully for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. "Then, your plan is to barter this scroll for your life?" "No." Tokugawa Muto shook his head slowly, speaking with conviction. "Not only that, I also aspire to enter Konoha and become a ninja." Enter Konoha? "Huh, that is impossible." Danzo regarded him with a dismissive glance, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I shall not allow you to enter Konoha, nor grant you the opportunity to become a ninja. After all, your clan was obliterated by my hand, and that person's death," he said, casting a glance at the elderly attendant, his gaze glinting coldly, "is, in part, connected to me. Although you do not currently display any animosity towards Konoha, latent threats always breed unease. Clan. Humph." A glimmer of coldness emerged in Tokugawa Muto's eyes as he fixed his gaze steadily upon Danzo. "The destruction of that lineage holds no significance for me," he continued. "That fool, Tokugawa Shurin, is aware of my past, and regarding that so-called father and that so-called family, I have never admitted to such a thing." With these words, he slowly drew a glass blade from behind him and, in a swift motion, drew it across his arm, a flash of crimson surging forth. Tokugawa Muto's gaze was piercing as he regarded the drop of blood upon the blade, his expression indifferent as he spoke coolly. "I swear by my mother's name to forsake the Tokugawa surname and restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. From this day forth, I shall be known as Uzumaki Mideo. I am Uzumaki Mideo." Danzo's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the bloodstain on the glass blade, and he said slowly, "Do you truly believe that such a simple act will earn my consent for you to enter Konoha?" Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a cold light, and a sneer escaped his lips. "The secrets of the Uzumaki clan shall not be lost to Konoha. Yet your life must come to an end. With your talents, you may pose a threat to Konoha, and I have never been one to allow any threat to linger." He raised his hand, pointing toward Uzumaki Mideo. In an instant, like a tempest unleashed, a figure surged forth from the ranks of the root ninjas. With a swift motion, a dazzling crescent of cold light shot from the figure's fingertips, hurtling toward Uzumaki Mideo. Humph. Although he had already understood that Danzo was not one to easily compromise, the decisive attack still sent a chill through Uzumaki Mideo's heart. Those who can maintain their composure and resist temptation at any moment are truly formidable, especially when they are foes. As the radiant light surged toward him, Uzumaki Mideo took a deep breath, a torrent of mental energy enveloping him. In his perception, time seemed to slow. The cold light gradually sharpened, revealing a shuriken firmly grasped in a hand. However, before he could manipulate his mental energy, a rapid, intricate sound filled the air, and in an instant, a blinding flash of lightning surged across the distance, crashing into the shuriken. Ugh! A low cry of pain escaped the mouth of the root ninja as his body convulsed violently, flung away with great force, sliding into the thicket. Uzumaki Mideo was taken aback, focusing intently as he beheld a low figure clad in black robes, appearing before him. The figure wore a fox mask, yet the pair of eyes peering from beneath it glimmered with a chilling duality of black and red. The red pupils, shimmering with an eerie luster, bore 3 swirling black tomo, exuding an icy, bloody aura. The Sharingan. Uzumaki Mideo's gaze faltered as he recognized the unique eyes and instantly deduced the identity of the figure before him. Lightning release, Chidori, Kakashi. Danzo's voice resonated ominously. His eyes fixated on the figure, a glint of coldness flashing across his expression. though the figure appeared similar in attire to the root ninjas. The cacophony of thousands of chaotic bird calls emanating from his hand exposed his unique identity, a Jonin of Konoha, captain of the Umbu, and the genius who independently developed the powerful lightning release technique, Chidori. At this moment, what weighed heavily on Danzo's mind was the man represented by Kakashi, the current Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, whose brilliance illuminated the entire ninja world. Lord Danzo. The chirping of the bird in Kakashi's hand gradually diminished. He cast his cold gaze around at the root ninjas, stating with indifference, "Is the annihilation of the Tokugawa clan a secret directive from the Hokage? If so, what of it? If not, what of it?" Danzo replied stiffly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. "The Tokugawa clan has turned to dust. This endeavor is nearing its conclusion. The Hokage would not issue such a command." Kakashi, steadfast in his gaze towards Danzo, retorted, "It is the council's resolution. Everything is for the greater prosperity of Konoha." Danzo closed his eyes heavily and commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with him. Eliminate that brat of the Uzumaki clan." Understood. As Danzo's words echoed, the surrounding root ninjas slowly encircled them, their gazes devoid of warmth, observing the two as one would regard the deceased. A chilling aura of murderous intent gradually filled the air. Tokugawa Madeo, it seems you truly cannot escape today," Kakashi remarked, glancing at the boy standing beside him with a nonchalant tone, betraying no sign of tension. However, I have already stated that I am no longer Tokugawa Madeo. My name is Uzumaki Madeo. That is my mother's surname. Uzumaki. So you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder." Kakashi nodded. And in an instant, he swiftly formed hand seals. Rat, horse, monkey, rabbit. Lightning release, Chidori, buzz. The faint, chaotic chirping of birds shattered the darkness as a fist-sized sphere of lightning materialized in the palm of Kakashi's right hand, radiating a blinding light that showcased its immense power. At that moment, the roar of thunder rent the darkness, causing all root ninjas to momentarily pause, their expressions instinctively freezing at the sight of the formidable technique and the renowned genius ninja whose exploits had spread throughout the youth of Konoha. Danzo's gaze narrowed slightly, intensely fixated on the lightning sphere in Kakashi's hand, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Kakashi Hatake, are you attempting to obstruct me? Do you wish to hinder Konoha's growth? Or are you prepared to forsake the honor of being a Konoha ninja and betray the village?" As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave, and a frigid killing intent emanated from his indifferent eyes, locking onto Kakashi. Meanwhile, hearing Danzo's inquiry, the surrounding root ninjas also sharpened their gazes, preparing for an attack, their hearts filled with indignation. They had just been intimidated by a mere 15-year-old boy. Even if this youth possessed exceptional talent and shone brightly at the end of the Third Great Ninja War, or if he was the disciple of the current Hokage and had become a Nin at the age of 12, it could not disguise the fact that he was unequivocally a junior in their presence. As elite members of the dark underbelly of Konoha, they unexpectedly displayed hesitation, which stirred an uncontrollable aura of lethal intent within their typically cold hearts. It seemed that conflict was on the verge of erupting in the next instant. A faint chuckle escaped Kakashi's lips amidst the biting cold winds. He paid no mind to the approaching root members and remarked, "Lord Danzo, the growth of Konoha is not achieved through the slaughter of allies, as has been affirmed by the Hokage throughout the ages. Moreover, the council's resolution cannot supersede the orders of the Hokage. Konoha remains a village led by the shadow." The orders of the Hokage? Then what does your presence here signify? Upon hearing Kakashi's calm demeanor, Danzo's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixated on a singular point, brimming with an uncontainable rage as he coldly retorted, "Do you believe that the rescue mission was fabricated by the elders? Or have you forsaken your former comrade, Rin Noera? If so, I might just regard you in a different light." Rin. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he softly murmured her name. Then he regarded Danzo quietly and declared, "I would never easily abandon a mission for the village, whether it be the rescue operation or this selection endeavor." As he spoke, his expression grew somber, his gaze heavy as he continued, "However, I did not anticipate that the Takeda clan would be annihilated during my absence on a mission. A mere peripheral clan could draw the direct attention of Lord Danzo. This is neither merely an honor nor a misfortune. It is a pity that the merits of the Takeda clan established for Konoha have been forgotten by the council." Danzo's hardened visage twitched momentarily after a brief silence. He suddenly broke into a cold chuckle, saying, "What audacity! A mere child who has only participated in one conflict dares to speak to me in such a tone. Do you think you are the legendary Konoha White Fang? Or do you believe that by joining the Umbu, you are shielded by Minato, rendering me unable to act against you? As he spoke, his eyes widened in fury. An overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloping the vicinity, the chakra swirling around him distorting the frigid night air. The gusts of wind surged violently, sweeping through the space, prompting Uzumaki Naruto to involuntarily shut his eyes, a profound sense of shock surging within him. At that moment, Danzo's displayed power seemed to surpass anything previously witnessed. Perhaps he had been concealing his strength all along. Uzumaki Naruto cast a cold glance at Danzo, pondering quietly while heightening his vigilance. Although Kakashi had already made his stance clear, he was acutely aware that, given his current standing and the disparity in strength, he could not contend with Danzo. Faced with the oppressive pressure emanating from Danzo, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. However, when he heard Danzo utter the name Konoha White Fang, his gaze darkened instantaneously. The lightning ball in his hand faltering momentarily, its hum gradually diminishing until it slowly dissipated. He withdrew his hand and said in a low voice, Unable to become a figure like my father, nor can I embody the essence of Teacher Watergate. However, as a leaf ninja entrusted with this mission, I shall not allow it to falter easily, nor shall I permit any member of the Tokugawa clan to lose their life. Kakashi's calm voice resonated in the dimness, causing a jolt within Uzumaki Naruto's heart, simultaneously providing a momentary sense of relief. Although the current situation remained perilous, Kakashi exhibited no signs of tension. Could it be that he still harbored confidence? Uzumaki Naruto gradually halted his hand, which had been reaching for the hilt behind him. A flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Relying solely on yourself, do you still dare to fantasize about saving that young boy? Utterly presumptuous. A faint smile appeared on Danzo's cold visage, and soon after, he seemed to exhaust his final patience, waving his hand. This was a signal to attack, igniting the murderous intent of the root ninjas, who surged forth like a tempest toward their adversary. In an instant, Kakashi's left eye gleamed with a tranquil clarity. Before the shadows could close in, he swiftly grasped Uzumaki Naruto and leapt backward, simultaneously retrieving several shurikens from his thigh pouch and casting them forth. The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out as Uzumaki Naruto, retreating, suddenly felt a surge of resolve and shut his eyes. Metal manipulation. In the realm of the mind, the surrounding darkness transformed into a pale luminescence, and the rushing root ninjas appeared to halt within the interstice of time, their movements sluggish. Uzumaki Naruto's mental prowess enveloped the area. In midair, a shuriken, propelled by an unseen force, collided with an incoming kunai. The root ninja, his gaze icy and disdainful, momentarily faltered, revealing a flicker of astonishment. Just as the kunai was about to vanish from his peripheral vision, it seemed as if an invisible hand guided it midair, causing it to pause briefly before rebounding. What? The root ninja, unable to ponder further, suddenly pressed his foot down hard, flickering out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the sharp afterimage. Similar occurrences transpired among some of the surrounding root ninjas, whether it was kunai or shurikens in their hands. Your bloodline ability is indeed formidable. Kakashi observed the briefly disordered root ninjas with astonishment, yet sighed, stating, such attacks are presently insufficient to contend with skilled ninjas, especially considering that all root ninjas are exceptional jonin. As soon as his words fell, it became evident that, although they had been momentarily disrupted by unexpected assaults, the root ninjas instinctively raised their hands to block the next wave of attacks, rendering the manipulated kunai utterly ineffective. Uzumaki Naruto inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and relinquished this futile expenditure of mental energy. His gaze flickered. Although his attempt at metal manipulation had failed, it illuminated the underlying issue. Despite possessing the innate talent for metal manipulation, allowing him to wield any metal at will, however, constrained by the limitations of his mental strength, which was not yet formidable enough, and the fact that the manipulated metal was not of his own conjuration, his control over it not only felt burdensome but also significantly diminished the speed and power of his attacks by nearly half. Conversely, if he were to concentrate his mental energy into the metal he had forged himself, the velocity and force of his strikes might experience a remarkable enhancement. For instance, the metallic needles formed from his chakra exhibited a velocity and explosive power that far surpassed his previous assaults. Yet, to the exceptional root ninjas before him, such an attack remained feeble and ineffectual. With the absence of Uzumaki Wudo's onslaught, the root ninjas surged forward with ferocity, their gleaming weaponry, pulsating with lethal intent. cleaving through the darkness in a relentless assault. Earth release. Return to the earth. With a sudden motion, Kakashi pressed his hand against the ground, summoning a massive indigo rock, towering at nearly 2 meters, which materialized abruptly to intercept the incoming assault. Simultaneously, he raised his gaze sharply, his left eye piercing past the obstruction to meet Danzo's stare, demanding, "Lord Danzo, can we truly not spare Uzumaki Wudao? His abilities pose a threat to Konoha." Upon meeting that cold, crimson gaze, Danzo narrowed his eyes, responding with a detached tone. The unknown always breeds unease. Control is preferable to destruction. Yet, in the absence of certainty regarding his intentions, the most prudent course is to extinguish the threat before it can blossom. This boy, possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and a unique Kekkei Genkai, already warranted vigilance. That alone suffices. Danzo spoke slowly, his demeanor unwavering, exuding an aura of indifference and mockery as he locked eyes with Kakashi. In this moment, time seemed to freeze. As the two men transcended the multitude of root ninjas before them, their gazes clashing in a fleeting confrontation. Alas, Kakashi discerned no flicker of emotion in Danzo's expression. It remained cold and resolute. It appeared that reconciliation was indeed unattainable. "I am sorry, sensei." He inhaled deeply, murmuring softly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Before the root ninjas launched their next assault, his right hand swiftly delved into the pouch at his side, grasping a peculiar shuriken tightly. As a flicker of lightning erupted in his palm, crackle, crackle, the faint buzzing sound sliced through the profound silence. The shuriken, enveloped in a fine glow of lightning, unveiled itself abruptly before the astonished gazes of all present. Hiss! Upon witnessing the shuriken cloaked in electric brilliance, Uzumaki Wudao, standing beside Kakashi, widened his eyes in surprise. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, his expression gradually settled into calm. At this moment, several root ninjas had surged before the two, their expressions cold and indifferent, as an icy glimmer suffused the void around them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, upon catching sight of the shuriken in hand, they appeared as if ensnared by the very fabric of time, their forms abruptly frozen in place. This is," one of the root ninjas gasped, his eyes widening in shock, his voice trembling as the chilling long blade in his grip slowly descended. "This is the fourth Hokage's," another root ninja gravely intoned, a hint of tension betraying his otherwise somber tone. "Space-time ninjutsu." In an instant, every root ninja felt their hearts clench as shot coursed through them. Meanwhile, in the rear, Danzo had also discerned the distinctive shuriken in Kakashi's possession, a weapon that, while resembling an ordinary shuriken, boasted 2 smaller pronged blades on either side. This seemingly peculiar yet ordinary shuriken caused Danzo's eyes to widen in disbelief. "The fourth, the blade of the flying thunder god," he whispered in a low, grave tone, his gaze flickering with a mix of desire and apprehension, alongside a glimmer of suspicion. Could it be the fourth has foreseen this operation? But how is that possible? This mission employed numerous covert strategies, and aside from the executing members, no other root ninja was privy to this information. Could it be? Danzo's thoughts spiraled in anger and confusion as he began to piece together a troubling realization, his expression darkening further. He then cast a slow glance into the depths of the abyss, forcibly suppressing the fury within. Has the root been infiltrated? The fourth, I must not underestimate you. In that moment, Danzo's mind raced, his features obscured by the shadows that loomed around him. Should we proceed? No. Although the ninjas who joined the root were steadfastly loyal, they remained ninjas of Konoha, holding deep reverence for the current Hokage. If the position of Hokage were vacant, they might have been the sharpest fangs, daring to bare their edges against any foe. But at this moment, that esteemed seat was occupied by one recognized by the village as the ninja destined to approach the first Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was once revered in a tumultuous age as a living sage, single-handedly balancing the world and establishing peace. The contemporary fourth Hokage is lauded as the one destined to be the strongest generation closest to the first. His strength and talent are evident. At this thought, Danzo was suddenly reminded of the previous Hokage, the comrade who had always loomed over him. Hiruzen, you relinquished your talented disciple-esque claim to the title of Hokage, choosing that brash young lad instead, anticipating that he would ultimately surpass everyone. Danzo murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. At this moment, amidst the dim wasteland, aside from the flickering lightning, there was an eerie stillness. Almost all the root ninjas came to an involuntary halt, enveloped in confusion and uncertainty. After all, the shuriken in hand represented the current Hokage of Konohagakure. Kakashi held the shuriken tightly, a look of calmness emerging in his profound gaze. No one understood the significance of this distinctive shuriken better than he did at that moment. It was not only the weapon most adeptly wielded by his mentor, the Hokage of Konoha, but it also contained the unique spatial mark of the forbidden ninjutsu known as Flying Thunder God, which allowed the user to traverse space effortlessly within the range of their spiritual perception. During the tumultuous Third Shinobi World War, the Fourth Hokage had relied upon Flying Thunder God to instantaneously slay over 50 elite ninjas, earning him the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash. That very battle cemented the Fourth Hokage's fearsome reputation, instilling terror in enemy ninjas and hastening the conclusion of the war. To the ninjas of Konoha, the Fourth was an unparalleled hero, and this shuriken, embodying death and glory, was the blade of a hero. This sentiment was profoundly understood by all in the region. Danzo was equally aware of this. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned his serious gaze back to Kakashi, his eyes fixating on the shuriken, and remarked, "Even with the Fourth's abilities, I doubt he could arrive here in an instant, Kakashi." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, fixated on Kakashi without a hint of relaxation. Huh. Kakashi suddenly chuckled, slowly withdrawing his chakra and cautiously placing the shuriken back into his ninja tool pouch, responding, "I have never truly contemplated that." He had grasped Danzo's meaning, since no further orders to attack were issued. It was clear that Danzo still harbored concerns about the Fourth and did not dare to confront him directly. Contemplating this, Kakashi couldn't help but exhale softly, as engaging in combat with the root ninjas was not his desire, for they were also members of Konoha and not true enemies in the fullest sense. Danzo silently nodded, then waved away the encircling root ninjas, stating, "I can temporarily spare that boy, but he must be taken to Konoha and handed over to Root." As he spoke these final words, his tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "I will immediately return to the village to discuss this matter with the elders and the Fourth." After speaking, Danzo cast a deep glance at Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, then slowly turned away, leaving no opportunity for debate, retreating into the darkness behind him, while most of the root ninjas gradually withdrew, leaving only 4 to guard, clearly wary of Kakashi attempting to let Uzumaki Naruto escape. Surrounded by 4 root ninjas exuding a chilling aura, Kakashi seemed rather helpless as he scratched his head and said to Uzumaki Naruto, "It seems this is the only course of action. I am quite content with this outcome. I have always yearned for life in Konoha." In a moment of feigned indifference, Uzumaki Wudao managed a slight smile. Yet the depths of his lowered gaze betrayed a simmering indignation. Although his ultimate ambition was to immerse himself in the knowledge of the ninja within the Konoha system, it was evident that Danzo would not easily permit him to fulfill this desire. Should Danzo's discussions with the Fourth Hokage prove successful upon entering Konoha, he would be handed over to the Root organization, perhaps forever bound without the possibility of escape. The influence of the Fourth Hokage loomed large, an inescapable shadow. "Must you seek to control me utterly, Danzo?" Uzumaki Wudao inhaled deeply, lost in indifferent contemplation, a fierce sense of resentment swirling within him. "Very well, come forth. Allow me to witness your prowess." In that moment, his yearning for power intensified beyond measure. Unbeknownst to him, the chilling winds had gradually subsided. In the depths of the profound night, the clouds that had blanketed the sky began to drift away, and the anticipated rain ultimately did not fall. At this moment, in the borderlands between the land of water and the land of hot water, a crackling sound reverberated. A towering figure was engulfed in a tempest of raging lightning, the searing energy distorting the very air around him. His gaze, brimming with an uncontainable fury akin to thunder, coldly fixed upon 3 figures not far away. "Konoha dares to pursue me here. How foolish." He smirked derisively before, in the next instant, he surged forward with a terrifying speed and power that left behind only an afterimage, charging towards the 3 shadowy figures cloaked in black. The violent pressure he exerted stirred the air like a tempest, arriving in an instant. What? The 3 root ninjas belonging to Konoha could not suppress their alarm, their expressions transforming in terror. Yet, before they could react, a flash of lightning swept past, followed by the sharp, cracking sounds of bones breaking within their bodies. The excruciating spasms and agony elicited brief cries of despair from them, before they succumbed to an eternal darkness. "Humph! Ignorant fools!" The figure materialized behind the 3 ninjas, exuding an air of cold dominance. He then slowly turned, casting a frigid gaze aside, and spoke in a low voice. "Tokugawa brat, have you truly made up your mind to follow me to the land of lightning and join the Cloud Ninja?" This figure was none other than and beside him stood two other figures on the grass. Samui, her face taut with frustration, incessantly fiddled with an ancient black scroll, yet no matter her efforts, the scroll remained as impenetrable as if forged from molten iron. Her eyes gradually filled with mounting indignation. The other figure, a strikingly handsome boy of 11 or 12, was Tokugawa Yasushi, who was fleeing towards the north. Upon hearing A's question, he could not help but grip the dark long sword at his waist tightly. His expression stern as he replied, "I humbly beseech you to take me in, my lord." A's gaze was as cold as ice. He regarded him with a fleeting glance and replied, "Entering the land of lightning may be possible, but if you wish to become a ninja, you lack the qualifications." As he spoke, he paid no heed to the suddenly pale face of Tokugawa Yasu, striding resolutely northeast. Tokugawa Yasu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He was uncertain how one could become a ninja. Yet, after a brief silence, he gritted his teeth, determination igniting in his gaze as he pursued the footsteps of Ai. "I refuse to believe I cannot become a ninja. For the sake of my clan, I must join the Cloud Shinobi. Konoha, just you wait." At that moment, as Tokugawa Yasu's heart screamed with conviction, a delicate hand suddenly struck his shoulder with force, sending him reeling. A venomous voice echoed through the region. "Tokugawa Midu, you wretched brat, how dare you bring me a sealed scroll?" Samui clenched the scroll in her hand with fury, her teeth gritted in an angry snarl. Without sparing a glance at Tokugawa Yasu, she flickered and vanished into the encroaching darkness. How infuriating! That woman's strength is truly formidable. Am I to be outdone by a mere woman? Tokugawa Yasu's countenance darkened as he raised his head, a flicker of suppressed rage flashing in his eyes. With a mixture of determination and trepidation, he sprinted northward. Meanwhile, the stoic Uzumaki Mudu followed for route ninjas as they gradually made their way south, traversing the desolate expanse of the land of hot water before entering the land of fire, heading towards Konoha, the most renowned and formidable ninja village in the world. Not far behind, Kakashi, shrouded beneath his mask, wore a contemplative expression as he quietly observed the figure of Uzumaki Mudu fade into the distance, a hint of melancholy passing through his gaze. In that still, youthful body, he sensed an extraordinary aura, whether during their initial encounter by day or this quiet night. He could not perceive Uzumaki Mudu as an ordinary boy. He possessed independent thoughts and a solitary demeanor, coupled with a calm and collected mindset, as if viewing all matters from an adult's perspective. Even in the face of a loved one's death, he displayed not a flicker of emotional turmoil or animosity, merely gazing with indifference, his attitude bordering on apathy. I hope Konoha can foster your growth, Uzumaki Mudu," Kakashi murmured to himself, his expression complex. He scratched his head and turned his gaze toward a small mound distinctly elevated above the surrounding terrain. It was a newly dug solitary grave, where the elder servant of the Uzumaki clan lay interred, a burial performed by Uzumaki Mudu himself. "May you bless him, elder of the Uzumaki." Kakashi nodded slightly. Then his gaze drifted towards the far reaches of the night sky, revealing a contemplative expression. "I hope it's not too late." He silently formed a hand seal, inwardly murmuring, "Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, release." With a soft puff of mist, Kakashi's figure gradually faded into the night, as if he had never existed at all. After a brief moment, a figure resembling Earth slowly emerged from the ground, cloaked in a dark robe, its gaze concealed beneath a fox mask, fixated with a mixture of astonishment at the spot where Kakashi had vanished. What a terrifying individual, to think that merely through a shadow clone technique. Truly, he is the disciple of the Fourth Hokage. The voice was hoarse and deep, and soon the figure gradually sank back into the soil. The night remained profoundly somber. Yet in the eastern sky, faintly twinkling stars began to emerge, casting a delicate glow that enveloped the earth. In the northern border of the land of fire, flames soared, igniting half the sky, their vivid crimson light mingling with a heavy scent of blood that lingered in the air, detectable even from afar. Uzumaki Wudao silently observed the distant flames, where during the day stood a small town, now facing the grim fate of being reduced to ashes before the next dawn, transforming into a desolate ruin. Shadows, subtle and fleeting, gathered around the firelight, gradually dispersing towards the south as the blaze intensified. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Wudao slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists, burying all his emotions deep within his heart, continuing onward with 4 ghost-like root ninjas. Before the formidable ninjas, his strength seemed laughably childlike. Without power, he refused to let any emotions cloud his hope for survival. Yet, upon witnessing the fervent flames, An undercurrent of rage trembled within him, perhaps for the sake of his fallen old servant or a flicker of his own dignity. This ignited within him an uncontrollable hatred for the ninja world, perhaps out of trust in the four root ninjas. When the first rays of light broke over the eastern mountains, Danzo and the other root ninjas did not reveal themselves, and Uzumaki Wudao continued to advance slowly. The four root ninjas remained vigilant, their extensive experience allowing them to detect the slightest rustle, undeterred by any disturbances. Throughout the journey, Uzumaki Wudao did not abandon his cultivation of chakra. However, to avoid drawing attention, he deliberately refrained from using hand seals for refinement, instead employing his formidable mental strength to forcibly extract chakra within his body. Although this method yielded scarce chakra, it simultaneously honed his mental fortitude. The elevation of extraordinary abilities demands a high standard of mental power. Originally, Uzumaki Wudao had estimated that it would take decades for his metal manipulation ability to reach a stage of mastery, but with continuous training of his mental strength, this time frame could be drastically shortened. Perhaps in just a few years, he could regain the ability to control metal. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his calm visage. In any world, human desire is boundless, and the realm of ninjas illustrates this truth with vivid clarity. Bloodshed, slaughter, and death have accompanied humanity since ancient times, seemingly an eternal curse that binds all. In the tumultuous era of Ur, the sage of six paths discovered and left behind the practice of chakra, enabling future generations to grasp the laws of power in a bid to utilize this force to balance the world and achieve peace. Ironically, after the sage's passing, his descendants fell into conflict, igniting an even more chaotic age, marked by the bloodshed among ninja clans. The entire ninja world became ensnared in relentless warfare, with lives lost and hatred breeding every passing moment, a growing animosity that threatened to plunge the world into eternal darkness and obliterate all. Until one ninja awakened to this reality, wielding unparalleled strength to bring an end to this era and ultimately establishing a time of peace among nations and villages. His name was Hashirama Senju, revered by posterity as the living sage, and he was the founding first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Under his guidance, the world gradually regained peace, and tranquility reigned. However, not long after, the shadows of war seemed to linger, as the first great ninja war erupted immediately following the first Hokage's demise. This fleeting peace was abruptly shattered by bloodshed, with repressed hatred unleashed in its most ferocious form. And within the chaos of war, new enmities emerged. Between nations, between villages, and among people, it seemed to enter an endless cycle, an unrelenting loop. Following a period of peace, this hatred intensified, until the Second Great Ninja War and the Third Great Ninja War erupted in succession. Perhaps the horrific slaughters and the accompanying deaths awakened some, leading them to sign a peace treaty after the Third War. As for how long this peace would endure, that remains unknown. After the night, the dawn's light once again bathed the earth. Upon traversing a sprawling expanse of dense forests, a vast and prosperous village came into view. To call it merely a village would be an understatement. This place resembled a royal capital flourishing in peace, captivating all who beheld it and instilling a sense of tranquility. This was the heart of the Land of Fire, revered in the ninja world as the foremost ninja village, Konoha. At dawn's break, swish, 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 figures swiftly sliced through the morning mist, emerging from the distant woods and landing before the grand and spacious gates of Konoha. Who goes there? A sharp voice shattered the silence of dawn, as two young ninja clad in green vests, wearing the leaf headbands, appeared before the approaching figures with cold expressions. However, upon recognizing the leader's visage, a flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes, and they immediately inclined their heads, saying, "Elder." The Council of Elders stands as a distinguished governing body in Konoha, independent from the Hokage. Each elder was once a highly esteemed ninja, embodying great honor. Standing before the entrance, gazing at the bustling village that gradually awakens, Danzo's cold visage betrays a faint smile. He nods slightly to two young ninjas before proceeding into the village. In an instant, dozens of root ninjas swiftly disperse in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Danzo strides impassively along the main road until he halts at the mouth of a secluded alley. This narrow passage, shrouded in shadows, leads into an abyss with no clear exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps into the darkness. Moments later, within a sealed underground stone chamber, an antique, mottled bronze oil lamp flickers atop a pedestal, casting a dim glow that pierces the profound darkness. Danzo silently takes a seat on a wooden chair, cloaked in shadow, his form indistinct. "Master." There has been no activity in the village these past few days. All remains unchanged. A root ninja, draped in a dark cloak and masked with a fox visage, kneels quietly, reporting in a calm tone. How about the fourth? A deep voice queries from above, revealing no discernible emotional inflection. The root ninja responds without hesitation. Lord Fourth has been occupied with tedious paperwork while spending time with his wife and has not met anyone privately. Danzo's eyes, concealed in shadow, narrow slightly as he ponders for a moment before replying, I understand. You may leave. Yes, master. The root ninja bows his head slightly before swiftly retreating into the darkness. The stone chamber once again succumbs to an eerie silence. Amidst the flickering shadows, Danzo gradually closes his eyes, contemplating. Suddenly, he calls out to the shadows beyond the door. So, has that child succeeded? From the dimness outside, a faint rustling sound emerges, followed by a low, gravelly voice. The situation is quite favorable. You have indeed found promising material this time. Although not entirely successful, the child remains alive, and, as the voice draws closer, the figure seems to shy away from the dancing candlelight, revealing only a pair of feet beneath the flickering glow. The rest of the slender form still enveloped in soft shadows. He pauses momentarily, then offers a quiet chuckle, adding, his strength and physical abilities have increased considerably. Really? Upon hearing this, Danzo's gaze shifts slightly, an unusual glint emerging from the depths of his eyes. He remains composed, asking, so, can we continue the infusion? Certainly. However, the child's body might not withstand it, and could end up like previous materials, reduced to mere decay. I see. Danzo's brow furrows slightly before he waves his hand dismissively, then let us hold off for now. That little rascal possesses some cunning, and, this time, I visited the Tokugawa family. Although I did not locate their sacred treasure, I discovered a more intriguing child. Heh, I eagerly anticipate their encounter. As he spoke, a peculiar chill gradually emerged in Toanzo's gaze. Oh, the little imp you deem interesting must possess extraordinary qualities. Clearly, Toanzo's words piqued the interest of the shadowy figure, who replied with a nonchalant tone. The direct bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Haha, indeed, the finest material for your purposes. With a cold smile, Toanzo's gaze slowly turned northward, as if piercing through the darkness. He remarked softly, moreover, he shall arrive soon. The Uzumaki clan. In the dim light, the figure's eyes suddenly ignited, revealing a pair of dark yellow slit pupils, exuding a fierce and eerie aura akin to that of a beast. Following this, he chuckled coldly, saying, haha. It seems fortune truly favors you. With the Uzumaki bloodline as your material, I can ascertain one thing. However, I must advise you. It is best not to let the fourth know about this material, lest it stir up unnecessary turmoil. Haha. With that, he gradually turned, his form once more dissolving into the shadows, leaving behind a faint, low laughter that dwindled into silence. Humph, what a sinister character. Watching the figure retreat, a shadow of melancholy crossed Toanzo's eyes. Slowly, he rose, making his way towards the stone chamber's entrance. It seems I should pay a visit to Sarutobi. Meanwhile, as time passed, several figures approached the gates of Konoha once more. With a swift motion, a dark silhouette landed before the guards at the entrance, presenting a brief yet distinctive pass. Upon seeing this, the young ninja clad in a green vest visibly relaxed, before his gaze settled upon the group of 5 before him, ultimately fixating on a child of about 8 or 9 years old in the center. Ah, it appears another tester is about to join the village. He seems to be quite a promising little imp. Ah, a black-robed ninja responded lightly, then gracefully stepped into the village. A tester. The child with crimson hair and eyes momentarily paused, a hint of confusion crossing his features. However, he soon recollected himself, calming his expression as he followed the lead of the black-robed ninja into the village. This child was none other than Uzumaki Wudao. It seems these 2 Konoha ninjas have mistaken me for a low-ranking tester brought from outside. With this thought, Uzumaki Wudao suddenly revealed a cold smile, contemplating. Yet they are correct. Although the Tokugawa clan has been annihilated, I indeed participated in the family selection competition. But will Toanzo truly allow me to become a ninja? Humph. With an array of complex emotions swirling within him, Wudao's figure gradually delved deeper into the main avenue of Konoha. At this moment, the entire village seemed to awaken, accompanied by a gentle hum of activity. The main thoroughfare bustled with pedestrians, where one could occasionally spot several ninjas donned in the green vests of Konoha, moving through the streets with ease and soft smiles. The clamor and liveliness permeated every corner of the village, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. It appears that this is indeed a village imbued with tranquility and serenity, where every face radiates a smile of contentment. The arrival of the 5 individuals from the Uzumaki clan, led by Uzumaki Wudao, did not elicit particular attention. Only a few fleeting glances emerged from the shadows, soon vanishing into obscurity. Clearly, this period belongs to Konoha, as it seeks to absorb fresh blood from the periphery. Such occurrences manifest numerous times throughout the day, and the vigilant members of the Umbu do not take them to heart. However, some ordinary female villagers express curiosity towards Uzumaki Wudao, exchanging remarks that sparked a wave of benevolent laughter. Uzumaki Wudao, intrigued, extended his mental presence and overheard endearing comments, which left him somewhat bemused. This body, originally frail and devoid of charm, had gradually begun to exhibit a healthy demeanor due to his relentless training. With a complexion as pale as jade and large, bright eyes, he appeared remarkably handsome. As the 4 root ninjas dispersed into the throng of the street, only one, seemingly the leader, guided Uzumaki Wudao deeper into the village. Upon entering the central street, the root ninja silently turned into a shadowy alleyway. At that moment, Uzumaki Wudao hesitated slightly, furrowing his brow, but soon quickened his pace. In that brief instant, he had deliberately projected his mental energy and discerned the alley's end, along with the circumstances beyond a rusted iron door situated there. This was a realm steeped in darkness and conspiracy, a subterranean world. It seemed this was the stronghold of the root. Uzumaki Wudao's gaze flickered, yet his expression remained composed as he followed the root ninja into the alley. Upon stepping inside, he realized that it was as if the village had been entirely isolated. The clamor faded away, leaving only an eerie silence. The only sound resonating through the deep, dimly lit path was the faint echo of footsteps, creating an unsettling atmosphere as his figure gradually became engulfed by the shadows of the alley. Is that the child? Danzo mused. At that moment, 2 figures stood before a floor-to-ceiling window in the central loft of Konoha, silently observing Uzumaki Wudao's diminutive form as it ventured further inside. One was a middle-aged man with a stoic expression, Danzo himself, while the other, who posed the question, had his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a snow-white robe embroidered with flames. The 5 bold characters emblazoned on the back of the robe shone brilliantly. Third Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once a legendary ninja who dominated the shinobi world, he was revered as the doctor of ninjutsu, though of a similar age to Danzo. His bright eyes occasionally revealed a hint of weariness, making him appear somewhat older. Indeed, he is the child I discovered from the Tokugawa clan, possessing unique abilities. Were it not for this, he would have perished along with that rebellious family, reduced to ashes. It is inconceivable that he remains alive. In Danzo's gaze, a flicker of light momentarily flashed before he responded in a subdued tone. Upon hearing Danzo's reply, the slender figure abruptly turned around. His eyes suddenly filled with a chilling coldness, and he spoke in a low, commanding voice. Rebellion. Is this your justification for the clandestine obliteration of the Tokugawa clan? Humph. In the face of the 3rd Hokage's piercing scrutiny, Danzo merely offered a cold smile and retorted indifferently, Hiruzen, you remain as obstinate as ever. The Tokugawa clan is a venerable lineage of golden samurai, possessing formidable techniques even lauded by the Sage of 6 Paths. Though their power has diminished with the rise of ninjas, should the Tokugawa clan uncover the art of chakra refinement, what unimaginable strength might this ancient warrior legacy unleash? No one knows. At this juncture, Danzo's eyes ignited with a terrifying glint as he continued, moreover, from the memories of the last batch of ninjas selected by the Tokugawa clan, I have discerned their insidious intent to disseminate chakra techniques back to their kin. Humph. Do you genuinely wish for every member of the Tokugawa clan to attain the prowess of the legendary Konoha White Fang? The mere mention of Konoha White Fang caused the 3rd Hokage's expression to shift abruptly, a fleeting hesitation crossing his features. The name conjured an image in his mind of a tall figure wielding a short blade, whose lightning-fast strikes left adversaries only glimpsing a fleeting white light across the sky, followed by the fall of blood and the extinguishing of life. This individual had once been Konoha's most brilliant and formidable weapon, instilling fear in the hearts of enemies. Even amidst the era dominated by the legendary 3 ninjas, he was no less formidable, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship, embodying the essence of the samurai. The fusion of ninja chakra with the ancient techniques of the samurai had profoundly shaken the upper echelons of Konoha, even inciting a tinge of fear. The white light that streaked across the heavens was akin to a shooting star illuminating Konoha's skies, albeit for but a fleeting moment. Contemplating this, the 3rd Hokage's brow involuntarily furrowed, the loss of Konoha White Fang casting a shadow of melancholy and sorrow over his heart. Observing the third Hokage's demeanor, Danzo could not suppress a slight, cold smirk. He understood the mindset of his former comrade all too well. Though often appearing exceedingly obstinate, the emergence of any threat to Konoha was sufficient to harden his heart once more. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the third Hokage's expression gradually settled, and he slowly turned, gazing towards the alley where Uzumaki Naruto had entered earlier. Speaking somberly, it seems that the missing lower and mid-ranking ninjas from the Tokugawa clan have fallen into the hands of Root. Otherwise, I would not have uncovered the clan's secrets. What do you intend to do with that child? Humph. Danzo replied with a chilling smile, stating ominously, "He shall forever dwell in darkness, becoming the second Fang of Konoha." As he spoke, he silently mused to himself, perhaps the third. At this moment, a fleeting image of another youth from the Tokugawa clan crossed his mind, a flicker of tumultuous emotion gradually surfacing in his gaze. Was this not a perilous gamble? Moreover, there seemed to be no trace of animosity in that child. Could he not mature correctly under the guidance of Konoha? After a moment of silence, the third Hokage spoke slowly, a hint of struggle evident in his tone. "Hizashi, you remain too tender-hearted. The you of your would not have hesitated so. Any threat could potentially exist. This is, after all, the teaching of my former master." As he spoke, Danzo slowly turned, his back to that silhouette, coolly declaring, "You embody light, while I am but darkness. Such matters are best suited for me." Heh. Nevertheless, concerning the Tokugawa clan, I hope the fourth will refrain from intervening. With that, his figure gradually receded, followed by the faint sound of a door closing. As the footsteps faded away, the third Hokage sighed deeply, then slowly closed his weary eyes. The underground domain belonging to the Root far surpassed the comprehension of Uzumaki Naruto. After traversing the corridor beyond the Iron Gate for quite some time, a glimmer of light finally emerged in the dim environment ahead, resembling an entrance to a realm of illumination, suffused with a soft, gentle glow. Upon passing through that entrance, the scene before him transformed dramatically. Uzumaki Naruto had never envisioned such an expansive space nestled deep within Konoha's underground. It was a vast plaza of blue stone, surrounded by dozens of steel pillars as thick as 3 men, supporting the rocky ceiling above, creating a magnificent spectacle. Encircling this bluestone plaza were numerous closed iron doorways, and the one through which Uzumaki Naruto had entered was among those that had been opened. However, at this moment, his gaze was not drawn to anything else but the central area directly ahead of him. There, encircled by a multitude of Root ninjas cloaked in black robes, was a wide expanse. Within this gathering, over 100 children aged between 8 and 12 were either standing or crouching together. Amidst this group of children, a remarkably familiar figure suddenly leaped into Uzumaki Naruto's sight, causing him to instinctively narrow his pupils. Although this figure had grown taller and emanated a far more formidable aura than before, he recognized him instantly. Perhaps sensing something, the figure, with his head lowered, slowly raised it, revealing a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto, a flicker of astonishment momentarily crossed those eyes, swiftly replaced by a sinister smirk. "Uzumaki Naruto. What a surprise to see you here." He extended a slightly crimson tongue to lick his lips, laughing coldly. In the vast underground plaza, 2 blade-like gazes clashed in the void. Tokugawa Shurin. Uzumaki Naruto cast a calm glance in his direction, his steps unceasing as he slowly approached the Root ninjas. Humph. Tokugawa Shurin observed the approaching figure of Uzumaki Nindo, a low, chilling laugh emanating from his gradually lowering neck. His gaze fixated on the diminutive silhouette, and in an instant, a barely perceptible crimson hue flickered in his eyes. With an air of arrogance and coldness, he spoke. "What? After the clan's downfall, have you betrayed your father and abandoned that hypocritical existence to seek refuge with Lord Danzo?" Humph. The once silent space suddenly filled with the sound of footsteps, drawing the indifferent or curious gazes of numerous onlookers. At this moment, the plaza reverberated only with the gentle echoes of their strides. Noticing Uzumaki Nindo's unwavering indifference, which clearly indicated no intention to respond, Tokugawa Shurin's expression grew increasingly grim. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glaring furiously at the figure drawing near. Damn it! How could he remain so arrogant even after falling into this place? Such a fool! His heart seethed with indignation. Yet a sinister smile began to creep across his lips as he muttered softly, "Humph. Just wait. I shall make you relive your wretched memories once more, Tokugawa Nindo." With that, he slowly lifted his head, once again regarding Uzumaki Nindo with contempt. At that moment, a faintly bloodthirsty light emanated from his gaze, appearing exceptionally fierce and menacing. Uzumaki Nindo showed no reaction to Tokugawa Shuren's changing demeanor, his eyes seemingly unconcerned with Shuren's presence as he maintained his calm demeanor and continued forward. He eventually halted in front of the root ninjas encircling the area. By Lord Danzo's command, this little brat is to remain here. The ninja leading Uzumaki Nindo spoke in a flat tone, swiftly forming a complex hand sign with his right hand. Upon witnessing the hand sign, a seemingly indifferent root ninja nodded slowly, a faint hoarse voice emanating from beneath his mask. Ah, understood. This is troublesome. After speaking, the leading root ninja turned slowly, casting a glance at Uzumaki Nindo with his cold eyes hidden behind the mask, then letting out a low, chilling laugh. Little brat, I hope you can endure. Hebehe. Uzumaki Nindo's brow furrowed slightly. Having traversed from the northern part of the Land of Fire with 4 root ninjas, he was surprised to hear them speak to him for the first time, stealing a glance at the ninja. The root ninja seemed to sense his thoughts but chose not to speak further. Instead, he traced a finger across his left neck, emitting a faint cold chuckle beneath his mask before moving on. It's him. Upon seeing that gesture, Uzumaki Nindo's gaze suddenly narrowed. At that moment, a chilling image flashed in his mind, a deadly shuriken held firmly in a powerful hand, slicing through the dim night like lightning towards his carotid artery. This root ninja was the one who had previously left a scar on his neck. Realizing this, a cold glimmer surged deep within his eyes. This individual once allowed him to experience a fleeting brush with death, and such a sensation was sufficient after just one encounter. At that moment, a root ninja, shrouded in a black cloak, approached slowly, his gaze piercing through the mask and fixed intently on Uzumaki Wudao, as he coldly proclaimed, Listen well, young one. This is the realm of eternal darkness. Regardless of your previous identity, be it the son of the city lord or a scion of a great clan, upon entering Konoha. Upon entering this place, from this day forth, you shall be a preparatory ninja of darkness. Here, you will relinquish yourself and honor, living in a state of abject humility, for in this place, all truths are spoken solely through strength. Should you acquire sufficient power and break free from here, you may officially become a ninja of Konoha, walking in the light of day, standing at the bottom of the darkness, gazing up at the light, silently guarding. This will be the singular value of your existence. Survive to become a ninja, or die in ignominy. His voice was thick with the essence of death, hoarse and deep. His eyes filled with disdain. As the words of the root ninja echoed, not only did Uzumaki Wudao's expression shift, but the group of children and youths also fell into a sudden pallor, yet not a single sound of chaos emerged. They merely tightened their fists instinctively. Relinquishing oneself? Forsaking life and death? Humph. Is Danzo merely planning to employ such methods? A cold smirk flickered in Uzumaki Wudao's heart, as through the brief utterance of the root ninja, he discerned the nature of this place. It was evidently a selection ground for members of Konoha's root, situated beneath the village, quite in line with the practices of the root. However, while this locale was destined to be drenched in blood, it was equally a place where strength could be rapidly cultivated. Contemplating this, a hint of doubt surged within Uzumaki Wudao. Could it be that Danzo is unconcerned about the swift escalation of my power? With such lingering doubts, Uzumaki Wudao was led by the root ninja to stand before the group of children. They were clearly not a mere assembly of innocent youths, regardless of gender. Each bore a cold demeanor, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of lethal intent, their expressions indifferent as they regarded him. Faced with them, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over Uzumaki Wudao. In his previous life, from the time he could remember, he had existed within a nation's specialized training facility, cohabiting with hundreds of peers, of whom only 3 had survived the brutal trials, and he was one among them. Reflecting on this, a sharp smile gradually crept onto Uzumaki Wudao's lips as he took a decisive step forward, forcefully parting 2 youths whose expressions had turned suddenly frigid, creating a space between them. Humph, what audacity! Seeking death. As 2 indifferent yet youthful voices rang out, 2 straight fingers darted swiftly toward Uzumaki Wudao's eyes, while another fierce punch aimed directly at his ribs. The 2 youths, neither exceeding the tender age of 12, launched their assault without a trace of hesitation, employing their utmost speed and strength. Should their sudden attack have found its mark, the eyes and ribs of Uzumaki Wudao would undoubtedly have suffered grievous injury, potentially leading to blindness or broken bones. Moreover, in that fleeting moment of concentrated power, Wudao's keen perception discerned a faint ripple of chakra, indicating that the two boys had already begun to refine a modicum of chakra within themselves, though still rather feeble. Those who possess chakra experience a significant enhancement in their cellular vitality, and the power they harbor far surpasses the imagination of an ordinary individual. Wu Dao himself stands as a prime example. Despite the extraordinary growth of his physical prowess, it is attributable to the unique bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the metallic chakra he has cultivated. At that instant, confronted with the two fierce attacks, Wu Dao remained unperturbed. Swiftly, he extended his hands. His left hand intercepted the two fingers aimed at his eyes, while his right hand seized the wrist that threatened his ribs. With an expression of calm determination, he exerted a firm twist. The sharp, distinct sounds of bone breaking resonated, two notes, differing in tone yet yielding identical results, mingled with the muffled groans of pain from his assailants. In that brief moment, the gazes of all the children and youths around him shifted dramatically. To have deftly blocked the strongest strikes of his peers and executed a clean counterattack, Uzumaki Wu Dao, the newly arrived contender, evidently possessed formidable strength. As the two boys collapsed to the ground, several figures in the background exchanged glances and gradually withdrew. Wu Dao's expression remained impassive as he slowly relaxed his grip. Through relentless training along his journey, he had amassed a considerable reservoir of chakra, which now coursed through his meridians in a continuous cycle, greatly enhancing his flesh and bones. His strength, under the influence of chakra, had transcended the limits expected of someone his age. Since acquiring power, your demeanor has grown rather cold, dear brother. A voice laced with mockery suddenly broke the tension. Belonging to Tokugawa Shurin, who regarded the scene with a steely gaze from within the crowd. Among all present, he alone exhibited no surprise at Wu Dao's performance, for he possessed knowledge of Wu Dao's true capabilities. In the Tokugawa clan's arena, Wu Dao had ultimately triumphed over Tokugawa Yasushi, heralded as the clan's strongest, thereby emerging as the new champion of the younger generation. The Tokugawa clan, a lineage of ancient warrior traditions, boasted elite youth who were far from ordinary. Yet, although the boys gathered here were indeed gifted talents, their prowess paled in comparison to the elite of the Tokugawa clan of yore. It would have been astonishing had Wu Dao succumbed to their assault. However, such strength still falls short. With a faint, chilling smile at the corners of his mouth, Tokugawa Shurin arrogantly strode through the crowd in a straight line. Along his path, most of the youths involuntarily parted, hastily avoiding him, much like prey fleeing from a ferocious beast. Swiftly approaching Uzumaki Mideo, he let out a low chuckle and slowly remarked, "Humph, do not presume your strength is insurmountable. Your victory over Tokugawa Yasushi within the clan was merely a result of your ninja tactics. But now, I too possess this power. How long can you continue to be so arrogant?" Silence enveloped the Chincher Square, punctuated only by the crackling of several blazing torches atop the bronze pillars, illuminating the entire space. The flickering flames danced across Tokugawa Shurin's face, casting an air of fierce intensity and gloom. Meanwhile, a dozen root ninjas stood silently at the periphery, offering no sign of intervention. This was a lawless underground world, destined to be rife with brutality and bloodshed, where only power commanded respect. If one lacked strength and faced death, it was simply an unavoidable fate. Thus, they observed Tokugawa Shurin's actions with detached indifference. Step aside. In the face of Tokugawa Shurin's imposing aura, Uzumaki Mideo's expression remained unchanged. He merely responded coldly. In an instant, Tokugawa Shurin's eyes darkened, the cold smile fading from his lips. He failed to detect the anticipated panic on Uzumaki Mideo's face, finding only a persistent calm. "Still holding on, are you? That old man you relied upon is said to be dead. You remain so arrogant. It seems you need to revisit your memories, Tokugawa Mideo." Clearly, Uzumaki Mideo's demeanor ignited a surge of anger within Tokugawa Shurin. With a sinister grin, he suddenly moved, raising his right hand to deliver a swift strike aimed at Uzumaki Mideo's neck. In that moment, he was convinced that his strength had undergone a profound transformation through the recent training of his chakra, placing him undeniably above Uzumaki Mideo. From betraying his family to enduring nearly half a month of grueling training, he had faced life and death situations time and again, teetering on the brink of despair. Now his strength, speed, swordsmanship, and even chakra had all dramatically increased. All factors had surpassed their previous limits. "Tokugawa Mideo, how can you possibly contend with me?" he roared internally, exhilarated, his gaze momentarily catching a glimpse of a faint golden hilt peeking from behind Uzumaki Mideo. The golden Lioli blade, That legendary weapon, imbued with the essence of my clan's treasures, shall be mine. His heart surged with fervor once more, his hand brimming with a dense power of chakra. Uzumaki Mideo's gaze flickered, his mental acuity instantly detecting the unusual aura emanating from Tokugawa Shuren's hand. It was a weighty, indistinct sensation, exuding a subtle solidity. Ninja chakra? He pondered, simultaneously enveloping his left hand in a radiant golden glow, which suddenly manifested before him. His palms, one aglow with golden brilliance, shimmered as if materialized. One figure appeared wild and powerful, exuding a fierce demeanor. In an instant, they collided violently before the vortex, creating a resounding crash that made some youths flinch, their brows twitching involuntarily. Even the silent root ninjas standing at the periphery widened their eyes in astonishment. Such formidable strength had far surpassed that of their peers. With a resounding clap, as the two figures' palms met, they were both forced to recoil several steps. Vortex Wudao, somewhat astonished, gazed at the grinning Tokugawa Shuren and furrowed his brow. The force of their brief contact had allowed him to distinctly perceive Tokugawa Shuren's ferocious power and speed, which had inexplicably more than doubled compared to before. In just over 10 days, the ability to elevate one's strength to such heights. Was the pace of power enhancement in this place truly so rapid? During our clan's days, I was indeed the elite who surpassed you. Had it not been for your early ninja training and mastery of chakra ninjutsu, how could you have hoped to contend with us in that competition, let alone earn the right to participate? Tokugawa Shuren seemed exhilarated by the clash of their fists, a hint of crimson madness flickering in his gaze. He fixated on Vortex Wudao, continuing, now that we all possess the power of ninja, what chance do you, the perennial underachiever, have against me? I have always harbored a strong disdain for you. With a cold smirk, Tokugawa Shuren lowered his waist and assumed an attacking stance once more. Even though you are my brother, I shall not show any mercy here. Boom. As he spoke, he forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself forward in a swift, shadowy rush. Vortex Wudao, he roared within, unleashing a right fist infused with chakra that surged forth with astonishing speed, nearly reaching its limit. An unreasonable madman. Vortex Wudao furrowed his brow slightly, observing the explosive shadow hurtling towards him. Although Tokugawa Shuren's speed was remarkable, it paled in comparison to that of the root ninjas, appearing sluggish like a snail. With this thought, Vortex Wudao's mind suddenly sank, channeling nearly all his chakra energy, which surged forth explosively. Instantly, a brilliant light radiated from his body, enveloping him in a faint metallic sheen. His flesh had become metallic. In that moment, Vortex Wudao resembled a being forged of gold. Not only did his skin gleam, but even his hair and eyes radiated a cool, golden hue, exuding an air of opulent grandeur. Boom. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the oncoming shadow of Tokugawa Shuren, producing a subtle sonic boom in the air. Bang. This strike evidently surpassed the previous attack, the shockwave creating a fine gust of wind in the confined space, stirring a haze of dust. As this tempest surged forth, a staggering figure was instantly hurled away, landing with a disheveled roll across several meters before finally stabilizing. This figure was none other than Tokugawa Shuren. The fact that he had been knocked back was astonishing. Even the root ninja, who had maintained their composure, were visibly shaken. One of them, his eyes flickering with disbelief, was acutely aware of Tokugawa Shuren's prowess. His own strength was already nearing the level of a low-ranking ninja, and having emerged successfully from that esteemed lord's laboratory, his abilities had significantly soared. Among this cadre of aspiring ninjas, his strength met the requirements of the first tier, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with only a handful. Yet now, he had been sent flying by a mere novice who had just arrived, revealing a stark disparity in power. This young one possesses remarkable strength. Moreover, that golden chakra is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. In an instant, all the root ninja fixed their gazes upon the figure emerging from the dust, gradually coming into focus. Uzumaki Wudao stepped forth, his expression unchanged and impervious, as the metallic sheen that had enveloped him dissipated, leading one to ponder if the preceding moment was merely an illusion. Even more astonishing was the sight of a pure golden shuriken levitating delicately upon the index finger of his right hand. Tokugawa Shuren, you are compelling me to take action against you. As he approached Shuren, a cold glint flickered in Uzumaki Wudao's eyes, and in that instant, the shuriken vanished. A sudden tremor coursed through the prostrate Tokugawa Shuren, a low groan of pain escaping his lips, as a golden shuriken had embedded itself deeply into his right shoulder. Blood beginning to flow slowly from the wound. With a steady hand, Uzumaki Wudao lifted Shuren, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to whisper. In my memories, all your actions can be understood. Whether it is your hatred towards me due to your mother's demise or your inherent disposition, I shall not regard it with any significance, for you were once my elder brother. However, I have since cast aside the Tokugawa name. I am now Uzumaki Wudao. Matters pertaining to the Tokugawa clan are of no concern to me, and you, even less so. Perhaps next time, I shall end your life. With that, Uzumaki Wudao slowly withdrew the shuriken, casting one last indifferent glance at Tokugawa Shuren's grim countenance before coldly discarding him to the ground. He then turned away to join the group of youths, quietly taking a seat. This time, with no chilling stares directed towards him. Nearly all the aspiring ninjas instinctively averted their eyes, creating a void around him, as though that space had become a forbidden zone, yet unnoticed by all. At the moment Wudao withdrew the shuriken, a radiant green luminescence began to emanate from the wound on Tokugawa Shuren's right shoulder, and under this verdant glow, the deep gash visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. In a fleeting moment, Tokugawa Shuren felt no pain in his back. Even the dull ache in his internal organs, which had been struck by Uzumaki Wudao's punch, began to subside. Uzumaki Wudao? Humph. Very well. Even if I am not your match now, the power I possess will ultimately surpass yours. Tokugawa Shuren cast a sinister gaze towards Uzumaki Wudao. Recalling the words of that esteemed individual, this is a formidable power known as the strongest chakra. I must obtain it, regardless of the cost. At that moment, in a dimly lit passage behind an iron gate, a shadowy figure quietly observed the unfolding events, as Uzumaki Wudao manifested his flesh metal transformation. Strange sounds of awe and admiration resonated from the depths of the darkness. However, the subsequent healing of Tokugawa Shuren's wounds seemed to elicit no concern from this figure, whose focus remained locked on Uzumaki Wudao. Perhaps stirred by his emotions, he inadvertently revealed a faint trace of his presence. Suddenly, Uzumaki Wudao's body jolted, his spiritual senses detecting a chilling aura directed toward him. He swiftly turned to gaze at the iron gate passage, his eyes gleaming. Oh, discovered so soon? Truly remarkable perceptiveness. Not the slightest hint of displeasure flickered across the shadow's visage upon meeting Uzumaki Wudao's gaze. Instead, its eyes brightened even further. They were akin to serpentine, dark yellow slits, writhing in the shadows. Uzumaki Wudao gradually closed his eyes, his spiritual energy expanding outward, enveloping the area. Though obscured by darkness, he swiftly discerned the figure concealed within, eliciting a tremor in his heart. It was a pallid middle-aged man, draped in a blue-purple kimono, tall and slender, with smooth, cascading hair. His handsome face seemed perpetually shrouded in a faint gloom, and most striking were his serpent-like vertical pupils, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Orochimaru. It is he, the disciple of the Third Hokage, revered as the strongest among the legendary Sannin. His power had nearly reached the limits of an ordinary ninja. At this moment, encountering those eyes imbued with inscrutable significance, he felt as though ensnared by a giant serpent, his entire being tensing. Humph, quite the impressive specimen. A low, husky voice emerged quietly from the shadows, the peculiar pupils flickering with excitement. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, its unique bloodline abilities, a calm demeanor, and sharp insight. This child possesses the potential to become an exceptional ninja. What a delightful prospect. Whispers of anticipation echoed in the dimness, and then, those mysterious eyes fixed upon Uzumaki Wudao for a moment before gradually shifting back into the darkness, retreating further away. The Bronze Plaza. Orochimaru, indeed. Vortex Wudao furrowed his brow, slowly turning his gaze away, revealing a hint of contemplation as he murmured to himself. At that moment, while Vortex Wudao was focused on Orochimaru, Tokugawa Shuren approached with a somber expression. He stood at a distance from Vortex Wudao, clearly reflecting on the disparity between them after experiencing defeat in their brief confrontation. However, this realization only fueled the flames of his inner fury, causing his right hand to instinctively tighten around the hilt of a short blade at his waist. As he caressed the cold handle, Tokugawa Shuren's mind began to clear. How infuriating. That fellow's strength had evidently surged once again. In that fleeting instant, his entire being had seemed as unyielding as steel. What kind of power was that? At this moment, he suddenly recalled Vortex Wudao's earlier transformation into a flesh and metal form, the chilling and resplendent chakra causing his heart to throb with confusion. This question mirrored the thoughts of several root ninjas, yet their insights transcended those of Tokugawa Shurin, leading them to a realization in mere moments. Bloodline. That was a unique bloodline power. Upon this revelation, many root ninjas couldn't help but fix their gazes upon the quietly meditating Vortex Wudao, their eyes filled with awe. Bloodline ninjas were an exceedingly rare breed, their prowess far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas of the same rank. Some exceptional bloodline abilities could even pose a threat to skilled jonin, a truly terrifying talent. This young boy possesses a special bloodline. One wonders how Lord Danzo came across such a find. The earlier root ninja, who had spoken of the rules of the Dark Realm, mused inwardly before gradually stepping forward to address the group of children. His deep, cold voice shattered the silence. A commendable performance, but alas, we did not witness a splendid bloom of crimson flowers. Your hearts remain insufficiently cold. His gaze lingered momentarily between Tokugawa, Shurin, and Vortex Wudao, then erupted into a low, disdainful chuckle, filled with ruthlessness and severity. Ninjas of the Dark Realm have no need for pretentious emotions. Such bonds are mere hindrances to your strength. A ninja must obey the mission and cast aside everything else to attain true power. And now, Lord Danzo has bestowed upon you your first task, to achieve absolute victory in the selection after the fourth day. The one who excels above all will officially become a member of the root. The fourth day selection, a chance to become a formal root ninja. As his words fell, the children's eyes instantly brightened. Even Tokugawa Shurin's fist clenched uncontrollably, veins throbbing on his forehead, filled with excitement. Witnessing this scene, Vortex Wudao's gaze suddenly narrowed. In that moment, he sensed a hint of madness brewing. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, resting upon a girl of 11 or 12 years standing nearby. At this moment, her countenance, stirred by intense emotion, took a deep breath, and from her delicate lips, faint, eerie lines imbued with a sinister black gleam were etched upon her tongue, as if they had integrated into her very flesh. This is the mark of ink. Witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Wudao's pupils suddenly narrowed to a sharp point. The mark of ink. A fundamental means by which Danzo controls the root ninjas. This is an exceedingly restrictive and bizarre technique, capable of influencing one's mind to a certain extent. So this is Danzo's scheme, placing me among the root's preparatory ninjas and then implanting the cursed seal? An intense surge of murderous intent brewed within his chest, almost compelling him to unleash it. Uzumaki Wudao instantly closed his eyes, employing his mental strength to forcibly suppress this torrent of impulse within him. My strength is still too feeble. The root ninja, evidently well acquainted with the temperament of these youths, paused for a moment before speaking again. Naturally, the opportunity to stand in the sunlight and compete against numerous adversaries is limited. As he spoke, he quietly observed the youths whose remarkable fighting spirit was gradually surfacing. Extending 3 fingers of his right hand, he stated softly, "There are only 3. Silence." The words of this root ninja swept through the space like a chilling breeze, causing the previously fervent youths to fall into an immediate hush. 3. Among nearly 100 preparatory ninjas, only 3 shall represent the root in the selection for lower ninjas. According to past traditions, only. After a brief silence, a palpable cold murderous intent surged forth, and the 11 or 12-year-old boys and girls immediately tensed their bodies, their expressions icy as they regarded the root ninja before them. Humph. Observing this scene, the root ninja seemed to have anticipated it, chuckling darkly twice before continuing. The path of a ninja is destined to oscillate between life and death. As guardians of light within darkness, you will be introduced to this brutal world all the sooner. Bloodshed, death, fear, only by enduring these can you achieve true transformation. Therefore, these 3 spots shall belong to the most exceptional members. At this juncture, his voice gradually became ethereal, reminiscent of a distant wolf's howl in the wilderness, suffused with the essence of blood and slaughter. Then, your task will be to identify the 3 weakest among you and procure their hearts. This will serve as your proof of participation in the selection. Swish. Uzumaki Wudao, who had been sitting in silence, instantly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness within. To identify the 3 weakest among over 100 preparatory ninjas and acquire their hearts. This selection is indeed bloody and ruthless. Yet, what chilled him further was Danzo's method, continuously eliminating the inferior through such means, ensuring that the ninjas who ultimately emerge from the root will undoubtedly be the most outstanding. The vortex of chaos quietly cast its gaze around, observing the indifferent, cold, and cautious faces that surrounded him, which inevitably caused a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, these individuals were not strangers to the brutal and bloody process of elimination. as the words of the root ninja echoed through the air. A profound silence enveloped the bronze plaza, gradually permeated by a chilling atmosphere. A subtle aura of murderous intent ravaged the space. With a cold smile, the root ninja cast a fleeting glance at the group of youths before vanishing into a flurry of shadows, leaving behind only the indifferent faces of the young men and women on the expansive bronze plaza. In silence, a multitude of figures began to disperse slowly. With the departure of the root ninjas, the elimination had commenced. At this moment, nearly everyone transformed into a potential adversary to be wary of, their hearts taut with the anticipation of imminent lethal attacks. Sometimes, it takes merely a moment of negligence to be cast aside by these cruel rules. The price of elimination is death. Although the regulations state that only the 3 weakest will ultimately be erased, who can truly ascertain who the weakest among them is? Those who manage to survive are the ones who possess strength. The deceased are forever the frailest. This was not merely a test of individual prowess, but a selection for survival. As time flowed slowly, the vortex of chaos sat quietly in place, silently observing the surroundings. Thoughts of the Chunin selection after the 4th day stirred within him, seemingly igniting an irresistible impulse to break free from the root, to escape from Danzo. Yet, he was not one easily swayed by emotions. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, reflecting inwardly. Danzo, within Konoha. It appeared that the only individual capable of instilling fear in him was the Hokage. Currently, 2 ninjas were regarded as the shadows of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage. The 3rd, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was swiftly dismissed from consideration, as he was remembered as a ninja deeply concerned for the stability of the village. His dedication to protecting Konoha surpassed all else. Even after Danzo's failed assassination attempt during the 4th's demise, the 3rd refrained from taking action against him. Danzo symbolized the 2nd layer of protective strength in Konoha, and for the sake of the village's stability, the 3rd could forego punishing him. Thus, it was improbable that he would jeopardize his relationship with Danzo over the insignificant life of Uzumaki Naruto, even to the slightest degree. Then, there was the 4th. At this thought, a strikingly handsome figure, radiant like sunshine, suddenly emerged in his mind. The 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, with his golden, flowing hair and a smile that seemed capable of warming the heart. Undeniably, in the memories of his past life, the 4th Hokage was the most perfect ninja in the heart of the vortex of chaos, without exception. His strength, his sacrifice, and his profound love for the village and his son evoked a sense of poignant admiration. However, this is no longer a past life. I can leisurely sit before the computer and observe the evolution of manga. However, the realm I currently inhabit is rife with the tangible perils of the Naruto world. A single misstep could plunge me into a dark abyss, heralding the end of my existence. For a fleeting moment, Uzumaki Wudao hesitated, yet ultimately resolved within himself to embrace a certain determination. Should I allow this opportunity to slip away? Facing Danzo would leave me with no choice but to remain in silence, my heart too fearful to harbor any defiance. If it were to come to that, I would find myself looking down upon my own being, captured by the roots. Such a life is one I cannot accept. How can one attain the pinnacle of strength when thoughts are ensnared? How can I honor Uncle Da? With a deep exhale, Wudao felt an immediate lightness within, as if the pent-up agitation that had lingered since that profound night dissipated with each breath. Having made his decision, Wudao swiftly extended his mental prowess, encompassing the majority of the bronze square, despite the limitations imposed by his youth. At this moment, there was no one within a 10-meter radius around him, creating a void that lingered like a forbidden zone, making some youths hesitate. The display of strength he had exhibited during his brief encounter with Tokugawa Shurin had already instilled sufficient wariness and respect, rendering it evident that none wished to provoke him. Within the square, aside from himself, Wudao sensed the presence of 3 additional voids, clearly indicating that the youth at their center also commanded significant caution. His gaze flickered as he focused intently on these 3 figures. The individual closest to him was a mysterious boy seated with eyes closed, enveloped in a flowing black robe akin to those of the root ninjas, obscuring his visage save for a sharp, pale chin and thin lips that bore a chilling smile. His demeanor exuded an aura of enigma and indifference. At this moment, he remained utterly still, as though the movements of the outside world were of no concern to him. Yet, through the lock of his mental energy, Wudao keenly sensed that within a 3-meter vicinity around this individual, countless black specks hovered silently in the void, subtly guarding him. These minute black dots were, in fact, peculiar and grotesque insects emerging in a continuous stream from beneath the black robe, rendering the scene eerie and fearsome. This individual belongs to the secretive Yamanaka clan of Konoha, a family that thrives on the control of parasitic insects. A sense of vigilance flickered through Wu Dao's mind. The enigmatic nature of the Yamanaka clan was terrifying even within the comic realm of my past life. They use their bodies as nests, capable of commanding an almost limitless array of parasitic insects as weapons. Once nourished by chakra, these insects can evolve infinitely. Although this boy appeared to remain motionless, his insects were gradually spreading, subtly revealing a desire to attack. This person possesses noteworthy strength. The vortex murmured softly to itself before shifting its gaze to another figure nearby, a girl with delicate features, yet an indifferent expression. She stood silently, her eyes tightly shut, long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her fair cheeks appeared as cold as carved wood. The last figure, the vortex, quickly discerned his identity. He was a boy of around 10, his face adorned with crimson paint resembling canine fangs, sporting a robust head of short black hair. His gaze exuded a wild and beast-like indifference, scanning the surrounding crowd, while the smile gracing his lips, accentuated by unusually sharp canine teeth, appeared chilling and cruel. Beneath him, a small dog with pure black fur and crimson eyes bared its tiny teeth, intently observing its surroundings, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Clearly, the people around them were not relaxed due to the dog's diminutive size. Rather, they regarded the pair with heightened vigilance, evidently wary of the boy. The Inuzuka clan's Kanetsuka. Suddenly, amidst the profound silence, the boy from the Inuzuka clan twitched his nose slightly, emitting a sound filled with excitement and icy mirth. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes, transforming him into a beast-like figure as he crouched low, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled him forward like a shadow. With his abrupt movement, a youthful bark resonated as the small black dog, equally swift, surged forward without hesitation. Two shadowy figures streaked past, creating a whirlwind in the air, their momentum astonishing. Several youths hastily retreated, breathing a sigh of relief as they realized the trajectories of the two black figures did not pose a threat to them. Simultaneously, a mysterious boy from the Oil Girl clan made a sudden sweeping motion with his arm, releasing a torrent of parasitic insects from his sleeve, forming a black cloud measuring 3 meters square, roaring forth with the same fervor. Witnessing the terrifying swarm of insects, some boys and girls felt their skin crawl, retreating in disarray, fearful of being caught in the tide and becoming fodder for the swarm. The vortex furrowed his brow. The two boys were inexplicably aligned in their direction. However, there was no time to ponder the reason, as his spiritual energy surged forward in a straight line. The speed of his spirit vastly surpassed that of physical movement, and in an instant, he discerned the cause within the line of figures. What puzzled him, however, was the sight of two disheveled boys hiding in the shadow behind the towering bronze pillar at the edge of the crowd. They were none other than the two who had previously suffered his counterattack, resulting in broken wrists and fingers. Undoubtedly, given the current circumstances, they were destined to be among those eliminated. At this moment, they gazed in despair at the approaching black figures and the relentless swarm of insects drawing nearer to the bronze pillar. As the Root Ninja expounded upon the rules, the two individuals had already foreseen the consequences and discreetly concealed themselves, hoping to evade this competition. Alas, they were ultimately unable to escape the keen senses of the Inuzuka clan and the relentless search of the insects. Curse be it, discovered by these two rascals. What now? Against their prowess, we stand no chance of resistance. Upon witnessing the shadowy figure enveloped in an aura of terrifying might, the swarm of insects, their faces paled dramatically, their voices laden with an oppressive sense of despair. In despair often lurks the specter of frantic madness. In a state of extreme fear and rage, they exchanged a glance before bursting forth from behind the stone pillars. You seek to claim our lives to compete for selection? Come then. With a wild scream, the two youths, their faces flushed with adrenaline, unleashed an unprecedented potential and transformed into swift shadows, darting from the encirclement of the Inuzuka boy, only to be ensnared by a curtain of black insects. Ah! The chilling wails surged instantly amidst the swarm of insects, causing the previously restless crowd to collectively gasp in horror and recoil. Despite their continuous cries of agony, the two youths ensnared by the relentless parasitic insects exhibited a miraculous speed, charging forward unimpeded. And their target was, damn you. You are the reason I have fallen to this state. Let us perish together. The two figures, shrouded in a dense swarm of parasitic insects, laughed maniacally as they lunged toward the now cold visage of Vortex Wudao. At this moment, their faces were grotesquely contorted, ravaged by the biting insects. Blood and flesh mingling in a horrific display, as an endless stream of black insects surged into their mouths. The swarm pulsed and buzzed endlessly. Before the astonished gazes of all, the two figures cloaked in insects waved their arms and howled in despair, their fingers extended to the utmost. Grasping at the void before them, madness, born of desperation, drove them to reckless abandon, seeking to unleash every ounce of their hatred. Yet, mere inches from Vortex Wudao, their strength seemed to wane, and ultimately, with a final, reluctant cry, they collapsed before him. Then, with a resounding hum, all the parasitic insects suddenly took flight, and the two figures, once engulfed, vanished at an astonishing rate, leaving behind only a few crimson streaks upon the mottled ground, testaments to the recent carnage. As the cries faded, the entire space was enveloped in a stifling silence. A chilling, sanguinary fear silently spread throughout the atmosphere, nearly suffocating all present. Even the previously impassive, beautiful girl with a cold demeanor slowly turned her face, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of impatience. Yet her eyes remained tightly shut, showing no intention of opening. All gazes were firmly locked onto the 3-meter expanse of black cloud, their depths flickering with trepidation and dread. A dark cloud loomed over the void before me, undulating without resolve. Yet, after a brief moment, it showed no intention of departing. Instead, it seemed to revel in the scent of blood, once again hinting at its sanguinary desires. The cold gaze of Vortex Wudao narrowed momentarily, before swiftly shifting towards the enigmatic youth from the oil clan positioned not far away. As if sensing Vortex Wudao's scrutiny, the figure enshrouded in a black robe shifted slightly, then spoke with a chilling detachment. Indeed, their vehement hatred for you is palpable. Even in the final moments of their existence, they harbor such intense loathing. Thus, I shall acquiesce to their wishes. There is no need for further selection. The last remaining individual shall be you. The third. The cold, domineering words, delivered in a gravelly tone akin to grinding stone, reverberated through the air, leaving most in stunned silence, soon replaced by a glimmer of astonishment. Should those terrifying insects once again devour Vortex Wudao, the elimination round would prematurely conclude, and the life-threatening crisis would simultaneously dissipate. Humph. This proposal is quite agreeable. I wholeheartedly concur. A slightly arrogant voice echoed almost immediately, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a whirlwind-like figure darting from the periphery to stand before Vortex Wudao. It was a youth with a rugged, short hairstyle, and perched upon his shoulder was a small dog, its fur pitch black, and its eyes a striking crimson, the descendant of the Inuzuka clan. He regarded Vortex Wudao with a cool glance, then smirked, revealing sharp canine teeth that gleamed with a feral glint. Lamentably, having lost 2 hearts of entry, I am left with no choice but to claim yours as a qualification. His low, mocking laughter momentarily halted the gazes of some, who then displayed fleeting expressions of intrigue. At that moment, Tokugawa Shinran, amidst the throng, widened his eyes in surprise, revealing a hint of concealed delight. If these two took action, it was certain that Tokugawa Wudao was doomed. A shiver ran through him as he mused, a blood-tinted glimmer seemingly suffusing his gaze in tandem with his shifting emotions. However, I sincerely hope Tokugawa Wudao does not prove too lackluster. It would be most ideal if they could mutually annihilate each other. Thus, it would be perfect. The 3 weakest contenders shall ultimately be eliminated, yet 2 have already been wholly consumed by the swarm, leaving no trace of flesh behind. According to the rules of this contest, only those who procure the hearts of the weakest may succeed in securing a place in the Chunin selection after 4 days. Therefore, only 1 heart remains to represent the right to compete, that being the last remnant within the body of the 3rd eliminated individual. It is evident that both the Oil Clan and the Inuzuka descendants have now set their sights firmly upon the newcomer, Vortex Wudao. The air crackled with impending malice. Meanwhile, some veiled gazes continually fell upon the girl with her eyes perpetually closed, revealing a hint of suspicion. With the descendants of the 2 prominent clans already taking action, will the more formidable lineage, the Yuki clan, continue to endure? Does the Snow Woman truly lack any intention to participate? If so, it would indeed be a regrettable loss, leaving no opportunity for opportunistic maneuvering. The Oil Woman and Inuzuka have maintained a cordial relationship all along. However, this individual clearly faces dire straits. There exists no chance of survival when pitted against the heirs of 2 families possessing secret techniques, and even resistance is futile. Humph, how arrogant. A feint. I see mockery echoed in the square. Although they had just witnessed the formidable prowess of Uzumaki Wudao, acknowledging their own inadequacy against him, they placed greater faith in those two renowned youths of Konoha, who were far beyond Uzumaki Wudao's league. After all, years of oppressive strength had instilled in them a profound fear and blind trust toward these two young men. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Wudao maintained an unwavering calm. His gaze as still and profound as tranquil waters, seemingly untouched by the surrounding commotion. Gradually, as his mental energy coalesced, that calm surface appeared to freeze into a chilling ice. He suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes betraying a blatant disdain as he regarded the onlookers as if they were mere jesters. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to eliminate me as a third party? Huh. Upon hearing his words, the youth of the Inuzuka clan could not help but smirk coldly, retorting, "You are excessively arrogant. Do you think that defeating a weakling like Tokugawa Shurin grants you the right to contend with me? That individual has only been here for a few days, at most. He is a formidable ant. I require merely a fraction of my strength to deal with him. Judging by your earlier display, you must have exerted your utmost effort. Yet you are all of the same ilk, utterly worthless." At this juncture, a hint of pride surfaced on his face, and he gradually lowered his body, positioning himself like a beast ready to pounce. "I shall make you ignorant fools comprehend the true essence of ninjutsu that you shall never behold. Secret technique. Four-legged technique." Boom. As the urgent voice of the Inuzuka youth resonated, a layer of delicate azure chakra flames ignited around his limbs. He then propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Whoosh. Like a rending of the air, he transformed into a blurred image, akin to a tempest that surged forth in an instant. "Humph, foolish, lowly wretch. One strike will suffice to eliminate you." Seeing Uzumaki Wudao, who appeared utterly unperturbed, his face as calm as ever, the Inuzuka youth couldn't suppress a smirk of amusement. Yet, he held nothing back. With the momentum of his assault, his right hand sliced through the air like a blade, aiming directly for his opponent's neck. Rip! The speed and power of his strike were astonishingly formidable, producing a faint sound of air bursting in the void, eliciting expressions of anticipation from the onlookers. One hit. Perhaps just one hit is all it would take to eradicate Uzumaki Wudao and conclude this elimination match. Witnessing this scene, Tokugawa Shurin felt his eyes brighten with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. If this fellow were to be slain in such a manner, it would certainly alleviate my troubles. Humph. However, reality often diverges far too greatly from ideals. In the blink of an eye, a hand radiating a golden glow suddenly appeared, striking swiftly. A crisp sound echoed, drawing the attention of all present. Before the carotid artery of the boy from the Uzumaki clan, a hand enveloped in a faint golden light firmly grasped the attacking hand, halting its advance. "What? Impossible! How could you possibly stop me? My speed is such that you wouldn't even be able to perceive it." The boy from the Inuzuka clan's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Uzumaki. "There is nothing impossible." Uzumaki's gaze now rested lightly upon the boy before him, a relaxed smile on his lips. Although the opponent's speed appeared nearly untraceable to others, it seemed utterly mundane to Uzumaki. This time, he didn't even need to employ his mental prowess to block the attack instantaneously. After all, his velocity was incomparably superior to that of the elite shinobi among the lower ranks. "Just now, did you intend to extract my heart in exchange for qualification to compete? A rather clever idea." Uzumaki murmured slowly, yet his voice resonated clearly across the silent bronze square, and a cold, sharp smile akin to a blade graced his lips. "I too harbor an interest in the selection of lower-ranked shinobi." With that, his right hand darted forth like the sharpest of blades, glimmering with radiant gold as it plunged fiercely towards the chest of the Inuzuka boy. "You dare!" "Ah!" The Inuzuka boy gazed at Uzumaki in shock, his cry piercing the air. Yet, almost instantaneously, an excruciating pain surged from his chest, spreading like wildfire and forcing a frantic scream from his lips. In the surrounding crowd, a sudden silence enveloped them, eyes wide and vacant as they beheld the hand that pierced through the boy's back. Crimson and grotesque, blood trickled down in rhythmic droplets from the gaps between the fingers. In the palm of that hand lay a still-beating heart, pulsating as if it were mirroring the astonishment of all present. In the hushed square, that heart, roughly the size of a child's fist, quivered slightly between Uzumaki's fingers, still retaining the vestiges of the Inuzuka boy's life. Yet the body, impaled by the arm, began to lose its soul, the head drooping languidly. "Damn it! You dare to do this!" The Inuzuka boy struggled to widen his eyes, uttering a reluctant murmur, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth, rendering the scene particularly tragic. At this moment, the intense pain emanating from his chest began to fade from his mind, leaving behind an ever-deepening chill that instilled him with boundless terror. Cold, numb. It seemed only on the brink of death could one truly feel this tremor of the soul. Am I to die? How could this be? As a distinguished scion of the esteemed Inuzuka clan in Konoha, I cannot possibly lose to that ordinary boy. It is inconceivable. I refuse to accept this. I do not believe it. I am unwilling. He endeavored to widen his eyes, striving to perceive the somewhat surreal world around him. Yet, he felt the scene before him growing increasingly indistinct, as if the calm-faced youth, whom he presently regarded with loathing, was receding further into the distance. The whirlpool was devoid of reason. The whirlpool. Devoid of reason. He opened his mouth in a silent scream of despair, soon enveloped by a profound sense of weightlessness. His consciousness plunging deep into darkness. As a scion of the esteemed Inuzuka clan, a renowned lineage of ninjas from Konoha, he met his demise in such a manner. Silence. An eerie stillness pervaded the space. In that fleeting moment, gazing at the lifeless form of the Inuzuka youth, nearly everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. As if caught in a dream. The prestigious ninja clans of Konoha are immensely powerful, endowed with exceptional bloodlines and mysterious, arcane techniques that far surpass those of ordinary ninjas. Almost every adult member of these noble clans possesses the strength of an elite jonin, due to the formidable nature of their family's unique techniques. They often shone brightly during their youth, even in the harsh and unforgiving environment of the Roots preparatory ninjas, where deaths among noble ninjas were almost unheard of. Yet now, a member of the Inuzuka clan had been tragically slain in an instant by a younger boy, his heart pierced and taken from his chest. This scene resembled a mirage, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Suddenly, a fierce and mournful bark echoed through the bronze plaza, followed by a colossal shadow rushing forward. What? The Inuzuka clan's ninja dog. Uzumaki Mideo's brow furrowed sharply as he beheld the surging shadow, a towering black hound, its crimson eyes radiating a desperate and malevolent glare. It was none other than the contracted ninja dog that had been beside the Inuzuka youth, now dramatically enlarged in size, both in speed and strength, exhibiting an abnormal escalation. Such explosive acquisition of power typically drains the life force of the ninja dog. However, with its master deceased, it was now consumed by a frenzied rage. With a thunderous rush, the giant dog unleashed a gust of putrid wind, its sharp teeth bared as it lunged fiercely at Uzumaki Mideo's left shoulder. Boom. At that moment, akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky, a brilliant golden light erupted. Uzumaki Mideo was enveloped in solid golden chakra, his form seemingly forged from gold, emanating an aura of unyielding strength. As the giant dog bared its fangs, he swiftly raised his left hand, unleashing a punch that moved with unparalleled speed. Bang! A violent, muffled collision accompanied by a piercing howl ensued, as the shadow, propelled even faster than before, was sent flying, crashing to the ground before the crowd. Dead. Dead. A youth trembled, gazing at the shrinking form of the ninja dog beneath him, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. And as he turned his gaze back to Uzumaki Mideo, a flicker of dread began to fill his eyes. Humph! Renowned for their tenacity. Even the resilient ninja hounds could scarcely withstand the force of his strike, though this blow landed squarely upon the vulnerable snout of the hound. It served as a testament to his rapidly ascending prowess within such a brief period. At this moment, in a concealed corridor suspended midway above the bronze plaza, two shadowy figures observed the unfolding scene through the dim light. Witnessing the demise of the Oil Woman clan's offspring alongside the ninja hounds, one of the figures, a middle-aged man with short hair, imperceptibly furrowed his brow before speaking in a calm and detached tone. His words were measured, his expression indifferent yet serene. He was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Roots and the clandestine ruler of Konoha. His gaze fixated silently upon the figure of Uzumaki Wudao below, a cold glint gradually emerging in his eyes. The other figure, a tall man with long hair, revealed a hint of amusement, his focus similarly locked onto Uzumaki Wudao. In contrast to those decayed remnants, I find myself intrigued by this young one. How do you intend to wield this weapon? His potential has even elicited a sense of sharpness within me. Humph. Once all is prepared, he shall remain eternally loyal to the darkness. Loyal to me. He will become the sharpest blade of the Roots. Below, with a resounding thud, Uzumaki Wudao coldly cast the lifeless body from his arm to the ground, firmly grasping the heart, drenched in crimson, in his palm. Addressing the onlookers, he declared, "Do you wish for me to become the Eliminator?" Humph. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed. Slowly, he turned his gaze, finally resting upon the scion of the Oil Woman clan, stating, regrettably, it seems the third party has arrived ahead of schedule. Quite remarkable indeed. You dare to slay a member of the Inuzuka clan. You truly fear not for your life. Moreover, your ignorance is palpable. At that moment, the young member of the Oil Woman clan lifted his head, revealing a pale and indistinct visage, a chilling smile escaping his lips. The prestigious clans of Konoha will not allow any outsiders to provoke them. You have slain a scion of the Inuzuka clan, even within the roots. You cannot escape their vengeance. Humph, have you truly sought your own demise? Oh, is that so? Uzumaki Wudao's eyes flickered as he suddenly smiled enigmatically at him. The prestigious clans of Konoha, you say? If you were to perish alongside him, I wonder if your Oil Woman clan would unite with the Inuzuka clan against me? What? The young member of the Oil Woman clan momentarily appeared taken aback, but his expression swiftly turned icy, for in his line of sight, a figure as sharp as a drawn blade surged toward him with blinding speed. Uzumaki Wudao's form radiated brilliance, moving with the swiftness of lightning, his power surging through the air. Even the surrounding youths felt the weight of his overwhelming presence, instinctively retreating. In that instant, his speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to within mere meters of the young Oil Woman clan member. What? His speed is utterly terrifying. In the heart of the youth from the Oil Girl clan, a fervent cry erupted, a tightening sensation gripping him momentarily. Yet, he soon exhaled in relief, for he sensed that his parasitic insects were swiftly approaching, their speed surpassing that of the swirling void. In mere moments, a vast swarm of parasites descended upon him, coalescing into a dark cloud overhead. Humph, what a foolhardy endeavor. Feeling an overwhelming power looming above, a cold smirk gradually formed on the youth's lips. Given the circumstances, unless the swirling void immediately evaded and abandoned its assault, it would find itself ensnared by his insects the moment they collided. Being trapped within the swarm was tantamount to inviting death. Thus, he was resolute. The swirling void would surely retreat. Otherwise, it would suffer only minor injuries while he would emerge unscathed, but the void would be doomed. Would anyone dare to strike at the cost of their own demise? In his understanding, the answer was a resounding no. Yet, the swirling void exhibited no intention of retreating, even as it approached within 3 meters. The dark cloud of parasites obstructing its path, its expression unyielding and unchanged. Is it truly your intention to proceed like this? The youth from the Oil Girl clan glared with a grim countenance at the rapidly approaching void, its gaze seemingly laced with mockery, sending a shiver through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his right hand forward from the shadows, fiercely grasping at the void, while uttering a low incantation. Secret technique, insect devour. Buzz. In that instant, an endless swarm of parasites surged forth like arrows released from a bow, forming a colossal black hand aimed at the advancing void. With a faint sound of impact, the golden radiance enveloping the void began to fade, and in that very moment, its figure was engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Amidst the din of buzzing insects, a clear sound akin to a sword being unsheathed resonated, followed by a flash of golden light, as brilliant as lightning, slicing through the blackness before him. That glimmer of gold was sharp enough to rend the very fabric of space, vanishing in an instant. Rip! A crisp sound of fabric tearing pierced the air, and the youth from the Oil Girl clan felt a hand swiftly tugging at his back. Instantly, a chill swept across his neck, a sensation so icy it pierced his very soul. Staring blankly at the shadow still enshrouded in darkness before him, disbelief welled up within his eyes. At that moment, within the figure's palm, a slender blade, shimmering with a faint golden hue, was gradually being sheathed. What? To think this could happen. However, before he could fully comprehend his astonishment, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had laid eyes upon a monster, fixated on the blurred figure of the swirling void. How is this possible? My parasites cannot penetrate your outer layer. What kind of power is this that thwarts the veracity of my insects? As if someone had discerned his thoughts, a soft, icy voice suddenly echoed from behind him. His chakra is remarkably unique, enveloping his entire body, not merely his flesh and blood, but even permeating his hair and pores. The young member of the Oil Woman clan was taken aback, slowly turning his head to behold a strikingly graceful girl who had appeared behind him, her demeanor calm and unruffled. The girl, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, possessed shoulder-length black hair and a fair visage that radiated a faint, ethereal glow akin to a cold moon. However, unlike the stillness of her closed eyes, which slowly opened to reveal a pair of strikingly unique pupils resembling white jade. Hinata. Upon seeing those iconic eyes, the boy from the Oil Woman clan felt his pupils involuntarily constrict, and he averted his gaze, seemingly shying away from her piercing stare. The Hyuga clan of Konoha is renowned as one of the most formidable ancient clans, recognized within the ninja world as a bastion of taijutsu. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha clan is one of the strongest families in the village. Their lineage and influence far surpass those of other prominent clans. This nature of chakra must be uniquely yours. It does not conform to any of the 5 elemental attributes, indicating it is indeed a bloodline ability. Despite the shifts in expression on the boy's face, the girl known as Hinata Yukino remained unaffected, her gaze still assessing the now motionless vortex Wudao. A low voice resonated within the parasitic insects, followed by a sudden burst of golden light that pierced through the darkness, obliterating some of the parasites. Witnessing this scene, the boy from the Oil Woman clan was momentarily stunned, only to be unable to suppress a smirk of disdain as he declared, "I possess a total of 90,000 insects. Even if they cannot breach your defenses, binding you tightly is a trivial task. And you? How many can you slay while attempting to escape?" As soon as his words fell, the swarm of insects surrounding Vortex Wudao stirred slightly, causing the golden glow to rapidly dim, once again shrouded by darkness. Observing this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the boy's eyes. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, Vortex Wudao's body, which had remained still, suddenly stirred. A fissure radiating golden light slowly emerged, and in an instant, beams of golden radiance erupted from his form, dazzling like brilliant sunlight. In that fleeting moment, the dim region was illuminated to its zenith, as the endless gold gradually consumed the darkness. What? This is... The boy from the Oil Woman clan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment etched on his face, while even the girl Yukino behind him displayed a flicker of shock. Suddenly, from the surging golden torrent, 2 beams of light diverged from their original trajectory, swiftly darting through the void towards the 2 of them. Those beams of golden light, akin to lightning, vanished in an instant. The boy's gaze flickered, a profound chill rising within him. He instinctively tilted his head slightly, only to feel a gradual sting upon his cheek. As a trickle of crimson seeped through his pale skin, he had been struck by a golden beam, causing his expression to darken ominously. A golden beam was suddenly grasped in midair by a delicate, alabaster hand, firmly held between slender fingers, revealing its true form. It was, astonishingly, a golden steel needle, as fine as a cow's hair, which still quivered slightly at the fingertips of Hyuga Yukino. Yet, in an instant, it transformed into a wisp of golden essence, gradually dissipating away, a tangible manifestation of chakra. At that moment, even the typically indifferent Hyuga Yukino couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The ability to solidify chakra into a physical object seemed to be an extraordinary feat, one that, throughout the annals of the ninja world, could only be attributed to the legendary chakra of the strongest ninjutsu would release. The most formidable ninjutsu that once subdued the entire world. Could it be that his bloodline bears comparison to it release? The mere thought of such a possibility caused Hyuga Yukino to slowly shake her head. This conjecture appeared utterly implausible. The disparity between these 2 individuals was far too great. At this moment, the golden aura emanating from Uzumaki Mideo gradually waned, allowing the diminutive figure to become increasingly discernible. It seemed that in that fleeting moment, he had been saved. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he could never have escaped my attack range. A calm and confident voice resonated. And then, amidst the dim golden glow, a more brilliant and chilling radiance suddenly surged forth. How then could this blade be obstructed? Observing Uzumaki Mideo launching another assault, Hyuga Yukino's elegant brows furrowed slightly, her expression cooling instantly. In the next heartbeat, her body became akin to an ethereal shadow, appearing instantaneously before the youth of the Oil Woman clan. You have underestimated the secret lineage of Konoha. Hyuga, return to heaven. With a rush, a fierce gale seemed to erupt from nowhere as a thick layer of blue chakra unexpectedly materialized around Hyuga Yukino's suddenly rotating form. This seemingly fragile chakra layer appeared to be infused with 2 opposing forces, which, at the moment the azure blade of Uzumaki Mideo made contact, erupted violently, propelling his advancing body aside. Step, step, step. After 4 consecutive strides, Uzumaki Mideo finally halted, yet a lingering sensation of faint numbness and acidity remained in his right hand, startling him. Truly, the renowned Hyuga clan of the ninja world possesses extraordinary skills. Their gentle fist can evidently transmit vibrational force directly through my metallic and fleshy defenses. resulting in a shock injury. He slowly sheathed the azure blade at his waist, casting a detached glance at the composed Hyuga Yukino, who had assumed the Bagua palm stance. Then, a smirk suddenly creased his lips, and he remarked, "Humph, even if you can thwart my direct physical attacks, can you withstand this?" As he spoke, the golden hue of Uzumaki Mideo's right hand dimmed abruptly, and then, between his fingers, two shuriken that resembled pure gold materialized, hovering in the air. Which one is? In the crowd, Tokugawa Jiren's expression tightened slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the golden shuriken between Uzumaki Mideo's fingers. Identical to the previous shuriken, yet, it is astounding that such an ability could be summoned out of thin air by him. In this moment, his expression darkened, his gaze flickering towards Uzumaki Wudao, his heart brimming with envy. Upon witnessing the shuriken between Uzumaki Wudao's fingers, Hinata Yukino's countenance also grew grave, and she spoke. "Do you truly intend to provoke discord between the Yunyu and Inuzuka clans? If so, let me inform you that even within the depths of the root, Lord Danzo would not easily refute the suggestions of these two esteemed clans. At that juncture, you will be forsaken by the root, facing expulsion alongside retaliation from both clans. Even if they refrain from deploying Jounin-level shinobi against you in the open, the elite offspring of both clans are numerous. Can you guarantee that you can contend with them all?" "Humph," Uzumaki Wudao replied, his expression remaining indifferent as he regarded the youth behind Hinata Yukino. Through the gash in his neck, torn by glass, one could faintly discern the latter's pallid countenance, which fluctuated ominously. He smirked coldly, and what of it? This is precisely what I have yearned for. As this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed suddenly, and a surge of mental energy erupted silently. With the tumult of his mental power, the two golden shuriken in his right hand quivered slightly, instantly transforming into two streaks of glimmering gold, slicing through the air. What? Hinata Yukino's previously composed face was suddenly struck with astonishment. In her pristine white pupils, 2-minute traces flickered in the air. Their velocity so extraordinary that even her keen sight could scarcely capture them, as she had not activated her Byakugan to its fullest potential. What manner of offensive is this? Capable of such effortless manipulation? At this moment, a hint of frustration crept into her heart, and her spirit felt as cold as ice. If she could not fully comprehend this attack, one could only imagine the plight of the youth from the Yunyu clan behind her. Yet, in the very next instant, the anticipated cry of anguish did not materialize. As Uzumaki Wuda's shuriken approached the Yunyu youth's form, a gaunt shadow suddenly emerged from the void above, swiftly hurling a nearly soundless shuriken. Clang! The crisp sound of metal resonated as it collided above the Yunyu youth's head, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Bewildered, he looked up to see a lanky figure clad in black robes descending swiftly. Root. As he beheld this indifferent figure, a flicker of anger surfaced in the depths of the Yunyu youth's eyes. In that moment, he suddenly understood the mindset of those lower-tier youths who had been eliminated in past trials, a blend of panic, fear, and a desperate yearning for life. Undeniably, in that fleeting instant, he felt a surge of fear towards Uzumaki Wudao, which filled him with profound shame and fury. Uzumaki Wudao, enough already. The newcomer, observing the increasingly somber expression of Uzumaki Wudao, spoke with a glint in his eyes, coldly commanding, "This selection has concluded. Those who will advance to the fourth day selection are Yunyu Suk, Uzumaki Wudao, and Hinata Yukino appointed by Lord Danzo. You shall accompany me to meet the Lord henceforth." At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Root Ninja, the expression on Uzumaki Wudao's face grew increasingly grim. The instant that Root Ninja made his move, Wudao had already employed his mental prowess to penetrate the surroundings. Although he was nearing the limits of his mental reach, he still caught sight of two figures gradually retreating in the distance, Danzo and Orochimaru. Is this what Danzo intends? Recalling the cold and indifferent silhouette, Wudao took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts deep within. After a brief silence, Wudao slowly closed his eyes, retracting all of his chakra. This action immediately brought a sense of relief to some observers. If Wudao were to disregard the Root Ninja's warning and slay Yunyu Shikuji here, not only would he face the wrath of both the Inuzuka and Yunyu clans, but they too might be treated as collateral damage in a vengeful purge. At this moment, the selection had been prematurely concluded with the announcement from the Root Ninja, yet the entire Bronze Plaza was shrouded in an oppressive silence. Almost everyone harbored a sense of dread, warily observing the diminutive figure of Wudao. As he shed the golden aura, revealing his true form, Wudao appeared frail, with a strikingly refined visage, exuding an air of somber maturity that belied his age. His robe was stained with blood, emanating a heavy stench of carnage. No one dared confront him directly, Even the members of the Inuzuka clan did not obstruct his lethal intent, and the Yunyu clan's offspring barely escaped with their lives. It was evident that this seemingly youthful boy possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of his peers, destined for remarkable achievements in the future. The root ninja observed coldly. Casting a glance around before addressing Uzumaki Wudao, Hyuga Yukino, and the shaken Yunyu Shikuji with indifference. Come, the three of you shall accompany me to meet Lord Danzo. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and strode towards the corridor at the edge of the Bronze Plaza. Wudao remained silent, possessing a more profound understanding of Danzo. His strength had surged rapidly, perhaps drawing Danzo's attention once more, and he had already formed some conjectures about this meeting. Control or covert annihilation. Danzo had only these two outcomes in store for him. Wudao's predictions leaned more towards the former. The cursed seal of ink. It too falls within the realm of sealing techniques. Perhaps Wudao's brow twitched slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing deep within his gaze, before he apathetically followed suit. Observing the two figures, one tall, one short, gradually departing, Hyuga Yukino furrowed her delicate brows slightly but did not voice any objections, choosing to follow as well. Only Yunyu Shikuji appeared troubled and uncertain, deeply affected by the blow dealt to him by Wudao. Unbeknownst to him, a thread of fear had begun to weave itself into his heart regarding that retreating figure. The oil woman, Tsuji, hesitated. At that moment, the figure of Hinata Yukino ahead paused slightly, turning her head with an expression that was both indifferent and detached. Casting a fleeting glance at him before resuming her slow stride, Tsuji's expression shifted in shock, as if a sudden explosion had erupted in his mind. A surge of crimson fury igniting within him. How could this be? Why did fear creep into my heart? Damn it! As a bearer of the Oil Woman clan's ninja legacy, how could I succumb to such cowardice? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared in his mind. His visage fierce as he quickened his pace to follow the increasingly blurred silhouette ahead. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded, and the atmosphere in the Bronze Plaza began to ease. Tokugawa Shuren retracted his piercing gaze, casting a discreet glance around before lifting his feet, gradually stepping into the shadows. In the dim, oppressive corridor, two indistinct figures moved slowly, their footsteps the only sound echoing through the passage. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared that only one of them was making any noise, while the other, a slender shadow, glided silently like a ghost, exuding an aura of chill and darkness akin to a serpent slithering through the night. Hebehe. In the silence, a faint, raspy laugh broke forth, followed by the elongated figure's voice. What a spectacular scene, that child. I find him quite admirable. Perhaps so. A cold, indifferent voice responded from the front, laced with a hint of mockery. However, all of his thoughts would ultimately bear no fruit. Heh, to slay the scions of the Inuzuka clan, and even to target the Oil Woman clan, his ambitions are indeed grand. He shows no reverence for the two esteemed clans of Konoha. His intentions are all too clear. To attempt to use the pressure from these two great families to force my hand against him, or merely to vainly dream of escaping my grasp. Yet, in such a whirlpool of chaos, how could I find peace? His potential unsettles me, and I must plant that technique in advance. In the darkness, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed within the figure. The slender silhouette remained silent, save for the dimly glowing yellow slit pupils that flickered faintly in the gloom. Soon, their figures vanished around the corner ahead. The corridor at the edge of the Bronze Plaza extended almost infinitely, as the three from the whirlpool of chaos followed the root ninja, making several turns. The path gradually ascended, only to twist downward again, leaving one utterly disoriented. Every few meters, flickering torches illuminated the darkness, ensuring visibility sufficient to navigate. Finally, after a turn, at the end of the path, a bronze door, seemingly embedded within the rock layer, obstructed their way. Before the bronze door, two figures resembling mud sculptures silently lurked in the shadows. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, they instantly lifted their heads, directing two piercing gazes that cut like blades. Just a single glance sent tremors through the hearts of several, while the pupils of the whirlpool figures suddenly constricted. The air was thick with murderous intent in those two gazes. He sensed a chilling and solid aura of murderous intent. The ability to emanate such lethal energy through mere looks indicated they had likely claimed the lives of over 1,000. A sense of caution enveloped his heart. A person imbued with such pervasive malevolence would have their emotions utterly extinguished, reduced to nothing more than a humanoid weapon for slaughter. These were undoubtedly the two most formidable ninjas he had ever encountered. The fleeting glances exchanged were quickly retracted, yet their intentions remained enigmatic. Amidst the low, resonant tones, a bronze door slowly lifted, revealing the dimly lit chamber within. There, shrouded in shadows, sat a figure with closed eyes. Upon hearing the sound, the figure gradually opened its eyes, revealing a pair filled with indifference and a hint of authority. This figure was Danzo. Outside the bronze door, the root ninjas came to a halt, bowing slightly toward the shadowy figure before retreating. Uzumaki Naruto's demeanor remained calm as he stepped forward, facing the enigmatic figure head-on. "Oh, your growth has been astonishingly rapid," Danzo remarked, his gaze sweeping past Yuya Shizune and Hinata Yukino, ultimately settling upon Uzumaki Naruto. "Surely, my esteemed training has not gone unnoticed?" "Indeed," Uzumaki Naruto replied coolly, betraying no emotion. "Nonetheless, I find it surprising. From the information I have received, it appears you have not diligently cultivated your chakra on the journey to Konoha, yet your chakra levels have surged nearly 100-fold compared to just half a month ago. Such potential is truly the hallmark of a rare genius." Danzo's expression flickered as he regarded Uzumaki Naruto, gradually revealing a hint of coldness. "I no longer concern myself with your attitude toward Konoha. Whether you conceal your true feelings or genuinely seek to align with Konoha is of little consequence." With these words, Danzo rose slowly, and a complex rune, shimmering with a faint black light, materialized in his hand, causing Uzumaki Naruto's pupils to constrict sharply. "M.O. Curse Seal," he whispered inwardly, filled with resistance as his palms involuntarily clenched, veins bulging. However, reason prevailed, allowing him to clearly assess his predicament, aside from Danzo before him. The two ninjas exuding a frigid aura behind the bronze door became increasingly daunting. A desperate struggle lay ahead, for the next moment could very well herald his demise. He took a deep breath, standing silently, maintaining an expressionless facade. A satisfied smile crept upon Danzo's lips as he stepped closer, suddenly striking out with his hand. In that instant, the black shadow surged forward, descending directly upon Uzumaki Naruto. That eerie black rune, as if imbued with life, swiftly traversed to the nape of Uzumaki Naruto's neck before sinking into the corner of his mouth like an octopus. A faint, resounding boom echoed in his mind, followed by a relentless drum-like thrum. A profound sense of vertigo enveloped Wu Dao, whose pallor deepened as he ultimately succumbed to fatigue, gently closing his eyes and collapsing. Meanwhile, within another exceedingly spacious chamber, a slender figure gradually made its entrance. Through the flickering glow of dim flames, it became evident that this figure was none other than Tokugawa Shuren. His gaze roamed, seemingly in search of something elusive. Moments later, his eyes finally fixated on a slender silhouette turned away from him. "My lord." In the presence of this figure, Tokugawa Shuren momentarily wrestled with his emotions. Yet he ultimately bowed deeply, uttering his reverence. The figure did not turn, but a faint, cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of its lips. Under the murky firelight, it resembled a nocturnal specter, exuding an aura of eeriness and dread. Not far off, the slender silhouette, with waist-length black hair cascading down, chuckled softly in a detached and chilling manner, followed by a raspy voice. "What brings you here?" Tokugawa Shuren's humbled form quivered slightly as a flicker of intense surprise flashed in his lowered gaze. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "My lord, you once mentioned that my body could accommodate such power. I hope you will bestow it upon me this time. I shall remain forever loyal to you." With these words, a wave of anxiety washed over him, though he remained unaware of the name of that mysterious power within him. Even the preliminary fusion had granted him an almost terrifying capacity for physical recovery, significantly enhancing both his strength and constitution. That prior achievement had merely been a minor experiment by this lord, involving only an infinitesimal portion of the fusion. If he could fully harness that power, Wu Dao would be no match for me, and I would effortlessly crush him. Contemplating this, Tokugawa Shuren could not suppress a slight, buoyant smile of satisfaction. That essence is not so easily digested. Are you prepared?" The figure remained stationary, merely posing a calm inquiry. Indeed, upon hearing this tacit agreement, Tokugawa Shuren's expression shifted. Unable to contain a momentary surge of elation, his voice trembling. "Hee. Excellent. This time I shall augment the offering. I hope you can withstand it." The figure finally turned slowly, revealing a pale, yet handsome profile, its yellow vertical pupils fixated intently on Tokugawa Shuren below. It was none other than Orochimaru. With a soft clap of his hands, Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smile. As the crisp sound echoed, a somewhat indistinct figure emerged from the depths of darkness. Gradually advancing, the sound of footsteps resonated sharply in the dim chamber, and as the figure drew closer, it was gradually unveiled in the flickering amber light, an indifferent young man. A youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, clad in a form-fitting black attire, bore a head of pale, silvery hair, elegantly tied behind him. A gentle smile graced his refined visage, yet his eyes remained obscured behind a pair of glasses, rendering them somewhat indistinct, regardless of whom he encountered. The serene smile upon his face remained unwavering, exuding an aura of tranquility. "Master." The boy approached Orochimaru, slowly retrieving a transparent vial the size of a teacup from within his garments. "This is the special material for this occasion." Upon glimpsing the deep crimson liquid, with a shadowy form subtly floating within, Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily contracted, only to be replaced by a faint smile as he inquired, "I trust this time it went unnoticed?" The boy appeared momentarily taken aback, brushing his fingers against the glasses that adorned his face, concealing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "It seems you regard this material with particular significance, Master, as you have never inquired about the process before. Hehe. After all, this substance." Orochimaru paused, his gaze lingering on the vial, licking his lips before continuing, "is a taboo, a thing strictly forbidden to be stolen from that clan." Taboo, such a melodious term. He unscrewed the vial and tilted it slightly, causing the dark red liquid to spill forth, revealing a dim, spherical object that landed in his palm. The resistance he faced was fierce, with one even resorting to self-destruction, yet he ultimately succeeded in seizing another. The aftermath was remarkably simple. The boy smiled gently, his demeanor warm as he explained. Orochimaru nodded slightly, appearing to place great trust in the boy's words, refraining from further inquiry. Instead, he cast a casual glance at the individual named Tokugawa Shuren below, stating, "Come along. You shall acquire the power you desire, and perhaps, even more." Tokugawa Shuren raised his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Though merely a fleeting glance, he distinctly observed the peculiar crimson eyeball rolling out from the vial. The pupil of the eye was surrounded by two dim black dots. With a sense of wonder, Tokugawa Shuren followed the figure ahead, gradually stepping into the dimness. The somber space was nearly suffocating in its silence. At an uncertain moment, Vortex Wudao abruptly awakened, confronted by the sight before him. Vast, empty, resembling the boundless cosmos. A colossal star, seemingly infinite, floated in the dim expanse, emanating wisps of mysterious mist. A subtle disturbance echoed within the space, prompting Vortex Wudao to gaze upward in bewilderment. A river of ink black, reminiscent of the Ganges, entwined around the star like a frenzied dragon. Yet, the disparity between the two was akin to that of clouds and mud. The dark river flickered with strange, dim runes but was ultimately extinguished by the wisps emanating from the star, unable to impede even slightly. Witnessing this scene, a flash of insight suddenly illuminated Vortex Wudao's mind. In that moment, the immense star within this realm felt profoundly familiar and intimately connected. Could it be that this is my spiritual space? Vortex Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately discovering a minuscule, unusual star beneath his feet. This star, akin to a celestial body, emanated a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of piercing intensity and scrutiny. It was my spiritual essence. How enlightening. In that moment, Vortex Wudao comprehended everything. Tuanzo had inscribed the ink curse upon him, a spell that would infiltrate the mind through the oral cavity, seizing control of the mental realm for manipulation purposes. However, the ink curse, upon entering his mental domain, chose to erode the source of his previous life spirit. The consequences were predictable. Beneath the vast and seemingly boundless mental power, the ink curse could not corrupt its essence, but would instead be relentlessly extinguished. With this realization, a flicker of determination shone in Vortex Wudao's eyes as he lifted his gaze skyward, murmuring, "What an unexpected delight." Although I could gradually decipher the ink curse using the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, the time required would undoubtedly be lengthy. Yet, it seems I need not endure such a hassle now, although the ink curse must still be addressed in the short term. As he spoke, he gently closed his eyes, establishing a peculiar connection with the spiritual star beneath him. Suddenly, like a tempestuous gale, a golden torrent surged upwards, wrapping around a portion of the black river above. In the void, a brief shimmer occurred, and the almost imperceptibly dim blackness was instantly drawn downward. In the space below, Vortex Wudao's figure began to fade. Yet a subtle smile graced his lips. His mental energy penetrated every corner of the black torrent with the precision of a steel needle. Unique and intricate seals unfolded before his eyes. The ink curse. This was the foundational technique of the seal. In the external realm, the same chamber remained. illuminated by flickering candles. 3 pairs of eyes observed the prostrate Vortex Wu Dao in silence. A massive black net oscillated over his body, eventually dissolving from sight. Success! A detached voice suddenly echoed as Tuanzo approached, gazing at the still entranced Vortex Wu Dao with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then stood and cast a glance at Hinata Yukino and Oil Girl Shizuku, slowly stating, "According to the accords among major clans, although you shall not bear the curse, I expect you to keep the dark secret. Do not disclose it, even to your own clans." "Yes, my lord. From this day forth, you are officially members of the Root," Tuanzo murmured, glancing at Vortex Wu Dao before continuing. "Hinata serves as the leader of your trio." With that, he gradually exited the room. The bronze door trembled as his footsteps faded into silence. Unseen by anyone, a delicate thread of spiritual energy slowly permeated the entire chamber. With Tuanzo's departure, the room reverted to its prior tranquility. The swirling vortex remained with his eyes firmly shut, showing no intention of opening them. His mental energy enveloped the surroundings, extending beyond the bronze door into the corridor, capturing every scene within his perception. Outside the bronze door, as Danzo's silhouette gradually receded, the 2 Root ninjas, whom he regarded with trepidation, similarly faded into the encroaching darkness, disappearing from sight. Within the chamber, Hinata Yukino sat in a corner, her expression serene as she slowly closed her eyes, forming intricate hand seals to refine her chakra. Meanwhile, Oinari Yashitsugu, leaning against a wall, casually removed his long hat, casting a mocking glance at the swirling vortex and revealing a cold smirk. "How pitiable! Your life shall forever be entwined with darkness," he scoffed. At that moment, a sense of exhilaration filled his heart. As a scion of the esteemed Uinari clan of Konoha, he was well acquainted with the cursed seals of the Root. He comprehended the dire predicament of the swirling vortex all too well. Those marked by Danzo's cursed seal were bound to his will, akin to living puppets devoid of any semblance of freedom. Contemplating this, his smile deepened, and with a relaxed demeanor, he retrieved a scroll from his ropes. Unfurling it calmly before him, his hands began to slowly form hand seals. In the dimness, the swirling vortex furrowed his brow. Hand seals? Could it be? His mind stirred, and he focused intently on the scroll now laid out before him. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, yet within the confines of his mental realm, everything appeared astonishingly clear. Zi, Chou In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu Su Hai. 12 distinctly recognizable names of hand seals, and their corresponding illustrations vividly etched themselves into the swirling vortex's consciousness, causing a jolt within his spirit. This was, in fact, the essential foundation of a ninja, the practice scroll of hand seals. The 12 seals depicted were evidently not the crude illustrations seen in the anime of his previous life. Instead, each finger bore faint red dashed lines, intricately woven across the entire palm. The pathways of chakras flow, indeed. The art of hand seals was far from simplistic. The swirling vortex pondered deeply, unable to resist the subtle formation of seals between his open palms. 1 seal, 2 seals, 3, until all 12 seals had traversed his hands. He silently rose into a meditative posture, his gaze filled with astonishment as he whispered. Each of the 12 seals seemed to possess an extraordinary force, coaxing the chakra into a dance. Indeed, the formation of hand seals was the most authentic method for releasing chakra. After a moment of silent contemplation, the swirling vortex formed an incomplete seal with his hands, allowing the chakra to surge forth in accordance with the flow dictated by the incomplete seal. In a hushed whisper, a streak of golden light, akin to lightning, flickered through the air above his fingers, revealing a terrifying brilliance. The swirling vortex felt a stir within his mind as the golden light gradually manifested, silently lingering before him. It was a golden steel needle of the same form as before, yet it evoked a glimmer of surprise within him. The chakra has indeed saved several times the expenditure compared to before. Previously, I relied solely on my mental strength to forcibly manipulate the chakra within me. Although this saved time in hand seals, it led to a significant waste of chakra. Furthermore, if my mental strength were to be even slightly affected, the chakra would stagnate within me, subtly injuring my meridians. However, through the guidance of hand seals, the flow of chakra becomes more agile and explosive. The most notable difference now lies in the time consumed when releasing chakra. While the difference between using hand seals and not is minimal, it can sometimes be sufficient to determine life and death. Vortex Wu Dao opened his calm eyes and glanced to the side, feeling prepared for the next stage of his training. Moreover, in Tuanzo's eyes, I had already been marked by the ink curse seal, leading him to lower his guard against me. Thus, the next step is to enrich myself in the shortest possible time. With this thought, Vortex Wudao finally let out a sigh of relief. For him, during his brief time in this ninja world, aside from the half-month spent among the Tokugawa clan, he had constantly teetered on the edge of death. Any thought from Alonzo could easily obliterate him. His meager strength always left him uneasy in this world where life and death are beyond control. Strength is the capital for survival. It is no different from his previous life in the dark world. The strong vie for dominance while the weak are preyed upon. The law of the jungle permeates the relationships between individuals. Before arriving in Konoha, each of his training sessions was almost a deliberate self-restriction, never fully showcasing his training. Now, however, these constraints were lifted. Taking a deep breath, Vortex Wudao sat steadily on the ground, his hands slowly coming together once more. Moments later, a wisp of golden flame flickered between his fingers, almost ethereal in nature. At that moment, Hinata Yukino, who had been silent beside him, slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at Vortex Wudao's silhouette, her expression reflecting a complex emotion. Such a pity, she murmured softly before closing her eyes again. At this time on the surface, the sunlight had unknowingly approached. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the entire forest, enveloping Konoha in a gentle radiance, rendering it exceptionally tranquil and serene. In a spacious street, the clamor was incessant, accompanied by the continuous barking of dogs. This was the ancestral ground of the renowned Inuzuka clan of Konoha. In the center of the street, within a prominently peaceful courtyard, a middle-aged man knelt on one knee in a dimly lit room. His expression indifferent as he coldly stated, "According to the messages relayed from the root, the family member representing our clan in today's elimination match has already perished. Lord Duanzo has conveyed his apologies." Useless. A deep, aged voice echoed from above, bringing shame upon our Inuzuka clan, failing even before formally entering the root. This has never happened before. That said, could it be that those daring to act against our Inuzuka clan members are also other prestigious clans of Konoha? Another aged voice slowly inquired. Is it the Hyuga? The middle-aged man's gaze flickered with a cold light as he replied in a low voice, "No. The individual is not from any prominent clan, but rather from a neighboring village." "Oh," a slow, aged voice expressed mild confusion before continuing. "I presume his talents are remarkable. To have slain a member of the Inuzuka clan in the preliminary rounds of the root, he must be a prodigy." At this point, his tone abruptly shifted, becoming frigid. "However, those who dare challenge the esteemed clans of Konoha shall find it difficult to survive. Inform the wolves, in 4 days' time, during the selection. Let him stain the arena with his blood." As the last rays of sunlight gradually faded, darkness enveloped the land. This night, Konoha was far from tranquil. With the impending selection for Genin, all the prominent clans within Konoha engaged in clandestine discussions. The Genin represent the fundamental aspect of a village. In this stage often witnesses the fiercest competition among youthful geniuses. Successfully passing the Genin selection can provide a clear indication of a candidate's potential for future growth and their capacity to become exceptional ninjas. At this moment, a seemingly insignificant name abruptly surfaced in the documents of various clans: Uzumaki Wudao, a mere 9-year-old who had swiftly dispatched a member of the Inuzuka clan, rumored to possess a unique ability stemming from a formidable lineage. The details surrounding his elimination from the root were evidently not of great significance or confidentiality. Casual remarks were sufficient to elucidate the events that had transpired. As the leader of the Shadows, Danzo harbored no intentions of concealing his plans regarding Uzumaki Wudao, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Yet, this incident subtly became a source of mockery for both the Inuzuka and the Aburame clans. After all, besides the Inuzuka clan, members of the Aburame clan had also narrowly escaped death. Furthermore, this minor ripple unexpectedly established Uzumaki Wudao's reputation as a genius, inciting inexplicable resentment among the offspring of the prominent clans. At this moment, deep within the underground world of Konoha, in a region hidden from sight, Uzumaki Wudao gradually focused his spirit, the flow of chakra stabilizing into a serene state. He remained oblivious to the subtle disturbances from the outside world. Lost in a fervent practice spurred by his initial acquisition of hand seals, his fingers faintly aching from exertion. Eventually, at a certain moment, he came to a halt. Closing his eyes in contemplation, slowly, he rose and walked towards the door. The sound of his footsteps stirred Hinata Yukino and Aburame Yoshikazu slightly, yet they made no sign, maintaining their silence. The bronze door opened soundlessly, and Uzumaki Wudao stepped outside. Moments later, guided by memory, he returned to the spacious bronze plaza, now shrouded in stillness. Devoid of any presence, even the faint traces of blood had vanished. With his spirit radiating, Uzumaki Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Here, he could finally embrace a liberated mindset to engage in his training. Perhaps it is due to an ingrained habit from a past life. But he never reveals his final card until the very last moment, even in his cultivation, choosing to practice in solitude, far from the eyes of others. This is a form of prudence, or perhaps a perverse instinct for self-preservation. A blade that gleams too brightly easily arouses suspicion. While only the sheathed sword is the most perilous of all, the unknown is what sustains longevity. At this moment, Su-Nwudo took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He yearned for that sheathed and dormant blade. At this point, apart from manipulating metallic chakra, he possessed no significant hidden cards. Although he had inadvertently uncovered the secret of the ninja hand seals, allowing him to wield chakra with greater fluidity, it remained insufficient. Living in this world, in this dark domain, bred a sense of crisis that unsettled him. In an instant, Su-Nwudo opened his eyes, a flicker of fervor igniting within them. His fingers moved slightly, retrieving an ancient black scroll from his robe, a secret technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan, which contained the core secrets of their sealing arts. For some reason, Danzo seemed to have forgotten about it, never once demanding it from him. Yet, this item was destined to be fleeting. It would likely be taken by Konoha before long. Contemplating this, Su-Nwudo furrowed his brow. He held little interest in the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. No matter how powerful they were, they could hardly withstand the most direct forms of attack. Otherwise, how could the Uzumaki clan have nearly faced annihilation? However, he did not underestimate the most core pinnacle techniques. Whether it was the reversal wheel sealing he had witnessed or the legendary sealing technique, Shikigami sealing, both possessed unfathomable and eerie power. They seemed to transcend the realm of ninjutsu, belonging to a category of forbidden strength. Regardless of their nature, they must be mastered. Su-Nwudo whispered softly, a drop of crimson blood seeping from his fingertips and landing upon the scroll. That drop of blood, akin to a droplet in water, caused ripples to dance across the scroll's surface, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Moments later, a faint white light illuminated, and the scroll began to unfurl slowly. Complex and intricate sealing symbols gradually emerged in the center of the scroll, inducing a sense of bewilderment. Yet, what captured Su-Nwudo's attention most was the grotesque visage of a death god etched at the end of the sealing symbols. This was the Shikigami sealing. Su-Nwudo's gaze brightened suddenly, unable to contain his excitement. It was this ninjutsu, the Shikigami sealing technique. The most clandestine and supreme sealing art of the Uzumaki clan was said to invoke the power of the death god for one's own use, thereby eternally sealing an opponent's soul into oblivion. It was a forbidden technique that required the sacrifice of one's own soul. Life exchanged for life. Death summoned by death. Terrifying and eerie. The vortex of Wudao's gaze flickered slightly, and he began to gradually disperse his mental energy, imprinting the sealing diagram deep within his consciousness, before sealing the scroll once more. The mysteries of the sealing technique are unfathomable, and understanding them in a short span of time proves arduous. Thus, another path must be taken, he murmured indifferently. Yet his eyes grew increasingly luminous as his right hand descended slowly. With a crisp sound, the blade was drawn forth, akin to a waning moon rising in the darkness. The golden glass blade shimmered with a faint cold light, having been unsheathed. Wudao had never seriously explored this weapon, steeped in the secrets of the Tokugawa clan. Indeed, being under the watchful eyes of the root ninjas, he had not dared to delve into the hidden truths contained within the blade. The Tokugawa clan's divine blades, Cold Moon, Void, and Golden Glass, each represented a rare treasure, with the true rarity lying in the secrets of the Golden Clan they concealed. These were the sword techniques that once allowed the Tokugawa clan to dominate the world, the very foundation of the Golden Clan's glory, an unparalleled art. Now, the Tokugawa clan has perished, and the three blades have come into the possession of Tokugawa Yasu, Tokugawa Moritomo, and Wudao himself. Earlier, he had learned from Tokugawa Yasu about the secrets within the blades. Only the blood of the Tokugawa clan could unlock the sword techniques. However, Wudao had no intention of doing so. His mental energy possessed the unique ability to manipulate metals, rendering any metallic element incapable of concealing its secrets from him. Through his mental energy, marked by a metallic imprint, he effortlessly seized control of the golden glass blade. The golden glass sword, sheathed and double-edged, bore intricate engravings of a secret sword technique. This was the dual sword style. Wu Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not the Iajutsu he had imagined, nor was it the lion song unleashed by Tokugawa Jink when facing TZ. Instead, it was an inexplicable dual sword technique. Could it be that the Tokugawa clan's sword techniques were not singular? Indeed, both Iajutsu and the lion song seemed to belong to the single sword lineage. Wu Dao pondered the brief moments etched in his memory. Both Tokugawa Yasu and Tokugawa Jink appeared to embody the single sword style they spoke of. A dual sword style, then. Wu Dao's lips curled slightly. Though he was not adept in wielding cold weapons, he understood a fundamental truth. The attack potency of dual swords was far more terrifying than that of a single sword, and the difficulty of mastering them was equally formidable. What an unexpected delight! Steadying his emotions, Wu Dao firmly grasped one of the blades in his right hand and reached for the other from the sheath with his left. A similarly soft yet bright metallic sound echoed as the golden glass double blades were fully revealed for the first time. The crystalline, resplendent golden blades sparkled even in the dimmest light, captivating the eye. They did not appear to be instruments of death cloaked in cold light, but rather two of the most exquisite pieces of art. Wu Dao's mental energy began to rise and fall gently, gradually coalescing around the two blades in his hands, silently comprehending the dual sword technique inscribed upon them. The concept of the dual wielding technique transcends the mere act of wielding two long blades. It demands the practitioner to orchestrate the dual swords in a manner that simulates the presence of two adversaries, whether employing distinct styles or identical forms. Each assault must evoke the sensation of confronting two foes simultaneously. This requires not only a division of focus but also an embodiment of duality and movement. After a moment of contemplation, the indifferent figure known as Vortex Wu Dao gradually began to wield the long swords in his hands. Initially, akin to a clumsy novice, his movements were slow and unrefined. Yet, as time progressed, the foundational techniques ingrained within his body from years of diligent practice began to surface. And the image of Vortex Wu Dao dancing with dual blades gradually emanated a fierce aura. The twin swords, resembling crescent moons, shimmered with a cold radiance. In the dimness, the chilling moonlight intermittently pierced the void, scattering glimmers of brilliance. The intricacies of sealing techniques are exceedingly complex, rendering the formation of effective power within a brief span nearly impossible. While mastering swordsmanship similarly requires considerable time and effort, its advancement is relatively more straightforward and effective compared to sealing arts. In the expansive terrain, Vortex Wu Dao, with eyes gently closed, attuned himself to the continuous motions of the long blades in his grasp. The edges of the swords carved through the surrounding emptiness, as he subtly sensed the nuanced control of force with each grip. As he transcended the initial phase, Vortex Wu Dao discerned the supportive role of his mental prowess over his swordsmanship. While it may seem implausible for others to achieve significant progress in swordplay within just a few days, for Vortex Wu Dao, endowed with the ability to manipulate metal, the mastery of the blades became remarkably effortless under the guidance of his mental force. Once his mental energy infiltrated the dual blades of crystal, it assumed command of the swordplay, resulting in an accelerating velocity of the strikes. This capability surpassed what he could previously achieve with the application of his metal manipulation. He wielded the blades with the ease of a seasoned swordsman, honed over decades. At that moment, Vortex Wu Dao was enveloped in a dense aura of shimmering blade light, creating a luminous circle around his form. This was the sharpest manifestation of blade brilliance, radiating the most resplendent glow, blooming within the shadows. Approaching the zenith, this state neared the foundational mastery of the first secret technique within the dual-wielding style. Both the single and dual-wielding techniques harbor the formidable swordplay secrets of the Tokugawa clan, with the fundamental technique of the single sword style being the Iaedo strike. Likewise, the first secret technique inscribed within the dual-wielding style is also the Iaedo strike. The Iaedo strike, a fundamental principle within swordsmanship, enables one to unsheathe and eliminate an opponent in an instant, often rendering the attack route imperceptible before the adversary meets their demise. It epitomizes a technique that maximizes explosive speed and power. However, it is evident that the Iaedo strike within the dual-wielding style is far more intricate and challenging to master than its single counterpart. Controlling one blade is exponentially easier than managing two, let alone unleashing the secret techniques of swordsmanship. The dual-wielding Aido requires the practitioner to first master the Aido of the single sword style. The vortex murmured in a deep, contemplative tone, and suddenly he experienced an epiphany. His mental energy gently diminished the speed of the blades held in his hands. Ultimately, he sheathed his twin swords once more and closed his eyes in deep thought. The art of dual sword Aido is divided into the left-hand Aido, the right-hand Aido, and the ultimate secret of dual sword Aido. As a novice practitioner, the most prudent approach is to cultivate the right-hand Aido, to truly grasp the sensations inherent in training and gradually progress to mastering the left hand. This is a methodical and incremental journey. Even with the aid of mental prowess, mastery cannot be achieved instantaneously. In the next moment, his eyes abruptly opened in the darkness. His right hand swiftly grasped the hilt at his waist, his gaze piercing through the void ahead, releasing a formidable aura of the blade. Yet, he refrained from drawing his sword, opting instead to close his eyes once more. No, this sensation is not right. He had previously observed the Aido techniques of Tokugawa Yasuyuki and Tokugawa Jinkatsu. Although the manifestation of their power differed, the essence was strikingly similar. In that fleeting moment of drawing the blade, all force erupted simultaneously, delivering a strike that was both solid and fierce. The essence of the blade, its power, its speed, this is the true Aido. However, despite not having drawn his sword, the aura of the blade had already dissipated, marking the Aido attempt as a failure. Vortex Wudao remained serene, unfazed by this realization. If the secret techniques of swordsmanship could be easily comprehended, they would not serve as a trump card. The more challenging they are to master, the more formidable their potential. Moreover, he had witnessed the devastating might of Aido firsthand. Tokugawa Jinkatsu had relied on the instantaneous execution of Aido to slay 2 root ninjas. The speed of drawing the blade surpassed that of AJ Nin's reflexes, with the trajectory of the strike becoming indistinct and terrifyingly effective. Once again, Vortex Wudao slowly closed his eyes, calming his thoughts. And feeling the gradual accumulation of power between his fingers, he awaited the moment of eruption in silence. This time, he concealed all his energy, resembling a withered piece of driftwood, indifferent and still. In the next instant, his hand moved abruptly. The crescent moon at his waist sliced through the void with blinding speed, its sharp radiance eclipsing all tangible matter. When the brilliance faded and the long sword returned to its sheath, the preceding moment felt like an illusion. Vortex Wudao maintained his previous stance. His speed had yet to reach its pinnacle, and a slight exertion had been wasted. That night, he remained enveloped in silence and darkness. Sparing not a moment's time, his mind focused, repeatedly wielding the long sword at his waist. Draw slash, draw slash. This was a monotonous and tedious endeavor. Yet Vortex Wudao consistently upheld a tranquility akin to still water, indifferent as he continued to repeat the motions. With each swing, he subtly adjusted his stance, rendering his technique increasingly swift. As time flowed by, he became unaware that the external world had begun to bathe in the soft glow of dawn. The sky had brightened. In the bronze square, a flicker of dim blade light flashed through the void, gradually dispersing a chill above the lingering emptiness. The swirling vortex of Wudao gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly retracting the shimmering glass-like essence. After a moment of solemn contemplation, he refrained from making another sweeping motion and instead settled into a meditative position upon the cold stone bricks, forming the intricate seals for chakra refinement. The night's arduous training left his arms sore and his mental energy severely depleted, yet it ultimately bore a semblance of tangible results. After merely 1,000 repetitions of practice, he had finally grazed the threshold of the art of Aiajutsu. Even so, this achievement had significantly enhanced his swordsmanship, marking a transformative journey from novice to adept. Wudao sat in serene meditation, a glimmer of golden energy dancing between his fingertips. As solid and sharp chakra continuously coalesced and ascended, gradually filling his entire being. At that moment, the square was once again enveloped in profound silence. Suddenly, the nearly soundless patter of footsteps pierced the stillness, startling Wudao from his reverie. Moments later, a slender figure gradually came into view. Clad in a dark purple kimono, the middle-aged man bore an elegant and slightly sinister countenance. This time, he did not shy away from the shadows, directly approaching Wudao. Observing the diminutive yet resolute figure ahead, the newcomer's amber vertical pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of longing. Orochimaru. With his back turned to the corridor, Wudao's eyes silently widened, a peculiar glint passing through them. Gurgle, gurgle. Beneath the ground, In a dark and concealed laboratory, the only faint light flickered. A youth lay motionless within a glass coffin filled with an enigmatic liquid, his expression blank. Were it not for the occasional minuscule bubbles escaping from his lips, one might have mistaken him for a lifeless corpse. What astonishing reactions! As a soft gasp escaped, a gentle-looking boy with glasses emerged from the shadows, inching closer. He seemed to have observed something extraordinary, his gaze fixed intently on the youth's chest within the transparent coffin. There, at the boy's heart, a fist-sized patch of flesh exhibited a starkly different hue, reminiscent of a pale, yellowing trunk, layered with growth rings that exuded an eerie, unsettling aura. In that moment, the patch of flesh appeared almost sentient, as tendrils of pulsing tissue merged into the boy's chest, seemingly siphoning his blood. As time progressed, a faint crimson gradually spread across the entire area of flesh. With the blood's slow accumulation, an invisible wave suddenly emanated from the youth's form, causing the glass coffin to tremble subtly. Then, at the center of the blood-filled flesh, a black fissure abruptly split open, revealing a scarlet eyeball. The orb oscillated up and down, around which a pitch-black tomo slowly rotated, while a second tomo flickered into view, on the verge of materializing, emanating an inexplicable and eerie presence. The atmosphere was suffused with an air of desolation, frigidness, and despair, causing the youth outside the glass coffin to suddenly change countenance. Murmuring softly, remarkably, the Sharingan had not been consumed. Rather, it had evolved further into the form of two tomo, seemingly devouring the power of wood release. Senju Uchiha. Indeed, as Lord Orochimaru had surmised, there exists a mysterious connection. The boy whispered slowly, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, flickering with brilliance. With a resounding thud, he pressed his hands against the glass coffin, striving for a clearer observation. In the liquid of the coffin, at the moment an eye opened, the boy's complexion turned deathly pale, as faint strands of shimmering green seeped from his skin, converging towards his chest. A strange force surged and spread throughout his body. While at his chest, blood began to rupture, gradually tainting the liquid within the glass coffin. Truly, a miraculous transformation. The liquid became increasingly murky, tinged with crimson. And after a brief moment, only a hazy silhouette could be discerned floating within. The boy appeared capable of seeing through the obstructions, clearly perceiving the subtle changes. And a faint smile crept across his face. Surely, Lord Orochimaru would be immensely delighted by the fusion of wood release and the power of the Sharingan, resulting in a perfect mutual restraint. Would release, that legendary power, would ultimately re-emerge. In the desolate bronze square, Uzumaki Wudao slowly rose to face Orochimaru. His expression grave and devoid of any fluctuations. Humph, an intriguing little brat. It seems I underestimated your perception, and you do not appear particularly surprised by my presence. A deep, gravelly voice resonated as Orochimaru cast a slow glance over Uzumaki Wudao, revealing a hint of astonishment. The aura emanating from Wudao had notably intensified since yesterday, subtly exuding a sharp intent to cut. Indeed, a unique talent. Your strength has once again ascended. The legendary three ninjas. Lord Orochimaru. Wudao's gaze subtly shifted, resting quietly upon the figure before him. Unlike Danzo's somber coldness, Orochimaru's aura radiated with an unexpected tranquility and warmth, entirely devoid of the dark, obscure feelings from Wudao's past memories. Oh, it seems you are aware of me. Hearing the title of the three ninjas, Orochimaru's deep-set pupils involuntarily constricted slightly before he calmly inquired. It seems rare for any citizen of the Land of Fire to be unaware of the legendary name of the three ninjas. Moreover, I possess greater knowledge of the ninjas of Konoha than the average populace. The Tokugawa clan, perhaps? Such a pity. Orochimaru's eyes brightened momentarily, followed by a gentle smile as he remarked, the last lineage of the Golden Samurai clan has been extinguished. It is indeed lamentable. There is no need for lamentation. In this world, the weak are devoured by the strong, and survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Wudao replied nonchalantly, while a peculiar sensation stirred once more within him. Orochimaru could not have arrived here without reason, whether by coincidence or design. What could his purpose be? Upon hearing the indifferent and unassuming words of Uzumaki Wudao, Orochimaru's expression bore a hint of astonishment, quickly followed by an undercurrent of peculiar intrigue. It was astonishing that this child could perceive the most fundamental qualities of existence. He paused momentarily before continuing. At any given moment, neither samurai nor ninja can escape the fate of being human. Humanity is inherently driven by desire. Whether that desire be noble or selfish, such desires incite discord. Discord begets war, and war ignites hatred. The dynamics between individuals are thus strikingly simple and direct. As he spoke, he cast another glance at Uzumaki Wudao's serene visage, and a glimmer of insight flickered in his gaze. If one were to disregard your exterior, it would not be difficult to uncover your true disposition. Hidden within your heart lies hatred as well. Uzumaki Wudao's expression shifted, his eyes widening in silent shock as he gazed intently at Orochimaru. It seems Danzo has underestimated you, yet your profound emotions resemble those of an adult, devoid of the naivety expected of a child. Perhaps this is why Danzo failed to discern your true intentions. Uzumaki Wudao fell silent, instinctively tightening his grip around the hilt of the blade at his waist, only to gradually relax. He replied softly, "Humph, regardless, I am now bound by Danzo's cursed seal. Even if I harbor resentment, I am left with no choice." Your eyes betray your words. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. The eyes are the window to one's innermost being. I noticed your gaze the moment we met. It reflects an obsession with transcending the mundane. He slightly tilted his head, brushing aside his sleek black hair to reveal his dark yellow slit pupils, fixating on Uzumaki Wudao as he continued, "Much like my own in days of yore. Those who possess such eyes will not be ensnared by a mere cursed seal, nor will they acquiesce to Danzo's will. This is my judgment of you." Silence enveloped the dim surroundings, gradually descending into a profound stillness. Uzumaki Wudao remained composed, his silence now laden with the understanding of Orochimaru's ulterior motives. Perhaps it was the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan or his own unique metallic chakra that had captured Orochimaru's attention so deeply. In that moment, Uzumaki Wudao's thoughts raced as he endeavored to recall memories from his past life. It seemed this period coincided with the time when Orochimaru was on the brink of expulsion from Konoha, or perhaps it was after the Ninetales incident. In any case, Orochimaru's time in Konoha was dwindling, especially after the exposure of his forbidden experiments. He had managed to elude capture and had secretly established the Sound Village in the Northern Fire Country. Such actions were enough to garner attention. After all, remaining in Konoha posed significant risks for him. Danzo would not allow him to remain a threat. If at any moment Danzo discovered that the cursed seal had no effect on him, a merciless eradication would surely follow. Conversely, Orochimaru seemed to be in a relatively safer position. It appeared he had yet to unlock the secrets of the forbidden reincarnation technique. At this moment, he requires a period of stability to cultivate himself, until he can fully seize control of his destiny. Perhaps this is not such a bad thing after all. With this thought, Uzumaki Wudao's lips gently curled into a faint smile. "I have understood Lord Orochimaru's intentions. Indeed, I am unwilling to be subservient to Danzo. However, at present, I lack the confidence to extricate myself from Root." This time, Uzumaki Wudao made no effort to conceal his feelings, although his expression remained unchanged. A subtle sense of ease permeated his tone. Upon hearing this, a distinct smile flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice, "Soon. The opportune moment will arrive." Opportune moment. Uzumaki Wudao's expression shifted slightly, sensing something amiss. "Surely you are aware that in a few days, the Chunin exam will take place in Konoha. Any outsider wishing to become a Konoha ninja, aside from the graduates of the Ninja Academy, must undergo a rigorous test. Most of Konoha's upper echelon will be present for this examination. This selection process represents your most favorable opportunity." After a pause, a peculiar light flickered in Orochimaru's gaze as he observed Uzumaki Wudao's furrowed brows and astonished demeanor, before continuing slowly, "Do you truly believe that there are no individuals in Konoha whom Danzo fears? That person embodies the highest honor of this village. He is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. It is he. Uzumaki Wudao's expression abruptly changed, a flicker of understanding crossing his mind. Indeed, the opportunity Orochimaru spoke of aligned seamlessly with his previous plans. He could exploit the Fourth's formidable presence to break free from Root's grasp. Perhaps Danzo does not hold the Fourth himself in high regard, yet he cannot overlook the significance behind that legacy, Shadow Hokage, the supreme representation of Konoha. Furthermore, the lineage of the Hokage is undoubtedly one that Root cannot surpass, thus even Danzo must harbor deep-seated apprehensions. Simultaneously, within Konoha, the Fourth's wife is also of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, she is the current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. As he mused to himself with an air of amusement, in truth, it seems that Danzo values not merely your potential when he inscribed the mark to control you, but rather, he places greater importance on the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan that resides within you. The ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Nine Tails. The most powerful tailed beast in existence. Its chakra energy is unparalleled, and the role of the Jinchuriki has historically been entrusted to the members of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, the Uzumaki bloodline is exceedingly precious to Konoha. From Danzo's perspective, controlling you may offer the opportunity to dominate the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails. Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Wudo's expression froze, his gaze flickering. He was well aware of the Nine Tails' existence, and even more so of the significant events that would later transpire in Konoha. The Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha, leading to the Fourth's demise. Ultimately, the Nine Tails was sealed within the body of his only son, Uzumaki Naruto, who would become the new generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In this moment, if there were indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan present, the choice of the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails might incite a fresh wave of turmoil. Of course, Danzo could not possibly grasp this matter. Yet he could proactively arrange for it, plotting to seize control of the Nine Tails on some future day. Contemplating this, a chill surged within him. Perhaps Danzo had already conceived of this notion, and even at this moment, he seemed to have no intention of reclaiming the secret technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan. As if it had slipped his mind entirely, which subtly indicated something significant. The scroll of the Uzumaki clan encapsulated the essence of the sealing arts. How could he possibly forget it? The only plausible explanation is that Danzo was deliberately feigning ignorance, unperturbed by the secrets contained within the Uzumaki scroll. For the sake of the Nine Tails, perhaps? Uzumaki Wudao murmured to himself, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his gaze. Suddenly, a shadow in the distance shifted, and Orochimaru approached slowly, speaking in a measured tone. The Nine Tails is the most formidable tailed beast in existence, and it also represents a uniquely potent force within Konoha, consistently under the dominion of the Uchiha clan. Should your identity as an Uzumaki be divulged, the Uchiha would undoubtedly take you away. They would not allow a potential vessel to thrive in obscurity. This is an inevitable choice. Even Danzo would have to concede. Uzumaki Wudao fell silent for a moment, fully comprehending the timing Orochimaru referred to. Although his previous thoughts had echoed a similar path, it now appeared clearer and more lucid. As shadows danced around him, he suddenly experienced a flash of insight within his heart, his pupils tightening slightly as he spoke slowly. Danzo may indeed value the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, but I wonder why Lord Orochimaru is so keen to assist me, even at the risk of offending Danzo? This question visibly startled Orochimaru, but he quickly composed himself, offering a subdued smile as he replied, "Potential. Your potential is what drew me to you. This world is replete with intriguing phenomena. Yet only power that transcends all can unveil these truths. The strength I recognize as supreme is the wood release of the First Hokage. However, your bloodline has revealed certain possibilities to me, the potential to evolve into the ultimate force." The ultimate force, indeed. Uzumaki Wudo's gaze deepened. He had never denied in either his past life or this one that the power of metal could not achieve supremacy. Though he was not an enigmatic and fearsome wielder of time, he had nonetheless ascended to the pinnacle of that highest mountain. As for the path of the ninja, he firmly believed in his ability to succeed in this life, surpassing all obstacles to reach the end of this journey. Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, your bloodline possesses a unique ability to manipulate metal, even integrating with flesh. Uzumaki Wudao silently nodded. His metallic chakra, refined through mental prowess, could indeed envelop flesh and blood, representing his fundamental capability. As expected, upon receiving the answer, a distinct smile spread across Orochimaru's lips. This shared trait resonates with that of the wood release. The first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, once established peace through his unique wood release abilities, which are widely regarded as the most formidable power in existence. And your bloodline abilities, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze suddenly brightening, possess potential akin to wood release. Similar, you say? Uzumaki Mudo could not suppress a cold chuckle within, as he had never believed that the power of wood release could surpass that of metal. Rather, he was convinced that metal would utterly eclipse the power of wood. While Orochimaru acknowledged the might of metal, his understanding was rooted in the principles of wood release, leaving him oblivious to the true capabilities of metal. I eagerly anticipate your continued growth. It would be a shame if you were to succumb to darkness, he continued. The fall of a genius always evokes a sense of lament. Orochimaru glided past Uzumaki Muto, this time not pausing, but instead proceeding into the darkness behind him, his figure gradually fading from view. Humph, it won't be that easy, Uzumaki Muto murmured to himself, turning his head. As shadows loomed, his gaze remained unwavering towards the path ahead. Light forever belonged to the skies above Konoha, much like darkness perpetually accompanied the underground. At the base of a steep cliff, four monumental rock statues stood sentinel, silently observing the village below. They embodied the spirit of this village and represented the protectors, past and present, of the realm. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight cascaded down, draping the statues in a delicate golden sheen, rendering them particularly radiant and sacred. In this solemn place, two figures bathed in the morning sun stood atop the stone visage, gazing serenely at the tranquil village beneath. A gentle breeze swept through, causing their identical white ceremonial robes, adorned with flickering flame-like patterns, to sway gently, akin to ripples dancing across a placid lake, evoking a sense of purity and tranquility. These two silhouettes mirrored each other. Only their identities diverged. One figure, somewhat diminutive and bearing the marks of age, was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The other, strikingly youthful and handsome, sported brilliant golden hair, illuminated by the sun's rays, exuding an aura of serene golden light. His azure eyes shimmered with a gentle warmth as he quietly surveyed the village below and the expanding horizon beyond. This young man was none other than the current Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Thus the situation unfolded. The actions of the Uchiha clan, orchestrated by Dans, were excessively drastic. In a hasty decision, he acted unilaterally, while not dismissing certain ulterior motives. It was ultimately for the stability of Konoha and the Land of Fire that he behaved so autocratically. In the tranquil morning light, the third Hokage turned slightly to regard the handsome youth beside him, speaking in a gentle tone. Indeed, the golden light flickered as the fourth Hokage nodded slightly, retracting his distant gaze, a profound brilliance flashing momentarily in the depths of his eyes. The Umbu had thoroughly investigated the matter. The Uchiha clan had been unusually active lately, attempting to steal the secrets of Konoha. Although the decision made by Dans was indeed abrupt, it was not entirely erroneous. This village, currently, there remains a necessity for this concealed force to offer protection. The fourth Hokage gradually closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he reopened them, stating calmly, "In a few days, the selection of the lower ninjas will take place. This time, we must prepare thoroughly to prevent a recurrence of such incidents." Indeed, quite right. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. He knew his former comrade all too well. Although the Tokugawa clan might have harbored ulterior motives in issuing the order for annihilation, they would not act personally. Yet, this time, he had chosen to venture north, which undoubtedly hinted at significant secrets. Such occurrences, pertaining to the Shadow's dark division, could not have gone unnoticed. The fourth Hokage might have already discerned Danzo's intentions, but at this moment, he opted for silence, showing no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. The coexistence of light and darkness was a directive from his mentor, the second Hokage, regarding the protection of Konoha, a mission he had consistently fulfilled. His greatest hope was for both sides to coexist harmoniously, safeguarding Konoha together. Minato had indeed become the most qualified guardian. This village was on the brink of an era of peace. The third Hokage silently raised his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips, for he no longer needed to worry about the village. The fourth would surpass him as the Hokage. This belief had always been profound. The brilliance of light grew ever more intense, and the winds atop the high cliffs began to pick up. Suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air, landing not far from them, startling both men. The newcomer was a dark-cloaked ninja with a fox mask, kneeling respectfully before them. Lord Third, Lord Fourth, the Umbu Kakashi, dispatched for the Rainvale rescue mission, has returned to the village. He has finally returned. The fourth Hokage turned his head slightly, a smile appearing on his face. However, the Umbu ninja narrowed his eyes slightly, hesitating as he spoke. What has transpired? The rescue mission was exceedingly peculiar. During the journey back, the Leaf Ninja, Rin, suddenly suggested that Kakashi eliminate her, as she had been implanted with a unique weapon from the mist, which would trigger uncontrollable chaos upon their return to Konoha, allowing the mist to launch an attack on the village. What happened afterward, Kakashi? Upon hearing this, the fourth's brow furrowed. He understood his disciple. Not only Kakashi, but also Rin's mindset. Perhaps, at this moment, the situation had become irretrievable. Mist ninjas relentlessly pursued, igniting a battlefield. By the time the support team arrived, the scene was drenched in blood. Rin and all pursuing mist ninjas had perished, their bodies gruesomely dismembered. The only survivor was Kakashi, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. The mist ninjas have also fallen. Could it be that a third-party force has intervened? A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed his gaze, and the heart of Minato Namikaze suddenly grew heavy as he turned his head to glance at the third Hokage beside him. Perhaps it was the adversarial forces of the Mist Village. Otherwise, Kakashi would have also met a grim fate. Yet, why did Lin, a fellow Leaf Ninja, also lose her life? The third Hokage murmured softly, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. The Umbu Ninja hesitated in his speech but soon spoke in a somber tone. Upon examination of the wound, it is suspected that Lin's demise resulted from Raikiri. What? Kakashi. Minato's expression darkened abruptly. Raikiri was a high-level jutsu developed solely by his esteemed disciple, Kakashi. No one else in the ninja world could wield it. Kakashi killed Lin. Thoughts raced through his mind, recalling the earlier words of the Umbu Ninja regarding Lin being ensnared by a unique weapon from the mist. Could it be that this was the reason? Minato chose not to listen any longer, his brow furrowing slightly. In the next moment, his body vanished from that place. The mist, an unknown force. Could peace once again be shattered? Meanwhile, the third Hokage's expression grew increasingly grave as he furrowed his brows and whispered softly. At that moment, within a towering building located in the heart of the Leaf Village, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in a room on the top floor. In an instant, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had been on the outer cliffs of the village, now found himself in this very room. The atmosphere was eerily silent. No one was present. Minato's gentle brow furrowed slightly, but his gaze quickly fell upon a scroll standing upright on the floor. A report scroll. He murmured softly to himself, walking over to pick it up. A brief glance revealed Kakashi's signature at the bottom of the scroll. The rising sun shone brilliantly, casting a vibrant glow over the bustling village. Yet, in the most secluded area of Konoha, silence reigned supreme. Here stood several half-height black crystal monuments, each inscribed with the words Heroic Spirit. The Heroic Spirit Monument, the resting place of fallen heroes, contained the souls of all who perished on the battlefield for the Leaf. In one corner, a solitary figure stood before a Heroic Spirit Monument, gazing deeply and silently. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the surrounding yellowed leaves, causing the silver strands of hair to sway gently. Obito. A whisper emerged, faint yet heavy with profound regret. Lin, as the name, reminiscent of a nightmare, escaped his lips. Kakashi's figure trembled slightly, his expression beneath the mask contorting in agony. Lin died beneath my Raikiri. I killed her with my own hands. I once vowed to take care of Lin. Yet, I was the one who first shattered that promise. Not only to you, but I also betrayed the trust of my teacher, Minato. With a low voice, Kakashi slowly removed the fox mask from his face, revealing his vacant, haggard eyes. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him, a silence as deep as an abyss. He slowly raised his head, his gaze lost in the expanse of the sky above. A solitary figure emerged silently in the distance, gazing with a troubled expression at Kakashi's retreating silhouette. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, who held in his hands the report scroll authored by Kakashi, his demeanor reflecting a complex array of emotions. His disciple had perished in the brutal shadows of the Third Great Ninja War, and now, another had tragically succumbed to the machinations in the hidden Rain Village. Only this most outstanding disciple remained, apathetically enduring the weight of all this suffering. Standing there, he felt acutely the dark aura swelling in Kakashi's heart, chilling to the bone. Kakashi, he murmured softly to himself, hesitating momentarily before ultimately choosing not to reveal himself. With a wistful sigh, he vanished once more into the ether. As the vibrant leaves fell, separated by a mere thread of fate, some pains could only be alleviated through the passage of time, rather than through monotonous words of consolation. Thus, Minato departed as quietly as he had arrived. Beneath the gentle breeze and fallen leaves, Kakashi lingered in solitary silence for a moment before gradually turning to leave. The clamor of life continued unabated. The vast village of Konoha radiated astonishing vitality in the morning light. Yet, certain secluded areas exuded a faint, oppressive aura, shrouded in silence. A grand gate barred access to a considerable expanse of land, encompassing a series of streets where the citizens of Konoha resided. However, unlike the others, those in this vicinity bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan, a fan adorned in black and white, emblazoned on their waist. The Uchiha. This insignia represented the foremost clan of Konoha, and this was their exclusive domain, vast and sprawling. At this moment, within a tranquil training ground of the clan, a boy nearing 10 years of age maintained a calm demeanor as he swiftly formed hand seals. His small hands moved as if conjuring phantoms, executing 12 ninja hand signs with remarkable speed. Subsequently, he drew 2 shuriken from his leg wraps, and with a flick of his wrists, they transformed into shadows, hurtling towards the corner. Thud! Both shurikens struck the wooden target at the corner with barely a whisper, remarkably close to one another. Suddenly, a crisp applause resonated from the side, followed by a deep voice that echoed, "Truly, you are the elite prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shursui. Your shuriken technique deserves the title of the finest among the youth." The boy turned, startled, and upon recognizing the visitor, he straightened his posture and bowed slightly, replying respectfully, "Esteemed clan leader." The newcomer was a serious young man, his countenance stern and meticulous, yet at that moment, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Beside him stood a striking young boy of about 5 or 6, his gaze cold as he regarded the shuriken embedded in the target, remaining silent. Upon noticing this boy, Shursui's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a gentle tone, "Itachi, will you also be training in the family training ground?" "Yes, indeed," he replied. "Itachi has solidified his foundation at the Ninja Academy. It is time for him to undergo secret training." The young man Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, his gaze admiringly fixed on Shursui, and remarked, "Thus, I wish to request your guidance in teaching Itachi the fundamentals of shuriken and certain ninjutsu techniques. For my leisure time is rather limited." "Me? Is that possible?" Shursui replied, momentarily taken aback and filled with uncertainty. "Haha. As an elite genius of the Uchiha clan, you undoubtedly possess the qualification for this task. Moreover, Itachi has made his own decision to participate in the Genin examination." "Genin examination? Isn't graduation from the Ninja Academy sufficient to be granted Genin status? That applies only to the children of the village. Every few years, Konoha seeks to infuse new blood, offering opportunities to war orphans or exceptionally gifted individuals from other villages. Through rigorous tests, they may become the most peripheral ninjas. Those with mediocre potential will be relegated to the outer regions, limiting their achievements for life. Conversely, if a youth demonstrates the potential to ascend to Jonin level, they may be exceptionally admitted as an internal ninja of Konoha, receiving focused training." As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku placed a comforting hand on Itachi's head and said softly, "This is a chance for a trial of survival, an opportunity for growth that cannot be learned in the tranquil halls of the Ninja Academy. After all, as ninjas, we are destined to tread the battlefield of life and death." He gazed intently at the young boy before him, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. A struggle for survival, a trial of life and death. Many who were once ordinary from childhood may undergo a transformation in the face of mortality, soaring to great heights. While geniuses too can travel further still. Life and death, intertwined with decay, also heralds transformation. He had articulated this so clearly, how would the young boy before him choose? If the latter possessed the courage to face mortality, it would indeed be a blessing for the Uchiha. Yet, should he choose retreat or indifference, then regardless of his innate talent, his future achievements would ultimately be constrained. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had silently stood beside Fugaku, was also observing intently. Uchiha Shursui's brow twitched slightly, and he slowly lowered his head, his stark black and white eyes shifting dramatically, the crimson hue accompanied by a conspicuous tomo, slowly swirling. "Since Itachi is participating, I shall partake as well. Without this resolve, how could I have the right to instruct him?" He slightly raised his head, the confidence in his eyes as profound and intense as an abyss. "Indeed, it is Uchiha Shursui." Fugaku's gaze brightened slightly, a smile spreading across his lips, his heart filled with tranquility. He then cast a quiet glance at his son standing nearby, silently acknowledging, "Itachi, Shursui, even among the Uchiha clan, where talents shine like countless stars, they are among the select few at the pinnacle. The fate of the Uchiha will ultimately rest in their hands." With a sense of warm satisfaction, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly departed from the training grounds. Perhaps, just as he had envisioned, the destiny of the Uchiha would indeed fall into the hands of these two still youthful boys. However, it seemed the outcome did not unfold as he had hoped. At this moment, aside from the Uchiha clan, nearly all the prominent ninja families in Konoha were either directly participating or encouraging their most exceptional descendants to engage in the upcoming Nin selection. The Hyuga, Aburame, Inazuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Saratobi clans regarded this selection as a battleground for their junior members, viewing the chosen youths as the finest whetstones to hone their skills. Through the crucible of blood and fire, they aimed to temper the impetuosity of their kin, facilitating a transformation that would lay a solid foundation for their evolution into outstanding ninjas. In stark contrast, those from lesser villages, lacking inherent advantages, were dismissed, their fates left to chance amidst the struggle for survival. The principle of survival of the fittest is, after all, the most fundamental law of this world. Simultaneously, should one endure this trial, the most dazzling among them may not necessarily be the scions of prestigious families. Gold glimmers brilliantly, but only through the fierce flames can its true brilliance be revealed. The Ch-Nin selection appeared to captivate all of Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. In a matter of days, several elegantly attired figures arrived in Konoha, hailing from the heart of this great nation, belonging to its upper echelons, including even the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The destiny of a village or a nation for decades to come had become entwined with theirs from the moment they set foot in the village. Success would bestow upon them the power to transform their lives, marking the pivotal shift from ordinary citizens to ninjas. Conversely, failure would render them mere stepping stones for others, crushed to dust. As they harbored excitement and longing, the higher echelons of Konoha and the Land of Fire shared a similarly complex array of emotions. Ninjas are the supreme rulers of this world, safeguarding their nations and territories. A formidable ninja can deter neighboring countries from daring to instigate conflict, serving as a crucial pillar of peace. The Land of Fire, in particular, harbored an urgent need for such strength, not only because it lies at the center of the four great nations of thunder, earth, wind, and water, occupying the most prosperous and fertile lands, but also due to the victories it had secured in the Second and Third Ninja Wars. Though triumph brings joy, it has inadvertently intensified the animosity of the four great nations towards the Land of Fire. Thus, in each of the three great ninja wars, Konoha found itself in conflict with one, two, or even three other villages. Had it not been for the emergence of numerous talented ninjas from Konoha over the past decade, such as the legendary three, White Fang, and the Fourth Hokage, Konoha and the Land of Fire might have been on the brink of turmoil. In this world, peace is a luxury, and no one can predict its duration. Even a minor friction could ignite mutual hatred among ninjas, potentially triggering the next great ninja war. If one were to infer from the outcomes of the previous three wars, Konoha would likely face even greater pressure and assaults in the fourth great ninja war, a fact that caused them considerable concern. They yearned for Konoha to discover and nurture new prodigious ninjas, ensuring stability for the decades to come. As the sun descended and the moon ascended, the days of anxious anticipation passed quietly and almost imperceptibly. At last, beneath a new dawn, the day of the selection for the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha has arrived. The underground realm of the root is shrouded in darkness, as silent and oppressive as iron, akin to a deep abyss or a dense forest. The corridors resemble a tangled web, sprawling across the entire expanse. In a lower-level hallway, several figures gradually approach a stark, tightly shut iron door. Among them are the root ninjas, Hyuga Yukino and Yamanaka Sakuji. As scions of prominent clans in Konoha, they have, through Danzo's personal endorsement, formally joined the root. However, with the selection for lower-ranked ninjas imminent, Danzo has refrained from assigning any other tasks, prioritizing their representation in this dark foundation. At this moment, they are following the guidance of a root ninja to locate the last member of their trio, Uzumaki Nato. What an air of arrogance! Has he forgotten that today marks the day of the selection for lower-ranked ninjas? Yamanaka Sakuji's eyes glimmered briefly beneath the shadow of his hood, revealing a hint of impatience. Yet he merely mused this thought in his mind, refraining from voicing it aloud. The recent elimination match still lingered in his memory, a moment that marked his first experience of intense humiliation and rage. In the aftermath, he had reflectively replayed the brief encounter with Uzumaki Nato, acknowledging that while he had perhaps underestimated his opponent, the conclusion remained that Nato's unique abilities utterly countered his own offensive techniques. His parasitic insects proved ineffective against Nato's exceptional physical form, as neither biting nor corroding elicited any result. This ability imposed a comprehensive suppression upon him, inciting both resentment and frustration. A moment later, an idea seemed to strike him, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appears that the Inuzuka clan has conveyed news of their intention to send their talented scion to participate in this examination, which is indeed an intriguing development. Those individuals are near graduates from the Ninja Academy, leading figures among the youth of prestigious clans, possessing formidable strength. Yamanaka Sakuji contemplated this coldly, however, unbeknownst to him. It was not only the Inuzuka clan that had dispatched the maximum allotted number of participants for this lower-ranked ninja examination, but nearly all of the great clans of Konoha had done so, including his own, the Yamanaka clan. Their shared objective was to seek out Uzumaki Nato. At the end of the corridor, behind the iron door, a flickering light akin to a morning star suddenly ignited in the dimness, appearing like a blade's edge. In an instant, Uzumaki Nato opened his eyes. Before him lay a room cloaked in shadows, illuminated only by a flickering remnant of a candle, identical to the chamber where Danzo had previously left his mark upon him, save for the addition of a simple wooden bed and dining table. Perhaps having lingered in the darkness for too long, a sense of bewilderment clouded his gaze momentarily, but soon waves of memories surged forth in his mind. 3 days have passed. After meeting with Orochimaru, Danzo had informed the root ninjas to disperse the trio and provided them with separate living quarters. In the dimly lit room, Uzumaki Wudao immersed himself in the initial training of swordsmanship, his enthusiasm unabated and without a trace of dissent. He delved deeper into his solitary practice. The refinement of chakra and the exercises of hand seals consumed his time. Yet the majority of his efforts were dedicated to the rigorous mastery of sword techniques. With the formidable support of his mental prowess, he remarkably achieved the mastery of the one-sword style's Iajutsu just half a day ago, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Among the Tokugawa clan, only a select few were deemed worthy to practice the divine sword techniques, and Tokugawa Yasushi was known to be the fastest learner, taking nearly a decade to grasp the intricacies of Iajutsu despite drawing his blade thousands of times daily. In contrast, Uzumaki Wudao, with the aid of his powerful and enigmatic mental strength, accomplished this in a mere 3.5 days, all while still engaging in chakra refinement and hand seal training. Such a stunning outcome elicited even a hint of excitement from Wudao, whose disposition was typically rather indifferent. The shadows on the dim walls flickered as Uzumaki Wudao rose slowly, his eyes gently closed, his hand deftly gripping the hilt of his sword, enveloped in silence. At that moment, the room seemed to be devoid of any presence. Even the sounds of breathing or the heartbeat were entirely muted. With a swift motion, the blade, nearly silent, was drawn, flashing through the air before him in an instant, unleashing a fine, sharp aura that sliced towards the iron door ahead. With a soft clang, the door trembled violently, a slender gap appearing as the aura cut through, revealing 3 faces illuminated by the faint light seeping through the crevice, causing Wudao to momentarily pause. Outside the door, the 3 individuals wore expressions of icy stillness. They had narrowly escaped the lethal trajectory of the razor-sharp aura that, but for a hair's breadth, could have cleaved through them. With a series of clicks, the iron door swung open, exposing the composed visage of Uzumaki Wudao. However, the trio's gaze did not immediately settle upon him. Their attention was instinctively drawn to the door, which seemed to possess an almost magical allure. Intricate and densely interwoven, the inner surface of the somewhat antiquated iron door was etched with countless gashes. Moments later, in a concealed alleyway within Konoha, 4 figures emerged slowly. Uzumaki Wudao, with his eyes gently shut, inhaled deeply, acclimatizing himself to the brightness of the outside world. Behind him, apart from Hyuga Yukino and Oilwoman Yuzuki, a silent yet spectral root ninja observed him with keen interest, particularly fixated on the glimmering long blade at his waist. The iron door, now riddled with cuts so fine they resembled strands of hair, continued to astonish them. In the span of just 3 days, they contemplated the sheer volume of strikes required to produce such an effect. They could envision it but could hardly comprehend it. It is essential to recognize that the training of a ninja is not only monotonous but also profoundly exhausting. The refinement of chakra, alongside the practice of various physical techniques and ninjutsu, demands an immense expenditure of energy, inevitably leading to mental fatigue over time. Even a naturally gifted ninja can train for no more than 6 hours in a day, while the average ninja can hardly sustain their efforts for 4 hours. Notably, Uzumaki Wudao appears to be an exception to this rule. Has this individual truly not rested at all during these past few days? Such a revelation is both astonishing and terrifying. The root ninja's gaze sharpened as he pondered deeply, and beneath the mask, an imperceptible change flickered across his expression. At that moment, he recalled the mission entrusted to him by Lord Danzo. For this Chunin examination, there was no need for special instructions regarding Hinata and Aburame. Uzumaki Wudao had been given but one command, Eliminate all challengers without holding back. This directive applied even to the esteemed scions of the Leaf Village. Humph, Uzumaki the Fourth. A surge of emotion welled within the root ninja as he sensed that his superior had made some significant preparations, yet he remained oblivious to the intricacies of the plan. Perhaps with the commencement of the Chunin examination, the once bustling streets of Konoha were now markedly quieter, with fewer figures in green vests to be seen. As they all congregated at the testing grounds, following the root ninja, Uzumaki Wudao and his companions gradually approached the northwestern outskirts of the village, where a grand dual-tiered tower loomed majestically. At the pinnacle of the tower, a colossal sculpture of hands forming a seal exuded an air of authority and mystery. This was indeed the location designated for the Chunin examination. As the four of them drew near the tower's entrance, it felt akin to stepping into a battlefield on the verge of eruption. A chilling, indifferent atmosphere enveloped them, thick with the aura of impending conflict. Within the spacious first level, numerous youthful figures gathered, their countenances devoid of the innocence and exuberance typical of their age. Instead, they resembled seasoned veterans, emerging from the throes of life and death, exuding an intimidating ferocity. As Uzumaki Wudao and his companions pressed forward, the root ninja turned to depart. Having fulfilled the tasks and instructions laid out by Danzo, now, only the outcome remained to be seen. Uzumaki Wudao felt a weight in his heart, repeatedly contemplating Danzo's intentions. The command to hold nothing back and to slay all challengers. Was this truly an invitation to unleash his fury? He found himself unable to decipher the underlying meaning at that moment, yet he firmly believed that Danzo would not issue orders without significance. There must be a deeper purpose at play. This unpredictability stirred an innate sense of unease within him. The upper tier of the testing ground was not isolated from the lower level. The second tier merely encircled the first, resembling a spectator's gallery, allowing those above to observe all activities below with clarity. Consequently, the entrance of Uzumaki Wudao and his companions did not escape the notice of certain watchful eyes. At last, they have arrived. I was beginning to think he would not dare to participate. The speaking youth stood among a throng of individuals on the second tier, their expressions calm yet unyielding, devoid of any hint of trepidation, as if they regarded the ongoing assessment with detached amusement. Emerging slowly, he surveyed the crowd below with a frigid demeanor, his short hair resembling steel needles. Distinctive triangular markings, reminiscent of canine fangs, etched prominently along the sides of his face, signifying him as a scion of the Inuzuka clan. His name was Inuzuka Wolf, a paragon among the contemporary youth of his lineage. The assembly behind him comprised the descendants of Konoha's most illustrious families. Hey! Inuzuka Wolf's gaze narrowed as it fell upon Oil Girl Shuji, who stood beside Uzumaki Wudao. And he suddenly bellowed, his eyes locking onto Wudao with the intensity of a predator. The sudden outburst reverberated throughout the otherwise quiet testing ground, capturing the attention of all present, including Uzumaki Wudao, who instinctively turned to see the ferocious gaze of Inuzuka Wolf upon him. A slight frown creased Wudao's brow, but in the next moment, his expression relaxed as he recognized the emblematic tattoo of the Inuzuka clan. A smirk flickered across his mind. He was acutely aware that after he had slain a member of the Inuzuka clan, an irreparable rift had formed between him and this clan. It was evident that this young Inuzuka was not approaching with amicable intentions, though he had initially intended to eliminate both the Inuzuka and Oil Girl clans. His plans had been thwarted by Danzo, who had sensed his intentions and intervened. Nonetheless, Wudao felt no regret. Had the scions of the Inuzuka and Oil Girl clans not initiated a lethal assault against him, he would not have contemplated annihilating them to apply pressure on Danzo, thereby liberating himself from the root's control. Ultimately, the Inuzuka clan had brought this upon themselves. Moreover, as Hinata Yukio had once mentioned, the Inuzuka clan would refrain from deploying their elite members against him to preserve the dignity of their esteemed lineage. With this in mind, Wudao regarded Inuzuka Wolf with an indifferent expression, suddenly breaking into a cold smile that betrayed a hint of disdain. How intriguing! Inuzuka Wolf's gaze turned frosty as he observed Wudao's demeanor, a similarly sharp smile curving his lips. In an instant, he sprang into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he leaped from the second tier's railing. The sound of his landing was almost imperceptible, and in the blink of an eye, Inuzuka Wolf reappeared behind Uzumaki Wudao, his movements as swift as lightning. Though one of my clan's youths fell by your hand, he was merely an outcast within our ranks. Our clan's secret techniques are not to be underestimated, he stated, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority as he regarded Wu Dao's unmoving neck. Uzumaki Wu Dao, however, remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged and devoid of any response. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking action against you here. The silence of Uzumaki Wu Dao seemed to be pierced by Inuzuka Wolf's palpable tension. As he continued, the lower ninja examination consists of 2 stages, with only the second being a formal confrontation between the 2 parties. I shall demonstrate my prowess before the multitude. He paused, a smirk gracing his lips, then retreated a step, positioning himself atop the railing of the 2nd floor. The 1st floor descended into a hushed stillness, yet some mocking gazes invariably fell upon Uzumaki Wu Dao, their meaning unmistakable. At that moment, not far from the gathering of elite youths on the 2nd floor, 2 young men clad in black observed the scene with indifference. Their attire bore the emblem of a black and white fan, the insignia of the Uchiha clan, the foremost lineage of Konoha. The Uchiha, even among Konoha's prestigious families, stood out as the most unique. Renowned for their formidable strength and exceptional talent, they were dubbed the clan of geniuses, which fostered a certain arrogance among their members. That individual's strength should not be underestimated, remarked the elder of the 2, his eyes slowly closing as he spoke. The younger one, his gaze flickering, nodded in agreement. They were none other than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Their conversation went unnoticed by others. As the elite youths of Konoha on the 2nd floor watched the returning Inuzuka Wolf with keen interest, their eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Humph. It seems even the rumors from the root can be somewhat misleading. This fellow may be superior to those discarded by their families, yet he remains no match for me. Inuzuka Wolf perched himself atop the railing, an expression of mild disdain gracing his features as he casually explained. Woof. As he returned, a small dog with a gleaming silver coat leaped onto his shoulder, affectionately barking. Inuzuka Wolf patted it, but in that moment, a chilling thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile spread across his face. Though that individual from my clan is a waste, his ninja dog, Kuroya, was born alongside my Howling Moon. Due to that fool's demise, Kuroya perished as well. This debt must be settled with that boy. He cannot be allowed to die easily. With that, Inuzuka Wolf turned his head slightly, his gaze landing coldly on Uzumaki Wu Dao. This time, his expression bore no trace of a smile, only a frigid intent to kill. Hee. Such an intriguing affair must not be missed, especially since my opponent seems to be on the same team as him. Both belong to the root. At that moment, another figure approached the railing, uttering indifferently, then casting a fleeting glance below, whereupon his gaze locked onto another's. Below, it became evident that not only the Inuzuka clan was present, nearly all of the younger generation of Konoha's prestigious families participated. Inuzuka Wolf's appearance not only drew attention to Uzumaki Wu Dao, but also captivated the collective interest of the youths on the 2nd floor, igniting a flurry of whispers. As one person emerged slowly from the shadows, Yunushuji, standing beside Shinju Wu Dao, gradually adopted a solemn expression. The earlier hint of mockery in his gaze towards Shinju Wu Dao vanished without a trace. Their eyes clashed momentarily in the void, and then silence enveloped them. The individual was cloaked in a flowing green robe, exuding an aura of profound stillness, akin to a decaying tree, devoid of any discernible presence. Yunyu Chinmo. Yunushuji's countenance darkened, and his pupils constricted sharply. After a brief moment, he averted his gaze, sweeping it across all the youths present above. His thoughts raced, and upon glimpsing the 2 Uchiha boys clad in black robes in the corner, a sudden understanding seemed to dawn upon him, transforming his expression into one of dismay. It appears you have also discerned the truth. Hinata Yukio's cold voice resonated softly, her gaze sweeping calmly over the assembly. So what if I have? You are different from me. You hail from the Hinata clan, willingly undertaking trials in the root, while I am merely a failure of my lineage. Yunushuji retorted, his voice laced with bitterness. He walks in the sunlight as a victor, able to further his studies at the Ninja Academy, while I can only gasp for breath in the darkness of the root, enduring a grim training devoid of light. We are destined to be lifelong adversaries. However, I never anticipated that our contest would be relocated to the Chunin examination. His tone grew increasingly resolute as he spoke, igniting a flicker of defiance within him. But I shall not remain defeated forever. Darkness is not my eternal home. This time, I shall triumph over him. Nearby, Shinju Wu Dao listened intently to their exchange, his gaze flickering as he observed the figure adorned in the distinct attire of the Yunyu clan on the 2nd floor. It became apparent that the elite scions of Konoha were not as harmonious as one might assume. Yet, This was to be expected. The Tokugawa clan had also experienced intense rivalry in the past, not to mention these ninja clans. Within these clans, the methods employed were far more transparent, creating conflicts among the younger generation due to distinctions between the main and branch families or variations in talent. The entanglements and rivalries among these clan offspring were often regarded as standards for rewards and punishments, thereby stimulating the ambitions of those from fallen families. At the very least, the Inuzuka clan had achieved this objective. As time passed, the previously heavy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps, drawing the attention of many. Soon, more than 10 indistinct figures gradually emerged from the sunlight in the entrance corridor. Bathed in light, their forms remained unclear for a moment. "What a delightful bunch of little rascals!" exclaimed the leader of the group, a smile breaking across his features as he observed the unmistakably extraordinary youths before him. As his words echoed, he stepped further into the sunlight, his visage coming into focus for all to see. A middle-aged ninja clad in a green vest, adorned with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village upon his forehead, stood tall and imposing. His rugged visage bore an air of solemnity, seemingly somewhat dull, yet the glimmer of intelligence concealed within his gaze was unmistakably evident. Behind him trailed over a dozen youthful ninjas, similarly attired, who followed closely as they navigated through the throng. Making their way to the forefront, the middle-aged ninja turned, his penetrating eyes sweeping across the assembly, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Subsequently, his gaze ascended slightly, casting a casual glance at a group of youths situated on the second level, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly, revealing an elusive, inscrutable expression. Though he had been aware in advance that the scions of prominent families in Konoha were not strangers to participating in the trials of lower-ranked ninjas, he was taken aback by the sheer number of these distinguished youths this time around, significantly more than in previous years. He pondered how many of these youngsters would endure. As he surveyed the young ones below, a tinge of regret flickered in his heart, yet he swiftly quelled this fleeting sentiment. Such decisions were made by those in power, and his role was merely to acquiesce. In his heart, he believed that these esteemed heirs of Konoha were destined to uphold the future of the world. While these young ninjas might possess a modicum of potential, they were hardly regarded as favorable candidates, himself included. Cough, cough. Enough. The time has come. This lower-ranked ninja examination consists of 2 parts. We shall now commence with the first phase, and I am your chief examiner, Nabutsu Genma. The middle-aged ninja, Nabutsu Genma, focused his gaze, speaking with a measured tone. His eyes inadvertently brushed over the trio of Uzumaki Naruto, momentarily pausing as he scrutinized their attire before continuing. The theme of the first segment is a test. This test will assess your physical foundation, chakra attributes, and mental fortitude. This is crucial in determining your success as a ninja. Uzumaki Naruto, however, did not concentrate on the rules elucidated by the chief examiner. Amidst the crowd, he instinctively unleashed his mental energy, enveloping a dual-level tower. Threads of his mental prowess extended, gradually permeating every nook and cranny. Yet, Naruto furrowed his brow in slight dismay upon noticing that, aside from a few concealed Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows, there were no signs of the high-ranking officials from Konoha, let alone the figure he had hoped to see. After a moment of silence, Naruto gradually withdrew his mental energy, exhaling quietly as he contemplated. It seemed that the so-called second phase would be the focal point of this lower-ranked ninja examination. This initial test would likely not garner the attention of those individuals. The assessment was divided into 3 levels, evaluating the physical foundation, chakra attributes, and mental acuity. The so-called root bone examination serves to determine whether your bodies possess the potential to refine chakra. Previously, the chakra refining technique bestowed upon you upon entering the village is of paramount importance today. Although the time is somewhat limited, it is still possible to extract some chakra. Conversely, failure to do so indicates a lack of capability for chakra refinement, resulting in elimination and the sealing of memories related to the chakra refining technique. Bingzu Shuama spoke with unwavering composure, his voice resonating throughout the entire space. As his words waned, the expressions of several youths in the crowd shifted dramatically. At that moment, a sullen teenager in his teens could no longer restrain himself and questioned in a low tone, "Honorable examiner, we are not familiar with the chakra refining technique. How can we possibly succeed in just over 10 days? Are we not fit to become ninjas of Konoha?" Humph. Bingzu Shuema coldly furrowed his brow in disdain. Before he could respond, a boisterous voice from the second floor echoed downwards. "Failing to refine chakra in over 10 days? You are nothing but a waste. Utterly devoid of the talent to become a ninja. Humph. Being a ninja is not something just anyone can aspire to. It requires exceptional talent. The gloomy teenager's expression abruptly changed, his heart brimming with indignation as he looked up, fixing his gaze upon the arrogant face of a boy, whose demeanor was as haughty as his lineage. He recognized him as one of the members of the Inuzuka clan who had previously leaped down. Despite being a scion of a prestigious family in Konoha, the gloomy youth felt no trepidation and retorted coldly, "If we are the wastes, then what about you? Were it not for your noble lineage, you too might not be fit to become a ninja." "Oh, it appears you all share this sentiment." Inuzuka Wolf crossed his arms, surveying the crowd below, and noticed that not only the gloomy teenager but many others concealed within the throng bore similarly somber expressions, their gazes icy. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he slowly declared, "Then allow me to illustrate the vast chasm that exists between mediocrity and genius." With that, he gradually extended his right hand, forming a claw-like gesture in the air, and with a furrowed brow, a stream of blue energy, as thick as his fingers, coalesced at their tips. Chakra. The potency of the aura was remarkable. It manifested externally. What is this? The fluctuation of this chakra instantly captivated the attention of numerous youths below, with some unable to suppress their astonished gasps. "Humph. I began my training in chakra refinement at the tender age of 6, and I succeeded in just 2 days," Inuzuka Wolf proclaimed as he tightened his grip, causing the chakra to gradually dissipate. The visualization of chakra was not something he could easily master at this moment, as it required immense energy and could not be sustained for long. Witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Wudao couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Although his experience with chakra was far less than that of the noble offspring of Konoha, he was confident that his ability to refine chakra and the quantity he could produce surpassed all of them. This confidence stemmed not only from the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan, but also from his extraordinarily abundant mental capacity, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. 2 days. This is impossible. How could this be possible in such a brief span of time? I find it hard to believe. Below, numerous youths murmured in astonishment, their expressions revealing profound shock. Ahem. Well, the illustrious lineage of Konoha is indeed deeply rooted, and its scions are exceptionally gifted. Among them, some are rare elites from various clans. There is no need for you to compare yourselves with them, as it is utterly meaningless. At that moment, the calm and composed instructor, Banju Ginma, lightly cleared his throat and spoke nonchalantly, his gaze subtly fixating on the second level, a fleeting and inscrutable expression passing through his eyes. Humph. Upon witnessing that gaze imbued with a warning, Inuzuka Kiba scoffed disdainfully. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further, falling into silence. However, the crowd below gradually quieted down, an odd atmosphere beginning to permeate the air. Compared to them, it is indeed devoid of significance. Does this imply that they can never hope to compare with the esteemed scions of Konoha? A faint chill began to brew among the crowd, with furtive glances frequently directed towards the group of youths on the second level. Ah, our esteemed instructor Banju truly is a poor persuader. Look, those fellows below seem to have been ignited with fervor, their fighting spirit soaring. On the second level, a rotund boy with a spherical physique squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing the scene below, uttering words of astonishment. This is splendid. It perfectly aligns with our purpose for being here. I was feeling that the subsequent 1-on-1 or 3-on-3 matches might be rather dull. I hope their anger and pride continue to flourish. I do not wish to be disappointed. Another boy, clad in a tight black ninja outfit, coldly clenched his fist, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below, his eyes radiating an insatiable desire. Very well, let us begin. The assessment of innate talent will be conducted alongside the chakra attribute test. Below, with a subtle wave of his hand, Banju Ginma signaled, and the young ninjas behind him extracted several lengths of white paper from their respective packs. This is chakra test paper. It can sense the chakra attributes within each individual, and the method is to condense your chakra onto this paper. Accordingly, the chakra test paper will manifest different phenomena based on the distinct attributes. As he spoke, Banju Ginma took a piece of paper in his hand, then slightly gathered his chakra, causing a flicker of searing red light as the paper was incinerated. Thus, fire-type chakra will produce such a phenomenon, where the test paper is consumed by flames. Conversely, water-type will become damp, lightning-type will crinkle, wind-type will create cuts, and finally, earth-type will shatter. Each manifestation is unique, yet one thing remains constant. The emergence of phenomena on the chakra test paper signifies one's entry into the next stage of assessment. Failure to do so results in being deemed unsuccessful. Upon concluding his explanation, Beiju Genma quietly surveyed the entire first-floor arena, meticulously discerning the expressions and reactions of each youth as they received their chakra test papers from the Konoha ninjas, his mind engaged in contemplation. He bears the responsibility of being the chief examiner for the first phase, a stage that, while not receiving much attention from the higher-ups, serves merely as an initial elimination route. Nevertheless, he has received guidance from the upper echelons of Konoha, necessitating a brief record for each qualified candidate or those displaying considerable talent for future reference. Indeed, this young boy has succeeded, yet he appears somewhat advanced in age, seemingly around 15 or 16, with little potential remaining. This child possesses no qualifications to become a ninja, his chakra remains undetectable, and he only exhibits notable physical strength. However, there is another individual, a remarkable talent. Within just a short span of 10 days, he has managed to circulate his chakra with ease, truly a prodigy worthy of attention. Thus, he observes discreetly, remaining indifferent, while keeping a close watch on several exceptionally gifted youths. As the testing time gradually elapses, a subtle murmur begins to rise from the previously tranquil area, the crowd becoming somewhat disordered. Dozens of young ninjas clad in green vests calmly navigate through the throng of adolescents, handing over their testing papers, subsequently recording their judgments in their notebooks. While there are successes, the failures are far more numerous. How is this possible? I have refined my chakra, yet I cannot pass. A boy in the crowd exclaims, his face flushed with indignation and disbelief. Humph, young one, your chakra is far too scant, and your meridians are too narrow for proper circulation. This indicates that you are unfit to become a qualified ninja. Continuing would merely be a waste of time. The young ninja who has handed him the chakra testing paper glances at him with indifference, coldly retaking the paper from the boy's hand before turning to leave. This cannot be. I am the most gifted descendant of my clan. How could I fail to qualify even as a genin? This youth hails from a prominent family in the Land of Fire, possessing extraordinary talent from a young age, yet he now appears lost and disoriented. Muttering to himself in a state of despair, Humph, I hail from the capital of the Land of Fire. Must I endure such a lowly test? At this moment, another boy slowly raises his gaze from the testing paper, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarks, he is the same brooding youth from earlier. Huh. The testing ninja glanced at him with a look of incredulity, then reclaimed the paper in silence, proceeding to the next candidate. What does this mean? The brooding boy furrows his brows, staring perplexly at the retreating figure of the testing ninja. Haha, what a joke. Look at that fool. Flaunting the prestige of the capital here. How navi. A mocking voice erupts from behind him, exacerbating the already troubled mood of the brooding boy. Humph, this is Konoha, the guardian village of the Land of Fire, the strongest representative in the entire ninja world. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter and discussion erupts from behind him, aggravating his already darkening mood. He whirls around, his eyes narrowing with a cold glare. Inuzuka Wolf and two other similarly prestigious young ninjas from Konoha stroll by, entirely oblivious to the fiery gaze directed at them from the brooding boy. However, the group of youths on the second floor had already leaped down, weaving through the crowd and advancing towards the front. Some testing ninjas regarded them with indifference, showing no inclination to grant them the opportunity to take the test. This revelation stirred a flicker of emotion within the brooding youth, prompting him to voice his inquiry loudly. Chief Examiner, why are they exempt from the test? Have they passed directly? This seems terribly unjust. As he spoke, the brooding youth pointed vehemently at Inuzuka Kiba, his gaze betraying a hint of hostility. Oh, you mean them? The chief examiner, Do Shuema, cast a sidelong glance before explaining. They are about to graduate from the Ninja Academy and have already undergone testing. This time, it is unnecessary. Ahem, you must understand that the chakra testing paper is a precious resource, not easily produced. If we can save it, we shall. Listening to the examiner's obviously dismissive response, the brooding youth clenched his fist tightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his features. Fool, is this truly a specialty of the renowned city? What a perplexing creature. Don't you agree, Xiaya? Woof woof. The crisp sound of barking, mingled with laughter, caused the brooding youth to lose his composure, the veins on his neck bulging. You dare to call me a fool? With a fierce growl, he stepped forward, his hand instinctively resting on the short sword at his thigh, an aura of menace erupting forth. Oh. The three youths halted abruptly, their laughter fading. The display of spirit was commendable, however, it was futile. Inuzuka Kiba remained unmoved, eyes closed as he whispered softly. Suddenly, his form vanished, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the brooding youth, mirroring his previous treatment of Uzumaki Naruto. His speed surpassing the limits of human perception, rendering him nearly invisible. "This is utterly useless to me." His voice resonated in the ears of the brooding youth, chilling the turmoil within him instantaneously, a sudden wave of dread creeping over his scalp and swiftly enveloping his entire back. At that moment, he genuinely felt a life-threatening presence looming behind him, instilling a sense of panic that nearly suffocated him. "Humph, all the same garbage," Kiba muttered coldly. As he circled around the brooding youth, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Uzumaki Naruto, who was just a short distance away. At that moment, Naruto was pinching a testing paper between his fingers. It begins. I am eager to witness the unique properties of his so-called bloodline limit." Kiba's eyes brightened, fixating intently on the paper held by Naruto. Simultaneously, numerous discreet glances from the crowd fell upon Naruto, scrutinizing him deeply. Feeling the convergence of gazes around him, Naruto smiled faintly, harboring no intention of concealing anything. Although his metallic chakra had only been utilized once since entering Konoha, those from distinguished clans would surely recognize him, rendering any attempt at secrecy futile. With a stirring of intent, a strand of metallic chakra surged up his fingers, merging into the testing paper. Crack, crack. Shortly thereafter, a subtle disturbance arose, and the sheets of paper underwent an inexplicable transformation, shimmering with a faint golden luster. What is this change? The young ninja, who was testing the vortex, narrowed his eyes as he reached for the measuring paper. However, upon grasping it, his expression shifted dramatically. The once delicate sheet now felt considerably heavier, and its texture was as unyielding as iron, prompting him to apply more force. The paper bent slightly, yet it instantly returned to its original state upon the release of his fingers, resembling a resilient metal plate. Gold, iron, steel, tin, copper, none of these were accurate. Though it appeared metallic, it was not a mere singular type but rather an extraordinarily mixed superalloy. The young ninja silently assessed the situation, his gaze sparkling with insight, and discreetly marked the name of the vortex in his notebook, specifically annotating, "Possessor of bloodline chakra, unknown metal chakra, potential unknown." At that moment, the chief examiner, Ando Genma, gradually withdrew his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Bloodline limit holders are exceedingly rare, each possessing exceptionally high potential. Their innate talents far surpass the limits of ordinary ninjas, signifying a capability to ascend to the level of a Hokage, a truly remarkable gift. This young boy merits attention. In that instant, Ando Genma's eyes gleamed as he once again scrutinized the vortex among the crowd, pondering silently. On the same day, disciples from the Oil Girl clan also appeared here. Aside from the local Konoha students from the Ninja Academy, there was only one other location. Lord Danzo truly possesses remarkable means to locate bloodline limit holders. Half an hour later, this testing session was nearing its conclusion, with nearly half of the youths being ruthlessly eliminated, leaving only a little over 100 participants. The defeated candidates, dejected, were guided out of the testing area, rendering the space significantly more desolate. Well, you are all candidates who have undergone this preliminary selection. Thus, I trust you will breeze through the upcoming mental assessment. Ando Genma eagerly gathered the notebooks submitted by the young ninjas, nonchalantly announcing the next test. Mental assessment. The vortex narrowed his eyes slightly, displaying acute sensitivity to the term. A person's emotions can be as tumultuous as a vast ocean, concealing myriad secrets, all stemming from the depths of the human psyche, the essence of one's being, touching upon the very source of the soul, not easily accessible to others. Assessing the mind. Could this be a method employed by Konoha to prevent the leakage of their power structure? How cautious indeed. The vortex frowned slightly, silently contemplating that if the mental sea were to be laid bare for inspection, all of his secrets would be revealed, leaving no room for privacy. "Ah, I found it. This is it." At that moment, Ando Genma's spirit jolted as he opened a record book, his gaze sharpening. Vortex, 9 years old. The surname Vortex. Is it possible that apart from the esteemed Lady Kushina, the wife of the Fourth Hokage, there are still members of the Uzumaki clan residing within the ninja world? Nonetheless, this revelation is indeed a delightful surprise. The innate talents of the Uzumaki clan, combined with their unique bloodline limits, seem to align perfectly with the highest standards set forth by the upper echelons, signifying potential that has reached the level of a Hokage. The mere thought of this fills Yuma with an uncontainable sense of exhilaration, his heart quaking with anticipation. Hokage-level potential. This is a youth capable of ascending to the heights of a Hokage in the future, destined to gaze down upon the entirety of the Land of Fire. Although Konoha has never been short of prodigious ninja, with a production rate unparalleled throughout the ninja world, only a handful currently possess such Hokage-level talent and achievement. The elder generation, including the Third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, along with the Fourth Hokage, are among those few. Among the younger generation, only the Fourth's prodigious disciple, Kakashi, is endowed with such potential. Yet, the younger cohort has yet to exhibit such exceptional aptitude, seemingly lacking the spark to inherit the will of fire. However, from this day forth, Konoha shall rectify this shortcoming, welcoming a potential pillar of the village in the form of a mere 9-year-old boy. This village will flourish and grow stronger. Yuma suppressed the tremors within, the calm demeanor of a ninja preventing any unusual emotions from surfacing. He gently set the book down, narrowing his eyes to conceal a flicker of excitement. At that moment, a soft patter of footsteps broke the silence, echoing through the stillness. The footsteps halted abruptly, and a blurred figure appeared at the entrance of a tower corridor. Yet before anyone could turn to look, a low, chilling command resonated throughout the space. The art of mind manifestation, like a gentle breeze sweeping across the night sky as the words landed. A chilling and enigmatic wave spread through the air from the back of the crowd, rippling like water. This ripple seemed to possess an astonishingly terrifying power of illusion, enveloping all the youths, causing the world before them to appear inverted, the space warped, the figures distorted, and even their own selves underwent a terrifying folding transformation. It felt as though they had transcended reality, entering a bizarre realm. What is this? Some youths could not suppress their astonishment, ensnared by the illusion before them, their expressions betraying fear, ultimately succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. Such formidable genjutsu. The prominent heirs of Konoha wore grave expressions, their gazes glinting with determination, as they formed hand seals in an attempt to break free. Yet, ensnared by this force, all their struggles proved futile, and in the next moment of clarity, they too were engulfed by darkness. In the external realm, tranquility enveloped the area, with all the youths bowing their heads, standing as rigid as wooden stakes. The art of manifestation not only commanded their minds but also preserved the functions of their bodies in the very moment, preventing them from collapsing to the ground. In an instant, within the tower, aside from the assessment personnel and the accomplished horse, as well as the youthful ninjas whose expressions remained unperturbed, it appeared that the consciousness of all the youths had succumbed to a state of enthrallment. Ah, how delightful it is to witness so many successful individuals. What an unexpected surprise. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, resonating with newfound clarity. As the voice spoke, a figure gradually emerged into the throng. It was a middle-aged ninja with chestnut-long hair meticulously tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. His visage bore the marks of age, unremarkable yet profound. With eyes that resembled a tranquil pond, emanating ripples of depth and insight. Clad in a green vest and adorned with the forehead protector symbolizing the Leaf Village, he appeared to be in his 30s. Lord Sunset, your presence is much appreciated. The accomplished horse, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, slightly bowed in reverence upon encountering the newcomer. This task was specifically entrusted by Lord Fourth. It poses no burden. And I too wish to observe how luxuriantly the branches of the leaf will flourish in the future. As he spoke, the middle-aged ninja, Lord Sunset, waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Very well, this area is now enveloped in my illusionary art of manifestation. The secrets of their minds shall respond one by one to the interrogator. Thus, let the mental assessment proceed. Ensure no one is overlooked." After uttering these words, he did not linger but turned to navigate through the crowd toward a specific area where he sensed a subtle resistance, piquing his curiosity. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities, unable to ascend further. Yet, as an elite shinobi of the Leaf, the realm of illusions was his pride. And discovering a youth within this lowly assessment venue capable of resisting his illusions was an unexpected revelation. Perhaps this individual could be an exceptionally gifted prodigy in the art of illusions. He mused quietly, instinctively directing his gaze toward another part of the area. Within the confines of his illusion, he sensed two anomalies. Besides the one gradually drawing near, the other left him perplexed and bewildered. There, it seemed not just a resistance but akin to a beast ensnared, inciting a flicker of apprehension within his psyche, both astonishing and stirring a latent desire for discovery. It appeared that this task would yield an unforeseen delight. He whispered to himself, subtly quickening his pace. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, Vortex Wudao sat serenely with closed eyes, a faint smile slowly gracing his lips. Indeed, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Although the worlds of past and present had undergone tremendous transformation, the essence of the mind remained consistent across both realms. Although constrained by the limitations of his youthful physique, his spiritual strength from a previous life had not fully integrated back to its zenith. Nevertheless, it surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin. Beneath the subtle ripples imbued with spiritual energy, he effortlessly repelled the encroachment of the latter, dispersing it with ease. Indeed, it is no wonder. He is a scion of the Uchiha clan. Not far away, the setting sun paused, its gaze languidly falling upon the two youths. One of them appeared exceedingly young, merely 5 or 6 years of age. The sun's attention flitted back and forth between the two, seemingly confirming something. The older boy, Uchiha Shursui, furrowed his brow, the corners of his tightly shut eyes trembling violently as if he were straining against something. From beneath his intermittently fluttering eyelids, a flash of crimson flickered. The Sharingan, has it awakened already? Truly, they are a gifted lineage. The setting sun mused quietly, a hint of admiration glimmering in its gaze. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan of Konoha, possesses the terrifying ability to instantly pierce through all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, along with an innate high resistance to illusions. The mere presence of a young Uchiha could already withstand the genjutsu employed by elite J-nin, underscoring the formidable nature of these eyes. However, moments later, Uchiha Shursui, ultimately constrained by his age and strength, found his spirit waning and gradually succumbed to a state of drowsiness. The setting sun nodded in appreciation, then shifted its gaze slightly to the side, landing on Uchiha Itachi. Its focus sharpening. This child of the Uchiha clan maintained a serene expression, his eyes closed, and his fair, handsome face exuded an air of inherent indifference. At this moment, the delicate corners of his brows subtly stirred, and in the astonished gaze of the setting sun, he slowly opened his tranquil, water-like eyes. Those eyes, dark and clear, resembled lustrous black pearls, yet appeared remarkably striking in the eyes of the setting sun. Although the mind manifestation technique might not qualify as a particularly powerful genjutsu, and he had intentionally moderated its intensity due to their youth, the mental challenge it posed should not be easily surmountable at this age. It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather whether one could maintain a lucid state of mind. Yet, this child seemed to effortlessly break free from it. Could it be that his inherent spiritual fortitude and intellect are so resolute? Heavens, the Uchiha clan has once again produced a child of such talent, truly alarming. Since the fall of their greatest warrior many years ago, is the clan on the verge of resurgence once more? The setting sun inhaled deeply, its gaze still fixed intently on Uchiha Itachi, a shadow of gloom flickering in the depths of its eyes. Perhaps, for many years now, no one in Konoha has wished for the emergence of such a figure from the Uchiha clan. For the legendary would release capable of countering such powers has long been lost to the village. The assessment did not falter in the face of the astonishing sunset. Time continued its slow march. The youthful ninjas relentlessly interrogated the boy, who lay submerged in darkness, ensuring that any vague response would lead to his disqualification from this critical evaluation, much like their predecessors who had been eliminated, thus irrevocably forfeiting their chance to become ninjas of Konoha. After all, this world is rife with treachery and peril. Even the illustrious Konoha, hailed as the mightiest, must remain ever vigilant against potential threats from enemy nations or hidden adversaries who might clandestinely infiltrate the village to undermine its interests. At this very moment, dozens of youths had been mercilessly cast aside, and upon awakening, their expressions ranged from bewilderment to anger and questions, yet none of it would alter their fate. The ninjas of Konoha maintained their stoic demeanor, for in the face of the village's latent dangers, even the slightest hint of suspicion must be utterly eradicated, leaving no room for complacency. Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, the character known as Sunset gazed intently at the remarkably composed Itachi Uchiha before silently turning away. Though he was profoundly astounded that Itachi had managed to break free from his genjutsu, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The members of that clan, no matter how exceptional, had never been fully trusted by the upper echelons of Konoha. This sentiment had begun to permeate the corridors of power since the era of the Second Hokage. After all, a figure once deemed taboo had originated from that clan and ultimately betrayed Konoha. Moreover, the death of the First Hokage seemed to bear a connection to these events. The Uchiha clan, once a formidable force that illuminated the entire shinobi world, appeared to have been shrouded in an invisible shadow since that fateful moment, distancing themselves from the heart of Konoha. This situation may have stemmed from that long-ago upheaval or perhaps from a lingering fear and unease regarding the legendary potential of that clan among the higher-ups of Konoha. Sunset walked on with closed eyes, a tinge of regret flowing through him. Itachi Uchiha, what a pity. The emergence of such a gifted Uchiha youth would undoubtedly attract the keen attention of the higher-ups, who might seek to guide, control, or even obliterate him. Even a mere hint of potential must be ensured for the stability of the village. Taking a deep breath, Sunset's gaze deepened once more. His steps grew resolute as he gradually approached Uzumaki Naruto's side. In this vicinity, he sensed an even more profound resistance than that which Itachi had exhibited against him, reigniting his astonishment. After a moment of observation, Sunset fixed his gaze upon Uzumaki Naruto. Predictably, the boy before him, like Itachi, had already extricated himself from his genjutsu, his eyes gleaming like shining stars, calm and composed. As the setting sun cast its glow, the enigmatic figure of Uchiha Itachi, a scion of his illustrious clan, possessed an innate potential that he could comprehend. Yet, if an ordinary individual were to attain such a level, it would inevitably raise suspicions. At this moment, the setting sun's aura exuded a sense of intrigue. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon Uzumaki Naru, a being whose essence eluded him. Could this youth truly be an ordinary person? The answer was evidently negative. He affirmed this conviction inwardly, his rippling pupils suddenly igniting with brilliance, enveloping the figure of Uzumaki Naru. Perhaps due to prior concerns regarding the Uchiha clan, he refrained from launching another assault against Uchiha Itachi, who had successfully resisted his initial illusion. However, he displayed no such restraint towards the other participants, attacking with a casual audacity. Not far off, the steed of destiny, sensing the unfolding events, felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of anxiety. Uzumaki Naru's potential had been discreetly assessed by him as being of a shadow-level caliber. While he was astonished that Naru could evade the first illusion cast by the setting sun, he did not share the same sense of disbelief as the latter. Yet, as the setting sun prepared to strike again, a wave of unease washed over him. This youth hails from the depths of darkness. While the setting sun is a supporter of the Hokage lineage, though rooted in the shadows, both represent the guardians of Konoha. Yet it does not imply an absence of conflict between them. This is an illusion. Uzumaki Naru, taken aback, observed the swiftly shifting spatial environment, quietly reflecting. The illusion he faced was evidently sophisticated and artful, drawing his consciousness into this realm before his mental defenses could react. As he gazed upward, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He found himself enveloped in an endless expanse of darkness, shrouding all directions within its depths. A star, shimmering with resplendent golden light, hung in the firmament, radiating an eternal brilliance, while amidst the deeper shadows above, a more colossal silhouette flickered ominously. This is my mental sea. Uzumaki Naru's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured softly, and then, sensing something, he abruptly turned. A figure materialized from the void behind him, coalescing into solidity, a slender silhouette with an ancient, tranquil visage, unmistakably the setting sun who had previously cast an illusion upon him. The setting sun, equally astonished to find himself here, gazed intently at the brilliant star above Uzumaki Naru, his expression shifting to one of shock. Such a dark and oppressive mental space. Such a formidable reservoir of mental might. This defies reason. He mumbled to himself, then fixed his gaze upon Uzumaki Naru, his tone growing serious and inquisitive. Tell me, who are you? Why have you come to participate in Konoha's Chunin exams? Uzumaki Naru remained silent for a moment, then, with a hint of amusement, smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not peruse my registration card, sir? It was personally delivered to the examination committee by Lord Danzo." "What? You mean you have not fallen prey to my illusion?" Having not received the anticipated response, Shiyang Wujing's expression momentarily faltered. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Uzumaki Wudao, unable to restrain his astonishment. In the next instant, after posing his question, he plunged into deeper contemplation. For Wudao had just revealed a crucial piece of information. Lord Danzo had personally entrusted the assessment group. This boy is a member of Root. A surge of shock coursed through Xiang Wujing's heart, compelling him to raise his eyes once more to the vast mental source of Uzumaki Wudao. That colossal celestial body in the realm of spirit appeared overwhelmingly grand, inundating his heart with tumultuous waves of astonishment. What immense spiritual power it possessed. Even compared to his own lifetime of cultivation, it was only slightly inferior. No wonder he had remained unaffected by illusions, not losing himself in the process. Moreover, while Xiang Wujing had reached the pinnacle of his strength, this boy was evidently just embarking on his journey. The Ch Nin examination. A youth who had yet to attain the rank of a Ch Nin possessed spiritual prowess second only to that of a J Nin. What an extraordinary talent! The spiritual realm was shrouded in fog, deep and dim, with only one area radiating an eternal, resplendent golden light. As for the even more substantial mental source above, it was beyond Xiang Wujing's capacity to perceive. Had it not been for the connection between that mental source and Uzumaki Wudao, even he would have been unable to sense it, let alone Xiang Wujing. Wudao, however, remained unfazed, allowing the latter to scrutinize closely. Suddenly, it seemed Wudao recalled something. His mind shifted slightly. Instantly, the brilliance of the golden star above dimmed, and in the next moment, a shadow resembling dark clouds emerged, descending upon Xiang Wujing below. It was a web of intricate runes, exuding an enigmatic and uncanny aura. What? This is the ink mark of Root. This is bad. It has already detected my presence. Xiang Wujing's expression changed drastically as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, ultimately consolidating them into a tiger seal. Ninjutsu. Release. In an instant, at the moment the ink mark descended, his figure became blurred, gradually fading from view. I wonder if this will suffice to pass the mental assessment. Uzumaki Wudao stood still, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders as he gazed at the spot where Xiang Wujing had just been. A peculiar smile slowly emerging at the corners of his mouth. Outside, Xiang Wujing abruptly opened his eyes, taking a deep, calming breath. Though his expression still bore traces of shock, the ink mark of Root is indeed troublesome. It is said that anyone who becomes tainted by the mark has never managed to break free. Even someone as powerful as he would not allow it to taint him. It is akin to a parasite, eternally accompanying the journey of life until the end of death. Only true members of Root bear the unique curse implanted by Danzo. All of this sufficiently proves that Uzumaki Wudao is indeed a member of Root, leaving him in a state of hesitation. At this moment, Vortex Wudao slowly opened his eyes. Yet they appeared somewhat vacant, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the sunset's boundless horizon. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Wujing's expression suddenly darkened. There was no doubt that this was the influence of the ink mark. The observations made within Vortex Wudao's spiritual sea were sufficient to confirm that this youth was a true prodigy of illusion, a rarity that even his extensive experience had never encountered before. That spiritual core, resembling a star, symbolized infinite potential, destined to surpass all predecessors of ninjas in the mastery of illusion should he dedicate himself to its practice. However, the possibilities of such a future were now exceedingly slim. The ink mark had ensnared him. Bound by Danzo, trapped in the darkness of the Root, he would have no chance to reach such heights. After all, the ink mark not only affected his consciousness but also restricted the growth of his spiritual power, preventing the practitioner from breaking free of control. With a deep sigh, Xiang Wujing was once again overwhelmed by a wave of complex emotions. During today's assessment, he had sensed two remarkable children and youths, yet without exception. Both belonged to the forbidden clans and organizations of Konoha, making it impossible for them to stand by the side of the Hokage, which filled him with unease and regret. The mental evaluations were tedious and intricate, continuing until the sky gradually darkened, marking the conclusion of this selection. As anticipated, the number of participants had decreased once more, leaving only around 60 or 70 remaining. Surprisingly, only Vortex Wudao had neither received a definitive approval nor a rejection. All that remained was to await the results of the next day. That night, in the central region of Konoha village, within the Hokage Tower, the third and fourth Hokage sat beneath the bright glow of incandescent lights, quietly listening to the information regarding the day's assessments. Although the third Hokage had already retired to recuperate and now served as an elder advisor, the selection of Genin was crucial for the foundation of Konoha's lower-tier ninjas and the village's future. Thus, even in the late hours of the night, he chose to remain. Below, after handing over a set of documents, the Umbu member stood silently. This record, detailing the information of all the Genin candidates, circulated between the fourth and third Hokage before settling on the table. The number has indeed increased significantly compared to the last time, and the quality has improved as well. Excellent. But why has this one not received any feedback? The fourth Hokage's gaze fell upon the first name on the document, a glimmer of mild surprise flashing in his eyes. Vortex Wudao, a descendant of the Vortex clan? Is he a relative of Kushina? At that moment, A gentle smile began to blossom on his handsome face. In stark contrast to him, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fixated his gaze on Vortex Wudao's name for a moment before reaching for another document from the side of the table to investigate further. Moments later, his expression suddenly darkened, his hand gripping a competition card inscribed with the name of Uzumaki Naruto. The photograph and name caused his graying brows to furrow in concern. This youth was a descendant preserved by Danzo after the fall of the Tokugawa clan, and remarkably, he bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. As he pondered this, his gaze became increasingly solemn. The individual in question was none other than Lord Sunset, a master of illusionary techniques who had deliberately retained this information, as he had failed to successfully cast a mental exploration jutsu on Uzumaki Naruto. Impossible. The response from Minato was met with astonishment, not just from the fourth Hokage, but also from the third, whose previously composed demeanor shifted to one of disbelief. Lord Sunset was among the elite illusionists of the Hidden Leaf, with few peers. The notion that he could not cast a jutsu on a mere genin was perplexing. It appears that the reason for Lord Sunset's inability to employ his mental exploration technique lies in the fact that Danzo has inscribed a seal within Uzumaki's consciousness, which would resist such an intrusion, came the reply. Is that so? Upon hearing this revelation, the third Hokage's eyes sharpened with intensity. He gestured towards Minato and said, Minato, we should defer discussions regarding this child for the time being. Minato, taken aback by the third's expression, nodded slowly, saying, I see. Then, Genma, I appreciate your efforts. Genma, maintaining his stoic demeanor, acknowledged with a quiet response and turned to leave. He understood that the situation surrounding Uzumaki Naruto had garnered significant attention, and as he reflected on the shadows lurking behind it, he inhaled deeply. The emergence of this boy seemed to signal a subtle clash among the factions within the upper echelons of Konoha. Once Genma departed, the third Hokage felt unencumbered by reservations. Noticing Minato's puzzled expression, he elucidated. The reason this boy has surfaced within the roots of Konoha is due to his lineage from the Tokugawa clan, which has been eradicated by the roots. I regret this matter. I, too, was unaware of his Uzumaki bloodline. It seems Danzo has concealed this from me. The implications of this concealment were clear. Danzo sought to delay time in successfully sealing Uzumaki Naruto. At this juncture, the third's expression grew more grave, tinged with a flicker of indignation. Danzo's clandestine maneuvers had overstepped boundaries, attempting to engage with forbidden matters, which incited the third's ire regarding his ambitions. Tokugawa clan. The roots. Elder Danzo. I understand now. After a moment of contemplation, Minato smiled faintly, observing the third's demeanor. Elder Danzo would not act in a manner that would bring shame to Konoha. Both you and I firmly believe this, and that is sufficient. However, Minato the third Hokage, taken aback by the fourth's unwaveringly gentle smile, responded, Lord Third, I merely wish for our village to remain stable, to prevent the prying eyes of enemy nations. Moreover, the youth ensnared in the vortex may not inherently belong to the darkness of the heart. As he spoke, he picked up the contestant's invitation for the vortex tournament. A faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of unwavering determination flickering in his gaze. As a child of Konoha, let him continue to compete. Meanwhile, in the dim recesses beneath Konoha, Danzo, with half-closed eyes, attentively absorbed the report from the Umbu. After a brief pause, he slowly emerged from the chamber, stepping into the engulfing shadows. Navigating through the intricate underground passages, he ultimately halted in a secluded area, the deepest part of the underground, isolated and steeped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a sound, mingled with an inexplicable shriek, echoed from the tunnel's end, resonating with a profound melancholy and strangeness. Evidently, Danzo exhibited little surprise at this unexpected disturbance. He merely curled the corners of his mouth into a cold, indifferent smirk, a flicker of fervor briefly flashing in his eyes. He then proceeded to walk further inside. At the tunnel's terminus lay a relatively bright area, illuminated by flickering candlelight that dispelled the oppressive darkness. Under this feeble glow, one could discern numerous tall, dark green glass vessels scattered throughout the expanse, emitting an eerie sheen that seemed to tint the entire region with a faint green hue. A slender figure stood silently before a glass coffin. It was Orochimaru. At that moment, the glass coffin was riddled with fine cracks, as though it had been subjected to violent blows, and a faintly sanguine liquid seeped out, staining the surroundings. The figure of the struggling Tsukuyomi was curled within the coffin, seemingly enduring immense torment. his visage contorted to such an extent that his original features were unrecognizable. A series of heart-wrenching wails reverberated throughout the space, his muscles convulsing as if on the verge of rupture, akin to countless insects crawling beneath his skin, a truly horrifying sight. What fragile nerve endings indeed. What purpose do they serve? Orochimaru's elongated figure shifted, a hint of impatience flickering within him as he murmured softly, before extending his pale, slender hand towards the glass coffin below. With a hiss, a delicate blue chakra flame ignited between his outstretched fingers, cascading downwards, as if piercing through water. His finger effortlessly traversed the upper layer of glass, before flicking lightly, causing the chakra flame to settle upon Tsukuyami's neck. In a heartbeat, the chakra flame made contact, and Tsukuyami's voice abruptly diminished, his reddened and contorted face gradually relaxing. At that moment, it became evident that a fist-sized area on his chest had transformed into a vibrant green, reminiscent of tree rings deeply etched, upon which a scarlet eye continuously blinked. Two pitch-black tomo rotating slowly, emanating an inexplicable yet formidable aura. Indeed, your experimental direction is not erroneous. Just as the wood release can counter the power of the Sharingan, so too can the Sharingan suppress the encroaching abilities of the wood release. As a detached voice echoed, Danzo's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. His gaze coldly sweeping over the still unconscious Tokugawa Shuren, he remarked indifferently, "Hebehe, not only that. This child appears to possess the powers of both Uchiha and Senju." Orochimaru's shoulders trembled slightly, emitting a low, raspy chuckle. Oh, Danzo's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, and soon his lips curled into a strange and fervent smile as he said, "The power of the Uchiha is equally exquisite. In that case, my bodily experiments shall commence ahead of schedule. Are you not going to wait? In the realm of experimentation, absolute safety is a myth. Since a successful case has already been established, the risks can be deemed acceptable." As he spoke, Danzo slowly approached, his gaze fixating once more on Tokugawa Shuren, stating calmly, "Moreover, my plan has already unfolded perfectly. However, no matter how intricate a strategy may be, it requires strength as its foundation to ensure success." Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Are you fearful of the Fourth Hokage's power?" You foolish child. What is there to fear?" Danzo's eyes narrowed as he replied in a deep voice. "Ha. Your deliberate failure to conceal the secrets of the Uzumaki lineage may well be an attempt to draw the attention of the Uchiha clan. And your directives to him have incited the slaughter of Konoha's noble descendants. If the Uchiha clan manages to recruit him, it would create an imperceptible rift within the esteemed clans. Such a cunning mind." Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he spoke with a faint, cold smile. How could you possibly know?" Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darkening, while a few fleeting silhouettes flashed through his mind. Could it be that this fellow has eyes within the root? Well, I have no interest in your movements. This is merely an analysis provided by one of my assistants. Pay it no mind. An assistant? Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, his expression flickering, but ultimately he buried that trace of doubt deep within, refraining from further inquiry. At this moment, he felt a tinge of wariness towards this cold figure among the legendary three ninjas. Very well, let us begin. However, the artifacts of that clan ultimately belong to their taboos. I have no prepared materials. I can only proceed with the first phase of injection. The Uchiha, is it? His low voice gradually faded into the heavy darkness, silent and unseen. Outside, the frost-laden moonlight bathed the entire Konoha village, draping it in a dreamlike veil that exuded an ethereal and tranquil essence. A lush jungle flourished in one corner of Konoha, sprawling across a vast expanse. At the edge of this jungle, layers of wooden houses sat quietly, arranged in an orderly fashion. At this moment, the night had deepened, and apart from the cold brilliance of the stars and the moon above, there was not a glimmer of light to be found. A series of faint footsteps emerged, akin to insects nibbling on branches in the wilderness, followed by a vague silhouette gradually approaching. The examination group has actually stationed these individuals here, amidst so many rooms. It is indeed quite difficult to locate them. The newcomer raised a hand to adjust the glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Under the moonlight, his pale hair appeared strikingly luminous, contrasting with his fair visage, which bore an unusual pallor. Suddenly, his brow twitched, as if sensing something. His expression grew solemn as he inclined his ear to listen. A faint, Almost inaudible intermittent sound began to resonate from the nearby thicket, causing his gaze to shift slightly. This sound, it seemed reminiscent of the unsheathing of blades. He mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he altered his direction, following the brief, delicate sound into the shadowy forest. Swish! A blade, glimmering like the cold moonlight, abruptly sliced through the darkness, only to swiftly return to its sheath, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that dissipated into the night sky. The hand that wielded the knife was steady and elongated, showing no signs of tremor. After a moment of stillness, that hand tightened once more upon the hilt, and once again, a vague silhouette materialized in the night. The chilling gleam flashed, piercing through the air. Vortex Wudao's gaze narrowed slightly, quietly calming the fluctuations of his breath in that fleeting moment, silently attuning himself to the subtle movements of chakra within. This too was a form of cultivation, a most fundamental practice of drawing the sword. He did not employ chakra, nor did he exert mental control. He relied solely on the strength of his physical form. Mastery of swordsmanship cannot be achieved in just 3 days. Although he could attain such effects through mental prowess and chakra, he would ultimately forfeit the essence of swordsmanship, the accumulation through the process. The journey from inception to success is the most vital aspect of cultivation. He had not thoroughly trained in various sword techniques in his past life. While he had dabbled in some sword manuals, he had not deeply comprehended them. Yet, this did not hinder his insight into power. True strength, beyond mere talent, is forged through diligent perseverance, the most solid path. At this moment, Vortex Wudao was crafting the path beneath his feet, refining it inch by inch, ever more solidly. After executing another slash, Vortex Wudao suddenly opened his eyes, then abruptly shifted his gaze toward a section of the thicket. The night breeze rustled through the trees, stirring a chorus of whispers, yet amidst this, an unusual disturbance abruptly emerged. Thud, thud, thud. It resonated like a deep drumbeat, sudden and erratic, and as time passed, the sound grew progressively clearer. There was a figure, a ninja weaving through the branches of the forest. Vortex Wudao's eyes fell upon that dark shadow, narrowing slightly. Swish. The newcomer made no effort to conceal himself, leaping over the final branch and landing not far from Uzumaki Wudao. It appears that so-called geniuses do not achieve success solely through innate talent. Indeed, the young one whom Lord Orochimaru values is far from ordinary. Humph. He remained seated, maintaining his posture after landing, his gaze seemingly piercing through the darkness. Fixated on Uzumaki Wudao, he spoke softly. I am grateful you did not hide away in your chamber. It spared me the trouble of searching for you. Orochimaru's subordinate. The eyes of Uzumaki Wudao shifted slightly, and a thread of mental energy radiated outward, swiftly capturing the visitor's visage. The pale hair, fair complexion, and the piercing gaze from those eyes caused him to pause momentarily. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. In the original narrative, he was referred to as Orochimaru's right hand, possessing remarkable intellect and impressive medical ninjutsu capabilities. What brings you here? Oh, perhaps I am here because I cannot tolerate Lord Orochimaru's praises for you. In any case, you must prepare yourself for death. Kabuto's gaze gradually lowered, his voice emanating a chilling resonance. With a sudden rush, he surged forward as if carried by a gust of wind. The night sky ignited like a beacon, and 2 chakra blades, sharp as daggers, emerged from his silhouette, slicing through the air toward their target. The wind seemed to grow more hurried and frigid. As the chakra blades, which appeared no less formidable than real swords, approached, Uzumaki Wudao's eyes flickered, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Chakra surged forth. Iato. Flash. In an instant, a cold moon arose between them, transforming into the most resplendent glimmer of light amidst the darkness. A sharp clash echoed in the void, and Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically. The chakra blades in his hands showed signs of yielding upon contact, and a piercing sensation coursed through his veins, causing a hidden pain. As the brilliance flickered and faded, Kabuto, regaining his composure, found a pale golden blade halted mere inches from his nose, sending a chill down his spine. Speak. What is your true purpose? Uzumaki Wudao slowly sheathed his glass-like blade, his gaze indifferent. He was not convinced that Kabuto had come merely to kill him without first assessing his true strength. The latter did not strike him as impulsive. Kabuto's eyes narrowed slightly. He then relaxed his demeanor, adjusting his spectacles with a finger, a faint smile gracing his lips. You truly live up to the reputation of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. To defeat me without relying on your Kekkei Genkai is remarkable. Frankly, I feel a twinge of jealousy regarding your innate talents. Innate talents? What do you mean? The Uzumaki bloodline possesses the ability to resist the terrifying illusions of the Sunset Realm and boasts an astonishing training speed. As far as I am aware, your training period appears to be less than a month. How is it that you possess such knowledge? Humph. Although your information has been classified as confidential following today's evaluation, it is not beyond the reach of the Umbu. As for your training duration, it may well be that even the upper echelons of Konoha have failed to take note of it. This is information I gleaned from a source. Uzumaki Mideo's gaze sharpened momentarily. Then he coldly remarked, Tokugawa Shurin. Indeed, however, you must not underestimate him now. After undergoing Lord Orochimaru's transformation experiments, his strength has significantly increased. Humph. Transformation experiments, is it? I see. The magnitude of his power change is due to his becoming a test subject for Lord Orochimaru. A single transformation has multiplied his strength several times. Uzumaki Mideo, are you not tempted? This is a shortcut to acquiring power. Kabuto's lips curled slightly as he spoke nonchalantly, yet his tone gradually filled with an inexplicable significance. Uzumaki Mideo shot him a cold glance, then coldly smiled, saying, that power, I do not require. As he spoke, without waiting for a response, he suddenly fixed an intense gaze upon Kabuto and continued, even if it is said to be the strongest chakra, I remain indifferent. As a traveler from another world, he understood Orochimaru's control over the First Hokage's cells, yet he held no interest in wood release. Power as a master of metal, he firmly believed his strength was supreme and did not acknowledge the power of wood release. Kabuto's gaze momentarily faltered. Then he remarked, could it be that you have already discovered the hidden power within Tokugawa Shurin? Wood release, humph. Uzumaki Mideo coldly smiled, choosing not to respond further, and turned to walk towards the outskirts of the forest. Wait, take this. Observing Uzumaki Mideo's intention to depart, Kabuto's expression shifted. He slowly retrieved a scroll from his bosom and tossed it over, saying, this pertains to Danzo's operational plans for your next steps. Consider it a personal gift from me. With a snap, Uzumaki Mideo deftly caught the scroll, his gaze lingering on Kabuto for a moment before he said, is this your true objective for tonight? Humph. You could say that. Thank you. Uzumaki Mideo replied nonchalantly, and in an instant, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Uzumaki Mideo had not ventured far in his training. In a short while, he returned to the fringes of the woodland. Ahead, nestled closely, was a wooden structure, the gathering place for those who successfully passed the initial test. Moments later, dim candlelight flickered within one of the wooden rooms, and Uzumaki Mideo quietly sat beneath its glow, unrolling the scroll. In the tranquil room, silence reigned, interrupted only by the gentle rhythm of his long, soothing breaths. Is this so? After a considerable time, Uzumaki Mideo finally set the scroll aside, casting it aside, and then closed his eyes in contemplation. Ever since Danzo had issued the lethal order to eliminate any provocateurs through the Umbu, he had harbored a lingering intuition that Danzo's ambitions extended far beyond this. The elimination of provocateurs. Among the provocateurs, aside from the ordinary youths in competition with one another, it is perhaps more indicative of the distinguished scions of Konoha. Given their innate sense of superiority, the formidable emergence of Uzumaki Wudao will undoubtedly ignite their desire for rivalry. Moreover, having previously slain a member of the Inuzuka clan, he has unwittingly declared war upon the noble houses of Konoha. Thus, in the forthcoming confrontation, he shall inevitably face the challenges and provocations from these esteemed heirs. And Danzo eagerly anticipates this, hoping that Wudao's unrestrained carnage will successfully kindle the flames of wrath and indignation among the nobility. Where this anger will ultimately lead is something he has long foreseen, towards the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, both hailing from the Uzumaki clan. And as the ideal vessel for the Nine Tails, Wudao's existence will undoubtedly be of paramount importance to the members of the Uchiha clan, as Orochimaru has aptly noted. They shall not permit him to remain ensnared in darkness, should he adhere to Danzo's clandestine orders with precision. The inevitable consequence will be that the enmity harbored by Konoha's prominent families will subtly transfer a fraction of their animosity towards the Hokage, resulting in a nuanced shift in the dynamics of power among Konoha's elite. Is this truly Danzo's objective? Humph. A cold smile graced Wudao's lips as he reclined on the wooden platform, half closing his eyes to gaze out the window. Danzo, how presumptuous. Every action he takes seems to affirm his belief that Uzumaki Wudao will be irrevocably influenced by the ink mark, obedient to his every command. Yet, he has ultimately miscalculated. How could the ink mark possibly exert influence over me? With this thought, a faint glimmer of cold light flickered in Wudo's half-closed eyes. As solitary and frigid as the desolate moon in the night sky. With a gentle motion, he raised his hand to extinguish the flickering flame, plunging the room back into darkness. As dawn approached, when the first rays of morning light spilled onto the windowsill, Uzumaki Wudao had already assumed a meditative position, concentrating on refining his chakra. Golden flames flickered at his fingertips, gradually drawing forth strands of chakra from various parts of his body, which ultimately converged within his meridians. As time slowly passed, the golden chakra at his fingertips grew increasingly divine and turbulent, symbolizing the gradual unlocking of his physical potential, rendering him ever more formidable. After an hour had elapsed, Wudao finally ceased this process of refinement, and at that moment, the sky outside had brightened considerably. The morning light was resplendent, and Konoha once again erupted with life, enveloped in an atmosphere of prosperity and tranquility. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, filled with gentle laughter and warmth. However, unlike any other day, the villagers noticed the elite ninjas, who had long been absent, now appearing on the main thoroughfares of Konoha, making their way towards a restricted area. There, within a towering circle of barbed wire, lush foliage concealed everything from prying eyes. This is a forbidden zone, perpetually shrouded in dense forest. Even during the harshest winter, not a single branch or leaf withers. An inexplicable breath of life permeates nearly every tree. At this moment, the tranquil atmosphere of yesteryear is shattered. For this place has become the second main examination site for the Chunin selection of Konoha. It is past 9 o'clock, and on the edge of the jungle. Over 70 youths have gathered, yet there are no other Konoha ninjas in sight. Are we being tested for our patience? Finally, one boy, unable to contain himself, voices his cold complaint. Fools, have a little patience. Can't you see that even those from prestigious clans remain utterly still? To become a ninja, one must learn to endure. Do you wish to let these arrogant individuals look down upon us? Another boy interjects, gesturing towards the distance. His words capture the attention of those nearby, who instinctively glance over. Not far away, a dozen youths stand or crouch together, silent and indifferent, their expressions unchanged, merely casting cold, mocking glances. They are the elite offspring of Konoha. At this moment, a subtle division has emerged in this examination, separating the prestigious Konoha lineage from the youths of other villages. The elite disdain the abilities of the outsiders, while the outsiders, as fellow newcomers, cannot tolerate the haughty demeanor of the Konoha nobility. Both sides gather distinctly together. Humph. Quite the attitude. I hope you remain this resolute, Dagazuko murmurs with a sneer, slowly surveying the opposing group. Suddenly, his brow furrows slightly. Is that fellow not here? He then looks towards Unmatched, who stands among the elite. Ah, there he is. Unmatched points into the forest, speaking softly. Following his gaze, Dagazuko's expression changes to one of intrigue as he walks closer. So, you are hiding here, Uzumaki Wudao. A peculiar smile graces his face, yet his eyes brim with unmasked intent to kill. Uzumaki Wudao leans against a large tree, his eyes gently closed, seemingly oblivious to Dagazuko's words, offering no response. Humph. Dagazuko's expression darkens slightly, his gaze flickering before he approaches Wudao, whispering, "Today is not like yesterday. This examination carries the risk of death." Humph. Are you prepared for demise, you country bumpkin? Suddenly, Uzumaki Wudao opens his eyes silently, casting a glance at Dagazuko. Is the so-called Dagazuko lineage merely a dog that bites madly? Do you wish to experience death ahead of time? Dagazuko's eyes widen in shock, his expression instantly hardening, leaving only a chilling and intense killing intent surging forth. Uzumaki Wudao's demeanor remains unchanged, his gaze equally frigid. Although he felt a profound disdain for Danzo's secret order, he could not ignore those who persistently provoked him. The atmosphere in the vicinity abruptly fell silent, and even the crowd not far away turned their gaze towards him. It was him, Itachi. Indeed, he was not so simple. Among the distinguished youths, a short-haired boy cast a dispassionate glance, his eyes resting on Uzumaki Naraku, a flicker of excitement glimmering in the depths of his gaze. It appears I underestimated him yesterday. He managed to remain unscathed against the second onslaught of Konoha's master of illusion, Sunset Wujing. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. And then a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "This time, he shall be my opponent. Let us settle on him as the target." However, it seems he has quite a few challengers. The Inuzuka clan, the Aburame, and even members of the Hyuga clan harbor a modicum of interest in him. Beside him, A delicate-looking boy of 6 or 7 spoke indifferently. Ah, how troublesome. But if they dare to make a move, we shall face them together. Do you have confidence, Itachi? I am uncertain. After a prolonged silence, just as everyone anticipated an impending confrontation, Inuzuka Wolf abruptly turned, slowly tilting his head, and in a chilling tone proclaimed, "Although I am somewhat impatient and had previously promised my clan to eliminate you during the assessment, this time, it is my own decision. Uzumaki Naruto, you have successfully provoked my ire." With that, he walked away indifferently, but this time, a distinctly frigid aura enveloped him, emanating a palpable murderous intent. Following this interlude, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, without a sound, a shadowy figure materialized in midair, landing gracefully before the crowd. The newcomer, cloaked in a dark robe and donning a face-concealing fox mask, instantly captured everyone's attention. Umbu. The youths present were almost all familiar with this official organization of Konoha. Some among them were individuals sought out by Umbu from various corners of the Fire Country, while others had been guided out from orphanages covertly supported by Konoha's Umbu. Thus, their familiarity with Umbu might even surpass that of the distinguished youths. "Humph. Do you wish to compete now, little brats?" The Umbu ninja spoke in a deep voice, then gradually straightened his posture, casting a detached glance over the scene before him. His words clearly indicated that he had been silently observing the unfolding events, only now making his presence known. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to shatter in an instant. With the Umbu ninja's arrival, the previously stagnant air began to dissipate. Cough. Enough time has been wasted. Let the second round of the test commence. He continued, suddenly pointing towards the dense thicket behind the crowd, adding, "This shall be the arena for this trial. This assessment will hinge upon your innate talent and strength." Hidden within this dense forest are 12 ninja headbands, which symbolize the emblem of the Leaf Village ninjas. These 12 will serve as the sole proof of your success in this trial. To locate the headbands within this verdant expanse and successfully traverse to the end will deem you qualified as a Leaf Chunin. However, the Umbu ninja paused momentarily. A hint of light-hearted mockery tinged his voice as he remarked, "The headbands number merely 12, signifying that only 12 individuals will attain this qualification, while the rest shall be entirely eliminated. 12 slots." The revelation that only 12 would emerge victorious reverberated through the crowd like a thunderclap, stirring a palpable excitement among the participants. In this region, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Nearly all the youths exhibited a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. With over 70 contenders present, only 12 could rise above the rest. The implications of this reality were stark and ominous. Not far off, Uzumaki Wudao inhaled deeply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. The selection process for foreign ninjas in the Leaf Village was indeed stringent, whittling down the hundreds of participants to a mere 12. The ensuing competition would be arduous beyond articulation. A cool breeze swept through, rustling the foliage behind him, as the Umbu ninja chuckled softly, then swiftly ascended into the canopy of the forest. With his departure, the area erupted into a cacophony akin to boiling water, and soon, several figures impatiently surged into the woods. With only 12 headbands available, it became a race against time. This singular thought consumed their minds. As the first contenders surged ahead, the atmosphere among the crowd intensified. Dozens more followed suit, and within moments, nearly all had plunged into the forest. The once crowded space grew sparse, perhaps apart from Uzumaki Wudao. The only ones remaining still were the scions of the Leaf's prestigious families, who had been observing with aloof detachment. As the numbers dwindled, after a brief silence, one of the noble youths slowly rose from a crouch, stretching languidly. "Ah, the prey has begun to move. Should we not commence?" he quipped. "Indeed. It is time to act. I can hardly restrain myself any longer against those arrogant fools." Another youth chimed in, licking his lips with a predatory grin. "My hands have been itching for some time. Let us not forget our true objective. It is not merely for the paltry genin slots. Blood and slaughter have always been my cravings. It has been far too long since I witnessed the splatter of crimson." A chorus of low, cold affirmations followed, brimming with a lust for violence. At this moment, as the impending action draws near, they appear to be brimming with excitement, a stark contrast to their previously indifferent demeanor. "Hey, before we embark on the hunt, shall we indulge in a bit of preliminary entertainment?" Suddenly, a youth proposed, his gaze falling upon the motionless figure of Uzumaki Wudao, revealing a flicker of interest. "Oh, is that not the target of the wolf? However, if the wolf resolves this matter for you, it would save you the trouble of wasting time in this trial. After all, prey is limited. The boy, enveloped in a deep green robe, abruptly waved his hand, and a glimmering green light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly piercing the void. Shinmu, he is my mission. Inazuka Wolf furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of annoyance, evidently displeased with the latter's rash action. I have long heard that someone from the Oil Girl clan nearly faced a similar fate, which piqued my curiosity. However, his laughter was abruptly cut short, as if someone had grasped his throat, for he witnessed a chilling beam of light rush past his ear, striking the green glow that had preceded it. Subsequently, whether by accident or design, that beam of light, undeterred, continued to surge toward the chest of Uzumaki Wudao. With a crisp metallic clang, the sound resonated against Wudao's chest, and the light came to a halt, revealing a jet-black shuriken. Yet, it appeared to have encountered an exceptionally sturdy barrier, as the shuriken merely hung at a slight angle upon Wudao's garment, rendering the scene almost surreal. Wudao cast a cold glance at his chest, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. As the shuriken approached, he had activated his chakra to envelop his front, forming a metallic layer of defense. Nonetheless, the shuriken had still managed to penetrate slightly, nearly breaching his metallic protection, which surprised him. Although he had only utilized a minimal amount of chakra, its hardness was comparable to that of ordinary iron, yet the shuriken still managed to exert such force, indicating the formidable strength of the one who threw it. My apologies for the interruption, but it is regrettable to inform you that there seems to be a rule against fighting in the village before officially entering the trial grounds. A clear, melodious voice of a youth resonated gently behind Oil Girl Shinmu as he slowly traversed past the elite disciples of Konoha, heading into the forest. Accompanying him was a younger boy, who followed closely behind. These were merely two slender figures, yet they rendered all the elite disciples of Konoha behind them breathless. Their gazes fixated on the backs of the duo, particularly on the emblem of the Fan clan, black above and white below. Uchiha. They hailed from the Uchiha clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost noble family. Furthermore, they were descendants of the prodigy known as Uchiha Shursui, whose genius had already circulated among the upper echelons of Konoha. Their hearts trembled violently, their eyes narrowing in trepidation. Conversely, throughout the entirety of the unfolding scene, the unassuming, diminutive figure beside Uchiha Shursui went unnoticed by others, appearing rather mundane, paying no heed to the expressions of those behind him. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi strolled leisurely to the fringes of the forest, gradually approaching the side of Uzumaki Naruto. I am Uchiha Shursui. Although I am unaware of your name, your ability to capture Itachi's attention speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent and strength. I sincerely hope to encounter you during the trials, he remarked with a subtle pause, turning his head slightly towards Uzumaki Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Shursui. Shunshin Shursui. As he beheld that fleeting smile, a name flickered through Uzumaki Naruto's mind, and his demeanor slightly shifted as his gaze fell upon a nearby strikingly indifferent boy. Uchiha Itachi? Though he had harbored a vague suspicion prior, the confirmation brought forth a peculiar sensation within him. Was this boy, who was indeed a few years younger than himself, destined to become the infamous Leaf Village's most wanted shinobi, Uchiha Itachi? A lone figure who would later obliterate the illustrious Uchiha clan, possessing an extraordinary talent that enabled him to awaken the perfect Manjiki Sharingan of his lineage. At this moment, he stood beside him, observing with a detached gaze, his own eyes betraying a flicker of unusual intrigue. I too wish to test my mettle against you, he articulated in a clear, yet frosty tone, before turning to accompany Uchiha Shursui into the depths of the forest. Uzumaki Naruto felt a sudden tremor of emotion, observing the starkly contrasting silhouettes of the two figures, and a long-forgotten fervor for battle surged within him. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, I am Uzumaki Naruto, he proclaimed with vigor. It seems the Uchiha have already taken notice of you. Your days are numbered. The gaze of oil woman Chikamatsu bore heavily upon them, a flicker of anger igniting within his eyes. While he lacked the confidence to contend with Uchiha Shursui, his heart was indifferent towards Uzumaki Naruto, regarding him as merely a country bumpkin, limited in depth, even if occasionally successful. With no desire to squander time further, Uzumaki Naruto felt a yearning for the challenge posed by the young warriors. He cast a cold, disdainful smile over his shoulder and remarked nonchalantly, You all pride yourselves on being hunters, while you deem others as prey. One wonders if others perceive you as mere quarry, awaiting your demise. With that, he strode confidently into the trial grounds, unperturbed by the unsightly expressions of the renowned scions of the Leaf Village. In this assessment, he held unwavering confidence. Armed with the strength of metal and the blade in his hand, he believed he could overcome any obstacle. The forest was dense and oppressive, with colossal trees entwined like dragons, obscuring the sunlight above, casting the surroundings into a dim, hazy gloom. Although autumn had deeply set in, this particular thicket bore no trace of the season, an emerald expanse enveloping everything, evoking an almost surreal sense of being ensnared within a nightmare. Crack! In a remote region, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed faintly, followed by a figure cautiously emerging from behind a colossal tree, casting a shadow as it silently observed its surroundings. The forest lay in utter silence, devoid of any sound, yet the figure showed no intention of advancing further. After a brief moment of scrutiny, it gradually crouched down along the massive trunk, its expression slightly relaxing in relief. However, at that instant, a flash of residual light abruptly appeared, vanishing in an instant atop a nearby tree. Hiss! A subtle sound of air slicing through the atmosphere pierced the stillness, and before the figure could react, it was violently penetrated at the throat. Bang! Suddenly, as the figure collapsed, what should have been a lifeless body erupted into a thick plume of smoke. A shadow clone technique. Not far away, amidst the branches, a dark-faced youth paused, his expression momentarily stunned. Then, his countenance shifted dramatically as the realization dawned upon him. The recent attack had compromised his position, rendering this place unsafe. With that thought, he swiftly stowed his hand crossbow and glided down the shadowy outline of the trees. Whoosh! Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the tranquil forest, stirring the air. A dark shadow leapt forth from a low bush, eyes glinting with a cold light. And in an instant, a shuriken was hurled with deadly intent. You wish to ambush me? Huh. You outsiders are a decade too early. The chilling words accompanied a moment of excruciating pain that pierced the soul, prompting the shadowy youth to emit a terrified wail that shattered the forest silence. Thud. Blood erupted. The sharp tip of the shuriken effortlessly embedded itself into the flesh of the dark youth's back, forcing blood to surge forth, saturating the air with a heavy scent of iron. A few droplets of blood trickled to the corner of his mouth, while the shadowy figure chuckled coldly, savoring the metallic taste. The end of life. The dread of death. Your demise will foster my growth, rendering me even more powerful. He slowly withdrew the shuriken, allowing the increasingly cold body to fall. His face shrouded in a faint veneer of indifference as he murmured, "The growth of a ninja must be accompanied by blood to hasten the process. This assessment has truly been fortuitous." Suddenly, his upright form quivered slightly, and his ears perked as he discerned the faint sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Someone is coming. However, that speed seems beyond what those fellows should possess. It must be them. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as a realization struck him. He revealed a peculiar smile and, in an instant, flickered away, leaping atop a nearby tree to conceal himself. Moments later, two indistinct figures abruptly halted, their gazes fixated on the corpse lying on the ground. Outsiders. But it seems they are already beyond saving. One figure, cloaked in a flowing green robe, crouched slightly and reached out to tap the lifeless body of the shadowy youth. Instantly, a dim green radiance flickered briefly before gradually fading away. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, The time of death was merely a moment ago, not exceeding 5 minutes. I wonder if the one who dispatched this fellow is hiding or fleeing. Wolf. It's up to you. We cannot afford to waste time on this matter." A second youth, his expression pensive, surveyed their surroundings before gently patting the silver-white pup perched on his shoulder. "How is it, Howling Moon? Is there a scent left by that individual?" The pup responded with a series of barks. "Woof, woof." Surprisingly, there is nothing. The youth furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Under the dappled light, these two were none other than Oil Girl Chiki and Inuzuka Wolf. The crisp, low barks of the dog and the ensuing dialogue caused a nearby youth perched in the tree to tense up. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, he thought, "This is precarious. Inuzuka Wolf and that little dog possess an astute sense of smell. They might expose my presence. Although the clans of Konoha do not seek each other's demise, they could still expel me from this examination, and that would be most regrettable." However, the unfolding events below left him astounded. He clearly discerned a fierce killing intent in Inuzuka Wolf's expression. Yet the latter merely cast a cold glance at his hiding place before plunging deeper into the forest alongside Oil Girl Chiki in search of their quarry. The youth in the branches furrowed his brow, observing their retreating figures, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. This trial is akin to fire refining true gold. And yet you still have the audacity to seek someone else. How pathetic. As he spoke, an image abruptly invaded his thoughts, followed by a cold smile gracing his lips as he muttered, Vortex Wudao. He appears to be a rather formidable adversary. This fire seems even more intense. I truly look forward to it. With that, he leaped into the air, vanishing among the branches. That individual had seemingly disappeared without a trace upon entering the forest. How infuriating. Ahead, Inuzuka Wolf periodically twitched his nose, though his expression grew increasingly grim. After half an hour in the thicket, he had yet to catch even a whiff of Vortex Wudao's presence. Could it be that we are moving too swiftly, and he has not ventured far into this area? Beside him, Oil Girl Cheeky occasionally released a flicker of green light, stating softly, My green glow bug has not detected anything either. Suddenly, a series of faint, anguished cries echoed from afar, causing them to momentarily pause in surprise. What is that commotion? After listening intently for a moment, their brows furrowed once more. It was a cacophony of shouts, intertwined with frenzied energy, as though a fierce battle involving dozens of individuals was unfolding in the distance. Could it be those foolish ninjas? Have they already resorted to using headbands, generating such chaotic energy? At this, Inuzuka Wolf's gaze turned icy, and he shot forward with great speed. Such a commotion might very well attract that individual. Even if not, I must calm my mind. The hunt has commenced. Wyan Shikuki chuckled darkly and hurriedly dashed out. At this moment, Uzumaki Wudao, upon entering the jungle, did not deliberately quicken his pace. He ambled leisurely, meticulously searching every nook and cranny along the fringes of the forest. The 12 ninja headbands were crucial for his future ascent to the rank of a genin. Although he was now officially recognized as a ninja, having been initiated into the roots, the significance of this headband would only manifest once he departed from there. Upon entering the woods, he had intentionally expanded his mental energy, yet strangely, this bizarre jungle seemed to possess a suppressive field that limited his mental coverage to a mere 3-meter radius, his range curtailed by 100-fold. This was undeniably unfortunate news for him. Searching for those ninja headbands amidst the dense foliage with just the naked eye was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. It appeared that this assessment was not merely a test of patience, but also an evaluation of a ninja's instinct in executing tasks. Truly, it was a formidable challenge. He mused quietly, his thoughts remaining undisturbed. Having attained the utmost standard of endurance in his previous life, he regarded this relatively simple and brief ordeal with little concern. Suddenly, a discordant and terrible scream shattered the tranquility, resonating throughout the entire jungle. Uzumaki Wudao's brows furrowed slightly, yet he did not halt his stride. Such a deathly wail was not out of place in this forest, for due to the limit on participants, every young warrior encountered would engage in a life-or-death struggle until one fell. However, this time, the scream did not gradually subside as he had anticipated. Instead, it intensified, as if the distant thicket had transformed into a battleground teeming with combatants, rife with the brutality of slaughter. Wudao's pace faltered momentarily, and his expression shifted. Contemplating, could it be that the esteemed disciples of Konoha and those being tested have clashed? No, that seems implausible. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with insight as he pondered a new possibility. Have they already discovered the ninja headbands? Searching alone is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. With that thought, his form began to blur, ultimately vanishing into the jungle, merging with the radiant essence of chakra as he surged toward the distant area. The wind whipped against him, tousling his hair against his face. After the distant wails echoed, the jungle appeared to come alive once more, with ethereal and swift figures darting through the intricate branches, leaping and racing with remarkable speed. Wudao observed coldly, detached, as no fewer than 4 figures followed closely behind him, soaring through the air, drawn toward the source of the screams. What on earth transpired there? Deep within the jungle, blood flows profusely. It seeps slowly from the lacerated flesh, dripping onto the damp soil, creating mottled black spots, the scent of blood overwhelming the air. One figure, then another, over a dozen youths collapse weakly into the crimson pool, gasping as if on the brink of death, their expressions tinged with a faint despair as they gaze upon a solitary silhouette not far away. This locale feels as if swept by a chilling wind, a palpable aura of death pervading the atmosphere. A figure sits quietly upon a piece of green stone, observing the boys who now possess no strength to resist. He speaks in a calm tone. So, have you yet to consider surrendering? Then it seems I must bring this to an end. Cloaked in a dark robe, the hood shrouds much of his face, revealing only a cold, austere chin, embodying an aura of frigid cruelty. After finishing his statement, he rises slowly, taking 2 steps forward, an icy presence radiating from him. Are you prepared to meet your demise? He inquires again, his voice devoid of emotion. Are you truly going to kill us? I give up. The fear in one boy's eyes expands infinitely, followed by a look of bewilderment and regret. Yet ultimately, he succumbs to his inner terror, tremblingly moving his fingers to utter his surrender. With the first to yield, the others follow suit, nodding in agreement, choosing to forfeit as well. Ah, I see. The figure pauses momentarily, then seemingly speaks to himself, a wise choice indeed. Though in choosing to survive over the mission, you have forfeited your chance to become a ninja, you have learned how to prolong your lives more peacefully. Truly, the path of a ninja is not suited for you. Whispering softly, he turns and begins walking deeper into the jungle. After departing from the area, suddenly, he halts, and his hands, concealed beneath the robe, swiftly intertwine, forming a series of hand seals. Tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake. Water release, water barrier. A wave of water erupts around him, shimmering with ethereal hues, enveloping him in a massive sphere of water. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of green light darts forth like arrows from the jungle behind him. Thud, thud. The green projectiles collide violently against the surface of the water sphere, creating mere ripples, failing to breach further. Truly the techniques of a high-ranking ninja. Yet it baffles me why a figure of such caliber would appear amidst the selection of lower-ranking ninjas and intervene in the assessment. A cool voice resonates softly. And as the green light fades, tranquility returns to the scene. With the inquiry, 2 youths with indifferent expressions leap down from a great tree. It is the pursued oil woman, Senki, and Inuzuka, wolf. The oil woman clan's unique parasitic insect, the green glowworm, possesses formidable impact capabilities, rumored to pierce even the hardest rock with ease. It seems you are indeed oil woman, Senki. The figure cloaked in black gradually dissipated the power of water release, murmuring softly to himself. He then turned once more, stating, although you hail from the esteemed clan of Konoha, having partaken in this examination grants you the right to confront me. As he spoke, he seemed to tilt his head slightly, and continued, however, since you have already made your move against me, you are left with but 2 choices, to forfeit the examination or to defeat me. What? To forfeit or defeat a jonin? What is this? Inuzuka Wolf's gaze flickered, and he voiced his thoughts quietly yet fiercely. Rules, replied the black-cloaked ninja nonchalantly. To expect mere jonin to triumph over a jonin? Such are the rules. Humph. The cloaked figure let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to respond further. Instead, he turned to survey his surroundings, listening intently for subtle sounds. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened, and then, in an instant, he moved, transforming into a shadow that shot forward. Since we are all gathered, let the second round of the examination commence. His voice resonated with a hint of mockery, and while suspended in midair, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Dog, pig, dragon, rat, pig, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Following a thick cloud of smoke, over 10 shadowy figures surged into the surrounding forest. Soon after, a series of faint, chaotic noises erupted, and then, more than 10 youthful figures landed on the ground. Their postures somewhat comical, clearly having been forcefully brought down from above, appearing rather disheveled. Suddenly, a sharp gleam accompanied by the sound of branches snapping heralded the arrival of a figure floating down. It was Uzumaki Wudao. Indeed, I was drawn here. Upon witnessing this figure, Inuzuka Wolf could not help but have his gaze flicker, stepping forward with a low tone. Swish. At that moment, another 10 or so afterimages landed, revealing the same black-robed ninja, now multiplied into a dense cluster of identical figures. Shadow clone technique. This technique allowed the user to manifest several nearly corporeal clones through chakra, though the corresponding amount of chakra and strength would be evenly distributed among the clones. It was a high-level ninjutsu that could only be mastered by those at the jonin rank. This year's examination has certainly attracted some troublesome little brats. One of the figures slowly lowered its head, casting a glance at its right hand, a hint of surprise evident in its eyes. Had I not exhausted the explosive power of this clone earlier, it would surely have been torn apart. He mused quietly, his gaze gradually fixating on Uzumaki Wudao, revealing an unusual glint. Nevertheless, this makes things far more interesting. Cough. Now then, I presume your inquiries are all quite similar. Why a jonin from Konoha's Umbu appears here. The black-cloaked ninja stated calmly, surveying the youthful figures around him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Because I am the first examiner. The jonin of this examination." "Examiner, jonin?" A voice from one of the youths rang out, filled with curiosity. One might say so. Yet I shall exist as your adversary." A figure cloaked in black slowly retreated, continuing to respond, while the other clones had already assumed attacking stances. Each of these clones possessed the standard strength of a genin, and their ninjutsu would not exceed this level. Let the contest commence. However, before we begin, allow me to remind you, those who fail the assessment shall forfeit their status as ninjas, while those who succeed will be awarded this. As he spoke, he slowly retrieved an item from his robe, revealing a pale blue forehead protector of the Leaf Village. A forehead protector? How can this be? In an instant, a startled exclamation erupted from the previously nonchalant youth. Could it be? Uzumaki Wudo's gaze momentarily froze, instinctively fixating on the forehead protector. An incredulous hypothesis surging to the forefront of his mind. In this jungle, the forehead protector is not hidden away, but rather in the possession of this so-called examiner. Have you deduced it? This test is not merely a simple contest of strength. As genin, the strategy against foes relies more on collaboration among comrades. The cloaked ninja pondered as he retreated beneath a large tree, crossing his arms and leaning against it, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile as he observed the dozen or so youthful figures. As he withdrew further, the atmosphere in the area grew tense. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. Uzumaki Wudao stood with a furrowed brow, scanning the silhouettes. Including himself, there were 12 youths, and the shadow clones of the Umbu matched this number perfectly. One-on-one? Or is it? His heart tightened as he took a few steps back, and with his movement, a shadow clone swiftly charged forward. Whoosh! The rush stirred a chilling wind, and the dark figure lunged forth, aiming a fierce strike at his eyes. As the clone launched its immediate assault, the remaining shadow clones erupted into action, racing toward the group of youths. The battle ignited instantaneously. Blood flowed profusely within mere moments. Amidst the shadows, several youths succumbed quickly to the onslaught of the clones, sustaining injuries all over their bodies, with tendons in their arms, legs, and backs ruthlessly severed, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the will to resist. In an instant, the air was filled with low groans and anguished cries. Uzumaki Wudao's brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze flickered instinctively, his expression growing grave. After incapacitating the assessment participants, the shadow clones did not relent. Instead, they surged back into the fray. This time, even Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino felt the pressure, hastily unleashing their clan's secret techniques in defense. Beast mimicry technique, four-legged technique, secret art, flowing cloud arrow. Boom! As a deep rumble reverberated through the air, a tempestuous flow of chakra surged forth, enveloping the forest in a cloud of emerald-hued insects, swiftly covering vast expanses of terrain. Unbeknownst to them, the two had evaded their opponents and now stood back to back, engaging in a collaborative defense and offense. They had evidently unleashed their true prowess. Are you lot oblivious to the concept of teamwork in battle? With a grave expression, Inuzuka Wolf's brow twitched as he witnessed yet another young warrior carelessly sent flying by an avatar, eliciting a fierce roar from him. If this continued, with the fall of these exam participants, they would be confronted with an even greater number of shadow clones. Plunging into a more arduous struggle, this was clearly not the outcome he wished to witness. Even as scions of noble families possessing esoteric techniques beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, they would ultimately be unable to withstand the coordinated assault of 12 lower-ranked ninjas. Lower-ranked ninjas? Bah! At this thought, an inferno seemed to ignite within Inuzuka Wolf's heart. Although the chakra of the Umbu Jounin shadow clones had been deliberately suppressed to the level of a lower ninja, their combat experience and adept application of ninjutsu had undeniably reached Jounin standards, rendering their combat effectiveness far superior to that of ordinary lower ninjas, making it exceedingly challenging for him to cope. At that moment, with Inuzuka Wolf's admonition, a flicker of hesitation flashed across the eyes of all the survivors, only to be swiftly extinguished by a surge of resolute determination as they crowded together, their backs united. They were embarking on a preliminary alliance to confront their adversaries. Observing this scene from a short distance away, an Umbu ninja leaning against a grand tree could not help but smile subtly, a knowing glint in his eyes. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, a veiled intent quietly emanated from him. In the blink of an eye, black phantoms darted across the battlefield. As 10 shadow clones swiftly encircled Inuzuka Wolf, Aburame Chiyuki, and the remaining youths, before launching another assault. The coordination among these shadow clones was undoubtedly perfect. Even when employing mere physical techniques, they surged forth like ferocious beasts, only to then lie in wait like venomous serpents, poised to seize upon fleeting opportunities for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, at another location, aside from the initial shadow clone that had attacked, another detached Umbu clone had reached a point not far from Uzumaki Wudao. With a swift tilt of his head, he evaded the shuriken's thrust, condensing chakra in his hand. In an instant, a golden shuriken formed and was released. Almost soundlessly, a golden phantom flickered in the lower right space, aiming for the heart of his adversary. The sharp sound of metallic collision echoed, sending sparks flying and momentarily illuminating the shadow clone's cold, chiseled jaw. Seemingly unfazed, he effortlessly blocked Uzumaki Wudao's sudden assault and retaliated by swinging the shuriken towards Wudao's throat. Truly, a being of the elite shinobi caliber. Even when merely employing the chakra of a lower rank, the seasoned expertise displayed in the fray is undeniably of a higher echelon. With a discerning gaze fixed upon the chilling glimmer drawing nearer, Uzumaki Wudao suddenly unleashed a burst of energy beneath his feet, deftly evading several attacks in succession. Simultaneously, a shuriken adorned with a peculiar paper talisman soared through the space he had just occupied. An explosive tag. With a sharp glare, Wudao focused his chakra, which instantly enveloped his entire being. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated, unleashing a tempestuous wave of force that enveloped the scene in a thick veil of dust, obscuring all visibility. An opportunity. Allowing the scattered impacts to graze his form, Wudao's eyes sparkled with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, dashing toward the location etched in his memory, while simultaneously projecting his mental energy outward. Whoosh. Although the Umbu ninja reacted with remarkable swiftness, their abilities were constrained by the limitations of their shadow clones. Wudao's mental prowess captured the faintest trace within a 3-meter radius. In an instant, he grasped the Lioli blade at his waist, a glimmer of cold light igniting in his gaze. Iato. Flash. With fingers clenched tightly, he drew the blade and swung. In a fleeting moment, a dazzling pale golden luminescence erupted from his waist, swiftly coalescing into a slender line, hurtling forward like a whale consuming water. This golden thread radiated unmatched sharpness, cleaving through all tangible matter in its path. The air split apart without reservation as Wudao unleashed the full might of his Lioli long sword. Amidst the swirling dust, it was as if two realms were instantaneously divided. A distinct line parted the air, rapidly pursuing the lingering afterimage. A brief, anguished cry escaped as the shadow clone was violently severed, dissipating into a wisp of mist that gradually faded away. The Lioli blade was sheathed with deliberation. The first shadow clone had been vanquished. Simultaneously, not far away, the Umbu ninja, whose expression had remained composed, abruptly shuddered, a peculiar murmur escaping from beneath the brim of his hat. How careless! What sort of attack was that? So swift, so powerful. After successfully dispatching a shadow clone, Wudao displayed no sign of elation. Rather, his countenance grew increasingly solemn. His mental energy remained in constant motion, as if quietly anticipating something. Indeed, he was waiting. He awaited the strike of another shadow clone, for his previous actions had revealed his position, and the Umbu's remaining clone lurked within the dust, poised to launch a sudden assault at any moment. However, to his surprise, as time slowly passed, the surroundings grew ever more tranquil, devoid of any indication of life. The dust settled, gradually revealing the blurred environment around him. Suddenly, tiger, rat, monkey, rabbit, pig, rooster, ox, horse, water release, rain of 1,000 blades. A somber voice resonated from above, causing the eyes of Vortex Wudao to narrow instantaneously. Without the slightest hesitation, he propelled himself forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, an endless cacophony of buzzing filled the air as dense vapor cascaded down violently, entwined with droplets of water that crystallized into silvery ice needles, forming an immense curtain of rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Despite his swift departure from his original position, he remained ensnared within the range of the rain curtain thousand books technique. As the impact surged forth, countless ice needles, as fine as cow hairs, swiftly descended upon his head, neck, shoulders, and visage, gradually seeping crimson droplets of blood. Vortex Wudao's gaze momentarily closed, and his hands suddenly coalesced into an unmarked seal. Chakra surged within him. Boom! An invisible shockwave reverberated. As a golden aura of chakra enveloped him, rippling outward like golden waves in the dim light. Metallic flesh fused throughout his being. In that instant, Vortex Wu Dao transformed into an entity akin to a gilded statue, imbued with an air of cold hardness and sharpness. More crucially, the water-style steel needles had utterly lost their efficacy, clinking harmlessly against him, producing a crisp and melodious sound. After a brief moment, sensing the formidable abilities of his adversary, the curtain of water gradually receded. Whoosh! A figure descended from midair, revealing another shadow clone. Indeed, I have breached the rules for your sake. Such powers are certainly beyond the grasp of ordinary ninjutsu. This time, he refrained from striking again, instead facing Vortex Wudo directly, speaking softly. Rules? Vortex Wudo's brow furrowed slightly. Yet his expression remained tense. The first challenger to defeat the lower ninja clone will be deemed a successful participant. You shall no longer be attacked, and will be rewarded with a Konoha ninja headband. At this juncture, he paused, casting a sidelong glance at a group of individuals nearby who appeared quite disheveled, and continued, however, while possessing the ninja headband. You must successfully deliver it to the chief examiner at the center of the forest for your qualification to be confirmed. Until that point, should you lose the headband, your journey in Konoha will be prematurely concluded. He chuckled darkly, and with a resounding pop, he vanished from sight, as the remaining 10 shadow clones of the Umbu simultaneously disintegrated. When Vortex Wu Dao turned his head, he discovered that the Umbu ninja, who had previously leaned against a tree, had mysteriously vanished. A pale blue pendant, however, was left dangling from a prominent branch, swaying in the breeze. Damn it! Vortex Wu Dao muttered through clenched teeth. The Umbu ninja had clearly done this on purpose, carelessly leaving his well-deserved reward behind without a word before vanishing in an instant. This clearly indicates that he must compete once more, and this time, his adversaries are not merely himself, but rather the youthful figures before him, their eyes gleaming with brilliance. They have retreated? How astonishing! The sudden withdrawal of the Umbu ninjas elicited incredulous murmurs from the previously tense youths, who then exhaled in relief. Although they had long been hailed as prodigies within their clan and had successfully passed the preliminary test for the lower ninjas of Konoha, facing the profound and bone-chilling intent to kill emanating from a true ninja was an entirely new experience, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines. Ninjas symbolize death, glory, and the mightiest force in this world. How could any fervent youth resist such temptation, harboring both fear and an unquenchable desire to seize control? Thus, after a moment of relaxation, their gazes once again grew resolute, fixating on the Konoha headband dangling from the branches of a great tree, igniting a flicker of fervor within their hearts. At this moment, perhaps only Inuzuka Wolf and Yamanaka Chiku were not drawn to that sight, their eyes instead flickering towards a gradually clarifying area to the right, their expressions a tumult of uncertainty. This was the very location where Uzumaki Wudao had previously stood. The Umbu ninjas, whose foremost principle is to prioritize their missions, would never withdraw without reason. There must be a significant cause compelling such a decision. It seemed that only one thing could have prompted this retreat. Could it be? Their gazes sharpened, and they simultaneously contemplated a possibility that darkened their expressions further. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, dispersing the fine dust, and soon, a frail shadow emerged. Uzumaki Wudao. Inuzuka Wolf's gaze sharpened, locking onto the latter, followed by a barely perceptible sneer as he murmured, "It appears he has indeed eliminated the shadow clone that posed as his opponent. I underestimated him earlier. However, his prowess likely ends here. With 10 shadow clones present earlier, he must have faced the assault of 2 at most, or perhaps even just 1, launching a sudden strike before the clones could coordinate for the test." Yamanaka Chiku nodded slowly, the corners of her mouth tightening beneath her verdant hood as she spoke solemnly. "Regardless, we must not let our guard down. This individual is formidable." Indeed. Inuzuka Wolf inhaled sharply, his gaze flickering before gradually settling, forcibly suppressing the turbulent chakra within him as he stood stoically to the side. At this moment, a slender youth, unable to contain his inner yearning, began to move, and then, in a burst of speed, he lunged forward, his eyes wild with fervor as they fixated on that pale blue ninja headband. "It is mine." "Heh, a bunch of fools." The wind howled urgently by his ears as the young boy gazed at the gradually clarifying hint of azure on the horizon, a smirk of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. In this moment, he had already devised his escape strategy. After seizing the ninja headband, he would sprint into the depths of the forest, seeking to fulfill his mission. However, before his smile could fully blossom, it froze upon his face. He witnessed the headband he aimed to grasp unexpectedly springing up at the moment of his touch, soaring into the air with the swiftness of lightning, only to pivot and land in the hands of a slender boy not far behind him. What? As he beheld the headband he thought was in his grasp suddenly fly away, the gaunt youth momentarily stood stunned, but soon, a flicker of rage ignited deep within his gaze. In that instant, he forgot everything around him, consumed by fury, as he turned to glare fiercely at Uzumaki Wudao. His tone dark and oppressive. "You brat, was it you who orchestrated this? How dare you snatch it from my hands? Humph. Truly a foolhardy act," he coldly proclaimed, then cautiously advanced a step closer, his voice icy as he continued, "Hand over the headband, and perhaps I might spare you." Despite his words, he halted at a distance from Uzumaki Wudao, having slightly quelled the tempest of his emotions. His gaze, though still heavy, turned somewhat cool as he fixated on the latter, his heart racing within. At this juncture, several other boys, their expressions flickering with urgency, rushed over. Their prior failure to intercept the gaunt boy weighed on their minds. Yet upon seeing that the headband had not fallen into the latter's possession, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. As they drew closer, they clearly recognized Uzumaki Wudao's visage, causing them to hesitate slightly in their steps. Although they knew little of Uzumaki Wudao, they had heard whispers of his prowess. He had once personally slain a prominent member of the Inuzuka clan, and his strength and potential had drawn the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Moreover, during the earlier skirmish, they had witnessed him hold his own against shadow clones, suggesting that his abilities had reached the level of a lower ninja in Konoha, a feat far beyond their own capabilities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a lower ninja in Konoha. Yet, whether to concede now was a decision that weighed heavily upon them. Gradually regaining composure, Uzumaki Wudao tucked the headband into his cloak, casting a cold, sweeping glance at his surroundings before turning away, striding into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. His movement startled the encircling boys, and the previously gaunt youth's countenance flashed with defiance. Ultimately, he called out once more, "What? Do you think so little of us that you simply intend to flee?" With that, he cast a pointed glance toward Inuzuka Wolf, his implication unmistakable. At this moment, observing his gesture, the other boys' gazes flickered, finally revealing a glimmer of realization. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Just now, the shadow clone of the Umbu has channeled much of its power towards our side. This headband should rightfully be entrusted to us. Yes, in comparison, our contributions far surpass yours. They spoke in unison, their gazes subtly shifting towards Inuzuka Kiba at the rear, anticipating his intervention. However, much to their disappointment, although Kiba's eyes were filled with a chilling intent as he regarded Uzumaki Wudao, he showed no inclination for action at this moment, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Escape. Uzumaki Wudao's figure momentarily faltered as he exhaled softly, and then, without warning, his form blurred and vanished from sight. Whoosh! Instantly, an inexplicable urgency stirred within the air, and a fleeting shadow appeared before the slender youth, its gaze coolly fixed upon him. "Is your strength sufficient to compel my retreat?" His voice was devoid of emotion and fearless. Despite facing the youth, his gaze had already shifted to Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Chuko, who stood not far away. Step, step. The sudden approach of Uzumaki Wudao elicited a visible expression of trepidation on the youthful face, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps, his countenance darkening. How intriguing. Upon catching that gaze, Kiba was taken aback for a moment, but then he began to coldly chuckle. "I initially wished to gauge his strength. Yet it seems he is even more eager than I anticipated. Could it be he possesses such confidence?" Aburame Chuko raised an eyebrow, her expression slightly serious. "And what of it? Even if he just faced 2 shadow clones head-on and emerged victorious, that was still within the realm of what he could endure." Kiba gradually lowered his stance, his focus sharpening on Uzumaki Wudao, his pupils stretching into beast-like crimson slits. "Humph. It appears conventional methods will not yield a swift resolution. In that case, Hell of the Moon, beast mimicry technique, four-legged technique, human mimicry technique, beast clone. Woof, woof, bang." A torrent of chakra surged forth with explosive force, enveloping Kiba and the surrounding area. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped them, within which faint sounds of feral roars echoed ominously. In the dim forest, the sinister sounds reverberated through the area, bringing with them a chilling aura. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures burst forth from the smoke. transforming into streaks of darkness that arced towards him. The howling wind grew piercing, its shrill cries threatening to tear asunder all in its path. Boom! Uzumaki Wudo's gaze sharpened, and a tangible surge of chakra erupted forth, creating a turbulent wave that sent the slender youth flying. Immediately, he was enveloped in a golden aura, a powerful and oppressive presence brewing around him. At that moment, the two shadowy figures converged almost simultaneously, colliding with Uzumaki Wudo. Swish! The intense wind pressure, laden with a terrifying aura, brushed against his face as Uzumaki Wudo's brows furrowed, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his crystal sword at his waist. Prepare to meet your demise. Under the chilling roar, two identical figures of the Inuzuka wolf abruptly materialized before Uzumaki Wudo, their claws striking forth with a menacing glint. In that moment, the Inuzuka wolves appeared to have completely forsaken their human rationality. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fangs bared, and their countenances were terrifyingly grotesque. Their hands were astonishingly robust, fingers claw-like, with protruding veins that shimmered with a savage, cold light, reminiscent of wild beasts. With a resounding clang, the sharp sound of a blade echoed as the glimmering blade danced in the dim light. Uzumaki Wudo swiftly drew his sword, positioning it to parry the onslaught from the two Inuzuka wolves. At the same time, he forcefully stomped the ground, executing a sweeping kick. The force surged like a gale. Yet the Inuzuka wolves moved with the grace of agile felines, leaping into the air just before the explosion of power from Wudo's leg, landing atop it. They then effortlessly propelled themselves away. Meanwhile, another Inuzuka wolf crouched low, its sinister gaze fixated menacingly on Wudo's neck. A flicker of trepidation flashed through Wudo's mind as he sensed the wolf's intent from the corner of his eye. Without hesitation, he unleashed the strength of his standing leg, leaping into the air, and simultaneously, a shimmering shuriken was cast from his right hand. The Inuzuka wolf emitted a low growl, swiping at the shuriken, which momentarily halted its advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wudo adjusted his posture mid-air. Without any pause, a brilliant golden blade of light erupted, descending towards the shadow below. Drawing slash! Howling moon. Witnessing this, the charging Inuzuka wolf's gaze sharpened, and it let out a desperate howl as its chakra surged once more. An instinctive connection triggering a rush of intent. However, confronted with the golden blade descending upon it, a flicker of fear crossed the crimson-eyed wolf's visage, rendering it momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped it, revitalizing its spirit, and without hesitation, its body began to spin. Inuzuka's ninjutsu, tooth-for-tooth technique. A deep voice echoed simultaneously. With a whirring sound, the wolf's body spun like a minuscule tornado, managing to burst forth from beneath the blade's arc just in time. Yet, it was not entirely unscathed, as a fragment of the energy struck it, sending it crashing down. At that moment, a surge of chaotic force once again radiated in the air, rushing towards Uzumaki Wudo. Is it a one-man release of tooth for tooth? Wudo remained unfazed, his gaze shifting sideways as another towering wind vortex approached, its sharp and dense wind chakra slicing through the space before him, accompanied by a buzzing sound. It worked. On one side below, Yamanaka Kyuki's eyes gleamed with excitement as she murmured to herself, concealing the shimmering green light from her robe sleeve. Suddenly, under the incredulous gaze of the oil girl, Senju, that resplendent blade of light, which had descended with such ferocity, unexpectedly twisted in a strangely awkward manner and slashed upwards once more towards the tornado formed by Inuzuka wolf. What? This is impossible. The dazzling radiance, so near at hand, suddenly surged upward, causing the spinning Inuzuka wolf within the vortex to narrow his eyes in disbelief, releasing a cry of astonishment. Wudo, with a furrowed brow, his countenance slightly pale from forcibly exerting his mental energy to manipulate the glass-like weapon, remarked coolly, "What is truly impossible is your overconfidence in your own strength." As he spoke, the blade in his hand continued without pause, crashing violently against the T-Ingi tornado. Sizzle! Boom! An indescribable force collided and spread, unleashing a fierce gale that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, what is this? It is overwhelmingly powerful. The tempest, like a knife, disintegrated, mingled with a faint chakra force, sweeping below and violently tossing the few youths who had previously surrounded Wudo, leaving them in disarray. The power of the wind was severed layer by layer, reflecting the pale visage of Inuzuka wolf, who gazed in disbelief at the blade emanating a shimmering golden light. Slowly advancing forward, it was truly hard to comprehend how the supposedly unparalleled sharpness of the wind chakra could be ruthlessly cleaved by another force. Through this scene, a faint, slight figure could be discerned across from him. Wudo. Inuzuka Wolf furrowed his brow tightly, channeling the last remnants of chakra within him into the surrounding tornado, and reluctantly closed his eyes. He had exerted his utmost effort, yet he still underestimated his opponent's strength. At this moment, he was mercilessly defeated. Perhaps this failure would mark the end of his life. Pop. In his daze, a faint sound echoed near his ear, suddenly easing all his emotions. Finally, the lowest layer of the tornado was breached, and a cool sensation fell upon his cheek, accompanied by a slight sting. Damn it, this guy showed no hesitation whatsoever. Amidst the pain, he bizarrely pondered, a surge of indignation rising within him. This scoundrel, is he so ruthless in slaughtering the descendants of the Inuzuka clan? But in the next moment, that chill abruptly dissipated, followed by a faint yet heavy impact from his back. Huh. Inuzuka Wolf opened his eyes in astonishment, immediately spotting a shadow obscured by the dim sunlight filtering through the forest. He had already fallen to the ground, observed indifferently by the latter. Aren't you going to kill me? Inuzuka Wolf struggled to rise. Despite having exhausted all his chakra and feeling utterly weak, he persisted nonetheless. Wudo did not glance back at him again, slowly sheathing the glass blade before turning to depart. From that moment on, no one impeded his progress. Inuzuka Wolf stood there, momentarily stunned and speechless. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind, followed by a familiar voice that drifted lightly through the air. Indeed, quite formidable. Surpassing the ordinary boundaries of a mere chunin, it appears that this may not even be his full strength. Full strength? How so? Inuzuka Wolf furrowed his brow slightly and inquired with a hint of detachment. Are you not aware? In the roots, Yamanaka SG has also engaged him in battle. Although we are rivals, under the name of my clan, he had no choice but to divulge some information to me. Yamanaka Chinky, clad in a green robe, stepped forward and continued. According to Yamanaka SG's account, his body can transform into a form as unyielding as steel, with not a single pore upon his skin. This ability is truly a nemesis technique for my clan. My KY insect, though stronger than SG's parasitic worm, would likely prove of little use. And you Inuzukas excel in close combat, TSK, but now it is evident that this fellow is equally formidable in melee. Hence, I shall refrain from intervening. You are as treacherous as ever. Inuzuka Wolf remarked nonchalantly, then waved his hand towards the side, where the exhausted Howling Moon, having undergone a transformation, approached and was gently placed upon his shoulder. Are you not leaving? Yamanaka Chinky, having distanced himself, turned back to observe the still stationary Inuzuka Wolf with surprise. No. Inuzuka Wolf shifted his aching back slightly and replied in an indifferent tone. This time I have gained much. I have resolved not to participate in this assessment. I shall deepen my training, for I have not forgotten the defeat that Vortex Medeo bestowed upon me. This must be repaid. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes, directed toward the depths of the jungle where Vortex Medeo had previously vanished. You were quite carefree. I, however, still need to engage with Yamanaka SG for a while, so I shall not accompany you. Yamanaka Chinky shrugged, then his gaze swept across the surroundings. At this moment, the earlier group of youths had quietly retreated into the depths of the jungle, leaving only the two of them behind. What a pity. I have not even made my move, and those fellows have already fled. Have they so swiftly forgotten their previous arrogance outside the examination grounds? Humans are indeed creatures adept at selective forgetfulness. Yamanaka Chinky murmured softly, then gestured behind him, gradually merging into the shadows of the jungle ahead. Inuzuka Wolf watched his retreating figure, inhaling deeply before turning back toward his original path. He had resolved to forego this assessment, returning to his clan to continue his training, no longer lingering in this place. Moments later, tranquility reclaimed the area, with only faint traces of crimson lingering, evidence of the fierce battle that had just transpired. A gentle breeze stirred, and suddenly, a shadow descended swiftly, disrupting the serene ambience once more. The newcomer, tall and cloaked in black, was none other than the previous Umbu examiner. Inuzuka Wolf has forfeited, and including the last round, my records now account for 14 individuals, along with one exceptional performer. The task seems to be complete. It is time to report. He murmured to himself, and then his figure flickered instantaneously, vanishing from sight once again. In the dense jungle, a shadowy figure leaped gracefully among the branches, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in the dimness ahead, a sudden flash of white light emerged. The figure's spirit surged, and their speed increased once more as they dashed forward. Light, the long-lost warmth enveloped them, causing the expression hidden beneath their hood to relax slightly, and their pace gradually slowed. They surveyed their surroundings, heading straight ahead. Before them lay an expansive domain, at the center of which stood a majestic stone tower, exuding an air of mystery and authority. A vast radiance spilled forth from the depths of the abyss. And even in the heart of autumn, an unseasonable warmth lingered in the air, much like the surrounding evergreen trees, full of life and vigor. The atmosphere was vibrant and spirited. At the entrance of the stone tower, the grand door stood ajar, revealing a spacious interior courtyard. Two dark-clad ninjas stationed by the entrance cast a cold glance at the newcomer before silently resuming their watch. The figure did not linger and swiftly entered the tower. A moment later, in a chamber at the top of the tower, over a dozen dark-clad ninjas were quietly reporting findings from their records. At the head of the assembly sat a striking young man with golden hair, his hands clasped thoughtfully. He was none other than the current Hokage of Konoha. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Area 3, 8 failures, 1 success, recommended for the ultimate assessment. Area 9, 6 failures, 1 success, recommended for the ultimate assessment. Area 10. Area 4. Area 8, 9 failures, 2 successes, specially recommended for the ultimate assessment. A slightly shorter dark-clad ninja spoke in a low, deliberate tone, his presence radiating an icy chill, as if infused with an aura of death. As his words echoed in the room, all eyes turned toward him. It was known that this jungle assessment was divided into 12 areas, each overseen by a testing jonin, each possessing a ninja headband. Typically, only one qualified candidate could emerge from each area. Exceeding this number indicated that a task item had been forcefully seized from a region, disqualifying others from advancement. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, as task items were either held by the testing jonin or by the most formidable candidate in that area. Yet, if someone succeeded, they were often exceptionally talented ninjas. Clearly, a remarkable ninja had emerged from Area 8, eliciting their admiration. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flickering within. Yet he remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a shadow burst into the room, and the moment their gaze landed on Minato at the head of the table, their expression turned awkward. "Ah, I sincerely apologize, Lord Fourth. I did not realize you were present." "Ah, at last, here we are. What is the status of Subject 7? The calm and collected Minato Namikaze inquired with a slight smile and a dismissive wave of his hand. "Yes." The messenger paused briefly before producing a backup document from within his robes. After a quick glance, he reported, in the 7th zone, there were 11 failures and 1 success. Who was particularly recommended for entry into the ultimate assessment? Upon finishing his words, he lifted his chin slightly, revealing only a stern jawline beneath his hood, none other than the elite shinobi encountered previously by Naruto Uzumaki. As anticipated, that little fellow. Minato pondered momentarily before displaying a gentle smile. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Very well, their Nin examination has concluded. Inform the Elder Council and the daimyo. Let the ultimate battle commence. Who shall emerge as the cornerstone of Konoha in the years to come? Konoha and the Land of Fire shall bear witness." Understood. The shadowy jungle appeared to stretch infinitely, verdant foliage concealing all that lay beneath. Were it not for the conspicuously clear path underfoot, many would surely have lost their way amidst the dense thicket. Crackling sounds echoed softly as Naruto Uzumaki stepped cautiously into the area. His complexion remained somewhat pale. The mental fortitude required to wield the sword technique had proven far more exhausting than anticipated. Yet, this battle had also illuminated the limits of his capabilities. The power of the technique, when properly controlled, would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, something previous practitioners had lacked. With that thought in mind, he retrieved his headband, casually tying it across his shoulder, and continued along the weathered path. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures leapt from the branches nearby. Naruto's body tensed slightly, and he squinted as he scanned the direction from which they came. "Hige," he murmured to himself, a realization dawning upon him. A smile crept onto his face as he quickened his pace, pursuing the figures ahead. Whoosh! The rush of wind grazed his cheeks, tousling his ebony hair. The girl maintained her usual icy demeanor, yet a faint hint of impatience furrowed her brows. Humph! Is the Hige clan of Konoha truly so feeble that they resort to fleeing from an outsider? A mocking voice echoed behind her, tightening the lines of her expression. While she generally regarded such rivalry with indifference, it did not diminish her pride as a member of the Hokage clan. On the contrary, her pride had been deeply ingrained within her, never before revealed. Yet now, the boy behind her had undeniably stirred that pride to the surface. With a sudden shift of resolve, she adjusted her footfall and descended with grace, akin to a whisper of the wind. At that moment, a young boy concealed in the shadows regarded her with a startled expression before a menacing grin spread across his face. Indeed, the so-called noble lineage of Konoha possesses such arrogance, just as I had hoped. Humph. The young boy smiled malevolently, a faint crimson glimmer of murderous intent and delight flickering in his gaze. Clearly, the earlier words had been a deliberate provocation aimed at igniting his opponent's desire to fight, rather than a mere attempt to flee. At this moment, he seemed to have achieved that objective. With a thud, he gently descended to the ground, revealing a form as gaunt as a withered branch. The Hyuga clan, how foolish. Your decision will undoubtedly lead to your downfall today. He spoke nonchalantly, as if he were not confronting the legendary and supposedly strongest Hyuga clan, but rather an exceedingly ordinary girl. His thoughts echoed this sentiment, for in their previous encounter, the Hyuga girl had not exhibited any formidable prowess in her training. Confronting a girl who was barely a genin, he felt assured of his victory. His gaze fell anew, fixating on the icy visage of Hinata Yukino. A flicker of cunning ignited in his eyes as he coaxed. If you choose to willingly surrender your forehead protector, perhaps you might endure less suffering. In fact, that fellow behind you seems to possess a forehead protector as well. I could assist you in reclaiming it. Hinata Yukino's expression shifted slightly, recalling a fleeting glimpse of a figure in the jungle, a spark of surprise igniting within her. Yet, there was no turning back now. She stepped forward, her voice resolute. The glory of the Hyuga, the strength of the Hyuga, cannot be embodied by a single individual alone. But your words have already provoked my bloodline, she declared with a calm demeanor, her form beginning to shift as azure chakra enveloped her being. Crack! With a peculiar sound of sinews shifting, Hinata Yukino lifted her head slowly. Her eyes, representative of the utmost honor, had already opened. Byakugan. The ferocity was palpable. Those eyes, devoid of emotion, exuded an icy chill that instilled fear. The pearlescent pupils seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, casting a faint, resplendent radiance. Gentle fist. Hinata Yukino gradually took a stance, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the boy before her, coldly uttering the name of her technique. Gentle fist. The secret art of the Hyuga of Konoha. And yet, upon witnessing those eyes, the boy displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he growled in indignation. Though they are different, they too belong to the prestigious clan of Konoha. A tumultuous wave surged through his mind, a shadow cloaked his heart, and those crimson eyes, as despairing as an abyss, nearly drove him to madness. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. In an instant, he had been rendered unconscious by his opponent, unaware even of her name. And the forehead protector representing his passage through the genin examination had been seized from him. Do not presume that a change in eye color grants you strength. You wretches deserve to perish. The boy muttered fiercely, his eyes icy as he surged forward. Yet, in the fleeting moment of his charge, a blinding white light sent him hurtling backward, accompanied by an excruciating pain in his chest. The last words he heard before losing consciousness were a chilling voice declaring, Gentle fist. 8 trigrams empty palm. Upon the materialization of chakra, a sudden strike from both hands creates a powerful pressure in the air, launching an attack. The gentle fist. Perhaps, Vortex Wudao stands amidst the branches, watching this scene unfold, his heart stirred with a subtle sense of wonder. At that moment, Hinata Yukino below also exchanged glances. And with her Byakugan activated, every movement around her was under her meticulous control. Her ability to see in all directions without obstruction and her unlimited perspective within a certain range epitomized the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha. A gust of cold wind swept by, raising a faint cloud of dust. Hinata Yukino gazed for a moment at the shoulder of Vortex Wudao, pursed her lips, and regained her icy composure. Neither party exchanged a word. In truth, although they belonged to the same team, the three seemed devoid of any team spirit, having tacitly embarked on their individual missions before entering the forest. Both the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans are renowned families of Konoha, while Vortex Wudao, in the eyes of some, is considered an outsider from another village, having offended the prominent Inuzuka and Waian clans. The gentle fist, indeed, is the most formidable martial arts style of Konoha. After a prolonged silence, Vortex Wudao spoke calmly. From that moment onward, I was already certain. At that instant, Hinata Yukino's brows flickered. Recalling the strike she had countered with her heavenly spin in the root, she remained silent, yet her hands gradually reignited with strands of chakra. The strength of this seemingly youthful adversary remained an enigma to her. However, the pressure he exerted was undeniably significant. Her gaze remained intensely focused, observing the brilliant, pale golden chakra that enveloped his entire being, a force both awe-inspiring and remarkable. Was this the essence of his bloodline? Hinata Yukino's body gradually tensed. Suddenly, within this eerie atmosphere, a figure cloaked in black appeared instantaneously, shattering the oppressive silence. By order of the Fourth Hokage, Vortex Wudao, Hinata Yukino. Both qualified candidates must proceed to the Guardian Tower before sunset to participate in the ultimate examination. The newcomer materialized on the ground, their tone monotonous as water, and after delivering the message, vanished once more. The fourth. Vortex Wudao's gaze suddenly sharpened, a glimmer igniting in his eyes, followed by a gradual smile forming on his lips. Finally, it has appeared. He raised his head, peering through the dense foliage to catch a glimpse of the sun gradually sinking in the west, his heart racing. Without a second thought for Hinata Yukino below, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed. Let it wait for another time. He left a faint remark before his figure gradually faded away. In the heart of the forest, the area known as the Guardian Tower. Truly, it is remarkable how this place, once belonging to the strongest man of all, has remained unchanged even after decades. A middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, stood before a window, gazing out at the lush world beyond, filled with a sense of nostalgia. The original power has always been the most formidable representation. This territory is but a mere display of its essence. A detached voice reverberated within the room, responding in kind. Sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the chamber, yet the shadowy figure enveloped in darkness remained impervious to the brilliance, as though light itself could not dispel the gloom that surrounded him. With a soft rustle, the figure advanced, drawing closer to the middle-aged man, revealing an odd visage. His right arm and eye were shrouded beneath a layer of enigmatic bandages, rendering him exceedingly peculiar. This individual was none other than Danzo, the embodiment of Konoha's darkness. Alas, the clan once hailed as the Senju of the forest has withered away over time, leaving behind a void where their legendary prowess once flourished. The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, a flicker of regret evident in his gaze. Humph. At these words, a faint smirk tugged at Danzo's lips, his right arm instinctively tightening beneath the bandages. A surge of overwhelming force coursed through him, resonating deep within, allowing him to truly feel the essence of strength. Though it was but a whisper of power, it was enough to send tremors through his being. Yet, this force belonged to that legendary hero, to the fabled might. Would release. He mused internally, then spoke aloud. Does the esteemed lord wish to witness such power once more? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Eh? What did you say? Startled, the middle-aged man, the daimyo of the land of fire, turned abruptly, his expression one of disbelief. Could it be that there are still hidden members of the Senju clan in Konoha who have awakened their bloodline? No, the Senju has faded with time. The inheritor of this power is another. Danzo replied, his tone low and deliberate. As his words settled, a similarly deep yet youthful voice resonated from beyond the door. In Young would release. Form of the tree. Crack. A strange, cracking sound erupted from the sturdy wall, and to the astonishment of the land of fire's daimyo, a small vine began to sprout. Vibrant green, it seemed to possess a life of its own as it sinuously wove between the walls. Would release. His eyes widened in shock, a gasp escaping his lips. For various reasons, he had not participated in this assessment, a fact he could not help but lament. Danzo retreated once more into the shadows, exhaling a soft sigh. This power should rightfully be the pinnacle of capability. I trust the Fourth Hokage will permit him to partake in the forthcoming evaluation. The daimyo's gaze flickered, briefly resting on the vine that was gradually receding, and he remarked, Humph. Danzo chuckled darkly, turning to open the door, where a shadowy figure knelt before him, head bowed low. Hiss. A green vine coiled around this figure, resembling a sinuous and fearsome serpent. Inside the room, the daimyo of the land of fire watched this spectacle, his eyes narrowing with trepidation. Would release has indeed manifested. Then, the land of fire shall once again ascend. Contemplating this, a smile gradually curled at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, he suddenly let out a commanding shout, summoned someone to arrange a meeting with the Fourth Hokage to discuss the recent border disputes with the land of water. Humph. A correct decision indeed. Outside the door, upon hearing this proclamation, the shadow of Danzo stirred slightly, whispering a low murmur before slowly retreating into the dark passageway. Throughout this time, the half-kneeling figure remained motionless, finally raising his head. It revealed a pale and cold visage, with a glimmer of madness and an uncontrollable desire for destruction flickering in his expression. The lower ninja assessment, how intriguing. Humph. With a swish, light and darkness converged. A figure darted swiftly from the shadowy woods, emerging into the gentle radiance. Treading upon the solid bluestone slabs beneath, Uzumaki Naruto's gaze fixed upon the guardian tower ahead. The fading light illuminated the weathered high tower, casting a subtle golden sheen upon it, enhancing its splendor. At the entrance of the stone tower, several silhouettes of youths stood, varying in height, yet all unmistakably bore a light blue ninja headband either on their persons or in their hands. Naruto's expression sharpened as he recognized two familiar figures, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. They had, astonishingly, completed their tasks ahead of time, arriving here first. Additionally, a few other youths were present as well. At this moment, Naruto's arrival captured the attention of the group. Although it was regrettable not to have encountered them in the woods, it is far more significant to clash in the ultimate battle. The youthful Uchiha Shisui, arms crossed, fixed his gaze upon Naruto, speaking in a subdued tone. The ultimate battle, you say? The concluding phase of the second assessment? Naruto approached and inquired lightly, casting a glance at the other youths nearby. Among the participants of this assessment, the prominent clans of Konoha did not dominate the majority of spots. Aside from the two Uchiha, no other notable clan members were present. Hunting, huh? Humph. The lower ninja headbands serve as tickets to the ultimate assessment. However, participants can choose whether to partake. Choose. Naruto's eyes flickered with intrigue as he questioned. Obtaining a ninja headband already qualifies one as a lower ninja of Konoha. Participation in the subsequent assessments is merely optional. Shisui explained calmly. I see. Naruto's eyes gleamed momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips as he fell silent. He certainly could not choose to abstain. This assessment was crucial for that final step. The fourth Hokage. Naruto slowly seated himself, closing his eyes to calm his spirit. Time drifted by in silent anticipation until the sunlight began to wane, growing increasingly hazy. Within the dimly lit forest, the faint sounds of metallic clinks and muffled cries echoed intermittently, clearly indicating that the conflict continued unabated. At long last, the final two successful candidates arrived in succession. Aside from Hinata Yukino, it was Oil Girl Chiki who emerged from the dark forest. His appearance signified the conclusion of the Oil Girl clan's family trial, and it was evident that the victor remained Oil Girl Chiki. They did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, they were guided into the guardian tower by a ninja from the Umbu. As they passed through the entrance, they stepped into a radiant light. Before them lay a vast and spacious plaza, enveloped in luminosity, exuding a sacred aura. Several simple, elongated tables were filled with figures, and amidst the shadows, there were no fewer than 50 individuals, most of whom appeared aged. Some were adorned in extravagant attire, while others bore stern and indifferent expressions. They hailed from various regions of the Fire Country or were elders and council members of Konoha, each representing the higher echelons of this village and nation. Most striking among them were four figures seated directly in front of the entrance: the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Danzo, and the Fire Country daimyo. Apart from a few Umbu ninjas clad in black cloaks, no other Konoha ninjas were present, clearly an intentional design. This was a clandestine assessment of special significance. As the moment the Uzumaki Wudao stepped into the plaza, a profound silence enveloped the area, with only the crisp sound of their footsteps echoing. Oh, the talents of Konoha are truly remarkable. Observing the 12 approaching youths, the daimyo of the Fire Country, dressed in resplendent garb, gracefully waved a folding fan, his gaze flickering with a hint of peculiarity. The daimyo's words underscored the prosperity of the land of fire. Golden light danced. The golden hair concealed beneath a red and white hat swayed, as Minato responded with a gentle smile, directing his attention toward the approaching youths. Ultimately, his gaze swept over all present, pausing on a slight, diminutive boy. With crimson hair and eyes, he was unmistakably of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, he inherited the most pristine bloodline of the Uzumaki direct descent. Danzo, meanwhile, the third Hokage, exhaled a long plume of smoke, his eyes narrowing gradually. Danzo inclined his head slightly, expressionless as he lifted the teacup before him, taking a delicate sip and replied coolly, "You did not say that back then." The third Hokage's voice deepened, turning to regard him with piercing eyes. "This is something I only recently discovered, for which I must express my apologies." Danzo responded blandly, as if it were of little consequence. Yet, at this moment, only he understood that his gaze upon Uzumaki Wudao grew increasingly frigid. That matter. Was it not executed according to the mission? Where did it go awry? Could it be the ink mark? Just a moment prior, he had received a secret communication from the Umbu, indicating that Uzumaki Wudao had only defeated a member of the Inuzuka clan during this jungle contest, and had not earnestly executed the assassination task. This has caused a slight tremor in all of his previously established plans. In a fleeting glance, the hand concealed beneath the voluminous sleeve stirred slightly, and a mark, distinct from the ordinary 12-style hand seals, instantaneously took shape. Simultaneously, a subtle current of energy began to surge forth. In the silent, hollow void, a dull mist was ensnared by a soft golden sphere of spiritual energy, gradually eroded. Bound in eternal confinement. Boom. A peculiar wave of energy reverberated through the air. The vortex. Wudao. The vortex. It was a thought, imbued with coldness and indifference. Unmistakably the voice of Danzo. In an instant, the entrapped mist contracted sharply, surging with turbulent waves, attempting to break free. However, the sharp essence of spiritual energy remained unwavering, as if embodying the eternal and immortal nature of the heavens, indifferent to the turmoil it faced. In the outside world, Wudao's steps faltered momentarily, his gaze locking onto Danzo, who was equally observing from a higher position. Suddenly, Wudao's eyes flickered, recognizing the figure that was gradually resurfacing from the depths of his memory. Has it undergone modifications? Yet, it seems the Sharingan has yet to be transplanted. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. At that moment, the concealed hand seal of Danzo quivered abruptly, unable to maintain its form. What? The latter's expression shifted instantaneously, disbelief surging within him. The ink mark had shown no signs of reaction. In his perception of the technique, the seal within Wudao seemed to have vanished entirely, devoid of presence. How is this possible? The ink mark has failed. The so-called unsolvable forbidden seal has been breached by this mere child. Danzo's momentary lapse of composure was but a fleeting instant before he regained his usual demeanor, reflecting for a moment before calming himself. As if the failure of the ink mark had no bearing on him whatsoever. Step. 12 figures stood firm in the arena. At this moment, at the center, Minato Namikaze rose, scanning the assembly, and declared, "This year's Genin assessment will conclude with you all. Aside from the scions of prominent families, Konoha has once again gained 6 excellent Genin. This final secret assessment will determine your future mentors and the grouping of your mission teams, so please, showcase all of your abilities." Suddenly, Danzo stood as well, suggesting in a measured tone, "Fourth Hokage, I propose we add another slot. There is a talented individual who has not had the opportunity to participate in the previous assessments. Given his exceptional abilities, I recommend allowing him to take part in this final evaluation." Minato's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, though it contravenes the rules. If he can prove his capabilities, he may be granted passage. Abilities, you say? I just so happen to have encountered him. Fourth Hokage. I previously mentioned the incident in the mist. It will involve a particularly intriguing young man. He possesses the ability of would release. At this juncture, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire also interjected coolly. What? Would release? In an instant, the words of the Fire Nation's lord reverberated like a thunderclap, stirring boundless waves upon the still waters, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. These were the elders of the previous generation, possessing a far deeper understanding of would release than the younger folk. Some had even witnessed the legendary man who once forged this endless expanse of forest in the desolate lands of the Fire Country. Would release. The arrival of the Tree Realm. It was a miraculous power, one that even the nine-tailed beasts, known for their boundless strength, could not contend with. The legacy that resonated throughout the world rendered it an entity that transcended all other forces. Could it be that someone in Konoha has once again mastered such power? Truly an inconceivable occurrence. The silence was abruptly shattered, and the clamor became the prevailing melody among the throng. At this moment, regardless of their lofty positions or profound thoughts, they could not maintain their composure. Minato Namikaze's gaze shifted, and he exchanged a glance with the third Hokage before slowly nodding and declaring, "In that case, I permit his participation in this assessment in the name of the Hokage." "Thank you, Lord Fourth." A clear and tranquil voice unexpectedly pierced through the crowd. compelling silence to return. Step by step, a figure emerged from behind Danzo, stepping into the view of all. This was also a boy in his teens, with short black hair, a tall frame, and a calm, yet somber gaze. His presence instantly captivated nearly everyone's attention. Would release. Is this child the one? Though still very young, if true, he would undoubtedly emerge as the leading figure of the next generation in Konoha, wielding such power. Tokugawa Shuren. How persistent he is. Uzumaki Wudo's eyes narrowed as he recognized the newcomer. Compared to just a few days prior, Tokugawa Shuren had clearly undergone some changes, not only in his aura, but also his previously extroverted demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely, becoming profoundly introspective. At his waist hung a long blade, named Kongji, its hue a deep shade of ink. In contrast to Uzumaki Wudo, Tokugawa Shuren offered a slight smile, his form shifting as he swiftly crossed the distance to the center of the arena. Let the test begin. The Fire Nation Lord closed his folding fan and extended his hand toward the table before him, where 4 ninja identification cards were laid out. Suddenly, his finger paused mid-air before retracting, stating, the would-release ninja has not yet had a chance to create an identification card, so I shall not select one. Let us choose him directly instead. Is that acceptable? Such a choice by your lordship aligns with my thoughts as well. I too wish to witness that power once more. The third Hokage replied calmly, subsequently pointing to one of the identification cards before him. Tokugawa Shuren. Anonymous. Within the Guardian Tower, a sudden stillness enveloped the space, heralding the impending clash of Konoha's foundational strength. Moreover, the presence of a wood-release ninja heightened the anticipation for this assessment even further. The vast expanse of the square is perfectly suited for the clash of ninjas, despite the fact that they are merely at the level of genin. While the duel of the wood-release ninjas may have affected some of the elders, it had no impact whatsoever on the youth undergoing their assessment. Wood-release, what is that? Is it a form of ninjutsu? The boy, selected by the third Hokage, wore a subdued smile as he slowly approached the center, standing alongside Tokugawa Shuren. It appears you are quite popular. I hope they maintain this sentiment in due course. This young man, towering in stature, seemed far from the age of a mere teenager, his physique adorned with solid and compact muscles that exuded an undeniable aura of strength, commanding respect. At this moment, he spoke in a low tone, his voice subtly reaching Tokugawa Shuren's ears. I look forward to your guidance. A faint, sinister grin curled at the corners of Tokugawa Shuren's mouth. As both parties took their positions, a moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, whoosh, the boy sprang into action. A black shadow darting forward, his iron fist striking towards Tokugawa Shuren's face with the weight of steel. His fist sliced through the air, producing a soft, buzzing sound. The force evident. However, before the blow could land, Tokugawa Shuren elegantly sidestepped with a subtle glide, a mocking tone ringing in the boy's ear. What is this? Is that all you can muster? Perhaps I won't even need to resort to wood release. As he spoke, he deftly evaded the boy's subsequent onslaught with ease and leisure. The boy's expression remained unchanged, yet his speed intensified, becoming more ferocious and relentless. Tokugawa Shuren smiled slightly. The chakra within him surging rapidly, his form flowing like a willow in the breeze, deftly navigating the boy's furious strikes, akin to a masterful shadow, walking the fine line between life and death. At a certain moment, Tokugawa Shuren's hand suddenly rested upon the hilt of his empty sword at his waist. His gaze glimmering with determination, and without hesitation, he drew it forth, prepared to receive this technique. Whoosh, like a shadow materializing into form. The blade of the empty blade appeared in his grasp, its surface as dark as ink, emanating a chilling aura. In the next instant, from that dense darkness erupted a blinding silver light, obscuring everything in its path. Iato slash. The low, cold cry resonated as it finally echoed forth. Whoosh. That streak of silver light cleaved through the air with precision. What? Chakra transformed into a blade. This is bad. The tall boy's eyes widened, instantly assessing the situation. But the force was so swift that he had nearly no time to react before it reached him, the sharp energy rushing forth. There's no way out. Damn it. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist, chakra surging within him, and with a fierce strike, he unleashed it. I cannot lose. Crackle. Boom. Fist and blade collided, a radiant explosion of light illuminating the surroundings. Darkness, bloodshed, and anguish. An unending tide, akin to boundless ocean waves, instills a profound sense of despair, such as the abyss of the inferno. Within the dim, confined crystal coffin, he awakens, murmuring softly. Soon, a somber and indifferent shadow inserts something into him, reigniting the torment. It is akin to the relentless agony of unquenchable flames, slowly consuming every inch of his senses, until, once more, he succumbs to slumber, descending into the realm of darkness. For what purpose does all this unfold? Is it for power? Or perhaps the deep-seated hatred within? No, I awaken again, merely to bear witness to your folly. Tokugawa Shurin gently closes his eyes, quietly retracting the void at his waist. The thunderous roar lasts but a fleeting moment before gradually ceasing. The afterglow fades. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. He transforms into a shadow, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. A scream pierces the air, and before the crowd, a figure hurtles through space, none other than the tall youth from before. At this moment, his right hand is grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. With stark bones faintly visible between his fingers, blood seeps from the corners of his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. In an instant, the outcome of their confrontation is determined. Although the wood-release ninja did not employ the rumored power, it still left many in awe. Oh, what an impressive youth. The gap in strength is staggering. This surpasses the limits of a mere lower ninja, indeed, truly deserving of the abilities inherited. Yet, it is regrettable that he did not utilize the wood release. Whispers of admiration and regret ripple through the elders, their gazes occasionally resting on the solitary figure of Tokugawa Shurin, filled with appreciation. Ah, what a formidable young man! From the dais, the daimyo of the Fire Nation observes intently, speaking with commendation. Such malice is overwhelming. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closes his eyes, sighing inwardly. Although he did not witness Tokugawa Shurin wielding wood release, he harbors certain conjectures. Having grown alongside the first Hokage since childhood, how could he misjudge the essence of such power? Wood release is not cultivated through hatred and malice. Without the requisite mindset, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of wood release. What a pity. Contemplating this, he gradually opens his eyes, casting a cold glance at Danzo, who maintains his composure, remaining silent. In the first match, Tokugawa Shurin emerges victorious. The Umbu swiftly transport the injured to the medical team for urgent care. At that moment, the solemn Minato Namikaze slowly gestures with his hand, speaking softly. Understood. Two Umbu ninjas emerge from the shadows, bowing slightly before swiftly lifting the tall youth and vanishing without a trace. The examination continues, commencing the second match. This round is designated by the Fourth Hokage and Danzo, featuring Uchiha Shursui. Perhaps intentionally, the scions of the esteemed Konoha clan distance themselves from one another, engaging in fierce duels with young challengers from the outer villages. Shursui's skirmish bore little difference from the initial bout. Relying on his overwhelming strength and innate aptitude for the body flicker technique, he swiftly vanquished his opponent. This technique, which harnesses the explosive power of chakra in the legs for supersonic movement, is deceptively simple to learn yet challenging to master. Each practitioner manifests it with varying effects. Yet Shursui Uchiha seems to possess an intrinsic affinity for this ninjutsu, exhibiting an almost limitless increase in speed during combat. Before his adversary could react, he had already closed the distance, his shuriken poised against a vital artery, securing his victory. His emergence also instilled a sense of pressure in some onlookers. Humph. What a thrilling opponent, muttered Tokugawa Moritomo, standing aside. He then turned his gaze to Uzumaki Madeo, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes as he spoke softly. Madeo, do you not find it reminiscent of our clan's assessments? Yet, it lacks a certain fire. As he spoke, he subtly licked his lips, his eyes betraying a cold and ruthless intensity, fixated intently on Madeo's face. Humph, that is merely a trivial matter, replied Uzumaki Madeo, curling his lip in a scornful smile. Oh, trivial you say? Tokugawa Moritomo paused, a flicker of searing flames igniting in the depths of his gaze, subtly contorting. Trivial, you say, dear father? Is this truly your son? Are you saddened? No, you ought to feel regret. I shall tear apart both Tokugawa Yasushi and this fellow, one by one. Having returned from the depths of hell, I am the strongest.